after his wedding. We play fantasy football together, so we've got this thread going around. I had one friend saying they got the defibrillator out, the AED, automatic external defibrillator, which is basically the paddle, like you can't see, So they get these out, and the guy said something about they need to get his heart started. That's why they got the paddles out. And I just thought, this is why inaccuracy for drama's sake on television is making it dumber. You don't use a defibrillator to start the heart. And let me explain to you if you're unfamiliar with this. The defibrillator, a fibrillation is a fluctuation in the heartbeat. It means your heart is arrhythmic. It means you're not beating some. It's not consistent heartbeat. The AED out is that as they were doing CPR, right, they were giving him the chest concussion. It means his heart restarted. The defibrillator tried to straighten it all out. So that's why you saw the AED come out. So the CPR restarted his heart. They used the AED to get it in the rhythm. Thank goodness they had it on hand. To be able to put that into a rhythm that a lot of armchair doctors. They got in, they took forever. I think the NFL really got botched the response. And I think the NFL is probably going to use this as a learning experience to figure out what to do in case of these significant on-field injuries in the future. It has always shocked me when you have a player that's taken off by ambulance. And I've seen this happen a couple of times where you have someone on the field that's unresponsive. Oftentimes you're concerned about their necks being compromised, let's say that. But you're worried about somebody being paralyzed, and we've seen it happen in the league a couple of times, unfortunately. I don't know how teams can go back to playing after that. And I think the league needs to review some of these policies so that if you have a circumstance where somebody, for instance, is not unconscious, potentially a broken neck, something of that sort, I think at that point the game probably should be suspended. And I think they'll review things like that. We want Hamlin, and we rooted for him nationwide. Some people were paying attention to this because they were using it as an opportunity to scream, he got the vax. The vax is the reason he had a heart attack. No, not the case. And that's frustrating. They don't win. It took almost no time for the anti-vaxxers to start trying to use this as evidence of their convoluted interpretation of public health. Positively foolish. It really was. So once again, without evidence, they had no idea what they were talking about, and they were just spewing other nonsense. Others got involved simply because they saw somebody who was 24 years old and had a heart attack, and they went, oh my goodness, this is horrible. So you had people who were empathetic for the sake of empathy. And I thought that was a magical thing. Not only that, the other thing that surprised me, pleasantly surprised, was I watched reports come in very quickly of this charity that he had set up. And Mark Ronner in the newsroom, I'm sure you're familiar with this story, where he had a charity set up for buying toys for kids, for underprivileged kids, and he had a goal of $2,500. It is a very low goal, and I'm sure it was a goal that he set so that if he didn't get public donations, he could have just made those donations himself, and then it will help out. Or maybe he wanted to match that, whatever it was. It wasn't a very lofty goal. It was up over $8 million. It's up to, and I knew more last time I looked. That is impressive. Yeah, I watched this. I got in the shower, and I was scrolling Twitter looking for every update I could possibly get. And I saw somebody say, oh my goodness, his charity, which was asking for $2,500 or $2,500, is up over $50,000 now. And I was like, wow, that's up over $100,000. That was like, this is a special moment. And it just got crazy. We're up to $8 million. We watched all week and we waited for the audio. We would like to share that there's some painful improvements over the past 24 hours. We had significant concerns about him after the season, after the events that happened on the field, that he was making substantial progress. As of his function, his task, we are very proud to report that, very happy for him and for his family and for the local organization. neurosurgical care team, trauma surgery, and the cardiology team, as well as our expert nurses and respiratory therapists. They are attending to him, and he still has significant progress that he needs to make with this marks really good turning point. Damar Hamlin was sitting up in his bed, tweeting today while he was watching the NFL. He tweeted out a picture of himself and some family members around him who were wearing that Love for Damar t-shirt that you saw worn by a number of people across the league today if you watch any football. He tweeted out game time at Buffalo Bills, that's his team. He also tweeted out, putting love into the world comes back 3 times as much. Thankful for everyone who's reached out and prayed. This will make me stronger on the road to recovery. Keep praying for me. And I got to tell you, to start 2023, it is so easy to doom scroll and focus on the nasty stuff. This has been such a wonderful palate cleanser to start the new year, where we see something so terrifying and then give us such hope. I got to tell you, I think that's going to continue. I think we're going to get reports this week of him getting up and walking. You know, he was on a ventilator and kept sedated earlier this week because he barely survived, and now he's tweeting out and he's walking the football game. I think he's going to walk. I've heard of other people that have suffered from this commotio cordis, which, if that's the case, and it sounds like all the symptoms are there, this would be basically kind of a freak accident where somebody gets hit within a 20 millisecond window, and they have to basically have a thin wall around the heart and hit at exactly the right time, at exactly the right place. It's why we haven't seen this happen before. And again, it's filled with heart hits. We haven't seen it happen in professional hockey and another sport that has a lot of contact. It just doesn't happen.
ROTHSCHILD.
And I think so, because it's such a rare thing, does he come back? I think we're all rooting for him to play in the NFL again. At the very least, we're just rooting for him to walk again and be that first positive and that hope that he's given us.
He's my favorite player of all time.
And again, just a magnificent album. I wanted to share that with you. But yeah, hopefully what's happening in the entertainment world, good, bad, and the rest of the stories. That's next. I'm Chris Merrill, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on your iHeartRadio app. Mark Lawrence with you. Sentencing scheduled for tomorrow at the Los Angeles Federal Court building for disgraced movie producer Harvey Weinstein, who was found guilty last month of sexually assaulting a woman in February 2013. President Biden condemning violence in Brazil after hundreds of supporters of former President Bolsonaro stormed the National Congress building, tweeting, Brazil's democratic institutions have the administration's full support and the will of the Brazilian people must not be undermined. And 80s and up actor Adam Richards died in his home in L.A. He was 54. We'll look at some trouble on the 101. That's coming up next. This year, it's easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. We're going to head to a crash on the 101. Hey, downtown LA on the 101 South and Alameda Street. That's a 5-vehicle crash blocking the left lane of the off-ramp. Emergency crews are on the scene. We have two passenger very heavy passenger vehicles on the 5. First one's on the northbound side at Temple Highway. The right lane is closed until March 1st. We're now route fire here from our brush fires we had last year, about 2.5 miles south of north of the road. It is started late from the fire that fell on the road. That off-ramp closed on some emergency road work. And what's very kind of the reaction is the sky is there down there. I'm every day.
Anybody wants
International drought, war, and rising food prices have doubled the number of families facing malnutrition. You can help. $50 provides the food kit to feed a family for
actually.
I'm Dr. Erica Hahn with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Please wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID research. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH. Use your kids' time moving and heart rate up to burn off stress. Engaging 60 minutes of physical activity every day.
Now it's the number 5.
I'll walk down the block or get Introduction All Help is Telehelp Moment. It's brought to you by telehelp.org. Words for frustrated. Telehelp and help. Contact Telehelp 3 help resources. Call 833-317-4373 or at telehelp.org. Andy's list, and we've heard a lot of theories about why I'd rather live in Eco. Your words, your paper, it was so you could say it faster. No, just to be more iconic. My dear husband, I haven't done it quite right. If you type it out, you can compare outside prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish. Sounds easy. It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Andy.com. That's ANZI, or download the app today.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babel.
Babel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, and so you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babel's lessons aren't just robot talk. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than Babel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
The following program will be recorded.
Do you like football?
Yeah, I do actually. Who's your team? I like the Packers. Who's the Packers team? I have in the middle of the winter, in the middle of December, at Lambeau Field, and the team, moving to make sure the cold goes right up your back. They'll handle the concept is going to freeze your off. It's so literal at Lambeau in the middle of the winter. Now, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, I'm Chris Reynolds. Supporting more stimulating content as a Lions fan, just not Packers out of playoff contention. Just want to hold handle it. But I probably always when we start doing right before the show.
Yeah.
So, there's Mark News, and he talked about Adam Rich. I guess he was 54 years old, 87, after the report on his wife.
What happened? I just remember what I ended up doing. It was just inflatable something that I really wanted. I just that one, and everybody became wonder. I wanted to get
Yesterday, it's on home in Los Angeles. A cause of death has not been released. Adam Rich was 54 years old.
And I didn't say
54, man. Like so many child stars,
he would do that. He would do like
the story.
Look, like
Did you see how Richard several run-ins with police related to drugs and alcohol and drug treatment at the sports center in Rankin-Marai. Rich suffered from a type of depression that defied treatment.
I remember it. And then
talking about mental illness.
I had it for a long time. And then finally,
he unsuccessfully tried experimental cures over the years and had remained sober.
It's more than
I have a friend who has a treatment
your dad invited me.
depression, and every day is pain for him. And every day that he is with us, I feel like it's a victory. And so anybody that's suffering from that, we don't know. Again, we don't know cause of death. But I know that those that have the treatment-resistant depression think about constantly. That's the case. I feel so sorrowful for him and his family and everyone around him. Just an awful story. We're talking about Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin, Damar Hamlin. Denny Hamlin's the racer. Damar Hamlin is the corner for the Buffalo Bills. Damar Hamlin's one that had the heart attack in the field. I keep talking about how wonderful it is that he gives us hope. He survived this, and he's watching the games and tweeting things, and it just gives us some hope. Jerry Renner got hurt last weekend, too. That's the actor that's in the Marvel movies that Glenn familiar. So he got run over. Actor that's in the Marvel movies that Glenn familiar. So he got run over by his own snowplow, which is horrific. The Washington County Sheriff considered a new challenge to the snowcat, and the power machine used to clear snow, certainly rolled away while Renner was knocked in the driver's seat. He was injured as he tried to get back into the machine for the week on. I was speculating how this could happen as I was on the air for Jonathan on Monday. And I said, listen, I've run snowplows and other heavy equipment before, and there are a lot of safety mechanisms in place. But I can also tell you that a lot of farmers and ranchers and things like that will disable some of those safety features out of convenience. I'm not saying it's the right idea or the wrong idea. I'm just telling you how it works. I don't know that was the case with rendered snowcats, but I do know that it's entirely possible that that's what happened. We find out that it did end up rolling on him, and he tried to stop it, and then ended up becoming a victim of his own snowcat. It reminded me of those of us that are aged that have driven manual transmission vehicles in the past, and that feeling of horror you get as you park your car and it flips out of gear and starts to roll on you as you're getting out of the vehicle. And anybody that's got a manual, this has happened to us, especially the older ones. This has happened to us at some point. One time, I was into a McDonald's early in the morning. I had stuff going on with one of my classmates, so we decided to hit McDonald's before we hit the road. And all of a sudden, this guy comes in 5:30 in the morning at McDonald's, and he says, "Somebody got a red hatchback?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do." It's kind of terrible. And he makes this announcement to everybody that's like, and I go, "Yeah, I do." And he goes, "It's rolling. It's rolling in the parking lot." Uh-oh. That's a good put that in here. There's a horrible feeling. And so I assume that Renner had that rush of adrenaline too, a horrible feeling watching the snowcat start to roll and then feeling like, uh-oh, I'm going to get pinned. The good news is, he just celebrated his 52nd birthday from the hospital, and like Damar Hamilton, I cannot do it anymore, Damar Hamlin. Can't do it, Mark. I don't know what's wrong with you. I believe in you. You can do it. Thank you. Like Damar Hamlin, he's taking some photos. He's got a little bit of social media from his hospital bed. With Renner, however, the injuries were more traumatic, and by that I mean they were more significant to a larger part of his body. That's not to say that having a heart attack isn't as or even more deadly than the injuries sustained by Renner, but Renner's recovery may actually take longer than Hamlin's recovery. Just the same, don't forget a crushed chest as well as the leg damage that we were hearing about last week as we were getting a little bit of information on that injury. What else? His quick stories here. Ron Jeremy, accused of rape, probably not going to stand trial because he's got severe dementia. So Ron Jeremy, the big porn star known as the Hedgehog, yeah, the Hedgehog's not coming back. Sounds like severe dementia. They say he's going to be declared unfit for trial. The trial was set to start on January 17th. So victims may not get the day in court, which is if they are, again, I don't want to say he's innocent until proven guilty, but if in fact there are victims, it sounds like they may not get that day in court that they would deserve, and that is unfortunate. They say that he was inspected by both defense and prosecution attorneys, and both determined that, yeah, he is not guilty. He lost his mind. So I thought that was going to happen with Bill Cosby, too, but it didn't. And then Bill Cosby ended up getting out in the end anyway. And then one other one, there's a cure in South Korea, because, they've got their neighbors who are a little loony there, the North Koreans, the people who are Kim Jong-un, launching rockets periodically. South Korea's military confirming that they test fired a solid fuel rocket just over a week ago. The problem is they didn't tell anybody they were doing it. And so people were afraid of two things. First, they thought, oh goodness, we see a rocket in the sky, North Korea is attacking. It was the first thing that the people in Seoul believed. The other, far more peaceful, they see this rocket sprinting across the sky, and they thought UFO. Definitely UFO. I mean, if you go one or the other, is that, are we under attack, or are we under attack from aliens? And they went with aliens, and God bless them for it. I appreciate the heck out of them for doing that. People do this that's it. I got nothing else. I can talk about, there's a Nazi map, I guess, that's got people hunting in the Netherlands. Yeah. Somebody found an old Nazi map, thinks they can find some gold, so if you want to go treasure hunting in the Netherlands, they have some Nazi gold. You got that going for it. I got nothing else. Everything else I have is kind of crap, so let's just call it stuff. Oh, right there. I feel good about it. You? I got your back. Yeah. You good? Yeah. Welcome to the daily. You want to sit down? Hey, have a good night. Really good talking to you, and we'll talk to you in the next one too. So, Mark, we'll talk to you in a week. Fantastic. Have a great show. So, yeah, 640 live everywhere. And you're on Heart Radio Live. What you need to know is when you need to know it.
Time. Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the Radio app. Well, you never saw this in the Fast and the Furious. I'm Mark Ronner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. About 500 people gathered to watch a street takeover outside the Beverly Center. It happened last night around 10 p.m. During the street takeover, the Christmas tree was set on fire. The LAPD arrived quickly and shut down the scene. You'll soon be able to walk across the border from San Diego County to Tijuana again.
Tennessee, the reported entry will reopen to pedestrians Monday after being closed for nearly 3 years. The crossing closed during the height of the pandemic when non-essential travel was restricted. Before the pandemic, the pedestrian crossing had been open 24 hours a day. Those who frequently cross from Tijuana into San Diego County say they hope the pedestrian crossing's reopening will reduce wait times at the border. San Diego is one of the busiest land border crossings in the world, with more than 70,000 vehicles, and when open, 20,000 pedestrians crossing each day. In King, KFI News.
The South Coast Air Quality Management District has issued a mandatory ban on indoor and outdoor wood burning because of high air pollution in the region. The residential ban affects those who live in the South Coast Air Basin, including non-desert portions of LA, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties. It also applies to all of Orange County. The no burn rule prohibits the burning of wood as well as manufacturing fire logs made from wax or paper. 2 adults and 3 kids have been shot and killed in North Carolina. High Point Police Captain Matt Stewart says it appears to be a murder-suicide.
He was out by playing, everybody sitting along. Really wouldn't expect to hear anything that's this magnitude in this neighborhood. So it's very sad and unfortunate for the family.
He says officers forced their way into the home yesterday morning and found all 5 people dead. Authorities have reestablished control of Brazilian government buildings in the capital several hours after supporters of former President Jair Bolsonaro, who refused to accept his electoral defeat, stormed Congress, the Supreme Court, and presidential palace. The violence came a week after the inauguration of his elected rival, President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. Rioters bypassed security barricades, climbed on roofs, broke windows, and invaded buildings thought to be largely vacant on a Sunday. Reports say 400 people have been arrested so far. A robot that does the landscaping for you has been unveiled at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. CNET editor-at-large Brian Cooley says the robot called Jarbo. It's a little tractor that is self-driving, figures out where it should go, and it has 3 attachments. One is a leaf blower, one's a snow blower, handy in a lot of places right now, and the other one's a lawnmower. Cooley says once the attachment's assembled, the robot does its thing. He says he likes the tea test taking on an entire store as opposed to just part of it. The robot was on display Friday. The annual convention showcases the latest breakthroughs in the world of tech. Prince Harry says he killed 25 Taliban militants while serving in Afghanistan. In his new memoir, he said he feels neither satisfaction nor shame about his actions in battle between 2012 and 2013. The prince says he looked at enemy combatants as pieces being removed from a chessboard. A prominent member of the Taliban said Friday the people Harry killed were not chess pieces, but humans who had families waiting for their return. We are going to install on the 110. Hey, South LA on the 110 south of Manchester Avenue. It's just 12 block in the middle lane, the off-ramp. Also in downtown LA on the 110 south after 10, the 110 split. That's another stalled vehicle. This will pick up the center divider in South LA on the 105 to East Vermont Avenue. That's the shopping cart in the right lane. Downtown LA on the 101 south of Alameda Street. Just blocking the left lane of the off-ramp has to back up pretty heavy from Glendale Boulevard and Union Avenue involving 5 vehicles. If you know, what's on the 101 north of Balboa Boulevard, the on-ramp is closed until further notice for an accident investigation, and then still it's very time for the reopening. So if I'm the guy, I'll see you there faster. I'm Zachary Payne. I never write reviews, but Navage is so amazing, I had to leave it. Nothing ever cleared out my sinuses as well. I'm blown away by how Navage is. That news is from Paris, and it's one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising Navage. I'm Martin Koch, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I talk about flushing out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. How Navage's powered suction can help you breathe better, and how your nose is the body's air filter, and Navage will clean it out. But don't take my word for it. What do people like Chad say, who wrote, Navage has helped me clear out my nasal passages every single night. My wife says my snoring has gone way down. Your Bestie gone, unquote. Navage is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers daily. Free cheaper, store less, healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life. Southline weather from California, cloudy tonight with a 50% chance of rain, lows in the lower 50s, mid-40s in the IE and AP. Have a wind advisory and flood watch until tomorrow morning. We're going to get rain with highs in the lower 60s tomorrow and Tuesday, mid-50s in the AP. Probably sunny in the 60s Wednesday and Thursday, and we're back to a chance of rain by Friday. It is 57 in Costa Mesa, 58 in Anaheim, 57 in Santa Monica, 59 in Beverly Hills. When you leave local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Ron.
Why? How do you do that?
Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're listening to Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault. I'm Clay Rose. Every weekend evening at 9 before we dive into the mysterious world of the differences on Coast to Coast. Heard every night at 10.
I don't think I've ever met anybody out that funny ever. Once. I like hearing that.
The right mindset by presenting some of the more unusual, sometimes disturbing offerings that can be found on the free iHeartRadio app. There's a lot on there. There's thousands of different podcasts to choose from, so it can be really difficult to find just the right one when you're in the mood for something paranormal or weird or unusual. So each weekend, I'll do that work for you. I'll go into the archive, and I'll share with you some of the best stuff that I find, or the weirdest, or the creepiest. It depends on how I'm feeling that particular week. And then, hopefully by the time I'm done, you'll be all ready for the rest of the night on Coast to Coast. Before the Coast is sort of an appetizer before the full meal ahead tonight on KFI. Hopefully you'll get a chance to hear something new you can add to your podcast playlist. So if you hear a show that you might hear on Before the Coast, and you'd like to hear more of it, it's all available for free on the iHeartRadio app. You just open it up, search for the name of the show, and there you go. Subscribe right there. Tonight we're going to showcase the podcast Stuff They Don't Want You to Know. The episode titled, Where Are the World's Most Frequent UFO Sites? You'll be surprised how close it is to us here at KFI. Now, the creators of this podcast call it a conspiracy realist podcast. It's an accurate description, I think, because they cover all sorts of underground freaky topics, but they do it from a logical and skeptical standpoint, rather than, how do I put this politely, rather than some of the nut jobs that tend to have conspiracy podcasts. This is an unscripted roundtable format. The hosts are Ben Boland, Matt Frederick, and Noel Brown, and they discuss everything from UFOs to psychic powers to government conspiracy. So settle in and please enjoy. Ben, Matt, and Noel asking and answering the question, where are the world's most frequent UFO sites? On the podcast, stuff they don't want you to know. On Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault on KFI AM 640. From UFOs to psychic powers and government conspiracies, history is riddled with unexplained events. You can turn back now or learn the stuff that don't want you to know. What is a UFO? What is it? Well, this is a bit of a disclaimer that we have to make at the top of the The UFO does not mean aliens, full stop. It could, perhaps, who knows, extraterrestrial. It just means it's unidentified, and that means it could be anything. It could be a helicopter, particularly determined swan. Yeah, that's just having light reflected off of it in a strange way. It could be somebody's face are UFO sightings at an all-time high, but they're by far an American thing. Yeah, they're super common in the U.S. and Canada, and more so in Canada. That's right. These findings are based on data that was crunched by Sam Monfort, a doctoral student in human factors at TRILLIONAIRE. That was at George Mason University. So Monfort wrote up the findings in a blog update that used information from the National UFO Reporting Center, which does have a fun acronym. It reports organizations that document UFO sightings. Now, according to this report, these UFOs have been increasingly popping up, with 104,947 reported sightings just over the past 100 plus years. It is pushing your case because what does reported mean? After a certain amount of time, it means that it may get into print. Yeah, like 100 years ago, people wouldn't tout a reported sighting as somebody just talking about it. It would have to be in some sort of official government document, etc. So there's probably more than these, and there's probably a lot that are written down in people's diaries and so on. And of course, the UFO enthusiasts, we know that reported sightings date back into antiquity of this weird stuff in the sky. This is focusing on a very specific period. So they're not saying that there's other, ancient glimpses never occurred. What about police reports? Do you think UFO reports ever end up in that form? And are those available to the public? There are there are some police reports. Usually it's a person reported to the police, and the police.
Bye, bye. Bye, everyone.
And then especially if an individual sees a UFO and reports it to the police, and they also report it to MUFON or MUFON or whatever else, whoever else they report it to, that'll be noted a lot of times in the documents there. The first recorded incident in this report that Montfort and apparently occurred in Portland over back in 1905 when viewers reported seeing this buzzing U.S.-shaped UFO suspended from the sky. But sightings spiked dramatically over the past 3 decades, with reported numbers jumping from 5,000 in 1980 to 45,000 in 2010. What's going on? And this report reinforces this idea that UFO sightings are largely a United States thing. The U.S. collectively reports around 2,500 sightings per 10 million people, which is 300 times more than the global median. That's pretty huge. Feels kind of like the same proportion of our military spending to other parts of the world. And more of these studies are reported in states in the West and Northwest. That some of the states in the Northeast, they're like lagging just behind them. So we're really looking at the edges, the coast. And a new report came out very recently. The 2 authors, Daryl Costa and Linda Miller Costa, released essentially a book that details more modern UFO sightings in the United States. These were aggregated from reports that were given to news sources, and you may have heard Matt mention this acronym before. What was it, MUFON? Yeah, MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network. This sounds kind of made up, but we promise you, ladies and gentlemen, it's a genuine thing. This is like you call these people and report tribal things in the sky. Why they're reporting these things. And it goes into a document, and you can then search it later, and you will see that it's there. And other people can find it. Yeah, so they collected this stuff just from 2001 to 2015, and it came out with the book named The UFO Sightings Death Record. They had over 100,000 sightings they collected, and we have the quote from them. Since 1969, the government claimed no interest in the subject, and the press and media either ignore or ridicule any non-governmental organizations. The research into this important subject. This book keeps one of the hardest data available, accessible to the general public, as well as other UFO researchers. It's clearly written to be read rather than long sentences, but the argument there is just that you, regardless of what a government is actually doing, they're pretty dismissive towards looking into it. It's nothing to see here. Right, but and then the men in black are gone, and they're replaced by, online shows. I was going to say Facebook news stories. Okay, yeah, and I think we're talking about the same thing. So the book has narrative sections, anecdotal things, frequently asked questions, and then they have a bunch of chat, like charts, tables, and maps. And they found that this goes for all of the country, or all of the states in the U.S., including the District of Columbia. This is an interesting point. And if you want to check this out, you can do so. Just like that. All you have to do is go to Amazon. Yeah, it's only $40 US. $40. Well, for some critics, that is fuel to a fire, and they might say, "Wow, of course you think that they're the most important books because you get $40 a pop every time someone agrees with you." These people are probably, they're definitely not working like other scientific statisticians with some kind of institutional support. And that's a good point. They gotta get the most bang for their buck. Yeah, where do you get a grant for that kind of thing? Correlated UFO data. What now again? That's something that becomes something that might interest you, and I'll tell you about them after a word, and I was questioning. You're listening to Stuff They Don't Want You to Know. Oh, that's how we on Before the Code. Strange stories from our long. We'll have more coming up next on KFI. Time now for an interesting. I'm Mark Robin, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A styrofoam ban may soon become a reality in Oxnard. The local city council has unanimously approved an ordinance regulating the use of single-use plastics in packaging. Pennsylvania Representative Scott Perry says he won't recuse himself from a possible new House committee investigating the investigation of the January 6, 2021 insurrection, despite being part of the Department of Justice inquiry into the matter, and even having his phone seized. And Avatar, The Way of Water, is still number one at the box office, with another $45 million in its fourth week of release in the U.S. and Canada. We'll hear about some trouble on the 710 when we come back.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With download free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
We're going to check out some trouble on the 710. In Long Beach on the 710 South and Anaheim Street. That's a small blocking on-ramp. Apparently it's a box-down truck that's actually moving onto the on-ramp. Tow trucks and Caltrans are on the scene. In South Atlanta, 110 South of Manchester Avenue, stall block in the middle lane of the off-ramp. Allegiant Park on the 5 North of Stadium Way. That's a massive block in the off-ramp. I'm not a bad look in the off-ramp and on-ramps tonight. Thank you, Stank on the 5 North before Devlin Highway. But why didn't we spoke until March 1st for return of the route fire damage from the car cars we had last year? It's located about 2.5 miles north of Lake Hughes Road. And no one's made time for the reopening of the Certified in the Sky. I'll see you there faster. I'm Dr. Kagan. This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Vaughn. Shop Vaughn and Albertsons and save on USDA choice tri-tip roast, untrimmed. A great deal of just $3.99 a pound with membership where applicable. Also valid through January 10th. Vaughn and Albertsons. It's just better. And at Florida Fitness, take advantage of premium fitness amenities with a 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startatfloridaFitness.com. Get more workouts for less with features like state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment, free weights, a functional training area, and so much more. It's time to start fresh for less with our $0 enrollment fee. We have everything you need for a low monthly cost. Grab your free 3-day pass at startatfloridaFitness.com. Subject to annual fee. Monthly first and last month fees are $29.99 to join. Terms and conditions apply. Already test authorities in there. Wondering if you get the updated COVID-19 booster? There's 3 reasons why you should. 1, vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2, even if you had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially if new variants emerge. And 3, the risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster myparent.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Mike Scapple here, serial entrepreneur with word from another happy payroll customer.
I've used it for a year now, and I've worried zero times. I just enter in the time, it's calculated, and it takes out a bank account, and it's just done. I love it.
Visit us at patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. Visit patriotsoftware.com. Accounting and payroll. Keep your I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got related with. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environments, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. You know what, there's a limit to what I care about. I was figuring it's becoming I hit my limit a long time ago. I'm now actively deleting things I care about. You know, sometimes your computer memory is full. I'm deleting a lot. Gone and yeah. It's a twin. Right. Otherwise, you have to care about everything. Then I'm constantly agitated all day, right? Now, live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Quinn Rose, and you're listening to Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault. But for sure now, to the question, where are the world's most frequent UFO sightings? From the podcast, stuff they don't want you to know. One thing that we can glean from this report, from this giant amount of information, is that California, they're getting their UFO on over there. They're really seeing stuff in the sky, and frequently and in all parts. California has had nearly 16,000 reported sightings of UFOs since 2001. That's also according to the Census date. And you have to wonder why this is concentrated in one area. I think it's because Tom DeLonge was in California. Yes, Tom DeLonge is Blink 182. Blink 182 was one of the quintessential pop punk bands of our generation, and Tom left it all behind to become a preeminent UFO researcher. He actually won an award, and he posted a very cryptic video online where he said that he was getting some really interesting inside access to some of the popular crash sites, documents that were there over the years, and had some people that he was working with that were kind of helping him, and So here's my theory. In 2001, when Take Off Your Pants and Jacket was first released, it got so much radio play on the terrestrial Earth here. It was intercepted by some craft that was taken out here. Just like, hey, what's going on over here? They heard it, loved it, and they knew they had to make contact with this guy. So they did, and now he's in on the game. It was very catchy. I sort of like that episode of TVP with Johnny Unitas, under that. I don't want to spoil it, but an alien sees a football game and becomes enamored with this player, Johnny Unitas, but he sees it on the delay. So, he sees it very recently when it's actually a very, very old game. Yeah, the example I always think of is he explores the alien's entire conversational tone is so soft, make it night, essentially, right? On black and white television. And that's an interesting idea. How cool would that be? Tom DeLonge, that you're listening, let us know. I had a UFO 182 note. What was the number? You know? No. No, does anyone know? Probably. Okay. We'll save that for another show. So why is California such a hotspot for this? It's a hotbed. There are a couple of reasons, I guess, if we wanted to check out If we wanted to just look at the depth of the state, it's huge. Yeah, I believe it. Only slightly over almost 34 million people live in California alone. Average age there is 49 for men, or just under 50 for men, and just over 50 for women. It's gigantic. You could cut it into two states. Several people have argued that to be the case. You know, and Northern California is very different from Southern California. And it's also right there on the coast. Much of its border is the Pacific Ocean. And if anything happens far out on the sea, or at least close enough to where you can visibly make something out at an altitude, you know, any kind of lights out there, they're going to do weird things. The way the atmosphere changes light as it gets to your eyes. And not to mention, like, if you have a Cloverfield situation where, you know, the alien drops out of the sky and you can sort of crash, it can then, you know, be submerged. Oh, yeah. Submerged. That'd be a thing. Well, yeah, that'd be a good way to pop into the scene, you know, without making a big to do, you know, go do it way out in the sea. Or if they're like a Godzilla, you know, you come up from underneath. No, it's very true. Unidentified submerged objects are a thing. We've talked about that before. And it does make logical sense that if you were some kind of aircraft that can go underwater like that and travel there and also travel in air, which seems like it might be hard, but hey, if you can get to Earth, you can probably do it. And well, it's still something they can do it. Today's submersible aircraft is not an impossible idea. It sounds like it would be a real pain to engineer it. I do want to point out another thing of that how much of a sitcom setup is this. Within California, there's a disproportionate amount of sightings from one place by far. Really? Yeah. Throughout the whole state, there's one city that has like the majority of these reports. What is it? Did you say it again? Kind of. It's easy. It's easy? It's easy to get. It's Hollywood? Yeah, it's Los Angeles. Okay. I thought you were going to say, what, Van Nuys? No. That's just fine. I know, that's true. But, so, Los Angeles County outbreak is in California, and on its own, more than 40 states, with 3,200 sightings reported. Also, here's a couple, you know, like, maybe, right? Hope springs eternal. But there's another thing here that could also lend to this propensity of reports. Because we're not saying people are making it up. We're saying that people are just reporting more stuff. California also has a huge number of military bases. That's right. There are more than 50 known military bases inside the state of California, not to account for God knows how many secret ones there might be, you know, for national security. And we also see that California is immediately addicted to Nevada and Arizona, which has plenty of military facilities themselves, in addition to test sites, like the Nevada National Security Site, or what you know, also known as Nevada Test Site. And that spans almost 1,350 square miles and roughly 55 miles northwest of Las Vegas. It was established in 1951 to test nuclear devices, and one of the most recent tests occurred on December 7th of 2012, which was an underground explosion meant to learn about the properties of plutonium. And that just means that there's a huge swath of land out there where you could effectively test whatever you wanted, although it's pretty much tainted at this point with radiation. Right, and there's so many other things that are in that vicinity that have reached, right? We can't forget that the federal government owns vast swaths of land in states abutting California and within California itself. Out in those deserts, where there's nobody to see what's going on, and where the world either ended early or got into abstract art. That's right. There's a cat that falls in the desert. I mean, anybody here you creating them? No, I mean, unfortunately. I think it would, and we will answer that question definitively after words from our sponsor. You're listening to Stuff They Don't Want You to Know on Before the Coast. 3 stories from the iHeart Vault. We'll have more coming up next on KFI. Time now for a news update. I'm Mark Bowman, live from the KFI 24-hour news. Officials in California are warning of another round of severe weather after last week's bomb cyclone. Governor Newsom has urged people to use common sense because the heavy rains and flooding can be dangerous, noting 12 people have died just in the last week from storm-related weather. More than 500,000 homes were without power today. Forecasters say the storm will bring strong winds and heavy rain until Tuesday. Thousands of officers and workers are scattered throughout the state to help aid Californians. At least 3 people have been hurt in a bus crash on the 60 freeway in Diamond Bar. The crash happened around 5 yesterday afternoon on the westbound 60 just east of Diamond Bar Boulevard. Multiple cars were involved, including a tour bus. American Airlines is saying goodbye to Long Beach Airport. AA says they'll stop operations out of the Long Beach terminal February 28th. The airline says the route's not meeting financial performance expectations. American flights currently account for about 6% of all total operation at LGB, with 3 daily flights between Long Beach and Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says he's not concerned about new House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's set of an impeachment inquiry. I've got a lot of work to do. I'm proud to do it alongside 250,000 incredibly dedicated and talented individuals, and I'm going to continue to do my work. He says he has no intention of resigning and is prepared for any investigation brought against him by Republicans. McCarthy's threat stems from Mayorkas' handling of the U.S.-Mexico border. And how are they going to pull up their little sleeves?
The U.S. Agriculture Department has given conditional approval to a biotech firm for a honeybee vaccine. It's the first of its kind in the world designed to keep a beehive healthy. The vaccine will be used to fight the American foul brood disease, which is a bacteria that can spread and wipe out an entire hive. The vaccine is mixed with milk. The worker bees ingest it, then excrete it to feed the queen. She then passes on immediately to the larva. Developers say the vaccine will help prevent beekeepers from losing entire hives to infection, and the vaccine is not genetically modified. Amy King, KFI News.
And you can now binge friends and drink them too, or drink it too. That's what I meant. Drink it. International Delight and Warner Brothers has turned out a limited edition Friends Manhattan Hazelnut Mocha Creamer inspired by Central Perk coffee. The drink is shown in the background of the coffee shop's chalkboard menu throughout the show's 10 seasons. The packaging even matches Monica's purple and yellow apartment colors. It can be yours for about $4. Now let's head to a crash in the 5. And Bro Heights on the 5 north of California Street. That's the crash blocking the center lane. It's actually attached. Pretty heavy from a Lincoln Boulevard and Trick Street. It'll even park on the 5 north of Studio Lane. They're going to park massive block of the off-ramp. On the 710 south of Anaheim Street, Long Beach, that's a bobtail truck moving off the on-ramp. And QSP and Caltrans and tow truck, everyone's been there trying to get them off the on-ramp. In Santa Barbara on the 101 north at the 225, that's the crash taking up the right shoulder and can't slope from the 5th Street. In Summerlane on the 101 south of Cadero Lane, you have to work those blocking the off-ramp for some miscellaneous road work. Caltrans is expected to keep this going until the end of February on the 28th at 7 a.m. KFI Miss Valley, I'll see you there faster. I'm Zachary Kagan.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Sunline weather for KFI cloudy tonight with about a 50% chance of rain, lows in the low 50s, mid-40s in the IE and AZ. We got a wind advisory and flood watch until tomorrow morning. Weekend rain with highs in the lower 60s tomorrow and Tuesday, mid-50s in the AZ. Partly sunny and in the 60s Wednesday and Thursday. Then we're back to living in a Ray Bradbury story about perpetual rain by Friday. Right now it's 58 in Field Beach, 58 in La Palma. We lead local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Roman.
And now, no matter where you order free pickup, you get the same great deals as you get in store. So you can save when you order during game practice, or at the dog park, or wherever. Start your cart with the Ralph's app and save it from wherever today. Ralph's, price for everyone. $35 order minimum. Subscription apply. Subject to availability.
Hey, you're on natural and organic diet.
Like a one-sided, and then the twist on you. Yeah. This motherfucker pissed. Then this motherfucker said, he said, is that fucking Zucker did it for dinner? There's the fucking taste like fucking ass.
drill and say, great results. This is Jacob Lavon. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID research and food shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now paying the highest repeat sellers. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. Download the free iHeartRadio app for the music, radio, podcast, AMI, AM recording, the news, what it means, why it matters. AM 640 heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
What's that?
You're listening to Before the Coast.
Just, she's using it, dog. Gosh,
Where are the world's most frequent UFO sightings? From the podcast Stuff They Don't Want You to Know. This is going to come directly from the National UFO Reporting Center.
Hey, what's that?
Occurred in California. He's reported as city, state, duration, and then a quick short summary. That'd be physical state of the whatever the thing is that gets them. So the first one comes from Myanmar, California. It was in some kind of formation. It lasted 5 minutes. And what was seen was rapid blinking lights, which appeared to grow in size. First, just one light was visible, and then the formation itself became visible. And this is an anonymous report. That is one of those things that, you know, you're driving, you're hanging out on the porch, you see it, and you go, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what's that. Whoa.
What's that?
Why all those lights? And I can totally understand that kind of thing. I would have missed that. Then we have one in Palm Springs. This is a fancy UFO. The shape was a formation, so I'm assuming that means it was a group. Some kind of formation. Yeah. And a 30-second sighting, and then in double parentheses in all caps with 2 question marks says hope. Yeah, I think this is a note from whoever recorded it. And then the word Mars written in the sky by light. And that is also an anonymous report. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. Some aliens come down and white tagging the clouds. It's a little on the nose. A bit. So you can see the range there already between what you're going to receive with these kinds of sightings. Would you say the range is like from absurd to ridiculous? No, it's absurd to puzzling. Okay, that's better. Right? Something you just don't understand. Like there's one in San Diego that was formed in a circle, lasted 2 minutes, and we're just looking at some orange spheres that disappear and reappear in the sky somewhere. Yes, typically the more objective or reliable reports regarding anomalous material in the sky will not make a guess with motive or agency, like this one in Modesto, California. It was a circle, and for a duration of 6 minutes, people witnessed in the sky 3 red lights. They thought, oh, it's probably the military doing exercises, but they lined up and then one flew off the top. The one on top flew heck up fast. Yeah. Basically say Helen in California. Yeah. But what we see here is that, as you said, there is a range, or at least this was a lot of questions. Why is this the American phenomenon predominantly? Why is it localized to a certain state or region? And perhaps most importantly, what military craft, at least some of this, is going to be mistaken top secret military craft. Yeah. We know that it happened with self-fighters in the past. We know that it happened with jets as well as with surveillance things, at a high altitude aircraft. Those interesting. Right. Like right now, the C-791, a lot of people who remember their long gone days of their ships and Zeppelin, well, they're back. The U.S. has several creepy ones that are at a very, very high high altitude watching for some reason, who knows what they're watching? Maybe they're watching there's all these consumer or prosumer drones, camera drones, different things like that. You can fly pretty high and pretty far. Yeah. And this idea of reflections over the ocean, or some of them have lights mounted on them. If you saw the Super Bowl halftime show, for example, there was a full section in it where it was just this massive array of drones with like LED lights on them that get controlled. And California is ground zero for that kind of tech. Well, I'm just saying, like, if something cool like that comes out, they're innovating. And so, I wouldn't be surprised if that could account for some of these reports. There's such a massive uptick, and I really like this idea of drone technology that we can do with that. Even on the mid-level, professional or amateur drone operator, you can make some weird things happen in the sky for people who don't know what they're looking at. It's pretty affordable as well. Yeah, right now, if you have a spare $1,000, then somebody should. We don't. But you can get your hands on a drone with an operating distance of 7,000 meters. Yeah, like that. You can buy those at Barnes and Noble. Like, they literally have them at CVS. Yeah, and you hop on Amazon and it'll show up at your door. And in theory, with an operating distance of that, like that far, 7,000 meters, in theory means you can reach a max altitude of 23,000 feet above the sea level. And, if you're in California, and you're pretty close to the sea level in certain areas over there by the coast, or in other areas of California, that's really high. The cruising altitude for a commercial airliner is going to be around 36,000 feet. So, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, please let us know what your experience is with having a drone. But I think that's a very good argument for the rise of drones. Remember, not only are parts of California very, very crowded, but they are, as Noel said, full of very tech-savvy people. People that the markets often call early adopters, right? Exactly. And something that's just close to this, but not quite, the idea of sending things up into lower Earth orbit, like balloons. You've seen these viral videos all over YouTube now, where you can make a balloon that'll go high enough and attach a GoPro or some other camera to it, and you just send something up, and then post it to YouTube. And you things go really high, a lot of times there's a blinking light involved. And, just these little innovative things that are happening. Maybe that's another part of it, too, because one thing we haven't mentioned yet is whether the U.S.'s rate of internet connectivity explains the number of sightings that people report. I understand that reasoning, but here's why I'm not persuaded that that should be the whole explanation. Because other countries have way better internet connections in terms of speed, in terms of consistency, in terms of literally any metric you can imagine. Talking about South Korea. Yeah, absolutely, I'm talking about South Korea. It's amazing, All right, but that's a good point and a good counterpoint. So we don't know how much role that to play. Drones, my money is on testing unacknowledged military vehicles or misidentified vehicles. I think you might be right. Yeah. In a way, the internet connectivity is being channeled through our smartphones that we all carry around now. So we can all pick up our camera at almost any time, not all of us, of course, but many of us, and just film if we think we see a UFO, right? So the sighting itself gets documented faster and more reliably. But at the same time, to me, that has the potential to diminish the impact of the mere sightings and reports when we are all, most of us, equipped with the stuff to capture the damn thing. Why don't we have more convincing UFO videos if it's about the rise of technology and the quickness of being able to report them? Why aren't we seeing more Twitter posts, Instagram pictures of legit? Right? And here's another thing. Why aren't they being identified more concisely or definitively? If all the technology exists, it's not going to be now more than any other point in history. There will be multiple people able to document this day, right? All three of us, if we're out on an adventure somewhere and we see something really cool
the
chances of us being able to identify something dramatically increase. So there's another question here, which is why are these things being identified more efficiently? And we'll tell you after a word and our sponsor. You're listening to Stuff They Don't Want You to Know on Before the Coast. Strange stories from iHeartRadio. We'll have more coming up next on Stand By. Now for the I'm Mark Bonner, live in the Line 24 Orange County Sheriff's Official 16 interviewing
I can use that pop
early Saturday morning. President Biden has wrapped up a visit to the U.S.-Mexico border before heading to Mexico. And Bed Bath & Beyond says it's considering filing for bankruptcy following an SEC filing that says there's doubt about the company's future. We'll have a look at a hassle on the 405 right after this.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you have positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
We got a stall on the 405. In Culver City on the 405 north of Venice Boulevard, it's still blocking the parking lane. On the 710 south of Anaheim Street in Long Beach, got the Bobtail truck taking off the on-ramp. Four trucks on the street trying to pull it out. In the legal park on the 5 north of Stadium Way, that's the mattress blocking the off-ramp. Well, height on the 5 north of Calzona Street, that's the car taking up the 2 center lane, especially back up to Atlantic Boulevard. In Orange County on the 22 east of the 57, that's a full pickup truck blocking the left lane. And then look at Laguna Hills on the 5 south after La Paz Road. That's 30 vehicle crash that's hitting up the right shoulder. Stay behind the sky, you'll see there faster. I'm Zachary Gagan. This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Vons. Save even more with digital deals at Vons and Albertsons. Members save on fresh bone-in split chicken breast and a value bag. Right now, they're a great deal at just 97 cents a pound. Limit 2 bags with digital coupon on Vons or Albertsons.com. Price valid through January 10th.
At Orange Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up today at StartOrangeFitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, battle ropes to box jump, and the perks don't stop there. When you join Orange Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like Olympic racing platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more. Stop into one of our hundreds of locations. Grab your free day pass at StartOrangeFitness.com. That's StartOrangeFitness.com. Amenities during locations. Every amenity can be available for you to complete. Free day pass is available by non-resident and other fitness clients. So where were you in 92 podcast? Brings you back to the year of big butt anthems, achy breaky yards, and runs. Take an audio trip back in time to relive the wildest, most eclectic, and controversial 12 months in music through interviews with critics, industry bigwigs, and the artists themselves. Take me back to a magical time when music was massive, and I had completely burned that to the ground. Listen to Where Were You in 92 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk to people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling a Medicare prescription, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using refill by scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, you got this with low-cost copays on many medications. Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here, so you're willing to save at Walgreens.com/medicare. They honestly for prescriptions and exclusives. I'm so depressed about my business not being ready for the holidays. Ooh, Ma. What is that? Medication? I'm recommending the Uma college health system with auto attendance and more than 35 features. Uma? Yep. Switching to Uma is a gift. Starts at $19.95 per month per user plus taxable fees. Ooh, Ma. Now you're feeling it. Visit Uma.com. That's ORNA.com to learn more. Smart News Reason for the smarter business. Contact your license for $391. Did you tell me how much to unstop my diet? $99. Hey, buddy. What's going on? You smell this color. Just voted the LA Times 2022. I really like that you're upfront and everything. I mean, I just called a guy named Bubba who really told me the cost over the phone. No brothers here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclogged drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE. Finally, after 3 years, the Post Shows are back. The Mark Hall Post Show at the Fairfax in Pomona, January 20th to the 22nd. We'll kick off a series of Smart Hall Post Shows that will highlight Southern California's premium dealers and most of the greatest
very exotic boats, personal watercraft, and some of the most spectacular, one-of-a-kind handmade boats ever seen. If it floats, then you can put it in or on your car, and it's probably a big snow. Flying accessories, wakeboard, marine clothing, kayaks, stand-up paddleboard, we've got it all, including live music. The Fireball Boat Show, January 20th to 22nd at the Fairplex in Pomona. Noon to 7 p.m. Friday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Sunday. Kids under 16 are free. All the boat dealers and all the boat factories you love, all in one place. Don't miss it. For more information, go to hallshows.com. That's hallshows.com. The music you listen to all year long. The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2022. And the stars who made the songs we love will all be celebrated.
Live from Los Angeles on Fox.
March 27th. Let's get it started.
Be here as this year's nominees are unveiled. Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern, it's Super Band.
It looks like they're beating themselves. Whatever party you support or don't support doesn't matter. Republicans are morons. They don't realize that they just won a majority. Use it. Billion Shannon. Do something with it. Now on JFR and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. AM 640 heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Quinn Rose. You're listening to Before the Coast. True stories from the iHeartRadio. But for sure now to the question, where are the world's most frequent UFO sightings? From the podcast, stuff they don't want you to know. Why are these things not being identified more efficiently? Why are they still unknown, but there's just more of them? That's why, again, my money goes on unacknowledged, believable, because as we know, usually the military do a pretty good job of keeping their new technology under wraps and from the public until they're done with it. People didn't even know that self-help existed. They lied, yeah, right. And now it is secret out. I am seeing a viable business plan here, a service. Maybe we call it UFO, maybe that's what it's called. And it's an app on your phone, and all you have to do is take a video, send it to the service, and there's human beings on the other side to collate data from the FAA, from other sources, about, like, are there any kind of balloon festivals going on right now? Is there a wedding? Yeah. Are there trying to grant their going on? So really, that sounds fun. I think that's a great idea. I feel like someone in the process could be flying on the right. They're getting on board. Maybe they fly. Yeah, they're the draft. Secondly, I don't know about you know, but from that space, I think what I like the most is the balloon festival. Man, you want to do a balloon festival? We'll do the app as well, but I think we should premiere it as this balloon festival. Alright, what about a balloon festival app where you can find your year? Balloon festival? I would pay for that. I wouldn't pay much, but I think you don't have to start another company that's close to balloon festivals. Okay, well, now that we've talked about it on air, everyone is secret to secret until we can roll it out. Because you're the best part of this show, and we depend on you. Speaking of you, this is time for What's Up? Nathaniel P. right here and says, what up, guys? It's Newbie. I just came across the topic that always bothered me. Do you remember the Michael Hastings car accident a few years back? The recent WikiLeaks Vault 27 released allegedly has info regarding CIA tech capabilities. Among those listed are weaponized malware and remote hacking. Ironic, because that is exactly how conspiracy theorists believe he died. Is he planning on exposing the CIA like he did General Petraeus, which is targeted by the CIA? I remember reading he died shortly after telling his lawyer he was being investigated by the FBI. This also brings to mind the Aaron Schwartz death, which is really similar. Both died shortly after being investigated by the FBI in 2013. And then goes on to say that he enjoyed the Guy Space documentary, and he wondered if we are planning on making more documentary style films in the future. Do you remember like one of the stuff? It's very tiny bells. Yeah, I very much remember that. And the whole discussion at the time was, hey, can cars be hacked? Can these smart cars that are connected to the internet be hacked? And the answer came unequivocally, yes, it can happen. It was also noted that in most situations you would have to physically get into the vehicle and attach yourself to one of the onboard computers to make it function, like put a backdoor in essentially and then an onboard computer. Yeah, but it was shown that if you did successfully get in there, you could stop the brakes, you could make the car's engine turn over and go, you could like mess with all the lights and air conditioning, pretty much anything you wanted to do, you could do to a car. And one of those things is make it go really fast into the tree. Right, so the 18th century, when the 18th was passed away, the current information says that you can do this at a happy plug in, basically. But now it seems that the CIA has the technology that was always speculated that they have. And what's more, it seems that the CIA has the technology that was always speculated that they have. And what's more, that this is remotely accessible physical contact with the car. And so the car itself becomes the weapon. And, right? The hack indicator definitely, if not already capable, digital working on them. And it's a super valuable, it's a super valuable tool to have for that line of work. I don't want to be able to remotely control other people's cars. I would go power man. I have very definite opinions about how people should behave in traffic. You could be a car hacker for good. Everybody was doing that. They also car hacker for good. Well, maybe, good is just like, good things I was ready to say when you this is more of a brown hat hacker. Yeah, okay, yeah, or red hat. This is excitement. I like that. It just makes everybody use the blinkers all the time. That's all I have. Please, some hacker out there. That's really good stuff. It's really skill. We appreciate it. You can get into contact with us in a number of different ways. One of the best is to give us a call. Our number is 1-833-STVWYTK. If you don't want to do that, you can send us a good old-fashioned email. We are conspiracy@iHeartRadio.com. Just People Want You to Know is a production of iHeartRadio. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to your favorite shows. You have been listening to Stuff They Don't Want You to Know on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault. If you'd like to hear more of Stuff They Don't Want You to Know, just open up the free iHeartRadio app, search Stuff They Don't Want You to Know in the podcast category. There are thousands of podcasts in there, and each weekend I'll unearth a weird one from the iHeart archive and share it with you right here. Hopefully now you're ready for Coast to Coast coming up next, right after the news update you've been listening to Before the Coast. I'm Clay, and I'll be back every weekend at 9 for Strange Stories from the iHeart Vault. And on KFI, and recorded, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Or that's your series everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Or that's your series smart speakers. We're at a couple of smart ears as well. Los Angeles, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Back to class and back to math. Suggested by Mark Ross, live KFI 24-hour newsroom. DLA classes tomorrow from the holiday break. LA County officials say everyone should take a COVID test before returning to work or school from the holiday break. Department also recommends everyone wear a mask for 10 days. There's a recent rise in new virus strain known as XBB 1.5, which may be responsible for 9% of COVID cases in California, 40% nationwide. More than 300,000 people are without power in Northern California. Another powerful winter storm has pushed through, elevating flood danger and bringing intense winds that down trees. Wind gusts up 50 miles an hour in parts of the Sacramento area, causing the outages. Temperatures are expected to drop below freezing in parts of the Southland over the next few days. Public health officials have issued full weather alerts to Lancaster area until Wednesday. A flood watch is in effect in Orange County until Tuesday night. for these college mastermind the so-called virgin sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. The Fed dozens of parents, including actresses Felicity Huffman and Lori Loughlin, jumped about 20 years. The assistance to coaches helped wealthy parents at USC, UCLA, and other big-name colleges. Almost 60 parents, coaches, and business executives were also considered with $10 million in restitution. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, by exam the Golden Globes for that.
Just 13 years ago, the LA Times wrote an excerpt criticizing the Hollywood-born Press Association, the show's voting body, for not having any black members. That prompted intense criticism and boycott of the ceremony. Tom Cruise even returned his Golden Globe. The Netherlands Association spent months working on reform, raising 10% of Middle Eastern. NBC decided to move forward with a one-year broadcast deal. The Globe airs Tuesday on NBC at 5 p.m. Amy Kane, KFI News.
We're going to check out a crash in Boyle Heights.
75
northbound right at Calzona. We have a crash in THC taking up the middle lane. Watch for stop and go traffic from Atlantic. And in Culver City, this is on the 405 northbound at Bennett. Crossout car taking up the carpool lane. Protesters on the scene. Watch for it. Those are there taking up the right lane. You're seeing some flowing from Slauson. KFI as the guy helps get there faster. I'm right. Dan Supplement letter from KFI. Friday and flood watching until tomorrow morning. We're going to get rain on highs in the lower 60s tomorrow and Tuesday, mid-50s in the AV. Partly sunny in the 60s Wednesday and Thursday, and we're back in Pennsylvania by Friday. 58 in Rosalinda, 58 in Irvine, 59 in Carson, 57 in Huntington. We need local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ron.
Follow free and secure mental health resources. Easier with the help. You can do it one minute ago. Call our 1 line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Prescription cards required online consultation with a healthcare provider will determine the prescription is appropriate. Prescription supplies and website for full details and safety information. Prescription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but it's 90% cheaper, and you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy and Hims to get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHINS.com/JOY. It's getting harder to find new customers. After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. 1-877
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting hired for December. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I am Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID boosters, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you have positive for COVID, and considering out in indoor public places. More tips at COVID-19.ca. Brought to you by CDPA. So where were you at 92 podcast? Brings you back to the year of big bet anthems, achy breaky yards, and fun. Take an audio trip back in time to relive the wildest, most eclectic, and controversial 12 months in music through interviews with critics, industry bigwigs, and the artists themselves. Take me back to a magical time when music was magic, and I had completely burned that to the ground. Listen to Where Were You in 92 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Every school day was a baby day for me. It wasn't a social thing anymore. Suddenly it became something I was doing independently every day. Recently, I was sitting next to somebody on the freeway, and I saw them faces. I was like, wow, is that what I look like? And that's the issue for all of me. That didn't make sense and it saved motivation to quit.
No quick stories is enough. For free support, push back and click to 66819 today. I can create a future that I look forward to.
I can get where I was meant to go.
I can transfer to a 4-year university.
When you pursue an associate degree for transfer to California Community College, you're on your way to earning a guaranteed safe spot at a 4-year university.
With an associate degree for transfer. With an associate degree for transfer, I can do this.
I don't even know how to do this.
So enroll today at icangotocollege.com.
What do you call those? That's right. I'm going to come back.
This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience story of survival through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music. This is the Bible in the Year with Jack Brown on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Follow the Bible in the Year with Jack Brown on Facebook. This is your New Year's resolution with the Bible. The Rewrite Children already started Bible in the Year. This podcast is created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music. This is the Bible in the Year.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to me right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. From yourself, dial #250 and say keyword great results. Say #250 and say great results.
No one has to from the music you love to the podcast, you can't live without. And only the iHeartRadio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Oh, wow.
Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, the thousands of other stations and all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
American Vision Windows, built out for energy efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. AM Sports, more stimulating talk.
George, yours up? No, it's not bad. Probably Richard.
Thanks for inviting me into your home. Your long haul truck, RV, camper, taxi, your parents' well-appointed basement.
From Old Thornhill Village, just north of Toronto.
When you open it, you're locked. That greasy spoon gets off the interstate, and you have it in the woods. Welcome to Coast AM, the very best in late night talk radio. I'm Richard Serra, and tonight, this morning, I'm coming to you live from the home studio in Old Thornhill, just north of Toronto. And it's great to be with you on a Sunday. I can't recall if I've ever guest hosted Coast on a Sunday, so I'm looking forward to this. It's like walking around in a big, mysterious castle with the morning on Coast. They have a different vibe, a different energy. Let's find out, shall we? And I think we've managed to put together kind of a classic Coast lineup for you. Coming up in the first half, Roderick Martin is a UFO investigator for the Mutual UFO Network. He's a Texas certified field investigator and host of the YouTube channel and podcast, What's the Big Secret? Where he discusses all aspects of the UFO phenomenon, disclosure, the Black Knight satellite, alien abduction, you name it. Roderick had his first UFO encounter at age and he'll describe his perspective as an experiencer, having grown up in a Black Christian family. And indeed, he'll touch on cultural and racial differences within the UFO alien abduction arena. One of the aspects of the Betty and Barney Hill case The first was the fact that Benny and Teddy and Barney Hill were a mixed racial couple living in America and coming forward with their remarkable story in the early 1960s. Coming up in hours 3 and 4. America. Now, I think Coast listeners are on board with the idea that much of what we learned in school about pre-Columbus America is probably false. That indeed Columbus wasn't first, he was probably last. And there are so many mysteries and legends surrounding the ancient earthwork, serpent mounds of the Ohio Valley, the idea that there could be a secret 5,000-year-old underground city hidden somewhere beneath Death Valley, the idea that an ancient lost civilization perhaps once lived in a secret underground city below the Grand Canyon. And what about the ancient and mysterious rock wall that found in parts of Dallas County in what is now called Rockwall, Texas? The rock wall of Rockwall is of particular interest to Josh Reed. Josh is a Texas-based researcher, filmmaker, and radio talk show host who's been researching unexplained mysteries since he was in grade 3. And Josh has just released Volume 3 of his Lost Secrets of Ancient America collection. Volume 1 of Lost Secrets of Ancient America was the first documentary, I believe, about the rock wall mystery. Volume 3, as I said, is now out 8 years in the making, and we'll touch on some of the amazing mysteries he said in the film, including the Hoover Dam. Perhaps you've heard the legend that the Hoover Dam is actually a stargate. You heard me correctly. Can't wait to get into that discussion with Josh Reed. Again, he's coming up in the second half of the show. And I've also carved out lots of time for you tonight this morning for your questions and comments with both Josh and Roderick. So here we go. Welcome to the audio imaginary. Come on in, weary traveler, hang your cloak in a peg, grab a stool, and come warm yourself by the fire. There are stories to be told, and you are among friends. I'm Richard Garrett, and this is Coast
dude, I want you guys.
Why don't you say a while?
Yo, let me in on this. Let me
There's
in
no
on
better
this.
time than the new year to resolve to protect your identity and finances. Identity thieves can take out loans in your name, take over and drain your banking and investment accounts, and more. It can be dangerously easy to become a victim of identity theft. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity and financial future. LifeLock monitors your accounts and credit and detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. And if you do become a victim of ID theft, the U.S. Restoration Specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But LifeLock by Norton is the New Year's resolution.
I heard you on the first show.
Join today and save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com, promo code George. LifeLock.com. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvelous Cumberland have released the newest action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies that star just like journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels
It's
and
impossible to watch these at one time and then
all
not get it.
lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALUS.com. Tired of expensive Nextdoor? Temporary prescription still leaving your pet with you with a cold
I came on my time.
Add Dynamite and Apple
I think there's different worlds in this world.
digestive tract, skin and coat, and immune system fighting all around your probiotic booster with the purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using code DOG at Dynamite.com. Happier with every bite. Over 1 million that help with Dynamite. Roderick Martin is a UFO investigator for MUFON and the host of the popular podcast and YouTube channel called Why the Big Secret. When it comes to UFOs, he's uncovered culture. When it comes to UFOs, he's uncovered cultural differences and minority experiences, researched UFO encounters and interviewed alien abductees from the minority perspective.
What's that? Why you sound like a bitch?
On these topics within the black community. So delighted to have you on board tonight. First of all, let me ask you this. This is something I'm genuinely curious about. Becoming a certified field investigator for MUFON. How does one become certified? Well, basically, it's going to all start with, of course, someone becoming interested in UFOs with it. So when they go to MUFON, they have the opportunity to either have a membership there where they can get access to information. But once they have that membership, they will then have the opportunity to sign up to become a UFO investigator with MUFON. And once they've done that, then MUFON
you ever been a Westside?
all of us through,
like a little bitch.
Through MUFON University. And upon completion of that university, you then become certified by
you gotta be in the picture?
to be a UFO investigator. Oh, I think it's kind of a very general overview of what goes on.
And then the motherfucker's like,
you're going to go through the typical basic training that they offer comes down to
Mikey has a story.
now.
He tells his story when he has his frozen, and then he was like, oh, no, what a story.
How to report all of the different things that they offer so that you are very efficient at being a UFO investigator. So once it's done, you will take a series of exams, and if you pass those exams, then they will then crown you certified. Crowned certified. Fantastic. Give us a little bit of a tour of the YouTube channel and podcast. Why the Big Secret? What do you talk about? What can you expect? Well, we start with the initial question, or I would say the journey. We like to tend to talk about what is happening as well as people's experiences. So what I'm starting to truly get to the bottom of, Richard, is that it's not about the how and what is happening. I think the most important question is why. Why is really a big thing, and once we begin to get people to ask the question why, to think why, because I always tell my audience that your eyes are useless when your mind is blind. It's time to think why. Then we're able to get curiosity, and then it's my job to give people enough information that they can read, see, hear, talk about, just to awaken their curiosity to the possibility that to UFOs, aliens. And so with Why the Big Secret, we have a multitude of topics, but one of the things we generally try to do, and that I'm aiming for, is really pin down into the African American community, because there is just a lack in that area when it comes down to the exposure and stories that have been unveiled, and that's the whole journey for Why the Big Secret. Well, let's talk about your experience as an African American, having seen a UFO. I believe you were 12. And we're talking about, coming from a Christian household that was maybe different than what, let's say, for example, I might have experienced. Had I ever seen a UFO, and I have not, for the record, but just kind of walk us through, first of all, your encounter, and then the cultural differences. Well, I think at first, let me just kind of get to background is Christian, and so that's how I was raised. And within that, my mother did an awesome job of making sure that we studied, read the Bible. So to begin with the story, one evening, we were out playing, and usually around when it gets dark, my mother switched the street lights, and that's the indicator for us to come in. And of course, you have to be close enough to home to even see that. So that kept us in rain there. So one evening, right when it was getting dark, I started my journey home, and I was the first one to get called in. So You get the ridicule from the others. You got to go in early. But I think overall, I got the best of it all. So by the time I walked to the home and looked up, that's where I saw it. It was kind of like a white disc. It wasn't making any sound. It was just kind of like a white disc. It wasn't making any sound. It was just kind of zipping in a zigzag right across going toward downtown Dallas. It's right there near the Dallas Zoo. And right behind it was two jets that were following. And I thought it was strange. And at that time, I didn't realize how significant that moment would be as it is today. Go up and say, hey, I saw a UFO last night. Even a neighborhood bully is not going to be bad to street credit. So it stayed my secret for years to come. And as I became an athlete and was well known in that particular time, so it just stayed my secret, but it always was seared into my brain. No one. I didn't really understand it. I knew it was something unusual. I'd watched enough TV at that time at a young age to get curious with, I think at that time was, I don't know if Coaching Channel for the third time now, but there was some huge Star Trek or something without at that point that I watched, but I knew it was not a normal object that was in the sky. And I told no one. I didn't tell my mother, and no one. Can you give me a time frame? What are we talking? 80s? 1980s? For the audience, I'm 25 times 3 plus 2. So, yes, we'll probably go back into the early 80s, probably 82, 83, something like that. I was like 13 years old, 12 or 13, and so that's the time frame when everything happened. What, as a 13-year-old, you decided, you didn't want to announce this publicly on the street corner because you would lose the, your street cred or CBT within the house with your parents because it didn't square with the biblical narrative, I suppose. Was that the reason for your silence there? Absolutely. I will say that at first I thought about, I would tell my mom, I was like, well, maybe I'll go in and just be excited. And I was already excited to go and tell them. And then I gave it some thought, I was, it played with what I was already my cheat sheet, so to speak. I was like, nah, it can't be a UFO. There's no one else out there. This is not, something from some other world. I mean, this is it. The story that I was told is the story that I was told. I didn't think about there was some extraterrestrial life or something else. So even when that happened, it still just played with my psyche as a young boy. And that's where the conflict started. I wasn't traumatized by it. I just didn't talk about it because at this point, my mom was truly in church, and she probably would have just slapped the book on top of my head or something, And I just thought about all the other things that could happen if I had mentioned to her. And how about now? How do you square the UFO, UAP, ET, alien abduction phenomenon with the biblical narrative? Or do you try? Well, I mean, as far as me personally, or if I was, yeah. Amen. So now, I've evolved now, personally, as an adult. I'm more into this pure space. And so therefore, the options of thought, as I read different scriptures in the Bible that I've read, one in particular. So my idea of what I was taught when I was young is completely changed. And so therefore, I have not said, okay, I'm no longer going to be Christian because now I know that there's other stories or there's life that exists outside this planet and outside the book that I was talking to. So that's just me. And oftentimes it is a problem or to be one talking to people who are still into the Bible itself or Christianity, and they just don't want to hear it. And I was there years ago, but now this is what I do, and so therefore I don't take the mission to go and try to prove to people, hey, this is this, because when the teacher, the student's ready, the teacher will appear. But for me now, you can say that I'm very curious. You can say that now all the possibilities are there for me, and so therefore I look at things in a whole totally different way, even the Bible itself.
And how about as a black man and talking with friends, colleagues, family members about UFOs? Is that still difficult? I mean, there's one still losing street cred, if you put it differently here.
Well, street cred was when you were young, when you had small groups and stuff. Now that as an adult, it's reputation. It's all of the things that you build, your character, or whatever they think about you at this point. And you have to get to a point where you care less what somebody says and thinks. You think for yourself. But as an adult, you begin to have a little more stronger emotions. You got a little more credit when you're talking, because you're going to show what we call documentation. And documentation is conversation, no matter where you are. So if I need to talk about UFOs, look, here are some sightings, here's some information, here's some things. So over the years, as I got older and my interest grew, and then you got TV shows, you got all these things, you got books, and so there was a lot more things that I was exposed to really protect, what I would have probably went through with no evidence.
Earlier on, I was talking about the one of the important aspects of the Betty and Barney Hill alien abduction case, which I would say it's overlooked, but I don't think it can be repeated enough, really, is because I think it speaks the credibility the genuineness of Betty and Barney Hill, but that they were a mixed racial couple making the decision to go public with their story in America in the early 1960s. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Well, this is something that you make a great observation. I still today look at the Betty and Barney Hill story, and I do understand and enjoy reading about it, all the things that they're gone through. So when you get down to a cultural lens, especially in today, and we bring it up current of people talking about their experiences, then it still puts itself in, I would say, a place of its own, because it was an interracial couple. So you got half and half of, I use this scenario or analogy of where there was not that much ridicule had it been an African American by himself. So when I look at the Betty and Barney Hill story, of course you hear what happened, you got the evidence, and so everybody heard of that story. But it also led me where I am today, where I decided to really take a deep dive into the cultural lens of this UFO phenomenon when it comes down to African Americans. And you only mentioned Betty and Barney Hill, but what other stories can we pinpoint, in a multitude? If we count them on my fingers, or, how many, and what stories do other people know in our community? And so that's really where my research starts to begin, and then noticing, hey, wait a minute, these stories are still unfounded. We can't find them unfounded. We can't find them. They're there, but why are people not talking about it? And so that's where the Betty and Barney Hill story.
Roderick Martin, UFO investigator for MUFON in Texas and host of the popular podcast and YouTube channel, Why the Big Secret. I wanted to ask you about disclosure and where we're at in terms of disclosure. Now, I'm not a lot to thread on where we're at in terms of disclosure. Now, I'm not a lot to thread on the Director of National Intelligence UAP report that was supposed to come out around, end of October, I believe. And then it was delayed, and then it was delayed again. I don't know, can you bring me up to speed? Where are we? Where are we with that? Is that kind of, has it been finished?
No. And I think what's happening is, we all have this interpretation, and we didn't, but they have a different agenda. And as they maneuver between the Whistleblowers Act and all the things that are coming out, they can just postpone it, but at the end of the day, they just got to prepare the way All right, brothers, we're going to take a time out. We're going to go into the bottom of the hour back and discuss UAP. Going into the bottom of the hour back and discuss UAP, UFOs, the alien abduction phenomenon with Roderick Martin. Taking us into the break, the Steve Miller Band and Wasted Time from the Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, born in Milwaukee, right here on Coast to Coast AM. I'm Mark Bronner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. An oil sheen has been spotted off the Santa Barbara County coast. The sheen between 1.5 and 2 miles in size was found on Friday about 5 nautical miles off Summerlin Beach. The United States Coast Guard said there are no reports of wildlife being harmed, and it's unclear where the oil is coming from. This study shows roughly a third of Americans have stopped going to church. That's according to the study on how COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns affected the attendance of religious services in the U.S. The American Enterprise Institute founded in the spring of 2022, 33% of Americans reported they never attend church. Before the pandemic, that number was 25%. Southland weather from KFI. Cloudy tonight with about a 50% chance of rain, and we'll get down to low 50s, IE and AV down to mid-40s. Wind advisory and flood watch until tomorrow morning. Rain with highs in the lower 60s tomorrow and sunny in the 60s. Then we're back to a chance of rain. By Friday. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Bronner. In Boyle Heights, this is on the 5 northbound at Indiana Street. We have good news. Earlier crash at Wilson Lane has been in Riverside. This is on the 250 northbound at the 91. Little fender bender there, out of lanes and in the center divider. Laguna Hills, we have good news. Earlier crash on the 5 southbound after LaFonce Road has been cleared from lanes. KFI in the sky. Don't get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. At Sport and Fitness, take advantage of premium fitness amenities with a 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startatsportandfitness.com. Get more workouts for less with features like state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment. Free fresh for less with our $0 enrollment fee. We have everything you need for a low monthly cost. Grab your free 3-day pass at startatsportandfitness.com. Subject annual fee. Monthly first and last month's dues at $29.99 to join. Terms and conditions apply. Amenities and facilities may vary.
I'm Dr. Erica Klein with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
This is Leland Smith here, founder of Service Captain's Plumbing, Heating, and AC. If you're thinking about replacing your heating and cooling system, I have a serious question for you. Do you really even know what you need? There are so many companies out there offering different systems at all kinds of prices. How can you really know if what you're being sold is what you really need? But the price is right. We believe an educated customer is the best kind of customer. So give us a call, and we'll help you understand all the options that exist for your home. If you already have a quote from another company, call us for a second opinion, just to make sure you're getting what you need and at the right price. Quote champions at 833-777-7777 and find us online at servicechampions.com. I'm Monday Particular, and it turns out astrology is way more widespread than any of us want to believe. You can find it in Major League Baseball, international banks, K-pop groups, even the White House. But just when I thought I had a handle on this subject, something completely unbelievable happened to me, and my whole view on astrology changed. Whether you're a skeptic or a believer, give me a few minutes, because I think your ideas are about to change too. Listen to Skyline Drive on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. KFI AM 640. And I will dream myself, have that walk with
I have another internet work. This is it working better than here? No, it's here.
I want to be
Alright,
close.
good.
Secret
Get on.
no one can trust.
Why?
No
Oh, yes,
one
good.
can trust.
Get on. Can you let all this yeah.
Coast to coast and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast Radio. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serrett. Why? Because I love you, R-E-double-E. Bigger Wolf and Yellowstone, the band from Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, formed by singer-songwriter Digga, the multi-instrumentalist with the Leonard Cohen-esque voice, grew up in the remote community of Besoko, an hour outside of Yellowknife, and his fascination with music developed when he found a discarded copy of Tom Waits' First Dog album, one of my favorites, actually.
How about you shut
The
the fuck
crazy
up?
has appeared in the foothills around Salt Lake City,
Yeah,
and authorities
I
have no idea what they are or who put them up. As first reported by KSL-TV5, the Utah people first began noticing the antennas a few years ago, or about a year ago, actually, a year ago. They're simple machines made up of a low-ray fiberglass antenna, a locked battery pack, and a solar panel power. The Salt Lake City Public Lands Department has been pulling them down as they find them, and told KSL-TV that there have been as many as a dozen. Now, it's illegal to place structures on public lands without permission, and some of the antennas have appeared on street. In one instance, the removal of an antenna required a team of 5 people. Other antennas were found on land managed by the University of Utah and the Forest Service. For more on this mystery, check out the story on the mysterious antennas in the news section up at coasttocoastam.com. BeyondBelief.com. Check it out. Join George Noy every week on his internet TV show as he explores the amazing and unusual world we live in. He brings us thought-provoking discussions on paranormal phenomena, conspiracies, and all things unexplained. He taps into the minds of experts in their field and works tirelessly to unravel the greatest mysteries. You can start watching episodes right now. BeyondBelief.com. BeyondBelief.com. Back to more of my conversation with on-field investigator, podcast host, ROTHSCHILD, right here on Coast to Coast AM. With us today, once again, is a frequent guest on Coast to Coast AM, the author of the best-selling book, Cancer, Step Outside the Box. Folks, let's welcome Coast to Coast guest, Ty Boland. Hello, George. How you doing? Ty, people are excited about carnivora. That's CARNIVORA. Carnivora.com. Now, what's causing all the excitement? There was immune monitoring studies conducted in Europe more than 25 years ago reported that immune system exposure to carnivora causes immune modulation to occur. Why is immune modulation so important when using carnivora? That's a great question, George. Successful immune modulation is the difference between staying healthy or allowing abnormal cellular growth to occur. Now, I've been using carnivore myself for just about a year, and I fully expect to keep abnormal cells from knocking at my door. So what's it designed? This does prove that our immune system can be awakened to create powerful immune defense by attacking harmful invaders that simply don't belong in our body. That is absolutely correct, George. Now, Very interesting information from both guest Ty Boland. Thanks again, Ty. Visit carnivora.com. That's CARNIVORA for 1-866-836-8735 in order now. That's 1-866-EAT-FROM for 1-866-836-8735 call now.
Some people got COVID and thought, well, that wasn't such a big deal. But you can get COVID again, and next time it could be worse, especially for those 50 and older, or with a chronic condition like heart disease or diabetes. But with an updated vaccine, you have better protection from COVID's worst outcomes. And that's a big deal. Find the updated COVID vaccines near you at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Stay forward by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Back with Roderick Martin, UFO investigator and host of the YouTube channel and podcast, Why the Big Secret, whythebigsecret.com. I was talking about, or we were talking about the missing ODNI UAP report at the Office of Director of National Intelligence. It's mandated by Congress as part of the National Defense Authorization Act. It was mandated the report be delivered to Congress by the end of October of 2022, and it wasn't. And this is supposed to be an annual unclassified update on all of the UAPs, that have been, I guess, investigated or reported the previous year. So, I mean, I guess it's a great indication. And how serious, I guess, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence is taking all of it. Robert, and then we go back to last May when we had the Congress holding, it was really historic. I think it was the first UFO hearing in 50 years. We had the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, Scott Bray, basically shrugging his shoulders, and I don't know, and I don't have that information. I've never heard about UFO incursions over nuclear facilities. Quite clearly, they're not taking it serious. So let me just ask you straight out, because this is the name of your YouTube channel, your podcast. Why the big secret? Why are they so afraid of disclosure? That's a great question, and I think it's something that we should really, really ask that question why. And from my perspective, as always, it could lead down the roads of technologists that they definitely want to hide. But when it comes down to the public sentiment, it's just, they always had the game of, hiding the information from them. And like I tell people all the time, it's just get to a point now where we think that we're going to get disclosure. We think that we're going to get everything that they know. So if you can imagine, Richard, they can have 10 doors, and they're not going to tell us what's behind every door. So now we say, oh, we know what's behind door number one. Okay, they'll reveal that. But we'll never know about the other 9 doors. So I think why is a great way for everyone to begin, because most people are still just listening to what and how that they're doing things. They're not showing it yet. They have not come out with the report, and that's what they're focusing on, and it's important as to why. And so, from my standpoint, from one end of the spectrum, they probably really don't care. But I think now that the Whistleblowers Act is being activated, and they knew it was coming, and that's the potential of news now in a surface that they can now plausibly deny, because on one end they're going to say, oh, like you said, we don't know anything. Okay, now they let out some of the reports, and then people begin to talk that must be protected, but they're going to go against it. I think the preparation of it all is them trying to position themselves. Do you think that there is a battle going on backstage at the Pentagon, at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence? You have some pro disclosure people, and they want maybe a controlled disclosure, and then you have those that are adamantly against it. And so occasionally you see maybe evidence of this battle spilling out onto the main stage for public view occasionally, and then they try and distract it. They look over here. Absolutely, you're correct. And it started with that congressional hearing. Now, there was a phase in that hearing towards the end, and I forget the two names, the one in particular was Robert, Moulton, and he was being questioned by Congressman, I forget his name, Middle Compton, but they were talking about the consequences to what consequences would happen to people that they feel that is putting out, not real information, information that they deem is untrue. And one of the congressmen came back and said, well, we don't have any place. And then, of course, DOD said, well, there's something we can talk about. Now, officially, they put that on the record right before our eyes, where they're announcing, okay, we're going to go after people and we even say citizens. So you think about people like myself. You think about people that, we are reporting information, and all they have to do is to say, okay, that's just national security, or that's not true. So immediately, when that happens, the other faction, Yellow Brain, which I call my heroes, they come out with the whistleblower act. So they knew behind the scenes, you see the two factions. The one is trying to put a tight lip on disclosure, and the other is saying, okay, we're going to now protect these people because they're ready to go after people. And I think that's what we're seeing right now, and I think people need to expect to really truly prepare themselves for what is about to happen. And you're talking about money, you're talking about power, all of these things that they want to control with this disclosure. Well, perhaps there's no coincidence. We had that Area 51 website, dreamlandresort.com. George Arnew, I believe, is his name. He was on Coast to Coast with George Knapp, maybe a month ago or so. And of course, there was that no-knock warrant. The feds show up at his home and not very forthcoming on what they were looking for, but you just see that as maybe a shot being fired over the bow of so-called whistleblowers. I did a whole video, Richard, about that on my YouTube channel when that happened, and I felt that moment was the first test run to what they were preparing to do. And definitely it worked. Even simple cameras to, without even giving him a reason, they pretended to say, okay, maybe he had some things on his website. He took all the images down. Now, of course, I agree. They're not going to say, this is A, B, and C is what we got a problem with. Now we know what they got a problem with, right? But yeah, I think there was a complete test run. I was telling everybody when it happened that night, when they first spoke about it, and I was telling people out of everything that was said in that university and what was not said, that was the most profound moment that people should have been paying close attention to. And just like you said, we'll handle that behind closed doors. And yes, Richard, that Dreamland, I think there's something in Dreamland when they did that. So absolutely, you're correct. That is my consensus. And that was the best one. You anticipate a lot of things, in my opinion. Right. You anticipate a lot of things that chill. So for example, in December 2017, we had that landmark New York Times article about the ATIP, the secret UFO study group in the Pentagon, and there was a series of follow-up articles, and then the release of the Tic Tac UFO video and so forth. Do you think that what happened at that May congressional hearing on UFOs, that is going to perhaps put a kill on dude, my friend knows society. Investigations by journalists. In other words, we may not I don't think that's a New York Times story like that again for some time. Well, I think that it may, I don't think it's going to hinder anything in particular. In fact, I think it's going to give us more precise information when someone does come forward. Because as we know about the A-chip and all the stories, we heard about it, and again, once they talked about Navy footage, and, you know, we still have to get the Navy to say, okay, yes, this Tic Tac is authentic, this video that you're watching. I think with the Whistleblowers Act, which is by the way, the best thing that could ever have happened to ufology. And we should be share it and we definitely do our checks and due diligence of the information. But at the end of the day, are we protected by this? Is it a blanket cover? Then that's what we need to truly find out. Because it is the small job, just like we saw, is who was attacked. They didn't attack some of the bigger people. And I use the word attack. They could be pretty strong. But they did not go do a no-knock warrant on some bigger things down. They did pick a site. I think it's a great test run. But back to your question about, you know, would it now enhance some of the things versus the New York Times, or will we get more articles published? I think we will. I think we will. But if they did, and don't get me wrong, both sides of the fence, though, Richard, the people that are behind the Whistleblowers Act and the people that are trying to keep disclosure, they both have taken an oath of national security. So they will come together. And if it's something that they do not want to disclose, both sides will slap national security on it. So we still, as a public, may got our answers or think that we're getting some security on it. So we still, as a public, may got our answers or think that we're getting some people saying, okay, we're going to give you guys what you want. But I think at the end of the day, we're still going to get limited information. Right. So rather than holding your breath for official disclosure, anytime soon, perhaps within our lifetime. No. And you know, part of this is my humorous side. Do we really want what we're asking for? And I use an example. This is I was on Twitter.
Oh man, you were eating a fucking.
The college said we're gonna get some turkey.
You thrown up yesterday because you ate too much cheese.
You know,
then,
okay. And
you ate more cheese after eating some lactose. You felt sick. You ate too much cheese, and then you ate more cheese.
And they go, there's a pamphlet. We just want you to know, because of exposure, that the turbulence was caused by a UAP that passed over through that stuff somewhere. You know, do we want that? Or we truly want to know what we know or want to know what we see? And so I think that you know, the excitement of it and the excitement of disclosure, but if they really want to land some psychological warfare, this thing start telling people, oh, by the way, we had a report down the street, one of your neighbors who was abducted, but we just want you to know we passed out the pamphlet in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So, pandemonium. Yeah. So, how, I mean, if we're not going to have disclosure, you know, like an official disclosure, what would satisfy you coming from the government? I'm always asked the question of what was satisfying. I call them the big secret keepers. And I think those big secret keepers, and that's whoever classifies that from the government, the private contractor, whoever else will take the story. I think nothing was transmitted on it. It just has to be that obvious, you know, where the public would accept that there's life form somewhere else. Because they did a good job over the last 60 years. They had us telling the public, everybody, including myself, don't trust the big secret keepers. Don't trust them. Don't trust them. And now all of a sudden, we got to now go back and tell the public, trust them. They're about to disclose to us. You know, and people's not, that transition is not happening fast enough. So, and I would choose dots together and try to provide the storyline or the narrative that there is something happening. This is what could be happening. And the question still remains, why? Why?
Go, Shawty.
Can you subscribe to
this theory
that that the secret keepers have alien technology at their disposal. Perhaps they have, as Ben Rich, the former director of Skunk Works, once said, they have the technology to get into Rome, and so that they, I guess it was Richard Dolan who kind of posited this theory, maybe first, they constitute a breakaway civilization, so they really don't care what happens to the rest of us. Please, you're on the planet, they're already off-world. Well, let's rephrase that. Are you saying, now I do have an answer for your question. When you say they're off-world, who is? Well, this breakaway civilization that are in possession of alien technology. I'm going to head into a break here at the top of the hour, so why don't we meet on the other side, and we'll pick up on this point. Roderick Martin, my guest, MUFON field investigator in Texas, and the host of the popular YouTube channel and podcast, Why the Big Secret. Back with more of our conversation right here on Coast to Coast AM. For the cold November rain, if you want it, you'll her smile. Never know the season's right. Nobody ever saw it coming. It started with a little pill. One thing led to another. This thing it's all been downhill. He was the right little party. He was the one everybody used to wanna hang around. I bet they wonder what he is now. I wish I would have known before he was too far gone. I'm afraid to lose her now. He's afraid of coming down. I don't wanna say goodbye. Can't get herself to stop. Emotional and physical health. Sleep number 364 bed, temperature movement, automatically adjusts to help you both effortlessly comfortable and affects the balance of you stay cool. So you're your best for yourself and those you care about most. Why can't you sleep? Only for Sleep Number. Clean Sleep Number 364 bed, save $200 plus free home delivery and adjustable base and Sunday. To learn more, go to sleepnumbers.com. So where were you in 92 podcast? Brings you back to the year of big butt anthems, achy breaky hearts, and fun. Take an audio trip back in time to relive the wildest, most eclectic, and controversial 12 months in music through interviews with critics, industry bigwigs, and the artists themselves. Take me back to a magical time when music was massive, and I had completely burned that to the ground. Listen to Where Were You in 92 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. There's no place in here to keep that phone, is there? No, we have to take our belongings with us when we leave and bring them back in the morning. I think I'm going to go to Vaughn and I'm going to steal one of those little kid carts that they allow you to cook around. Baby cart. They have that to store our shopping. I don't think you could steal a shopping cart now. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There's nothing more irritating than going through self-checkout and the second item you put through, call for attendance. Two ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, you should have rung them up separately. No. You should have more people here. The King Conway Jr. show. What I should have done is put them in my pants and walked out and take them for pay. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Telling them they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're not here to make up your mind. We're here to give you the latest.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's like they expect people to just watch the game. I'm Mark Bronner from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. To tailgate or not to tailgate during the national title game at SoFi Stadium tomorrow.
Firing up the grill and drinking beverages, a part of the pre-game excitement for many college football fans. But that won't be happening in the SoFi Stadium parking lot before the national championship game between Georgia and Texas Christian. The no tailgating rule is a decision handed down by college football playoffs. What if you just did it like this, no? TCU takes on number 1 ranked Georgia, 7:30 tomorrow night. Jay Yamamoto.
The Delco Air Quality Management District has issued a mandatory ban on indoor and outdoor wood burning because of high air pollution in the region. Residential ban affects those who live in the South Coast air basin, including non-desert portions of LA. It also applies to all of the Orange County. No burn rule prohibits the burning of wood as well as manufactured fire logs made from wax or paper. You'll soon be able to walk across the border from San Diego County to Tijuana.
The San Diego Court will reopen the pedestrians Monday after being closed for nearly 3 years. The traffic closed during the height of the pandemic when non-essential travel was restricted. Before the pandemic, the pedestrian crossings have been open 24 hours a day. Those who frequently cross from Tijuana into San Diego County say they hope the pedestrian crossing reopening will reduce wait times at the border. San Isidro is one of the busiest land border crossings in the world with more than 70,000 vehicles, and when open, 20,000 pedestrians crossing each day. Amy King, KFI News.
Authorities have reestablished control of Brazilian government buildings in the capital several hours after supporters of former President Bolsonaro, who refused to accept his electoral defeat, stormed Congress, the Supreme Court, and presidential palace. The violence came a week after the inauguration of his leftist rival, President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. The rioters bypassed security barricades, climbed on roofs, broke windows, and invaded buildings thought to be largely vacant on a Sunday. Reports say 400 people have been arrested so far. Southland weather from KFI. Cloudy tonight with about a 50% chance of rain, and we'll get down to low 50s, IE and AD down to mid 40s. Wind advisory and flood watch until tomorrow morning. Rain with highs in the lower 60s tomorrow and Tuesday, mid 50s in the AD. Wednesday and Thursday look partly sunny in the 60s. Then we're back to a chance of rain by Friday. It is 55 in Irvine, 55 in Brea.
Prairie Avenue, Alhambra. This is on the then westbound right before Fremont. Plano Cruise from an you're driving south and go from this lane. Anaheim, this is on the 57 southbound. They're kicking up the carpool lane. You're seeing some delays from Ball Road. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. O'Brien's there.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to you right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. You and your business sounds your video and heart rates up to front off stress. Conducting 60 minutes of physical activity every day. A crystal dance party. I'll walk around the block, or just on your best in all help with Town Hustle Moment. It's brought to you by townhope.org.
Oh, no.
What are you expecting?
There is one, there's I got one, and then I got 2 there, and I got 2 up there, and then I got this, and I got that. This one, and I got that one.
Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. For your doctor, if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweat, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. With SkyRibbon, you can achieve 90% relief. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed ViralRabbi for psoriasis, and visit skyribby.com or call 1-866-SKYRIBBY to learn more.
The music you listen to all year long.
that were our soundtrack for 2022. And the stars who made the songs we love will all be celebrated.
Live from Los Angeles on Fox.
March 27th. Let's get it started.
Be here as this year's nominees are unveiled. Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern, Pacific.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. There is a Russian analyst who says that Putin intends to take us all with him. I think I'm going to do a supply check in my bunker tonight. He's going to make sure I have everything.
Then we should go and check it out, in case we want to bust in.
I'm not going anywhere with the cocoa. I'm going to be vaporized, yeah. Southern Cat, we're just going to be a pile of smoking doors. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. I'm Attorney Gary Capino, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. 1-800-NO-COP. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. On the lights above the cedar until the man makes a scene. And on the soul that shadows go, the steps where it's
Remember you got that
behind motionless and hovers like a dream. Above his head and the road Dr. Richard Serra. Call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East to the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serra.
Hey, welcome back. David Bransky and Speaking With. There's a topic near and dear to my heart. I think one of Canada's finest tune-tips, the Juno Award-winning carpenter-turned-songwriter. Was born in Ayrshire, Scotland, and moved to Canada with his family when he was 12, and now lives with his wife in Elson in the Lanark Highlands area of southern Ontario. Of course, our backyard range here in Thornhill. Ready for action, weather permitting. All right, we will get back to my conversation with Roderick Martin in just a few moments. But I also wanted to draw your attention to an interesting story on the Coast website. His 2,867 flight hours, much of it in combat and distinguished flying cross and 4 air medals, weren't enough to avoid a fatal crash near a Franklin, Kentucky farm exactly 75 years later. Now, Captain Thomas Mantell's life that afternoon still remains shrouded in mystery. Mantell died while pursuing a UFO that was seen in the skies over Godman Army Airfield by countless people filled the region surrounding Fort Knox. You can read more of the story about the questions that remain 75 years after this mysterious Fort Knox UFO incident. And a downed pilot has been in the news section at coasttocoastam.com. Paranormaldates.com is an online dating site where genuine singles meet and form relationships. So if you're sick of being single, if you're fed up, waking up alone on a Sunday morning, you come to the right place. Paranormal Dates has thousands of members just like you who are looking for fun, friendship, romance, and that special long-term relationship. It's completely free to join Paranormal Dates. As soon as you do, you can add your photo and create your own personal profile page. It costs you nothing to send a link, so you can start contacting the people that you fancy straight away and search by location to find other singles in your area. So, what are you waiting for? Join Paranormal Dates today and start meeting other singles straight away. ParanormalDate.com. Remember, you are not alone. All right, your questions and comments for Roderick Martin, host of Why the Big Secret, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in-action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece Comic books, video games, and movies have started wagon journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEUS.com.
I didn't know that.
I'm
Nobody has to order me. No, I'm not. Don't get that lot yet.
Adding core values in life.
After taking our advanced personality test, Daniel and Susan matched some silver singles with secure dating sites for 50-plus singles who know what they want. Sign up today at silversingles.com/love. That's silversingles.com/love.
Lead actors representing true customer testimonials. Names have been changed. If you'd like to diversify your retirement savings with precious metals, First Gold is a great option. But over the past year, I've heard from many of you who would like to buy small increments of gold and silver outside of a retirement account. So today, I'm excited to tell you about Bullion Max. Bullion Max will get gold and silver in any denomination directly to your door for you to hold at your home in your safe. Buy direct from Bullion Max website without talking to a salesperson, and your fully insured precious metals order is shipped directly to your home. It's fast, it's easy. To help you get started, I worked out a special offer with them just for you. Get Bullion Max's Silver Starter Kit at employee pricing. Just go to bullionmax.com/coach. This kit includes 5 of the most desirable silver products to invest in, including the Silver American Eagle and the Silver Australian Kangaroo. This offer is limited to just one.
Why are you playing a player like
so
this?
get yours now. Go to bullionmax.com/coach right now. And we're back with Roderick Martin, host of Why the Big Secret, the YouTube channel, and the podcast. He's a certified MUFON field investigator in Texas. Roderick, before the break, I asked you the big Lollapalooza question about whether part of the reason for the secrecy has to do with what Richard Dolan has called the breakaway civilization. That the keepers of the big secret, as you call them, have at their disposal alien technology, advanced technology.
What in the fuck?
And this was hinted at by the late generation stuff was because we have the technology to send you to home. We have things open. Is that perhaps the reason that they're dragging their heels? They don't care about much of anything really. They have all the toys. We don't. They're not about to give them up. You know, I'm sure we learned a thing or two about the technology used by extraterrestrials, but you know, whether or not the big secret keepers are abandoning Earth or not, you know, I think it would all depend on what they believe and what they believe the intentions of these ETs. Now, I would say if they truly believe the ETs are a threat and there was no way out of here, sure, I can see them leaving. On the other hand, if they know the ETs are not a threat, then maybe the plans to stay here and continue enjoying the money and power that they get from this technology. But either way, if they leave, I hope they leave the keys under the doormat so that we can move into the big house. I like that. Let's dive into the calls. Let's see. Let's begin with Justin in Boulder, Colorado on the wild card line. Justin, good evening. Welcome to Coast. You're on the line with Roderick Martin. Good evening, gentlemen. How are you? I'm well, thank you. Great. All right. Well, I just wanted to, I worked as a PMC for a little period of time early on in my career. And I was just curious about, you know, a lot of these things that were put forward by Congress said that they would be brought to light, etc. Such things as the Big Act. Now, I just wanted to put some thought process into this. I mean, not that you guys have been incredibly interesting the whole evening, but can you imagine if you were the first one to see this B-2 stealth bomber fly over? And I just always think about that kind of concept and how far ahead, particularly our military is testing, and also now we have a near peer or a peer adversary in China that is developing products that is very, very much dangerous to our state. security information. And I was very, very much curious to ask the question, do you believe that many of these sightings that have been occurred that people have seen could possibly have been just military aircraft or military equipment that was being tested out in the world at that time? Great question, Justin. And I've said for many years, I think the vast majority of sightings are advanced military weaponry and so forth, made in the good old USA. Roderick, what say you? I agree with you. I agree with you both that we, are experiencing sightings of advanced military technology. I also believe that not China or somebody that is, having drones that can fly from coast to coast within seconds. Because, I do believe in our military might, that we have probably have one of the most serious military on this planet. And if there's any other country out there that could have something that can go coast to coast in seconds and put a weapon on it, it would change our way of life. And so both sides are probably displaying their technology, but I will never rule out that some of these anomaly UAPs that we see in the skies are of extraterrestrial origin, because they are. And so it's easy for the keepers to kind of keep us, keep the public, wondering, and by literally probably on purpose, displaying some of these unusual looking craft to get the conversation started, to take us off what is really happening. More than its best time. All right, Justin, great call. Thank you for that. Let's see. Let's go to Kathleen east of the Rockies, Scranton, Pennsylvania. Kathleen, good evening, good morning, welcome to Coast.
Hi, Richard. And hi, Rod. Would I like to ask you, Rod, with all these people that are submissive, like with Politis writing that 411 book and coming on, perhaps they're taking them, and perhaps they are living here amongst us on this earth with their own underground way. They live underground and then they come up either out of the ocean or out of caves or out of mountains, and therefore they go on their own detected when they come out in their flight. And perhaps what happens is they take people and they use people to, experiment on them medically and also to produce, to genetically engineer. And perhaps that's a reason too. And if our government knows about it, they're not going to tell us ever. Because why would they? If they're already censoring us through Google and all this other stuff, and they're sitting in the offices of Google and all these other things, why wouldn't they be hiding that dark secret too? And in the Bible, makes your neck in the stars, and like they treat them like they're below disease, and then he goes on to the ninth verse, and he calls them old gentlemen. So he's speaking to one of them in Obadiah, the book of Obadiah.
All right, Captain, a lot of great points raised there. Roderick, where do you want to start? Missing people being taken by ETs. Well, David Florida have done a lot of work on that for what's happening in our national forest. And, of course, we've always had stories of abduction over the years. It's not undocumented that these things are happening. Whether or not they will beneath the earth, within the earth, we do know the water has a high level of UFO activity, UAP activity. And number one, because, the earth is 73% water, and mankind is, I think, it's only explored maybe 3 or 4% of our oceans, and we don't have technology, and they know that, or been there, or been there, and so therefore it's a perfect place for them to have a civilization to go unnoticed and to monitor our civilization from. But once again, biblically, yes, there's a lot of things that talks about extraterrestrials in the Bible, and depending on a person's religion and how they view through their cultural lens is how they're going to perceive those stories. But as we go back to what she was saying, I in my personal as far as abducting us, for whatever nefarious reason, it's only, we have to look back at some of these stories of some of these abductees and how they describe their experience. All right, great call, Kathleen. Thank you for that. Well, this is a sense of where your mind is at with the alien abduction phenomena, because we have sort of these two camps. One camp seems to view the alien or ETs as, they are brothers out in space, and they're here to study us, but also and welcome us into the Galactic Federation. And then the other camp, they're these nefarious entities that are poking us and prodding us, and as Kathleen indicated, perhaps engaged in some kind of alien-human hybrid program. Is it one, the other, a combination of? Where I'm at with it is I'm in the middle, because number one, I've learned over the years when I talked to Captain Robert Stella, who was one of the Minutemen at the command from Air Force Base when he turned off our nuclear weapons. And one of the things he taught me was that we just got to trust the witnesses. And so therefore, you're going to get witnesses that are going to tell you, like Whitley Strieber in his book, they probed him, basically did some nefarious things to him. When he gets down to that other camp, CE5 camp, where they come in peace and we summon them up. And, I take those two stories totally differently, because they're just seeing lights in the sky. These other people are being abducted and poked on, and they feel a little different about the outcome than just saying, hey, look at that, there it is. So, but I think it'll all change if Blum landed and abducted all those people who were sitting there with summing them up. And, so I just have a little more humor with it, talk about it, but in the middle is where I legitimate argument of what they think. All right, let's say I do. Howard, after the Rockies, Vancouver, Washington. Welcome to Coast, Howard. Good morning.
Oh, Richard, Robert, I've been following the UFO subject for a few years, and I've come to think that the greatest fear our government has is not so much of the aliens, but the idea of having their technology fall into the hands of our adversaries. Now, with that in mind, the last week there have been several reports about a UFO being shot down over southern Russia, and I was wondering if MUFON had any additional information about that.
Yeah, it's a great story. I noted it on Coast last night. I haven't gotten any, I've gotten personal texts from people that sent, look at this clip, hear about this, all the time. And it me even hard into, the UFOs or the ETs are keeping them from using their nuclear weapons, which is things that's happening in the other countries. And so it just sparks into so many things. Could have happened, and we won't know, because it's going to be kept a big secret until we get some footage from people or some boots on the ground that actually saw something. But as far as MUFON concerned, it is probably surfacing, or moving about our organization. For me personally, as you said, there hasn't been a lot of information coming out since the initial report, which was only about 5 days ago. I think the last 2 days it came out. So we shall see. Howard, thanks for the call. Appreciate that. Let's see. Let's
Say hi to Charles in Basketball, California. Charles, welcome to Coach John Iowa Product Martin.
Hi there, and hi, Robert. Great study. So I was following UFO things for many, many years, but here's the one I was asked about. In the recent correctional hearing, where they were supposed to be looking at examples from, say, the TikTok flyby and some other examples, what it showed was an extremely brief, like a couple of seconds, of one of the TikToks flying by, and that's something they didn't bother to tell about multiple radar stations tracking the same object, multiple pilots in the same object over much of time. The fact that these things had gone from 50,000 feet down to ocean level, that accumulation back out again, there's a lot of evidence that is probably not even to talk about at all, which was really discomforting. So my thought was, I wonder how many of the Congress people over there realized that maybe there was more to it, or they just shrugged their shoulders and said, oh, there's nothing there after all, and I walked away. I wonder what depth or penetration into the congressional thought that really might have happened.
Great question. Now, that for you? That for you? Or do you want me? You take that one, Robert. Well, great question. Great observation. I think, in the end of the day, they're all on the same team. Okay, all of Congress. They have to. They took an oath to protect and serve the people of the United States in the best way. So, although they have to give us something, you have to look at the undercurrent of the conversation when it comes down to what they display. For example, when we first saw the tax videos, when they played the recording, what did we hear? You hear excitement. Yo, yay, look at that thing, right? But when 60 Minutes interviewed them, they were a little nervous. They were scared. There was a lot of things. So that's something you don't want out in the public, that our military are fearing something we can't defend ourselves from. So those narratives changed. So when they decided to do this congressional hearing, they knew all they had to do was scratch the surface. But if you looked at the camera angles that they were showing, there was a lot of empty seats there that people wasn't really taking it serious, because they probably knew they were just going to show us some little leaks of things. And then you have people saying, oh, I didn't know. Oh, that's all I know. Oh, I never heard that. So the people, yourself, people like us that still have these conversations. And we just gotta hope that more and more younger people
Now, what are your opinions
into politics go in and replace, and this is what's happening anyway, and begin to replace some of these people that's been there for 20, 30 years, keeping a big secret, and that's how we gotta approach. All right, what? Sorry, we'll take another time out, bottom of the hour, back with more calls, more of our conversation. Like a wow. There's Kevin Morby taking us into the break. Beautiful stranger, singer-songwriter born in Lubbock, Texas. He's going to the team show. Kevin Morby here on Coast to Coast. Oh, okay, dog. Stop fucking that stuff, okay? Fucking had to get off the fucking hello. What? Like a rat. What is he doing? Mark Broner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials in California are warning residents about another round of severe weather after last week's bomb cyclone. Governor Newsom urged people to use common sense and said the heavy rains and flooding can be dangerous. Nearly 12 people have died just in the last week from storm-related weather. More than 500,000 homes were without power today. Forecasters say the storm is expected to bring strong winds and heavy rain until Tuesday. Thousands of officers and workers are scattered throughout the state to help aid California. 73 people have been hurt in a bus crash on the 60 freeway in Diamond Bar. The crash happened around 5 yesterday afternoon on the westbound 60, just east of Diamond Bar Boulevard. Multiple cars were involved, including a tour bus. Cell-phone weather from KFI. Cloudy tonight with until tomorrow morning. Rain with highs in the lower 60s tomorrow and Tuesday, mid-50s in the 80s. Wednesday and Thursday are pretty stunning and in the 60s, then a chance to rain by Friday. We need local. KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Broner. In Bell Garden, which is on the 7th north out at Florence. We have a crash in the Pursuit blocking the off-ramp right there. Your drive is clutching up as you approach this area. Alhambra, we have good news. Earlier crash on the dead westbound right before Fremont has been cleared from lanes. Your drive recovering in that area. In
or Kenwood. We have a little fender bender there.
Come on,
Watch the flowing service 215. KFI, the Sky Help Station, that's Brian Bang. I never write reviews, but the device is so amazing, I had to leave it. Having cleared out my sinuses as well, I'm blown away by how the device works. That's a review from Terry, and it's one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising Navage. I'm Martin Hope, inventor of Navage nasal care, and I talk about what the viruses use to conjure, how Navage is how it's such can help you breathe better, and how your nose is the body's air filter. And Navage, but don't take my word for it. What do people like Chad say? Who wrote, Navage has helped clear out my nasal passages every single night. My wife says my snoring is going way down. Our Betsy's gone, unquote. Navage is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage.
What about Beyond, motherfucker? I want to know what happened to the Beyond part. Because it was always like that after Beyond. Why? Because then I always think of this thing like, oh, no, dog, that's Bath and Body Works. Hey, Bath and Body Works. What's your favorite thing about Bath and Body Works? You come from knowing. Perfect to go with my who my sister from? With whom I went to prom? Really? I took the prom. Took him to the prom. I took fancy, I gotta get that right. There's like, my favorite part was when you were starting to make like new parts of these ones. And like, no one was talking about this. It was like, oh my god.
Not only has it saved us time and money, it saved us headaches, and researching information about compliance, payroll, and definitely recommend Patriot software.
So this one.
I'm Monday particular, and it turns out astrology is way more widespread than any of us want to believe. You can find it in Major League Baseball, international banks, K-pop groups, even the White House. But just when I thought I had a handle on this subject, it's hugely unbelievable happening. And
Also says
whether you're a skeptic or a believer, give me a few minutes, because I think your ideas are about to change.
they talk about fun, that. What was your favorite part of it? One time it went to Parsons. Man, I was like, oh, dog.
To the sky boy and wonder. Above the weather, oh, and weather, it's gonna be on me. See the crying in the kitchen, that's some sign.
What's every weekend? What it is? Oh, that's so cool. Isn't that nothing house? Really? Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, that'd be really cool. What up, West Side motherfucker? I love how we make shit out of plastic and say, oh yeah, that shit's not recyclable. I think it should be able to use it should be illegal to make food plastic. You should have to be able to do it. When I was a kid, you could recycle everything. And they were like, figure it out. And it's fucking they figure it out. They're going now they're like, oh, it's gotta have like a number 2 on it. What the fuck is this 2? They're like, oh yeah, China stopped making them on the 4. Oh, I don't give a shit. That sounds like a you problem in China. That's not my shit. Get my shit.
Now I know the bumper music is important to you, and it's important to me. And some of you are keeping score at home, writing down the names of the artists and the song titles and so forth. And I got my bumper music notes and stuff. So this is
Kevin Morgan and Beautiful Stranger.
I would be a singer-songwriter. Let me just sit on the can for about 20 minutes.
Prior to that, going into the last break,
What's a stranger? A stranger, kid, is when you sit on your hand for such a duration of time that you actually lose blood flow to
from a
that.
village just outside of my hometown of Brantford, Ontario, called St. George. So Stephen Ryan something. That was the previous bumper music. All right. A naked eye has its sheep, bird, and the sun.
And I guess what's the word for you? You have another word.
Thousands of years. Like according to astronomers, the comet is called 2022.
That's the word that's for it. Alright, so you sit on the appendage for like 20 minutes, and then you let your arms tingle, and then you jerk yourself up allegedly, and it's like, dude, it feels so much not like a stranger in your office. It does feel different. I can tell you, it's not the same as a stranger. It's different. Really? Yeah. What's it like to have a stranger? That's more like, I don't know, but it's what's it like to have just a stranger. That's kind of like having a normal hand. Okay, it's like you hitting somebody else with your job. It's like you have two normal hands and somebody else is doing it. To have a stranger, well, if you do yourself, is like
coast-to-coast-am.com. So if you like what you hear from me tonight, this morning,
you're going to wait a whole fucking minute on
you can visit my recently redesigned
so then to have a stranger, why would you wait so long? Wait, what's the habit? Hold on.
Subscribe to my podcast.
If it's fucking upward thrust. Well, upward thrust. Friday,
Richard Eric Strange Planet. If you want to get deeper into Strange Planet, premium
I can't wait to smell that shit.
subscribers here.
Really?
You get access to my catalog, commercial listings, a free subscription to my monthly newsletter, discounts on merchandise, and even an exclusive monthly Q&A with me over Zoom, StrangePlanet.ca. It's a
this is supposed to look like this.
StrangePlanet.ca.
Then this motherfucker, you never believe that then this motherfucker starts barking at you. Happy dead, bitch. Fuck those guys. Oh, fuck, dog.
Marvelous Entertainment
No,
and also Marvelous Thunderwood have released the newest action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed novel includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Wagner's journeys across the universe. It's 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. Did you know 1 in 4 pet rivers involve stolen outages? 70% of the pets immune system is based in their gut. Dino-Bite nutritional supplement has key nutrients for your pet's digestive tract, skin and coat, and immune system for an all-around healthier pet. Get a free probiotic booster with your first Dino-Bite for dogs by using code DOG at Dino-Bite.com.
Watch this getting poisoned the king.
And a coffee choice of
really? Yeah. And you done? What's this picture here? Within 1 week. I bet you Dynamite people and kind of blur people are like, hey dog, let's just literally, hey dog, hey cat.
Someone had mentioned to
with it
about a product
about
that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it in 1 week. In 1 week. My coughing.
I like those Bowl and Brand who do it.
Free
President State on these.
Why are you not coughing? I told him what I was doing, and he said, well, what if we ordered it?
That's how they branded it. And it's like, oh, these things are good enough for the plate.
836-836-8735. That's 836-836-8735.
How's this
Visit carnivore.com.
Bowl and Brand? My head, Mikey had a bowling man. And then he was like, hey dog. That's it. Mommy had it. He's like, hey, can I get your
That was Robert
email
Clark,
and your
certified
telephone number?
field investigator and the host of Why the
I'm
Big
like,
Secret on YouTube and the podcast as well.
Why?
Back to the phones we go, and let's see. Paul is in Buffalo, New York.
Get into my telephone.
Welcome to Coach. Good morning.
Good morning, Richard. Good morning, Roderick. And my call is, I got this basic skeptic call. We're now 65 years from the alleged incident at Roswell. And yet, we're still not the integral aspect of society. None of these miracle technologies have manifested. And we're supposed to believe that for 75 years, the United States government, before the Soviet government, now Russian government, has almost, I guess you'd say, omnipotently from the world. Meanwhile, we can't even withdraw from Afghanistan, and they can't stop the war against Ukraine without looking like idiots. I find the whole idea of a vast conspiracy by our inept government.
Oh, no, hell no. It all went up and done it.
All right, that's a good point. Oh, Roderick, what they do? Well, I think that, you know, a 75-year time frame is definitely
enough and done.
Of keeping things a secret from us and keeping it all mystical and so that we really don't know what's really happening. At the same time, we still have things that are happening in society in real time with all these other countries, things are changing. But you better believe that this particular secret disclosure is global.
Nobody fucking remembered us.
All these people working together. Not just the United States. It's China. It's it all boils down to the technology. And whoever gets it is not going to tell the other country. But we know we have a lot of it because we can see the evidence in some of the aircraft that we use.
Look at that one, Yoshi.
Some of the weaponry that we use. And so,
that's the bread part.
It's just the beginning. 75 years is just the beginning. It's just going to continue to play out on a global side of things, and then it's going to then come down to, our countries individually and how we all approach the subject. But Paul, I think that Paul's point, not to put words in my Paul, is that if they had the technology, if the United States had the technology, surely they would have used it by now. But if you see the
not going to fight
Afghanistan and our adversaries clearly are not using it. If nobody's using it, then does anybody have it? Yeah, I mean, we are using it. The technology exists in our everyday life, from whether it's microchips or whether it's things that are happening, in real time with everyday technology. Now, as far as in military concern, we don't have to display future alien tech when our current tech from the aliens is already working today. It's no thing that what's happening over there in other countries and how they're able to withstand themselves from Russia, is based on some of our technology that we use or helped or aided, so to speak, in a lot of our technology, which is old technology, is probably from reverse engineering over the years. It's there. We use it. It's our secret. It's what's keeping us in power. It's what keeps us safe from other countries that don't have that information. Wild card line. Carl is in Boston. Carl, good morning. Hi, Richard. Anyway, I'm at a reality show. Why is one box in crazy location? Or a woman had answered it, but
on the wrong ice show.
I don't
on
think
K2. I'm Tony Dial.
Of the things that I don't think they're nefarious. I think
I'm going to get better.
The ancient gifting. I see things all over.
I'm a huge bird. Pussy. And both are a dog.
Things are going to touch down because it's all over social media that they're coming down soon, and stuff like that.
Dude, I want to be unofficial. I'm an unofficial ViralRabbi. Really? Move over, lady.
They already done that. I heard there was, that's down the way out farm back in the 40s or 50s. And, I just want to know what started it. So, all right. He's looking for a mass UFO invasion. That's a time frame, my guess. Well, there was a time, I don't know if you remember, Richard, there was the Israeli Prime Minister, I think, or wherever he was over the UFO program, he predicts that it's coming because the U.S., the extraterrestrials think it's time to reveal themselves. But if you think about what we say about these ETs, that they are higher intelligence, they have all of this higher technology. And one thing's for sure, they already know the implications of our social, statue that they were to do up today, and how religion and all of these things would take place. And so therefore, I don't think if they are ETs, they're not going to come and rattle the ship like that. And so therefore, that's one perspective that I have. But on the other side of the fence, if the stories are true, that they're working with the people that's in power, then once again, the system is going to go as far as it can go. But we also, as I conclude here quickly, is that just like the human race, we have different races of people, and all over the world, then there's different species of extraterrestrials, and they all can have a different perspective on what's happening with Earth and what they want to do with humans or explore or all of these different things. So we just don't really know who's behind it all. Like, Dorothy, we need to pull back the curtain. All right, yeah, you mentioned the Israeli, I think that was the retired space chief, and this was a couple of years ago. He made this remark about ETs already being here, and as you say, working with governments and so forth. And then, like, we haven't heard from him in a while. He just kind of, I don't know, vanished off the face of the earth, unless I missed something. I haven't heard anything from him recently, but I mean, that was a pretty momentous statement. I was right up there with Canada's former defense minister, Paul Hellyer, talking about whatever what is it saying? Former Israeli state chief saying something pretty sensational, and then cricket. Those used to happen. All right. Well, sorry, go ahead. Yeah. And that's just where the whistleblowers actually come from, and that whole run is, a lot of people don't talk. But the ones that do, they disappear. All right, let's say hi to, we're going to go to Randy in Backwoods, California. Randy, good morning. Welcome to the Coast. Hey, thank you. This is Mike Night. I wanted to share some information I gleaned from Stu Webb at StuWebb.com. He's a very high-level whistleblower from the CIA, and he had befriended the son of Learjet, and the son told him that the government contracted his dad to build some 150 anti-gravity aircraft. So I have always thought since I heard that many of these UFO spotting, it's coincidental that they have the red and blue lights just like our aircraft do. You think that extraterrestrials glean that information from us, or are these really government aircraft? I believe they're government aircraft, and I believe that they have a purpose. And like you're talking about. Well, I agree with you, Randy. I think we discussed earlier with another caller about this. The idea that probably, the vast majority of UAPs are advanced U.S. military aircraft. Robert, do you want to add anything to that? Well, I think that, yes, when you think about the traditional lights that we see or the color schemes that they're using, but then again, like I said before, we're talking about, intelligent life forms. We're talking about that they're trying to blend in within our society when they're flying over, and they could easily use colors and things that are familiar and work. No, yeah, they're not seeing us. They're
seen their own stuff, but a lot of these things are going to be government aircraft. And at the same time, our government understands that whatever we see in the sky, and I tell everybody, whatever in the sky is unidentified is a UFO, no matter what it is. If we don't know what it is, it's an unidentified flying object. So definitely when we see craft of unknown origin that are new technology that we have not seen in a day, then yeah, we're going to call it the UFO.
Oh my God, is this fun? Ha ha ha.
All right, and we can squeeze in Sandy taking Augusta, Maine.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Oh yeah.
Hello, hi there. You're on the air with Roderick Martin. Go ahead. Take a call. I wonder if how would listen to a scenario could be that maybe, like, if we ever develop time travel and, maybe this is us coming back and, this is why we know there's coming at us into a different way, that we got these sort of features that we like,
Open fire.
People going to explain it. Over an interesting mind. No, it's a great question. I mean, that's the time travel hypothesis. It's been discussed on Coast many times. I've discussed on my podcast. I've never had a podcast. That's something that's
Listen. We got a first and foremost,
basically our, they're on in the future. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. I did a show, a YouTube video or live stream about time travel that weekend. We talked about that, and I think that it's possible that it could be us coming back from the future, but if it is, then it'll be a lot scary. We are experiencing that. Because I heard a story someone said, well, there was a time travel picture that I saw that the person was coming back to some event in the past, and I'm like, okay, that's great. But at the end of the day, if they are time travelers from our future and it is us, then it will be a lot easier for them to present themselves because we won't be startled by what we see versus anything else. I'm going to try and squeeze Glenn in here from Lawrence, Colorado. First time caller, Glenn, welcome aboard. You're on the line with Roderick Martin. Go ahead. Thank you. Brent, yes, I read a while back. I'm not sure if this point you're aware, but that the Chinese were communicating with our government, and they would, at their request, that this was the kept secret. They wanted to communicate with our government only. And that's when they wanted to work with this plan. All government. They said it was a lot safer, probably for them as well as us, to not have communication with the public. They were better off communicating, relating with our government. Oh my God. Because there's a lot less individuals in the government than there is in general public. Right. I don't middleman. Glenn, great call. Thank you for calling. And welcome aboard. And now we're officially registered as a coast-to-coast AM caller. Robert, how do we subscribe to the YouTube channel, the podcast? Why the big secret? Well, basically, go to the YouTube channel, just do a search, Roderick Martin, then Why the Big Secret. The channel should come up. You can definitely subscribe. The podcast forces anywhere where you hear, listen to your podcast. The website, whythebigsecret.com, is a great way to make contact. There's a contact form if you have stories or things that you want to share, especially in the African American community. We're really, truly working and really trying to put together a timeline with some of these events. So whether you've done, whether you're not black, that's fine. we all work together as one is for the collective of ufology. You may have, African American friends that, that may have some stories. And I'm not with it. I'm really painting a picture and really trying to do that. So that's what it's about. YouTube. Tell me about YouTube. And go to the website, ROTHSCHILD.com. Robert, what a big pleasure. Thank you so much for hanging out with 2 hours. Oh my God, yeah, it was great. Anytime, and just, again, I really appreciate your having me. Robert Martin. All right. Hour 2. Why? It doesn't look in America. Sports teams that in the break with the drop. Most of the members of the London, England-based band met at the University of Cambridge. They do voice now on 80 Coast to Coast AM. Okay, so no, not that you take it by heart. Please take it by heart. Please take it by heart. No, I don't know. Wondering if the COVID-19 booster has 3 reasons why. One, vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2, even if you had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially through therapy. 3, the risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you. MyTurn.co.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
I can't understand home to build that worry about how and how actually how
Working for the following program will be recorded. And we have a new flavor, the radio flavored Coca-Cola. That should be their next one. That's right. Handle World. Oh no. Oh, do you want to go to this? We try Bill. You don't got to Bill Handle. I don't even want to go there. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The gas light was on, and it's orange. And I said, does it turn red if it gets really bad? And he's like, no, it doesn't turn red. You're fine. Yeah. Orange, you probably got 150 miles. Listen to a police red. Jerry and Janet. Almost out of gas. Why are you continuing to drive? Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Keep your hearing to yourself. It's only a hearing. I don't know if you know how big that thing works. That's not what Steve Gregory told me. He said it's a crime scene in there, like blood spatter. Well, I can get some blood spatter. I'm like, how many things? What in the daylight? You just can't look too closely. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you didn't like that opinion, keep listening. We've got a few more. Hey, West. Extreme weather slams California. I'm Mark Lawrence from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California's been hit with more turbulent weather as thunderstorms, snow, and damaging rain swept into the northern part of the state. More than 15,000 customers in the state's capital are without electricity, down from more than 350,000 after gusts topping 60 miles an hour knocked down power lines. About 50 people gathered to watch a street takeover outside Beverly Center. It happened last night around 10 p.m. During the street takeover, a Christmas tree was set on fire. The LAPD arrived quickly and shut down the scene. A candlelight vigil has been held for a missing mother in Pennsylvania. Jennifer Brown was last seen on Tuesday afternoon. Officials say the woman was scheduled to pick up her 8-year-old son from the bus stop on Wednesday. But Jennifer never showed up. It's been a nightmare. We're truly living a movie that we're involved in. It's a nightmare. They found her car outside the home with car keys, wallet, purse, and work phone inside. Her personal cell phone was still missing. I went to the other place on Wednesday morning. The family is offering $10,000 reward for information to find her. Yeah, but Arabella would have been President Biden visited the southern border. This will have the potential to possibly play a for change, especially at the end of the Oh my God, I totally forgot about this. Really? Yeah, it was a place in town I'd never been. This old, like, burned down building.
that had
So it's
pizza,
becoming
and we went
epicenter of
there.
the border crisis.
Really?
The
Yeah,
mayor
we
officer
went there.
later issuing a disaster declaration
Really?
last month. This is the
Yeah,
first time
I
Biden visited the
totally
border
forgot
since
about that. I
becoming
thought that was a
president.
dream.
And a
The
robot
Yoshi
that does the
there,
landscape
every
toys
day.
has been unveiled at the
December
Consumer Electronics Show in Las
2000
Vegas.
and
CNET
seven.
editor Mark
Good,
Ryan
yeah.
Cooley says the robot is called
You went out with people, I'm
Jarbo.
not saying
It's a little tractor that is self-driving,
but
figures
they
out where
claim
it
her
should go, and it has three attachments. One is a leaf blower,
so like, calm
one's
down,
a
though.
snow
She's like,
blower.
dude. I want you guys to get
And
together
the
and
other one
stream
will
that on
hot.
television.
Cooley says once the attachment's assembled, the robot does its
Really,
thing.
put his
Because he
name
likes to see tech taking on an entire
Yeah,
store
we'll
as
take
opposed
this
to
one
just
for
part of it.
amazing
The
actor.
robot was on display Friday. The annual convention showcases the latest breakthroughs in the world of tech.
Which one?
Dublin weather from KFI, cloudy tonight with about a 50% chance of rain, and we'll keep
I
it
don't
in the
know
low
what it is.
50s, IENAG down to the mid-40s. Wind advisory and flood watch until tomorrow
Perfect
morning.
spiral.
Rain with highs in the lower 60s tomorrow and Tuesday.
Oh, look at
Mid-50s
snowball
on the
maker. I
18th.
like
Wednesday and
it. I
Thursday
like
with
it.
partly
Snowball
sunny
maker.
and in the 60s. Then we're back to a chance of rain by Friday. It's 55 in Irvine, 55 in Brea, 54 in Burbank, 48 in Palmdale. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ron.
Hey, y'all. Yoshi, why isn't the radio going? They could be selling advertisements right now, and they're not. There needs to be like a Richter scale, like a seismometer and seismograph, and then like when it's not on, it needs to literally like awake somebody from the station. They need to go down that station. Really? Yep.
It's just getting harder to find new customers. After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it.
There
But what if you have
one
access to
minute
anyone
of dead
listening
air.
to you
That
right
fucking
now?
fast.
Access to all the customers in your area. As the number one audio company
Right?
in America, I
Well,
are
that's
you
where
to
it
get
was
access
like,
to all the customers
yeah,
you need to
so,
grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising.
they
Get
are
started today.
not,
For yourself, dial pound 250
but
and say keyword great results. Say pound 250 and say great results. Consistent high quality sleep is important to help reduce stress. Some tips include going to sleep and waking up at the same time every day, or creating a complex sleep that is cool, quiet, and free to practice. Your Helpful Moment. It's brought to you by CalHelp.org.
oh,
Worries disappear. CalHelp can help. Access CalHelp.
so remember when it was like, oh,
Or WhatsApp at CalHelp.org.
it's so funny.
New details into what was uncovered at the gruesome crime scenes in Pike County. Accused murderer George Wagner is judged and jury. No Wagner family DNA was found at the crime scene. Will he face the death penalty or will he walk free? Listen to the Pike Master Season 4 trials begin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get
What am I
your
missing?
podcast.
Shouldn't be like all the fucking beginning right now? What's up?
Even a moderate amount of alcohol can be the brain change.
I don't want to hear about cognitive decline.
7 or more units of alcohol per week
Stop it.
is associated with higher iron levels in the brain.
Well, iron's good. Not in the brain. Oh,
There you get it.
I forgot. What are we talking about?
Cognitive decline, live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Where you go to get Pedialyte, you can't buy Tito's vodka, a 12-pack of beer, and Pedialyte. Because the guy knows that you're just a rager and you're out of control. So you gotta buy babies and diapers for Tim Conway Jr. show. And then you gotta slide in the Pedialyte. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Can you think of all the germs that are on
It's
those
so like,
Bible,
it's that time. This thing is all about gambling and shit. And it's just like, oh, no, it's cool.
When's the last time you've been to church?
No, wait, how you
I'm glad you're keeping up with your
how'd you kid you in school?
Afraid of the germs on the Bible. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning, breathtaking,
And even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people argue with an 10-year-old girl's forcing her to go to church. Bill handles 16-year-old live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is Jacob Emerald. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24 Jacob. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
every time what? Yoshi. 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 That's a fun.
This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host,
Is this a
Richard
rap?
Serra. Coming to you live from my home studio in Old Thornhill, just north of Toronto. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serra. The website again, strangeplanet.ca. News. And the song is Madness. Matt Bellamy is the lead singer and guitarist for the Grammy Award-winning English band that hails from Keenmouth, Devon. And he wrote this song as kind of a personal reflection after a fight with his then-girlfriend, Kate Hudson. All right, coming up on Coast to Coast AM. Advanced civilizations in pre-Columbian America, giants, stargates, and more. With researcher, filmmaker Josh Reed. That's now on Coast to Coast AM. There's no better time than the new year to resolve to protect your identity and finances. Identity thieves can take out loans in your name, take over and drain your banking and investment accounts, and more. It can be dangerously easy to become a victim of identity theft. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity and financial future. LifeLock monitors your accounts and credits and detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. And if you do become a victim of ID theft, a U.S. State Restoration Specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But LifeLock by Norton is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Join today and save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com, promo code George. LifeLock.com. If you want to diversify your retirement savings with precious metals, gold is a great option. But over the past year, I've heard from many of you who would like to buy small increments of gold and silver outside of a retirement account. So today, I'm excited to tell you about Bullion Max. Bullion Max will ship gold and silver in any denomination directly to your door for you to hold at your home and your safe. Buy direct from Bullion Max's website without talking to a salesperson, and your fully insured precious metals order is shipped directly to your home. It's fast, it's easy. To help you get started, I worked out a special offer with them just for you. Get Bullion Max's Silver Starter Kit at employee pricing. Just go to bullionmax.com/code. This kit includes 5 of the most desirable silver products to invest in, including the Silver American Eagle and the Silver Australian Kangaroo. This offer is limited to just one per household, so get yours now. Go to bullionmax.com/code right now.
Yoshi, remember when you could be like, hey, I remember that. Yoshi. Yoshi. I Josh Reed is a Dallas, Texas-based researcher, filmmaker, radio talk show host who first learned of government crimes in the 1990s by reading Jim Marr's Crossfire, which led him to start investigating black operations and secret societies. He gives a commentary and original point of view on news and current events, as well as information on chemtrails, secret agent societies, bloodlines, hidden technology, Freemasons, and the overall plan of the global elite. Host of the Global Reality Channel on YouTube, and he's just released Volume 3 of Lost Secrets of Ancient America documentary series. Josh, welcome back to Coast to Coast. How are you?
Very quick to listen.
I mentioned Crossfire, but I knew I talked before. The memory search, was it Crossfire, or was it Alien Agenda, or was it rule by secrecy by Mars? What was all three of them?
That's a great question. Well, you got it right before. Actually, what got me into this stuff was originally Crossfire. But how I got into the Lost Secrets in America was led me to researching the Rockwall. Locally read this entire trilogy film series was the book Rule by Secrecy, where he mentioned in there maybe one day we'll have answers to all the questions that we see. Maybe we'll have answers to things like the mysterious rock wall in Rockwall, Texas. And I grew up around the area of Rockwall, Texas, and experienced strange things around that area my whole life. So that's what ultimately led me to investigating Rockwall and ultimately all of these ancient secrets of America. So here we are.
Right. Jim also lived in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Before we get into these mysterious rock walls in Rockwall, did I hear this correctly? You started actually kind of researching unexplained mysteries all the way back in the third grade.
Absolutely, it's absolutely correct. I saw a documentary on HBO when I was in third grade on UFOs. And after school I went to, they actually have ebooks on UFOs and the Bermuda Triangle, and that's what led me to it. And it ultimately just stayed with me my entire life and grew into what it is now.
All right, so the rock wall, which I think is primarily the subject matter that he tackled in Volume 1 of Lost Secrets of Ancient America, it might even be the first sort of documentary treatment of the rock wall. So let's get into it. The rock wall that was unearthed in Dallas County. Just kind of give us all of the important data regarding the rock wall. What is it? Where is it? What does it look like, and so forth?
Okay. Well, it's a fascinating subject. It's buried under the town of Rockwall that takes its name from this structure. When the settlers first moved to the area and began to find big water wells to get groundwater, they just hidden some sort of rock. Now there's no natural occurring rock in that area, so they were perplexed. And once the excavations began and see what they were doing was to find these masonry walls that actually were stones with buttered stones that were exactly how masons would build walls. And everyone in the town was arguing over whether or not they were going to be able to name the town after themselves. And local Freemasons who had just moved to town from Tennessee came and looked at the walls and noticed the work, noticed that it was had bucketry and all these techniques that a stonemason would use. And he told me, well, none of the names town after themselves. They'd have to call this town Rockwall because someone was here long before modern humans were. So the main thing of it is that you always ask me, how can I see it? Well, you can, unfortunately. It's buried under the town of Rockwall, Texas. But that's really my main goal with all this, to eventually have my own kids and be able to document all the things that people have seen in other places that they have had. The main thing about it is that it has all these structural engineering materials built into it that are specifically designed for structural engineering. And that's how we know it's beyond shadow of a doubt not a natural formation, because you have something like the element called niobium. And niobium is used in reinforcing pipelines, beddings, and rock buildings. And the only way you can get niobium is by extracting it from an element called columbite. Well, that process was unknown to humans until the late 1800s. So how there's niobium in these stones, absolutely no columbite, is a mystery. The other thing about it is you have these elements like
Oh, you wanted to see it. You did something.
Yeah.
Literally, it's recorded.
Resistant to
Alright, I'm like,
high and low frequency
no, dog.
apply to an
There's no fucking way.
that are made
That's the
normally
most
when you
fucking shit I've ever
these
seen.
materials and mix them together.
Nah.
Their molecular structures which respond together. Somehow, they're
Why?
process unknown to man. The individual
what is the thing with the
materials in a rock wall stone remain independent, insistent in the stone. This is a process we can't even replicate modern technology. There's no idea how this is done. And when the English conducted there in 1999, we found that when a digger, an excavator was actually placed on top of the wall, that the low frequency vibration from the engine of the excavator caused the wall to shake, vibrate, and produce electrical energy. So one of the functions of this wall can be not only structural but wall as well, because structural sound embedded in the wall can also serve as some sort of energy generation. 20 miles in diameter, it's about 80 feet down to the bedrock, on the limestone bedrock, and the amount of sheer weird happenings that I experienced around this area as a young person growing up. I experienced missing time events around the area. I experienced all kinds of strange sightings, UFO sightings around the area. So when I read Mark's book by secret people, the first mention of the small wall, they immediately the light bulb went off. I'm like, that's it. I just knew it was that. That's what I've been looking for. That's why the these crazy happenings. They're seeing such weird things around the area because there's something there, and it's something in the neighborhood of 400,000 years old that's updated. So it's just an amazing, anomalous thing, and the cover-up of it has been ongoing. You can see the favorites. So it has what do you call it? Piezoelectric quality.
What the fuck is it?
What do we use to mine the purpose of this wall? Was it a portrait? Was it a, well, you mentioned a wall, was to prevent whatever was inside the wall from being flooded? What do you think the wall was for exactly?
Are you serious?
Well, at the time when it was constructed, we know that the inland sea came all the way up to the location that is now Rockwall, he's outside North Texas, outside of Dallas, where I am.
Hey, daughter, you
and so initially, I think it was to both serve as a seawall.
Really?
I think it was also a structure, and as I said,
you ever go to beat up the yellow?
basically produced free energy. It's amazing. And it uses sound to do it. That's why you want an element like tunneling inside of the sound. Someone put that material, none of these materials have anywhere near here in this area of North Texas at all.
Those guys,
you would want tunneling to resist high frequency sound waves without static. Well, the only person that can do that. So whoever built this thing absolutely has a knowledge of engineering. If the stones get bigger, so that it goes down, it's built with a buckling effect it can hold live load. So one of my estimations too, and I know as wild as it sounds, one of my theories about the rock wall has been that it could have been some sort of an increase extraterrestrial launching pad because it's built to withstand hundreds of thousands of tons of pressure on top of it. So it produced, so it may have been something where they were actually launching crafts or ships off of this thing. Hundreds of thousands of years. It's so fascinating.
Your boy Bongo, some bitch you gotta be called, hey, everybody call me Bongo, I like to wear Bongo so much. All I do is wear just
the only thing we can really see are stones that have been excavated and put on display. The rest of it is all underground. The hard part of trying to do a dig out there is trying to find a piece of property or someone has a piece of property where we can actually conduct and do a dig at. And with property values continuing to rise and being built out there, eventually, in the not too distant future, it's going to be impossible to conduct the dig there. So I'm hoping that in the future we'll be able to actually use some LiDAR to get an underground picture, much like what they've done in the Amazon jungle mine. So I'm hoping that at some point we can have some LiDAR data and actually
to see it
and the
with
second
the
that you
underground
do,
upstairs.
the fans,
Tell me what you have to time of the
very
episode
little.
in the vicinity of
Oh,
the
man.
rock wall.
No, that's not good stuff. No,
It was very interesting. I was about 15 years old. A friend of mine and I were going to work in Dallas, and right when we crossed this specific point where I now know part of the rock wall is underneath, we
remember when it was like,
stopped to gas when we left home about 12 o'clock. When we were at the gas station, we had only been gone about 20 or 30 minutes, and we noticed it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And we called home, and we were like, what time did we leave home? And they were like, it's crazy, you left at 12. We're sitting here going, wait a minute, how'd that happen? How did we experience 5 hours missing time? And then another time, I was out by the lake near the area where part of the rock wall submerged into what is now Wednesday Hubbard. And we experienced some sort of, I don't know what you would call it. It was almost like, I don't want to call it like a demon or something. We experienced some sort of a dark energy that you could physically feel in your body in this area. And I've known people who've seen all sorts of strange cryptos, wonderful creatures near that lake as well. There's all kinds of reports on the internet of it. So there's high strangeness, there's high weirdness all around this area, Richard. And it never really made sense to me. But once I started to find out about the rock wall and how they had found, these giant skeletons there back in the 1800s and had been reported in the local news media and everything, and then summarily they disappeared very shortly after that. And I kind of began to say, okay, well, there was something here that's far more advanced than there's something that's trying to human scripture. So let's talk about the nature then of the cover-up, which began in 1927. Enter the Smithsonian. Well, the thing about it is that time and again, and of course, the Smithsonian denies all this, but where did these reports initially came from? They initially came from people who were finding giant skeletons and then reporting them to the Smithsonian, and then once the Smithsonian would show up and examine them, they would never hear anything back, the skeletons would disappear, and there would never be anything else about it again. I had my own experience, some stuff you wonder, what is this true, you're saying this, but I actually had my own experience with this when I was making volume 1 of the series. There was a coin that was found in a strata of soil in an old water well up in Illinois that had a woman holding, almost like a statue, a woman holding a flaming sword, had writing on it that matched identically with a 2.5-ton garnet stone that had been found in Rockwall, and then it was stolen out of the old Rockwall courthouse by someone named Congressman Ralph Hall, who's now since passed away. But he was witnessed by multiple inmates that were keeping inmates in the part of the old courthouse in Rockwall, where now they have parts of stones there where you can go see. And all these things have some garnet stone. There was these petroglyphs found that had never been identified as any other writing in any other civilization ever. And then this coin was found in this water well in Illinois with these engravings on it. And the Smithsonian, when I contacted them, the Smithsonian said they did have this coin. They were willing to let me examine it, take pictures of it, and everything else. And then when the day came for me to go and do that, it mysteriously came up missing Richard on the day that I was set to go and examine this thing. So that's when I started to say, okay, you know what, maybe there is something to these stories about the Smithsonian dumping bargefuls of artifacts into the ocean and disappearing giant skeletons, because if you really do that on something just like this and this coin, which is what I've seen, it's going to tell me what else. Who is or was Count Byron Coon the Pro Rock? Count Byron the Pro Rock? That was a gentleman who, you're really questioning my memory, but this is 10 years ago. I figured that information. But Count Byron the Pro Rock. Well, there's something about when you get, like an amateur archaeologist, I think he was Hungarian American or something, but there was something to do with, he looked at the rock wall, and he traveled the world,
Absolutely. Well, the key advantage on the construction cartage, and what is, according to him, what he saw in cartage matched the same building style and structures of what he saw in the rock wall. And that led him to believe that whoever these people were in the ancient past that built the structures of cartage had also built the ones at the rock wall.
Wow. And of course, geography lesson for people who forgot Carthage was, led by Hannibal in Rome, in a war against ancient Rome, riding the elephant to the Alps down to invade the Roman Empire. But this wall would certainly predate ancient Rome, right? 400,000 years old, perhaps.
Absolutely. And that's what he was actually one of the first people to lead the excavation that part. So he definitely had a knowledge of this. But that's when we started, when I started to think about the fact that it's possible that whoever these people were that were doing the structures to build these structures, they were doing them from much older sources, also from sources that have been here for a long time.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, this Rockwall, I guess it would be considered a suburb of Dallas. It's 25 miles away from Dallas. Is it considered a suburb?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a suburb of Dallas. It used to be more rural than it is now. It's grown up a lot. It's a lot closer of a suburb than it used to be. You used to see a pretty bedroom community, but it's definitely grown now. And a lot of these locations, a lot of these areas that would be prime places for a dig have been built on top of now. So I'm really happy to at some point be able to do a dig there, but it's just going to be all depending on whether or not we can find a spot to do it.
We're certainly the greatest part of the atmosphere, but you have so many people living virtually on top of this mysterious rock wall with all of these electrical qualities and time distortions and so forth. Yeah, that must just be like international world headquarters for high strength. Like are people reporting missing time who live there?
That I don't know. I know that a lot of people, there's a lot of old timers, and there's a lot of people that have go back to the old days of Rockwall who still kind of run in cars and run things there, and they really don't like people talking about it. They really don't like people doing excavations and stuff like that. They really just want to keep the thing kind of covered up and not talked about. But I've talked to people who live there, and they tell me all kinds of strange stories of things they've seen too. And again, once you add all those stuff, it's just going to be a coincidence when you have so many people experiencing such kind of things. It's weirdness around the area. In fact, I told Katie, the rock wall that we were trying to go near.
We're going to jump in there because I got to get in this break. My apologies. We'll pick this up on the other side. Dog Night taking us into the break. Easy, sitting hard. Right here on Coast to Coast AM.
I'm Bree Tennyson of the NFI 24-hour newsroom. Law Enforcement Richard Bennett expected to call a state of emergency to tackle homelessness on Tuesday. He says this declaration will allow a better collaboration in solving housing, mental health, and public safety while supporting local businesses. Australia has approved an ordinance banning polystyrene plastic that's from plates, cups, takeaway containers, and packing materials. The ordinance goes in for a final vote January 17th. If passed, the ban will go into effect 30 days later. Macy's is closing 4 stores this year, one in SoCal, and it's the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza. Governor Newsom is asking the White House for federal aid as the rain continues to fall. The bomb cyclone is living up to its name. Mammoth has nearly 15 feet of snow right now, with more on the way. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with showers now, rain by afternoon. Right now it's 55 in Orange, 54 in Garden Grove, Torrance is 57, and it's 56 in Santa Monica. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Are we friends? This is obviously 7 north, down at 4 South. We have a crash there. Number 2 blocking that transition road. You're trying to get something up as you approach this area.
Baldwin Park, we have good news. Earlier back on the 605 southbound African has been cleared from lanes. The drive is recovering in that area. Uplift, there is a work zone from the Denny Sound from Mountain Avenue to 4th Street. Freeway lanes going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI is title. Right, van.
I am Dr. Erica Pond, the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you have positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH. On the podcast, Hate News the 90s called David Lasser and Christine Taylor, stars of the cult classic show Hey Dude, bringing back to the days of foot dresses and zipper necklaces.
We're going to use Hey Dude as our jumping off point, but we are going to unpack and dive back into the decade of the 90s.
We lived it, and now we're calling on all of our friends to come back and relive it. Listen to the Hey Dude the 90s called on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If your business has 5 or more employees and managed to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a federal tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's good. Let alone either a refund of your tax. The tricky thing is complicated lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys in this little known federal tax refund program. They've already returned billions of dollars to businesses. No charge up front, share a percentage of the cash flow. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that compete with T-money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the qualifying button, answer a few questions, they start work. Refunds.com. KFI, AM 640. Here's what a stupid American I am. I'm in France, and I didn't like it, and I read that the LA Kings are playing in Philadelphia. I left Paris, landed in Philadelphia, went to the stadium, and got there 10 minutes before everybody goes. Christine Carly Jr. show. Stayed overnight and then flew back to LA. And I live for it at 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Yoshi. Yoshi. Remember where the president remember when you said, hey, dog, profile. Oh, God. Spotlight. Oh, that should be spotlight, dog.
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Welcome back. Tony Joe White, the late great Tony Joe White, is going down this time. They called him the Swamp Fox. What's wrong with that one? And the late singer-songwriter, guitarist. He grew up in a cotton farm near Oak Grove, Louisiana, best known for the song Hope's Ballad Annie, of course, recorded by the King, Elvis Presley, and Rainy Night in Georgia, which he also wrote. Tony Joe White. For years, archaeologists have worked to understand the meanings of the thousands of examples of prehistoric art found on cave walls across Europe. These artistic works often featured animals such as bison, fish, reindeer, and now extinct aurochs. But some of them also include dots and marks. What is this writing system? One which experts have long struggled to fully interpret. Now, a new collaboration between researchers Ed Bacon and experts from the Durham University and University College London has finally lifted the lid on exactly what these symbols meant. It turns out the marks were actually part of an ancient writing system in the lunar calendar, which was used to document the timing of the reproductive cycle of the animals. If you can find out more about this mechanic writing system, I did in the news section of the Coast to Coast AM.com. And coming up tonight on Coast to Coast AM, that's Monday night into Tuesday morning, federal civil rights attorney Daniel Sheehan, who graduated from Harvard Law School, where he co-founded the Harvard Civil Rights Law Review, and later returned to undertake graduate studies at Harvard Divinity School. He'll update George Norrie on his work on examining the compelling evidence that the U.S. military and Defense Department has recovered more than one cracked UFO. It takes of deconstructing the technology to back engineer it. In the second half, a doctor of clinical psychology as well as an intuitive medium and divine channel, Lori Ann Perlman, has been helping people overcome negativity and dark energies for over 30 years. She'll discuss with George the history of exorcism and how to tackle demon air scare tonight on Coast to Coast AM. Back to more of my conversation with filmmaker, radio host, researcher, Josh Reed, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Did former President Trump really run against the president, or should Florida Governor Ron DeSantis? Newsmax wants to know what you think about Trump and DeSantis. Vote in the Newsmax poll. Just text the word river to 39747. That's river to 39747. It just takes text river to 39747. Newsmax is news you can trust. Watch Newsmax today. Texting enrolled for automated text messages. Message the day apply.
Why?
I think it was possible to meet someone like Susan.
Well, I knew it was possible.
After taking our advanced personality test, Daniel and Susan matched some silver singles with secure dating sites for 50-plus singles who know what they want. Sign up today at silversingles.com/love. That's silversingles.com/love.
Actors representing true customer
My friend, you always said.
Are you more than 10,000 in debt? Feel like you're on a never-ending treadmill, staying in one place and never getting ahead with those minimum payments?
Would you be like that?
Like there's no way
No.
out. Get off the endless debt treadmill and start saving money each month. There are programs in place to help you get free of your debt, and you don't have to pay the entire amount you owe. The program at Total Financial Freedom can help you get debt-free in months instead of decades. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and even timeshare. Call now at 800-832-2366 for free information. For over 15 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, too. Get off the endless cycle without having to declare the fraction of what you owe. Call Total Financial now at 800-832-2366. That's 800-832-2366. 800-832-2366.
damn bitch. This one was fucking accurate as fuck to me. Really? Yeah.
And we're back with researcher, filmmaker, talk show host Josh Reed, based in Dallas, Texas. And we're talking about Lost Secrets of America. Volume 3 is out. Now we're looking into that in just a moment. I just wanted to finish up with the rock wall in Texas. And I was asking you about some other incidents of high strings associated with the rock wall. You began to tell us about this cave.
What in the fuck does this mean?
Yes, absolutely. There was a report that I got from the people who had a cave on their property.
39.
Any kind of battery here, this thing will immediately drain and it's basically tapping electronics that go near it. So again, there's no way to tell whether this has something directly to do with the rock wall, but I seem to think that it being in such close proximity to it, that absolutely has to be something to that. But again, there's always been a lot of weirdness and high strangeness around this area. And it also lies directly on the 33rd degree parallel, which is also where Roswell sits on top of as well. So there's all kinds of weirdness and strangeness surrounding this thing. The fact that it's a very technologically advanced about this thing, again, high weirdness abounds at all levels.
So let's talk about Volume 3. A bit of a gap. I think Volume 1 came out in 2013, Volume 2, 2014, and then like an 8-year gap. Before Volume 3 came out.
Fuck it.
What happened?
Do it live.
I don't have backing from, I'm not rich, I don't have backing from multinational corporations or studios or TV shows or anything like that. I've been completely self-funded and funded by the board by audience. So we just ran out of funding to finish Volume 3, and finally I was able to get it done at least a few months ago. And that's why it's finally important to, Cook Stuff to my series. All you do is go to cookstuff.com and go to the search tab and type Josh Reed in, and it brings you up to a profile page of me. And there's a link there. You can listeners can get a discount now and get the entire trilogy for only $35 in one download question. So that will really help us do more work and hopefully get a rock wall big going at some point, which is really the ultimate goal, because as I said, when the people conducted in 1999, they found all these anomalous things like the bulldozer shaking and the thing producing this. None of this stuff was documented. So it's my goal to have another one of these gigs and then have it all on film and show it to people, because that wasn't done the last time there was a gig. So I think if we get some actual documented evidence of these things occurring, get it on film and get it out there to people, we can have a real chance of getting some interest in this thing beyond just what has been out there up to this point.
Well, Volume 3, after the you visited or toured 12 different states for Volume 3?
Not for Volume 3, but in Volume 1. In Volume 3, we went to Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, Arizona. So that was really just the four corners of the region, and that had come from what I had established in Volume 2. And it's just looking at all of these different civilizations and all of these different artifacts and areas that seem to have building styles and building techniques that were well beyond what the whole rock wall thing started with me with this whole series, both Lost Secrets in America, was if somebody thinks this is what we think it is, then there must be other things across the United States like this, and that really took me down the rabbit hole of trying to travel to all these different places, get to it, and see if I could find things that matched up and connected, and certainly I did.
Did you visit the Hoover Dam in Volume 3?
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. I did. The reason that I visited that was because I had heard these stories and heard this stuff with kids that started. One of the things that came up in the earlier work in Volume 1 and Volume 2 were different sculptures and statues. We have one here in Dallas, Texas, called Thanksgiving Square, and it's this swaying piece of artwork that depicts the Stargate. There's many other ones like that across the United States. So I had heard these stories about an ancient Stargate being hidden inside the Hoover Dam. And when I had conducted my research into Colorado and Nikola Tesla in Colorado Springs, and this signal that had been decoded that had a star map showing these two star systems encoded in it, it really led me to looking into the idea that this might be possible. But when I got to the Hoover Dam and I saw all these, the first thing I see are these two cherubim statues that are identical to the statues that are seen on the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant is said to be the confidant of the ancestors being this power supply, the power supply for the bond between heaven and earth with the some sort of stargate. So immediately I started to see things and stuff like the Ark of the Covenant, all littered around in the Hoover Dam. So it was a real fascinating inspiration for me. So, how did they build this huge undertaking, this architectural engineering marvel right under our nose, and conceal the fact that it's some kind of a stargate? Well, it seems like they found this thing buried out there or something, and as far as I know, it's really sketchy, but as far as I've been able to put together, and I talk about this in Lost Information America Volume 2, because in the area of what is now known as Area 51, that airroom lake, there was, the whole base is built into a mountain that was allegedly, supposedly, this habitat of an ancient extraterrestrial race called the Have-Masu's. It was found to be in this rock formation. Essentially, the only way they were trying to cover it up was to build a military base into it. And of course, they have the War runway there. So there seems to be, especially in the bottom, because in Volume 2 I also traveled to Lovelock Cave where they had found the skeletons of these giants there as well. So all across the bottom, there seems to be a lot of information pertaining to extraterrestrial being in the far distant past, and as well as high technology being utilized. And much of what we see today, I believe, from Area 51 and all that stuff, is just this old stuff they found that slowly tried to turn into modern technology throughout the years.
What else did you uncover during Volume 3?
Well, as I said, trying to figure out how a lot of these ancient civilizations had gotten access to some of the knowledge that they had to build this stuff, just like I found in Volume 2 when I went to the Ohio Valley and started to find stuff like the hexadecimal Babylonian numerical system and the structures there. I started to find things that seemed like you had modern humans constructing them, but operating from a playbook from someone with higher advanced technology. That's the same thing I believe with the Roswell as well. So in Volume 3, when I started researching all of the stuff found in Colorado Springs, I started researching, as I mentioned before, the signal that Nikola Tesla had decoded there. And I found this place right there where the mountain is called America the Beautiful Park. And America the Beautiful Park is another one of those stargates rotated again. I thought, wow, this is interesting. It's got all these obelisks that I talked about in Volume 2, which relate, as we were mentioning earlier, with Carthage and whatnot, these ancient builders and the Amorites and whatnot, who were obelisk builders. This America the Beautiful Park has a stargate. It has these obelisks, and when you take a sky view image of this park and mirror it, push around, you can see that in Lost Information America Volume 3. You can see where I go that. You see what appears to be, it looks like a spacecraft. It looks like either a model or a plant or something were built into this site in Colorado. It looks something like some sort of spacecraft. So I started to wonder if there's that signal, which was supposed to be a map of the epsilon of the star system home to this supposed race of extraterrestrials called the Arcturians. And that's when I started to say, okay, it's possible that these ancient people may have gotten a lot of this knowledge, a lot of this information to build these highly advanced countries from this race of extraterrestrials that come down and are said to be able to have to take on different forms. And that's when I started to shift my focus away from the idea that we were just dealing with just giants, as I had thought before, because one of the things about the Arcturians is that they can appear to people as giants, they appear as angels, they appear as great aliens even. So it's certainly making me consider the fact that what we've been dealing with is this one group of extraterrestrials that is taking on different forms throughout the centuries and coming down and attempting to age themselves.
out.
Yours
Volume,
is
right. And
Yours
then
is
the
in.
volume up to you on Secrets of Ancient America. Did you speak with, interview any of the
Yes, something like that.
I guess the Pueblos, and do they have stories, ancient stories about dark people that sort of fit into all of this?
Well, they're kind of crazy about it. They do, but they're real hesitant to talk to anybody about that kind of stuff. Like, they just, and what's the reason? They just don't trust anybody. I had a lot of pushback from some of the Native Americans that I tried to talk to, stuff like Pyramid Lake in Nevada, which is this lake that has this, is what's supposedly it's a natural structure, but it seems to be some sort of pyramid structure that's built 3 years in the past. And I was just trying to speak to the pioneers there and get permission to film it. And they wanted $1,000 just to talk to me, just to be able to film the rock structure there. They wanted control over the content of my movie and whatnot. So it was really, really strange trying to have communication and have a dialogue with the native people because they're very guarded. Again, with citizens, and they're very guarded about their ancient traditions in the past. But there seems to be a lot of belief that the people who seeded their tribe and the people who developed the tribal structures of the natives came from the stars in their opinion.
Came from the stars, right? And advanced technological, advanced civilization existed.
Are you done?
Hundreds of thousands of years ago. Is that perceived
you remember what your children are this?
As a threat, I suppose, to the narrative that the indigenous people have always been?
What's the villain, Ron?
I don't know if it's necessarily a threat to it. I think that they're just very, the original scientifically held belief
No.
in academia was that aside from Native Americans, there was a separate culture called the Mound Builders. It was a separate group of builders that were responsible for these earthworks. And then after, like in Trail of Tears and anthropology, ancient sites started to be taken away from the indigenous populations, then the narrative and the story changed, and that got done away with, and then all of these infrastructures all got associated, strictly with Native Americans, when even a lot of the Native Americans have said, this stuff's older than us, this was here before us.
What in the fuck just happened, Doc?
Said with a lot of the Native American tribes with the giant state,
what in the fuck?
Things they found in Ohio was what they described as a giant graveyard. And when a local Native American was interviewed in a local Ohio newspaper, he told the newspaper that these people were here long before the Redskins. So I think you can have both. I mean, I think both can be simultaneously true without negating one or the other.
All right, Josh, we're going to roll into the top of the hour here. We're going to open up the phone line.
Dude, this thing fucking did that thing again?
Comments. Josh Reeves, researcher, filmmaker.
Dude, I can't fucking believe it. Why would you not? Just fucking... Why? Why? I mean,
performing the Grammy Award-winning song at Super Bowl, what was that, 18? Back in, sorry, not 18, 43. Gotta work on my Roman numerals here. It was at Tampa Bay. The last game to feature famed commentator, the late John Madden. All right, back with more of our conversation your calls right here on Coast to Coast AM. I'm working away a dream. Every time I've gone, the hands off, straighten my back. I'm working away a dream. Sometimes it feels so far away. I'm working away a dream.
yeah, I was pretty sick of that.
HR person. But that's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies,
Yoshi, I don't want to fuck around with
hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down, and with credit, please, spells BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly, I cried. Hello, I'm John.
I remember hearing this part.
I was named O'Donnell after
John, that's his grandfather.
But as a kid, I was teased for having that name.
Oh, yeah.
I changed it to John. John is the English version of O'Donnell.
Did you write it in your...
The honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me. So staying true to myself and Rooter Hero Plumbing are important. Staying true to Rooter Hero Plumbing is it. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Rooter Hero Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-377 and we'll cable your line for $77. That's 866-377. Thank you.
This one's cold. Everybody hates because my name's O'Donnell.
CO 102-8886. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. AM 640. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating song. I don't know what you're thinking.
What's the line about that? Like $77 to table my drink? Nobody's trying to table it. What do they call that, bitch? Oh, God, bitch.
On the iHeartRadio app. You can't get there from Long Beach. I'm Bree Pennington at KFI 24-hour newsroom. American Airlines is about to end all service flights February 28th. The airline also recently pulled out of San Francisco. Harvey Weinstein being sentenced today. He was found guilty last month of sexually assaulting a woman in February of 2013. The case is up to 18 years in prison. Weinstein is already serving time in New York following his conviction for raping an actress and as a criminal setback against a former production assistant. 43-year-old man is being held on suspicion of squatting inside a Ventura County home while his residents were on vacation. Police say a neighbor called 911 after seeing the suspect walking inside the house. Officers say the man gained access to the house through rope squatting for several days. He also stole a bunch of items from the home. LA County health officials are urging residents to test for COVID-19 before returning to workplaces or schools. They also want Angelenos to mask up for about 10 days to help prevent the spread of the virus. Buffalo Bill safety Damar Hamlin is now selling T-shirts to benefit first responders, and the University of Cincinnati Medical Center admitted recovery from cardiac arrest. He has 3 T-shirts for sale with Hamlin's hand forming a heart and "Did We Win" in big print. In addition, Hamlin's GoFundMe charity page has raised over $8.5 million, and the Bills won last night's game against Patriots 35-23. Governor Newsom's asking the White House for federal aid as the rain continues to fall. The bomb cyclone is living up to its name.
He will be reaching out, requesting of an emergency declaration with the full support of the federal government.
The governor is concerned about the 2 storms coming this week, but also future snow melt runoff could cause catastrophic flooding. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with showers now, rain by afternoon. Right now 57 at Anaheim, Balboa Island at 56. Northridge reports 57, and it's 54 in Toluca Lake. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Pennant.
In work at 05, expect heavy delays throughout that area. There, and emergency crews blocking the off-ramp. Watch for delays as you approach. That's it. There is a what's on. This is 05 northbound from Newport to the 55. Carpool and 2 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there fast. There on Brian's hand.
Get you and your kids' body working and heart rate up to burn off stress. Engaging 60 minutes of physical activity every day. A crystal dance party. A walk around the block. Or bedtime yoga can all help with Cal Hustle Moment. It's brought to you by calhope.org. Life is uncertainty. Okay, to get stressed. Worries complicated. Cal Hustle Help. Cal Hope 3 Secure Mental Health Services. Call 833-117-4273 or live chat at calhope.org.
It is no secret that cities add chlorine to your water, but once it gets to your house, you don't want it in your body or drying out your skin and hair. Hey, this is Dean Sharp with the solution, a Light Source water system. Light Source filters all the water in your home, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine and giving you softer skin and hair from every tap. No salt, no maintenance. Get yours today by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the number one audio company in America, our media gives you access to all the customers you need with experts ready to craft your message fast. We started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. I'm Dr. Erica Pine with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 38,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit Uline.com. I'm attorney Gary Capanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP.
We finished the Tyson massacre with current Tyson.
New details into what was uncovered of the gruesome crime scenes in Pike County.
Accused murderer George Wagner is the judge and jury.
No Wagner family DNA was found at a crime scene.
Will he face the death penalty or will he walk free? The season of Tyson Massacre, Season 4, trials begin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Oh, shoot. How about this one? Yeah, we just fucking updated it.
You and me, sitting in the back of my memory, like a honey bee, buzzing around a glass of sweet gambling. The radio's on, windows rolled up and the lights go down. Headlights shining like silver moons rolling on the ground. We made love, never where love can be made. And we made time, look like time could never fade. Friday night, we both made guitar. Saturday made the sun to feel like it would never come. It's gonna be a long Monday. Sitting all alone on that river that has no end. It's gonna be a long Monday. Just like a stick of a clock that come unwound. Again. Talk to Richard Serra or call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serra. John Prine, Long Monday. Born and raised in Maywood, Illinois, a lead singer-songwriter.
One of the most influential songwriters of his generation, he's called the Mark. What in the fuck? Ghosts, reincarnation, and aliens and UFOs are the most commonly held paranormal beliefs among Brits. Researchers found more than 2 in 5 Brits, 42%, claim they believe in the spiritual side of life, with 14% even having dabbled with a Ouija board in an effort to contact souls from beyond the grave. Those in London consider themselves to be the most spiritual in the country, believing most in witches. Meanwhile, residents of the Humber are most open-minded to mind reading and psychic powers, while Northern Ireland residents are the most likely to expect a Bigfoot sighting. The poll of 2,000 adults was revealed but 33% are more skeptical, with those in the West Midlands the most dubious about supernatural phenomena. You can read more about the top 10 most popular paranormal beliefs, including ghosts, aliens, and witches in Great Britain. That story is going to be happening Friday, Feb 10th, and this is the 21st annual and they'll discuss ascension, metaphysics, UFOs and aliens, ancient secrets, and spiritual healing. For more information, visit ConsciousLifeExpo.com. ConsciousLifeExpo.com. That's more of my conversation with Josh Reed, filmmaker, man behind volumes 1, 2, and 3 of Lost Secrets of Ancient America, plus your phone calls right after this on Coast to Coast AM. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel master, entire 7-novel series, and all future graphic novels, and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. Tired of expensive pet bills? Temporary prescriptions still leaving your pet icky with a dull coat or fur loss? It all starts with their food. Add Dynamite to supplement the nutrients they're missing to support a healthy digestive tract, skin and coat, and immune system all around your pet. There's 3 probiotic booster with the Dynamite for dogs. Code Dynamite.com. Happier with everybody over with Dynamite. If you'd like to diversify your retirement savings with precious metals, First Gold is a great option. But over the past year, I've heard from many of you who would like to buy small increments of gold and silver outside of a retirement account. So today, I'm excited to tell you about Bullion Max. Bullion Max will ship gold and silver in any denomination directly to your door for you to hold at your home and your safe. Buy direct from Bullion Max website without talking to a salesperson, and your fully insured precious metals order is shipped directly to your home. It's fast, it's easy. And help you get started, I worked out a special offer with them. Bullion pricing. Just go to bullionmax.com/code. This kit includes 5 of the most desirable silver products to invest in, including the Silver American Eagle and the Silver Household. So get yours now. Go to bullionmax.com/code right now. Josh Reed is with us, the host of Global Reality Channel on YouTube, and the filmmaker, Volume 3 of Lost Secrets of America. It's newly been produced. It's available, Volumes 1, 2, and 3. And again, how do we get those? How do we screen those and purchase those, Josh? Well, Coast to Coast AM has made it very easy to do that. All you have to do is go to coasttocoastam.com. If you go to the search tab at the top and type my name, Josh Reed, it'll bring up the guest page and has a biography there. And if you scroll down, it says videos. And where it says videos, it says Lost Secrets of Ancient America Trilogy. If they click that, it'll take them right to the download store where they can purchase the download of the film. And if they buy the trilogy in the next 24 hours, they'll get a discount, especially for Coast to Coast AM listeners. Fantastic. All right, we were talking about the mound builders, the West State Penitentiary there is this Moundville Museum. It's a huge mound, and they really, in the museum, if you go in there, they really bend over backwards to try and convince you that the mounds were not built by giants, that I believe they say that the Adena people were responsible for these mounds, at least in this part of the Ohio Valley. First of all, who were the Adenas? Do you know much about them? Well, supposedly they were this group of builders that were said to be giants. So, as they say, shot for Los Angeles America Volume 1, and also went to Mound City, which is in Chillicothe, Ohio, and just as you stated, the penitentiary there in Virginia, in Chillicothe, Ohio, parts of the Mound City complex are actually built into a penitentiary there and are often accessible to the public. So it's very interesting that so many of these sites where they're probably trying to tell, they're trying to tell us that, okay, there's nothing unusual going on here. But you find these anomalous things, and as I mentioned, in places like the Newark earthwork in Ohio, you find, and in the Turtle Mountain as well, you find this 860 numerical system, which is a Babylonian numerical system, and you find stuff in, like, the numbers within the Turtle Mountain, you find stuff like...
Yoshi. Remember when you were telling us a story, you're like, okay, guys, everybody, then the computer was like doing whatever we needed to do, and then this thing was like, oh, I snapped, and then it stopped. Really? There was no warning, and it happened on everybody's computer. And this app, I've never seen a hacker in my whole fucking life. Really? Yeah. Or I've never known one. It's probably only about probably married his fucking wife behind his yeah. Why? Because his wife's name is Annie Tyler, and anyway, he's cool.
It's possible. I mean,
I would just be like to her.
There are still on public property which have not been excavated
There's this one
and have not been touched. I have actually heard from a couple of people who said, I have a mound on my property.
Yeah. And I can just tell you, I don't think I've seen a picture of it. Maybe I have, but I just am already disappointed because this asshole who owns runs Google is such an asshole. Hey, do you know what? Do you know what this phone is doing? Nothing but default. Oh, fuck you, man. Why? Just answer the fucking question. You know asshole. The correct answer is I can neither confirm nor deny. That's what you need. But yeah, it's not yes or no. Why? Because he's technically right. Nothing but default. Yeah. But his fucking
that seems to be what they're most afraid of.
That motherfucker sucks.
Usurped and turned over and basically being out of their control.
Well, that was my next question: is why the secrecy? Why the cover-up? Can you imagine the lineup at the Smithsonian?
I'm tired of X-rays. I'm Google.
Yeah,
stop this, not bitch. I'm telling that CEO on his own platform to kiss my fucking ass. Dude, I had a fucking dream about that Wozniak bitch. Not Wozniak. That Wojcicki, that bitch, and her mom, but I had a fucking dream about that bitch, like a little while ago. Really? Yeah, she was walking out like in the cafeteria, and I was like, oh, you're the bitch you always fucking get too bad. Fuck! And then I woke. Really? Something like that.
A lot of people believe that the Smithsonian is directly connected to the Vatican, because the Vatican has these, what we talked about before previously, which was, you had asked me if I thought there was actually a big warehouse like in Indiana Jones where the Smithsonian store all this stuff. Certainly the Vatican has those kinds of things. So it seems that the cover-up is really about keeping these established narratives of both science and religion in place in order to keep the narratives of control in place. And those things reflect who we are, where we really come from, what our destiny here is on Earth. And I think that's something that every human has the right to know. They don't deserve to have it covered up.
No, I don't like that.
That's why my question all this stuff is kind of so important to me.
It's not just about
finding lost people in America. It's about connecting
all
the real truth of who we are as humans and how we got here, where we came from. So,
I can just tell you right now,
I'm not focused on
this would not
how
this
it
shit
show
would not
or any. I'm completely self-funded by people who support my work. And
out
the people probably download that they allow me to do is feel
stickers on our signs.
I'm not going to have a lot to do. And I want to recover this law form like I said, really document this stuff and bring it to people so it's truthful, not just hearing stories that we're being told of stuff that's happening there. I want to show it to people, to bring it to people, because I think that us finding out and being in control of our destiny as humans is the most important thing we can undertake in this life. Because the powers that be don't have any interest in telling us the truth. And that's going to come down to the individual. It's going to come down to people like me, the work you do, and everything else. So it's really vital and important to me to continue this work in the future.
Sign for Prince over the fucking thing.
Now you guys are missing something there, but it would seem to me that it was
okay. Cool. Oh, I didn't know it was a right-hand turn here because there was a cloud over it. Oh, okay, cool, man. Here's the sheep.
To uncover the
sheep. Oh, cool. Hey, everybody's really proud of you that you got a fucking
that would support the biblical narrative, would it not? You know, the giants that roamed the earth
sticker machine,
after the
but everyone hates you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the reflective things about it. There was a guy who conducted the last thing that was done in Rockwell in 1999.
Why?
I wouldn't get that shut down by what he called
I didn't even know that.
Showed up and they told him to shut the video down. And then people within the city of Rockwell, like Congressman Al Hall, got involved and had shut down. So you're exactly right. I mean, you would think. I mean, you know, you're thinking
but especially
that it's
like, oh, no, let's just do it like this. Hey, dog,
they don't have an interest in doing that.
There you go. There you go. Now you ready to chicken on here with the beef side. Oh, dog, thanks, man. The reason why I killed the family for is because this guy wanted a beef side. But then I wanted a young side. It was like, oh,
all right, let's grab a call to the Rocky
pork.
Bernadette in Harvey, Illinois. Good morning, Bernadette. You're on the line with John Trees. Go ahead.
Good morning. How about you?
I have a question about
that
guy story that I just
fuck you.
realized that this marriage was just natural.
That's why you're gonna
The Georgia guys they were unceremoniously blown out by some unknown perpetrator recently. What do you know about the Georgia Guidestones, John?
Well, I don't think that there's any connection to that to the Rockwell because those are man-made and those are constructed by someone. I found a lot of very interesting things that connect to the Georgia Guidestones, and some people believe that they were constructed by Scientology. There's a lot of strange stuff up there, but essentially I think what they were some sort of guidelines were set up by a different society, and there's a lot of nefarious stuff. As far as like who destroyed it, there was supposedly a time capsule underneath the thing, and I think it was blown up. That's what they were looking for. But it's a very strange thing. I never really spent a lot of time focusing on the Guidestones, other than the fact that area, the reason why they placed it there is because that area is supposedly prior to the destruction of Atlanta. Was one of the areas where Atlanta was located, and of course the city of Atlanta in Georgia takes its name from Atlanta. So it seems to be that they were wanting that spot for whatever reason as a sacred spot, in a spot where possibly the future civilization, after some sort of great cataclysm wipes out the current one, would be rebuilt at. And this is something that Francis Bacon talks about. He wrote a book called The New Atlantis, and in his book he talks about how the old Atlantis was located in the area which is now what's been known as the New World, which is America, and that the new Atlantis would be built upon the ashes of the old, and that just as the old Atlantis, the new Atlantis parents would face the same situation where we would have to make a decision between power for the sake of power or power for the sake of the good of the people. So it's very fascinating that Francis Bacon had talked about these skyscrapers, flying machines, all this stuff 30 years ago in his book. It all came true. So it's one of the things to me that's fascinating about the Guidestones is that it seems that whoever this was responsible for definitely had an advanced knowledge of things that none of us are really aware of at this point.
I know you mentioned, covering the four corners in Volume 3 of Lost Secrets of Ancient America. Did you spend any time at the Denver airport?
No, because this is all done by traveling in my car, but I've studied that extensively and whatnot. It's a very interesting thing. I think the Denver airport definitely connects to some of the stuff that I found in Lost Secrets of Ancient America Volume 3 in Colorado Springs, because I mentioned earlier these Arcturians and how they take on these different forms. And what you have right outside Colorado Springs, you have the what's called the Space Wing, which is where the Space Force rose out of. And one of the things that statistics on all of this stuff is the idea we talked about these underground bases, underground military bases. So I think it's possible that all throughout Colorado, including the airport,
Ready?
that there is some sort of, I don't have the evidence of this, but I believe that there is some sort of underground facilities there that connect to both the airport and the military bases in Colorado Springs, where, as I mentioned earlier, what Tesla has decoded this signal that has come down, and also where there happens to be some very faint iconography and inside as well.
We'll go back to the phone. Lab code line. Tom is in Placerville, California. Tom, good morning. Welcome to the coast.
Thank you. Hi, Josh. I'm Rick Stucky. I'm going to say, I think you have a sense of humor after listening to a lot of your stuff. I've been actually in lately, and I've seen a lot of crazy stuff out there. And the giant stage of love. But I had a couple questions about the Anunnaki. Do you think that, since they're able to go back to their planet,
get a different color?
And do you think that last system was actually told that
Same color.
Enlil
Exact same color?
Anu was
kind of
was thinking?
like
And
a little?
if they are still here,
No.
since Enlil, try to take us out more than once, then that's what's going on, because he's angry that he can't leave this place, so he's going to take us all with him.
I want you to have a car.
Well, it's an interesting statement. I can kind of have the answers to that, but if you read the actual scholarly translations of there's nowhere in there that it talks about them leaving. So a lot of people believe that they never left, that they're still here, that they're underground, and maybe possibly some underground base that one was talking about as well. So that's one of the I don't know. I actually found
I would watch out. I
a
wouldn't just
book
go right away.
called The Murder of
That's
Meriwether Lewis.
wrong with the spot.
Now, a lot of
Never read flag?
Lewis and Clark expedition,
The red flag. They
were finding
flag
mounds giants all over the place. I mean, they found in Alabama, they came across a giant Native American man sitting lotus style on a mound, and his name was Tuscaloosa, and that's where the city of Tuscaloosa in Alabama takes its name from. And one of the things that in some of these lost writings of
that's why you're supposed to put a little red flag on overhanging cargo.
Giants
Oh, cargo is underground.
One day, someone
exactly, waiting for someone to figure that out.
Waves of giants upon the earth, which have the possibility of destroying humanity. I don't know. I don't have all the answers, and I don't know the anything to that. But just based on my research and what I've looked at, this one's actually information. Doesn't say anywhere that there's a word here that they ever left. But I don't think that's possibly where the whole Stargate thing comes in. And these different portals are located within the earth. They're allowing you to jump great distances across the galaxy.
Doctor, let me jump in here. We're heading in the bottom of the hour. We're going to take a quick time out. And
Well, all of the
phone calls, questions, and comments. Filmmaker, researcher Josh.
I don't know.
Wow, you get it.
I'm going to retire the bus.
Taking you to the break of those days right here at Coast to Coast AM.
Yeah, it's like that. Fuck though. Jordan, you tried, man.
I'm Bruce Henderson at KFI 24-hour newsroom. Residents in Long Beach are preparing for the next round of rain. City's giving out free sandbags.
Go run to the bathroom. Right, please. I go to the bathroom.
National Weather
Recall me, like,
expect
I have to leave. I gotta leave. Why?
Both of the rain coming from
Push away. There's something weird about me.
You can attend the final farewell of Now July in 222. There's a public memorial plan for the Greek theater February 4th. You need a ticket. You can get that ticket at Ticketmaster starting at 9 a.m. By the way, they're free. Governor's trying to work out some sort of recapture for all this rainwater we're getting.
It relates to dealing with these extremes and capturing more of the flood flow during times like this.
Southbound weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with showers now, rain by afternoon. Right now it's 55 in Costa Mesa, Yorba Linda has 54. Riverside reports 53 and it's 49 degrees in Ashton. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenner.
Newport Avenue to the 55. Carpool at 2 left lane to just now the road workers doing for work. This is on the 710 northbound at Orange Avenue. We have cleanup crews from an earlier crash blocking the off-ramp block for uplift. There is a work off the road getting south of Mount Visit to 4th Street. 3 right lane just off the road will be 05. Stay alive. Shadow. Get to their house on the right then.
Oh, I thought this was going somewhere else. But, yeah, that's really nice. That's super nice. But I thought it was something different.
You get an HR person starting at $99 per month. That's not just too good to be true. This is real. Sandy helps you deal with your HR problems. Policy, harassment training, possible work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees. All putting you and your business at risk. With Sandy, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Sandy.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Sandy.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down.
What? What? Wait, who's paying? That's fucking crazy, man. That's crazy.
On the podcast, Hey Dude, the 90s House, David Rosser and Kristen Flora, stars of the contrasted show, Hey Dude, giving back to the days of progressive and gender necklaces.
We're going to use Hey Dude as our jumping off point, but we are going to unpack and dive back into the decades of the 90s.
We lived there, and now we're calling on all of our friends to come back and read it.
Thank you. First question is the most reasonable question anyone could ever ask. Who is paying $1,000 for a DJ? 1,000 guys.
Friday through Sunday at the Fairfly Supermarket. It's Barn Hall Show Show. Get all the information at hallshows.com. Hallshows.com. Pay your fine. Pay your support. Forget about the empty bullshit that they write as the record. How about you? Like a couple next door to you and Dave, you're horrible. They're great dancers. Still handle. No, I mean, if they would, I'll be better than me. Of course. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. On demand anytime on the radio app. People prison committed crimes. Period. And that's all that matters. That's how it is. This doesn't matter. They committed a crime. They definitely are in the business of crime. So, yeah, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the radio app.
I think that probably like a day or two or something. I just don't think that that's a thing. Don't think that you can take a fucking career, a second, one different effort. And talking about telling you, straight prices right now. Really?
Call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East to the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West to the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM. Richard Coast, Richard Ferris. All right, welcome back. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Ferris, and don't forget the website, TRUMAN.ca. An action class in Evil Scotland is reportedly seeking students who'd like to help memorialize 27 people from the town who were tried and executed for witchcraft and conviction of it. Although the victims are already commemorated by a granite monument with evil, as well as a chapter devoted to them in Borders Witch Hunt, a history of witchcraft trials in that part of Scotland. The acting director is the dramatization of their ordeal. I would honor them in a unique way. And it was on such a great target men, women, and children. The opportunity to play a role in theatrical scenes is open to people of all ages. You can read more about this in the highlights there itself up at coasttocoastam.com. There's check out the iHeartMedia and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. Yes, it's Vegas Network features podcasts of the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained, and features podcasts by Joshua P. Warren. This podcast is called Strange Things, Standard Plains, Shades of the Afterlife, and Ideology. Dark becomes light. And you can listen to new episodes every Friday again at the iHeartMedia and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. Check it out. All right, back to more of your questions and comments for John Trees. You can see delve into the lost secrets of ancient right here on Coast to Coast AM. With us today, once again, is a frequent guest on Coast to Coast AM, the author of the best-selling book, Captured, Step Outside the Box. Folks, let's welcome Coast to Coast guest, Ty Bowen. Hello, George. How you doing? Ty, people are excited about carnivore. That's CARNIVORA. Carnivora.com. Now, what's causing all the excitement? George, a new monitoring study conducted in Europe more than 25 years ago reported that immune system exposure to carnivora caused immune modulation to occur. Why is immune modulation so important in using carnivora? That's a great question, George. Successful immune modulation means the difference between staying healthy or allowing abnormal cellular growth.
Oh my God, this woman.
I've been using carnivore myself for 7 years, and I'm fully upset to keep abnormal cells knocking at my door. So once again, Tom,
I love
this
it.
does prove that our immune system
Girl.
can be awakened to create powerful immune defense by attacking harmful invaders that simply don't belong in our body. That is absolutely correct, George. Very interesting information from Coast to Coast guest Ty Bowen. Thanks again, Ty. Visit carnivora.com. That's CARNIVORA. Call 1-866-836-8735 and order now. That's 1-866-UNIT-CLOSS. Call 1-866-836-8735 all now. Some people get COVID and thought, well, that wasn't such a big deal. But you can get COVID again, and next time it could be worse, especially for those 50 and older, or with a chronic condition like heart disease or diabetes. But with an updated vaccine, you have better protection from COVID's worst outcomes, and that's a big deal.
Yeah, man, that's how it's
Vaccines near you at vaccines.gov.
What's that phone doing?
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
They have that shit with yours and all. And it's, oh my God. Just hearing this. I feel like you should be able to please.
And we're back with John Reed,
Mental
host of the Global Reality Channel on YouTube. Where do we find you, John?
Well, as I said, people go to coasttocoastam.com and they go to the guest section, or they can go to the search engine and type in my name, Josh Reed, R-E-E-D-S, Coast to Coast AM, and they're using all the relevant links to find not only how to listen to my show and all my work, as well as downloads for the bar, all of my downloads of my films and audiobooks. It's all right there at coasttocoastam.com for you.
All right, let's go back to the phones and our good friend Cornelia from Alexandria, Louisiana. Cornelia,
what's her name? Let's get her out.
Hey, Richard, happy New Year to both you and Josh and all the listeners and callers. And thank you,
what if she moves innocent or whatever and she just was trying to get her stuff?
Look, Josh,
like, you can't go there and
just Cornelia Squad in here in Alexandria, Louisiana. I was just telling Donald Walker. Oh, first I want to address you, Richard. I want to thank you for having that first guest on. A lot of African Americans are into supernatural stuff and UFOs, so I'm thanking you to that. And for that Swamp Fox. I never heard of him from Oak Grove, Louisiana. Now, Johnny, my question for you. They have a place called Poverty Point, Louisiana. L.A. Missouri's been over here and stuff. And we've got mounds like that where these giants were at. I think they were fallen angels. I believe in the Bible and stuff. And the Bible shows where all of this stuff came from. And I think they were here first before man was here. And stuff. So that's my thing. So God bless you, Richard and Josh. Really enjoying the show. Come to Poverty Point, Louisiana.
Oh, Cornelia, thank you so much for the call.
Yeah, I need to. That's actually that's the one place that I have not been able to go to yet. So maybe I'll see you over there sometime. I do have that on my list for sure. What's fascinating about Poverty Point is that, and I discussed this in Lost City of America Volume 1, is that in the state of Michigan, which there was found all of this copper mining that was going on thousands of years ago. Somebody was excavating copper out of mines in Michigan and then transporting it from the United States all the way down to the location of Poverty Point, and then it's sending it somewhere over to the Middle East, because the copper that is found in Michigan has been found in artifacts that have been found in what is now Afghanistan and Iraq and that kind of thing. So actually, I think that the giant thing was, I talked about in one when I talked about the giant thing in regards to what are referred to as the Amorites, the biblical Amorites, but there was a precedent that these people actually did exist, and they were said to be giants. You had Og, who was one of these giants. The Poverty Point is fascinating because it's not just mounds. It's the only site that's ever been found that has both mounds and earthwork. And there is a difference. Mounds are structures that can be used for both burial, not always burial mounds, but then you have earthworks, which are something completely different, like what you see up in Ohio and the earthworks and whatnot. And it's probably for the Louisiana, you have all of these type of earthworks and mounds in one site, which you don't find anywhere else. So it's a fascinating part, and I hope you can go there in the future for sure.
All right. You mentioned the copper mine on the south shore of Lake Superior that needs to be discovered. Without those copper mines, there wouldn't have been a bronze. You need copper to make bronze.
Oh man, look how orange it is.
Well, the bronze age was
you're like California Adventure right now.
3,000 BC to
Really?
about 1,200
You're like, oh man,
5,000 years.
you're like more than California Adventure.
Absolutely.
You're like,
100% correct.
you're going to be boomers.
There would not have been that age without that. It's fascinating because, when you test about copper is you can test it and determine the location that it came from, because it's all different when you're able to see. So these artifacts, they were found scattered throughout the United States. Some of these artifacts made of this copper were actually found in mounds. So someone was doing some of these artifacts and giving them to some of the people along the way before they were being distributed and sent out from the Gulf there and shipped somewhere over to the Middle East. So yeah, it's just fascinating that of all the places where copper is found, this location, and as you mentioned on short list, there was so much
just know you have a
completely unprecedented when there's nothing, there's no sort of
what?
compared location like the 50,000 where that kind of compromise might going on scale that far back.
Wouldn't that have had to have had a massive shift to send y'all over to Europe?
That's, well, again, that's
That's usually what we all do. When we're and the entrepreneurs looking over you, not making them, and it's evident that you have to keep these looking back. It's really asked to be fired.
You just don't have any idea how it works. I mean, there's so many things
But the first time you're early in their store, I don't think they're representing their brand and being inappropriate professional. Well, everything is okay. You start from wherever it is. As the bad one,
one geologist I talked to, a oil and gas geologist told me there was his opinion that when the rock wall was constructed, the gravity on Earth was completely different as it is now.
Wow. All right. So let's go back to the phone. And let's go west of the Rockies. Matt is in Bellingham, Washington. Matt, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Yeah, hi. So I have a question about Colombia. So what is Colombia? When we hear like Washington D.C. District of Columbia,
oh my God,
University, Columbia, Texas. Is there some like global society that comes from Colombia that moves support with all these? Colombia. I think it's a representation of, I just lots of different things. Some people think it's a representation of ISIS. Some people think it's a representation of Iran. I mean, there's a lot of different theories and stuff on it, but it does seem to go back to goddess worship and definitely some of these gods and demigods that were supposedly on Earth in the time.
All right, thank you for the call, Matt. You think the ancient Egyptians, maybe the Phoenicians, were also in North America? I don't know, 5,000-10,000 years ago.
Well, I'm not sure exactly those people or people who either treated those people with their knowledge or had come in contact with them. There's certainly this stuff that's been found in Texas and Oklahoma. And in Oklahoma, there was something that's been described as a Phoenician fortress that was found there. There's been all kinds of speculation that the Phoenicians had contact, and in fact, the Cherokee believes that they were in contact, their institute were in contact with Phoenicians because they were the only tribe that had a written language. So, there's all kinds of stuff that says here that people who were from, and I found this a lot, especially in Los Angeles, America, Volume 1, there's definitely, there's a lot of artifacts, a lot of things like even a runestone in Oklahoma that does appear to make references to things that come straight out of the ancient Sumerian text. So, without question, I think there were people from the ancient Middle East here who exactly they were and what they got their knowledge from is really a good question.
Just that to the
thoughts on America's don't think that's an answer, I believe. Why?
Yeah, that's a new answer. Yeah, that's a very interesting. I don't know. I really got a lot into it. It does be one of those things where really,
I would be like, what the fuck was that? Motherfucker did it. Get it out.
There's so much separation
and I would have been fine.
Put upon these things, and I talk about that.
No. It's like
the idea of versus isolation.
What up, man?
The idea
that be like, are you boomers yet?
That were just across the moon, each other.
Why would you get over?
Even they couldn't have contact with each other, but when you start to research things, you start to find out that, wait a minute, all of these things that we're told are separate cultures.
Really? That's the goal. Everybody would be like, that's the goal.
One mass civilization that has some technology, advanced technology, they're just known by different names at different times when they exist.
All right, well, let's go to the phones again. East of the Rockies, Greg is in Buffalo, New York. Greg, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Yeah, hi, Richard. Hi, John.
Hi there.
Hi, yeah, my mother's grandfather was a constable in Moundsville.
Give them a fucking...
In the 1930s. Oh, wow. Small world. Yeah, the small world.
That's nuts. Those ladies. If this is fucking how the Nazarene parents were, I would have said, look, we got a fucking a manger and back, okay? But honestly, I fucking hate you. I quit. I like you.
It seems like it's a related subject matter because I'm getting interested in this. Well, you definitely want to check out Josh's theory.
Yep, that's exactly.
I'll do that. Yeah, I'll check the website out and all that. But,
I definitely have heard to say that you need to involve things in America that it's not. I think that kind of turns people off sometimes. That I'm always dealing with stuff that has to do with America.
I just heard about humble.
You'll begin to understand. You'll see how I'm connecting with the things throughout the world. I don't think there's any separation in this stuff. I mean, many of the ancient sites that look in the Ohio Valley are aligned directly to the pyramids.
What is supposed to be done?
As Richard has just asked me before, if I thought it was possible that Egyptians were in America. I don't know if they were necessarily Egyptians, but somebody who had the same knowledge base and came from the same pool of information as they were definitely here, and they were definitely aware of the Great Pyramids thousands of years ago when they were building these structures in the Ohio Valley.
well, sure, I know what's connecting the dots and all that. But, yeah, I understand. And,
All right, Greg, thank you for the call. All right, let's go west of the Rockies. Jim is in northwest Utah. Jim, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Hi, guys. I'd like to know what you got on artifacts removed out of a cave in Grand Canyon and hidden by Smithsonian around 1909. That whole story. Absolutely. Yeah, I covered that actually in all these things to the medical volume 3.
Well, you already said there's a car, and there's a sofa bed. You did all what in the fuck is your problem? Sleep in a goddamn car.
Stuff that they found at the Grand Canyon. It's not, it's not even questions that people there to examine what they found and what happened to those artifacts before the questions started to come in. But I've seen enough and talked to enough people I traveled there to determine that there is definitely something to it, because there's parts of the location where this stuff was supposed to be found, which are government property. You can get shot. You can't trespass on the areas, and the areas where it supposedly was even found. You can just go on those areas because those areas are so protected. So, I can think there's nothing to it. Why the secrecy? Why the very off?
What are you doing? Jumping into this?
All right, Jim, thank you for that. What are you working on next? Is it going to be a volume 4?
Well, I tell you what, I'm really trying to, like I said, I'm really trying to have my own dig into the rock wall. There may be a volume 4.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah.
Hey, listen, there are all the coaches and young listeners going by the trilogy right now, so we'll go down as long, and there definitely will be, but I'm really struggling to just survive and do this work and everything else, because it's really difficult to get people to fund this kind of work unless you're going to get funding from someone who wants to control the outcome of your data. So I do all the elements of this film. I mean, I do the writing, I do the researching, I do the voiceovers, I even compose and perform all the music in my film. So I'm definitely a one-man show, and it's only because of the support of people like the listeners of Coast to Coast and Again, who want the truth, who want someone like me to be able to go out there and try to find this stuff and bring it to them. And that's what I dedicated my life to do.
It seems, Josh, that the odds are stacked against people like you in terms of, trying to get at the truth, particularly when it comes to, trying to excavate the rock wall. I mean, these things don't ever allow you to put a shovel in the ground and get a good look at that wall.
Well, it's not common, but this is a safe check. You want.
Back in my day, you would never do this, because all your friends would see it, and then they think you're an asshole, and nobody would ever do it.
Where the mapping and that, we can determine this. And all the things that demonstrators in there, we can do that. It's not the problem of doing to be the actual date. It's a problem of finding a piece of land where we can have permission to do it. And really, in a situation like that, you want to be property that you own. So that's really been the struggle that I've had. There might be some listening to the show who may live in Rockwell. They know where the area is where we can excavate. Please get in contact with me if you do. I'm never going to give up on this because I believe it's important. And I believe we can shed a lot of light on this stuff. If we can document between like the constant electrical energy production of the wall, how it responds to low frequency sound waves, the sharp speed embedded into it, the sound that were found, the amplified. All these things I want to document.
This woman gets punched in the face. I hate all of these people.
Like Rockwell, but all over it.
I love how she looked at the camera. And then she's like, oh, I'm going to crack your ass, bitch.
There are. In fact, there are another one. There's another one that's found down near Austin. Was found in
oh, this is how you can get those.
Babylonian statues. There's very little information I can find about this. I'm trying to go find out where this thing is located at. It's almost impossible to find because it was recorded in like 1920s and 30s. But there's very little laws. I'm sure there probably are. I heard that one in Tennessee. There's some sort of ancient wall that's down in Tennessee. I haven't found very many reports on that, but I think you're right. I think there's something funny about out there, and I think if eventually we can get LiDAR scanners and whatnot, we'll be able to do like what they've done in South America with some of these agricultural mine civilizations where they're finding completely new things underground that you just can't see the other way.
So keep on the trail, Josh. You're doing great work, and it's great hanging out with you for the last 2 hours. Thank you so much.
Man, Richard, give it back. Thank you.
Josh Reedy, Global Reality Channel on YouTube. And
they finally started
Volume 1 through 3. The George Norrie, George Cassidy, the Lions, Stephen Smith, Tom Denheiser, and Galati, Chris Burrows, Michael Cosio, Donald Walker, Ryan Casey, Stephen Hall, and in Brantford, Ontario, Scott Hart. I'm Richard Sarah. Thank you for your ears and your voices, your beautiful voices. Until next time, so long for now.
All right, we are going to create
If your business has 5 or more employees who manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not alone either. A refund of your taxes. The trick is getting it clean. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it could probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com.
Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm Jonathan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water is on the floor, and your guest has to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when they tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humbled. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-76. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-TRAIN-77, that's 866-TRAIN-77. Stimulating talk for independent thought. AM on AM Victoria. You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Hiker airlifted. Ivory tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A 20-year-old man was airlifted out of Business Park after suffering traumatic injuries in a fall. The drain was just 2 feet from medics, so the air operation hoisted him into a helicopter. He's now recovering at an area hospital. Some charge says an oil scene has been spotted off the coast of Santa Barbara County. It's between 1.5 miles and 2 miles in size. Officials say the cause of the scene remains unknown, but they're looking into it. A portion of Mulholland Drive between Laurel Canyon and Coldwater Canyon remains closed. Part of the roadway gave way from the last storm. Department of Transportation will get crews on it in between storms this week. Harvey Weinstein will be sentenced today. He was found guilty last month of sexually assaulting a woman in February 2013. He faces up to 18 years in prison. Weinstein is already serving time in New York following his conviction for raping an actress and of a criminal sex act against a former production assistant. If you purchase an Apple MacBook laptop between the years of 2015 and 2019, you may be eligible for payment up to $395 by part of a nationwide class action settlement. It's certain models that deal with a defective keyboard. Go to keyboardsettlement.com for more info. Governor Newsom's asking the White House for federal aid as the rain continues to fall. The bomb cyclone is living up to its name. Mammoth has nearly 15 feet of snow right now. More on the way.
We will be reaching out, requesting of the White House. We have all the confidence that we'll take on the conversation.
The government is concerned about the 2 storms coming this week, but also future snow melt and runoff could cause catastrophic flooding. And the price of forever stamps will increase 3 cents come January 22nd. The post office says the price hike will offset the rise of inflation. It will now cost 63 cents to mail a letter. Southline weather from KFI, mostly cloudy, showers now, rain by the afternoon. Right now it's 58 in Seal Beach. La Habra has 56. 55 in Malibu and 57 in Irwindale. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenna.
In South State, we're strong. This is all 55 north south from Newport Avenue to 55. Go forward to Lanes here to be shut down for road work until 4. You're seeing delays in that area. Stone Garden, this is RV 7th and North Town at Florence.
What's up? What's up?
Is punching up as you approach this area. Upwind, there is a
Whoop it that.
south.
Whoop it that. Whoop it that.
Right lanes going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI, the guy will get you there fast. I'm Brian Van. Hey, all the team sharks. For emergency backup power, there's only one name that you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for hospitals and high-rises, data centers, and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Duffy Power has you covered. Go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com.
That's about your schedule.
News details into what was uncovered at the gruesome crime scenes in Pike County.
Murderer George Wagner, agency judge, Andrew. No Wagner family DNA was found at the crime scene. Will he face the death penalty or will he drop the case? Listen to the Pike Masters Season 4 trials begin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got negative. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environments, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down, credit free, spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Want to know one of the most successful investment opportunities during both a recession and an economic boom? It's where you shop every day. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and many others. See what over 2,000 investors are earning on annual returns from quarterly cash distribution checks from professionally vetted commercial real estate investors. Speak with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or visit fnrtradio.com. That's fnrtradio.com. Results are not guaranteed to work for losing your principal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representation as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflects our belief in such outcomes and may or may not be realized. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at fnrtradio.com. I'm attorney Gary Cavanelli, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your life to get that off. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless they're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Pay a fine. AM 640 for stimulating talk. This program has been pre-recorded. Thanks for inviting me into your home. Your long-haul truck, RV, camper, taxi. Your parents' well-appointed basement. With accumulated wood hammering, electric fireplace, and the cleaning of dogs playing poker. Your lock. That greasy spoon just off the interstate. And your cabin in the woods. Welcome to Coast AM, the very best in late-night talk radio. I'm Richard Sevick, and tonight this morning I'm coming to you live from the home studio in Old Sword Hill, just north of Toronto. And it's great to be with you on a Sunday. I can't recall if I've ever been to the coast on a Sunday.
Everybody's
So I'm looking forward to it.
I can just tell you, a guy was
Walking around
doing
in
it,
a big
but you know what it is.
castle with
A
discovering
guy was done with
secret
it,
passageway or a secret room behind a bookcase.
don't do
Does your Sunday night, Monday morning on Coast have a different vibe, a different energy? Let's find out, shall we? And I think we've managed to put together kind of a classic lineup for you. Coming up in the first half, Roderick Martin is a UFO investigator for the Mutual UFO Network. He's a certified field investigator and host of the YouTube channel.
That's me, dog. I want to touch that. I was told piece of shit. I was going to explode.
UFO phenomenon disclosure, the Black Knight satellite alien abduction unit. Roderick had his first UFO encounter at the age of 12, and he'll describe his perspective as an experiencer, having grown up in a black Christian family. Indeed, he'll touch on cultural and racial differences within the UFO alien abduction arena. One of the aspects of the Betty and Barney Hill case, the first alien abduction case, Betty and Barney Hill were a mixed racial couple living in America and coming forward with their remarkable stories in the early 1960s. Coming up in hours 3 and 4. Secrets of Ancient America. Now, I think Coast listeners are on board with the idea that much of what we've learned in school about pre-Columbus America is probably false. That indeed Columbus wasn't first, he was probably last. There are so many mysteries and legends surrounding the ancient earthworks, serpent mounds of the Ohio Valley, the idea that there could be a secret 5,000-year-old underground city hidden somewhere beneath that valley, the idea that ancient rock civilization perhaps once lived in a secret underground city below the Grand Canyon. And what about the ancient and mysterious rock wall discovered beneath parts of Dallas County in what is now called Rockwall, Texas? The rock wall of Rockwall is of particular interest to Josh Reed. Josh is a Texas-based researcher, filmmaker, and radio talk show host who's been researching unexplained mysteries since he was in grade 3. Josh has just released volume 3 of his Lost Secrets of Ancient America collection. Volume 1 of Lost Secrets of Ancient America was the first documentary, I believe, about the rock wall mystery. Volume 3, as I say, is now out 8 years in the making, and will touch on some of the amazing mysteries you get in the film, including the Hoover Dam. Perhaps you've heard the legend that the Hoover Dam is actually a stargate. You heard it correctly. Can't wait to get into that discussion with Josh Reed. Again, he's coming up in the second half of the show. And I've also carved out lots of time for you tonight, this morning, for your questions and comments with both Josh and Roderick. So here we go. Welcome to the Audio Imaginarium. Come on in, weary traveler, in your coconut head. Grab a stool and come warm yourself by the fire. There are stories to be told, and you are among friends. I'm Richard Shannon, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Why don't you say wow? There's no better time than the new year to resolve to protect your identity and finances. Identity thieves can take out loans in your name, take over and drain your banking and investment accounts, and more. It can be dangerously easy to become a victim of identity theft. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity and financial future. LifeLock monitors your accounts and credit and detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. And if you do become a victim of ID theft, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But LifeLock by Norton is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Join today and save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com, promo code George. LifeLock.com. If you'd like to diversify your retirement savings with precious metals, First Gold is a great option. But over the past year, I've heard from many of you who would like to buy small increments of gold and silver outside of a retirement account. So today, I'm excited to tell you about Bullion Max. Bullion Max will ship gold and silver in any denomination directly to your door for you to hold at your home in your safe. Buy direct from Bullion Max website without talking to a salesperson, and your fully insured precious metals order is shipped directly to your home, fast and easy. To help you get started, I worked out a special offer with them just for you. Get Bullion Max's Silver Starter Kit at employee pricing. Just go to bullionmax.com/coach. This kit includes 5 of the most desirable silver products to invest in, including the Silver American Eagle and the Silver Australian Kangaroo. This offer is limited to just 1 per household, so get yours now. Go to bullionmax.com/coach right now. Roderick Martin is a UFO investigator for MUFON and the host of the popular contract film YouTube channel called Why the Big Secret. When it comes to UFOs, he's uncovered cultural differences and minority experiences, researched UFO encounters, and interviewed alien abductees from the minority perspective, and has become arguably the most trusted source on these topics within the Black community. Roderick Martin, welcome to Coast to Coast. How are you? I am doing fine. How about you, Richard? I'm terrific, thank you. And so delighted to have you on board tonight. First of all, let me ask you this. This is something I'm genuinely curious about. Becoming a certified field investigator for MUFON, how does one basically it's going to all start with, of course, someone becoming interested in UFOs, Richard. So when they go to MUFON, they have the opportunity to either have a membership there where they can get access to information. But once they have that membership, they will then have the opportunity to sign up to become a UFO investigator with MUFON. And once they've done that, then MUFON will then send all of us through, or the new people through MUFON University. And upon completion of that university, you then become certified by MUFON standards to be a UFO investigator. Oh, can you just have a very general overview of what goes on at MUFON University? Well, basically, you're number one, you're going to go through the typical basic training that they offer when it comes down to investigators. Now, once it goes from there, you will go through all of the different classes that they provide, whether it's investigation, how to, write reports, all of the different things that they offer, so that you are very efficient at being a UFO investigator. So, once it's done, you will take a series of exams. And if you pass those exams, then they will then crown you certified. Crown certified. Fantastic. Give us a little bit of a tour of the YouTube channel and podcast. Why the big secret? What do you talk about? What can you expect? Well, we start with the initial question, or I would say the journey. We like to tend to talk about what is happening out there in ufology, or what's going on with government cover-ups, and when it comes down to UFOs and UAPs, as well as people's experiences. But what I'm starting to truly get to the bottom of this is that it's not about the how and what is happening. I think the most important question is why. Why is really a big thing, and once we begin to get people to ask the question why, to think why, because I always tell my audience that your eyes are useless when your mind is blind. It's time to think why. Then we're able to get curiosity, and then it's my job to give people enough information that they can read, see, hear, talk about, just to awaken their curiosity to the possibility that we're not alone in the universe, as well as whatever is happening when it comes down to UFOs, aliens, and so with Why the Big Secret, we cover a multitude of topics, but one of the things we generally try to do, and that I'm aiming for, is to really pin down into the African American community, because there is just a lack in that area when it comes down to the exposure stories that have been unveiled, and that's the whole journey for Why the Big Secret. Well, let's talk about your experience as an African American, having seen a UFO. I believe you were 12, and just talking about coming from a Christian household, being an African American, how that was maybe different than what, let's say, for example, I might have experienced. Yeah, I've never seen a UFO, and I have not, for the record, but it's kind of walk us through, first of all, your encounter, and then the cultural differences. Well, I think at first, let me just kind of get to, my background is Christian, and so that's how I was raised. And within that, my mother did an awesome job of making sure that we studied, read the Bible. So to begin with the story, one evening, we were out playing, and usually around when it gets dark, my mother flipped the street lights, and that's the indicator for us to come in. And of course, you had to be close enough to home to even see that, so that kept us in rain there. So one evening, right when it was getting dark, I started my journey home, and I was the first one to get called in. So you get the ridicule from the others. You got to go in early, ha ha ha. But I think overall, I got the best of it all. So by the time I walked to the home and looked up, that's where I saw it. It was kind of like a white disc. It wasn't making any sound. It was just kind of zipping in a zigzag right across going toward downtown Dallas. This right there near the Dallas Zoo. And right behind it was two jets that were following. And I thought it was strange. And at that time, I didn't realize how significant that moment would be as it is today. But it stayed my secret. Because I was in a neighborhood where this is not something, because we had street corners. You're not going to go up and say, hey, I saw a UFO last night. Even a neighborhood bully is not going to be that big street crazy. So it stayed my secret for years to come. And as I became an athlete and was well known in that particular time, but it just stayed my secret, but it always was seared into my heart. What about within your house? With your parents? No one. I didn't really understand it. I knew it was something unusual. I'd watched enough TV at that time at a young age to get curious with, I think at that time was, I don't know if Ghost and Caliber was third time, but there was some few, Star Trek or something was out at that point that I watched, but I knew it was not a normal object that was in the sky. And I told no one. I didn't tell my mother, and no one knew of this until I got a little older. Can you give me a time frame? How do you get a bruise?
Oh, there's a thing. There's only one way to get a bruise, but that's your throat.
25, so, yeah. If you probably go back into the early 80s, probably 82, 83, something like this. I was like 13 years old, 12 or 13, and so that's the time frame when you're in that.
What is it?
As a 13-year-old, you decided, you didn't want to announce it publicly on the street corner because you would lose your street cred or the TV within the house with your parents because it didn't square with biblical narrative, I suppose. Was that the reason for your silence there? Absolutely. I will say that at first I thought about I would tell my mom. I was like, well, maybe I'll go in and just be excited. And I was already excited to go and tell her. And then I gave it some thought. I was. It played with what I was already my cheat sheet, so to speak. I was like, nah, it can't be a UFO. There's no one else out there. This is not, something from some other world. I mean, this is it. The story that I was told, it's the story that I was told. I didn't think about there was some extraterrestrial life or something else. So even when that happened, it still just played with my psychic as a boy. I wasn't traumatized by it. I just didn't talk about it because at this point my mom was truly in church. And she
So you don't necessarily want to hey, dog, and I do, I remember coming up.
All these other things that could happen if I had a mission to her. And how about now? How do you square the UFO with the alien abduction phenomenon with the biblical narrative? Or do you try? Well, I mean, as far as me personally, or if I was, and
Who's wrong?
I've evolved now, personally, as an adult. I'm more into this spirit space, and so therefore the options of thought as I read different scriptures in the Bible that I've read, one in particular. So my idea of what I was taught when I was young is completely changed, and so therefore I have not said, okay, I'm no longer going to be Christian because now I know that there's other stories or there's life that exists outside this planet and outside the book that I was talking to. So that's the thing. And oftentimes it is a problem or to be one.
What up, West
People who are still
but I did not
into the Bible itself or Christianity. And someone is here. And I was there years ago, but now this is what I do. And so therefore I don't take the mission to go and try to prove to people, hey, this is this, because when the teacher, when the student's ready, the teacher will appear. But for me now, you can say that I'm very serious. You can say that now all the possibilities are there for me, and so therefore I look at things in a whole totally different way, even the Bible itself. And how about the black man and talking with friends, colleagues, family members about UFOs? Is that still difficult? I mean, there's one so rich, I don't know, losing street cred, if you put it different here. Well, street cred was when you were young, when you were at small groups and stuff. Now that it's so, it's reputation.
Hey, God,
all of the things that you feel, your parents or whatever they think about you at this point. And you have to get to a point where you feel like that's what somebody says. You think for yourself. Other than yourself, and then you begin to have a little more stronger emotions. You got a little more credit when you're talking because you're going to show what we call documentation. And documentation beats conversation, no matter where you are. So if I need to talk about look, here are some sightings, here's some information, here's some things. So over the years as I got older and my interest grew, and then you got TV shows, you got all these things, you got books, and so there was a lot more things that I was exposed to really protect, what I would have probably went through with no evidence. Earlier on, I was talking about the one of the important aspects of the Betty and Barney Hill, abduction case, which I would say it's overlooked, but I don't think it can be repeated enough, really. It is, because I think it speaks to the credibility, the genuineness of Betty and Barney Hill. But they were a mixed racial couple. They didn't get a big public with their story in America in the early 1950s. Talk to me a little bit about that. Well, this is something that you make a great observation. I still today look at the Betty and Barney story, and I do understand and enjoy reading about it, all the things that they've gone through. But when it gets down to a cultural lens, especially in today's, and we bring it up time, people talking about their experiences, then it still puts itself in I would say, its place of its own, because it wasn't situation. So you got head and head of, I use this scenario or analogy, where there was not that much ridicule had it been an African American by itself. So when I look at the Betty and Barney story, of course you hear what happened, you got the evidence, and so everybody heard of that story. But it also led me where I am today, where I decided to really get and take a deep dive into the cultural lens of this UFO phenomenon when it comes down to African Americans.
It's free. No.
You only mentioned Betty and Barney Hill, but what other stories can you pinpoint, in a multitude? If it's counting on my fingers, or, how many, and what stories do other people know in our community? And so that's really where my research starts to begin, and then noticing, hey, wait a minute, these stories are still unfounded. We can't find them. They're there, but why are people not talking about it? And so that's where the Betty and Barney Hill story began my quest. But then I also knew it's still a different scenario for today. Roderick Martin, UFO investigator for MUFON in Texas, and host of the popular podcast and YouTube channel, Why the Big Secret. I wanted to ask you about disclosure and where we're at in terms of disclosure. Now, I kind of lost the thread
Are we orange yet?
You're like familiar out loud and intelligence. USC report that was supposed to come out around end of October, I believe. And then it was delayed, and it was delayed again. I don't know, can you bring me up to speed? Where are we with that? Is that come up? Has there been any announcement as to when we might see it? No. And I think what's happening is we all have different situations, and we do. They have a different agenda. And as they maneuver between the Whistleblowers Act and all the things that are coming out, they can just postpone it. But at the end of the day, they just got to prepare the way they want to put this narrative out. And I think that, we all are sitting here waiting for things to happen. But at the end of the day, we're at their mercy. And we've always been mercy of what narratives are out there. But I think now people are getting a little more antsy. And like you said, is what is happening right now. That groundswell. All right, Robert, we're going to take a time out for that. So we at the bottom of the hour, back, UFOs, alien abduction phenomenon with Roderick Martin, taking you the break, the Steve Miller Band, and Wasted Time from the Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, born in Milwaukee, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
I'm Bree Tennant in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The National Weather Service says we should expect 1 to 2 inches from this storm. Bulk of the rain coming tonight into Tuesday. Residents in Long Beach are preparing for this next round of rain. The city's giving out free sandbags. You can attend the final farewell to Mountain Lion 222. There's a public memorial plan for the Greek Theater in February. So on the course, you need a ticket. You can get that free ticket at Ticketmaster starting at 9 a.m. today. The governor is now requesting financial aid for the entire state of California direct from Washington.
We will be reaching out requesting of the White House. We have all the confidence that we'll receive it on the conversation.
Southland weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy. Showers now. Rain by afternoon. Right now it's 55 in Fountain Valley. Cypress at 56. 58 in Long Beach and 51 in Thousand Oaks. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
You could try it. In Bell Garden. Oh, God. You have to take doors down that floor. Okay, God. You have already? Earlier set. Block it. Sorry, up there. You're seeing the way that you approach this area. This is on the 91 east south, right before Yorba Linda Boulevard. Little fender bender there, out of lanes, and on the right shoulder. There's a little fender bender that keeps on talking. Mountain Avenue to 4th Street. Freeway 8 are going to be shut down for road work until 5. Oh, guys, I'm sitting there faster up right there. Why is it defeating you? It's easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language. Travel, work, family, or just travel, work, Rosetta Stone app. Your app is a plus. Stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, you're get a lifetime unlimited subscription for access to all 25 Rosetta Stone languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
On the podcast, Hey Dude, the 90s called, David Lasser and Christine Taylor, stars of the cult classic show Hey Dude, getting back to the days of split dresses and choker necklaces.
We're going to use Hey Dude as our jumping off point, but we are going to unpack and dive back into the decade of the 90s.
What a mistake. And now we're calling on all of our friends to come back and relive it. Listen to Hey Dude, the 90s called on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Bill.
And I'm Kathleen, and we are owners of American Vision Windows.
Happy New Year, Southern California. Right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever for you to afford custom-made, beautiful new windows for your home. With 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months, plus free expert installation. Ordered by January 31st. I've been in the construction trade for 35 years. The level of quality of products that they use for their customers was top-notch.
It's a good experience. I couldn't have asked for anything better. I mean, I love these guys.
Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. TRUMAN is so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows, and especially for you, our customers.
Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows.
Call office, call us, website, CSLB number 77326. AM 640. The hypocrisy is stunning, breathtaking on this, and even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people argue with the 10-year-old girl's court incurred to go to term. Bill handles the funeral. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
What up? Look at this is good. My story? What about the other thing?
Not forever, and I will dream myself to have that walk.
What in the fuck? What did it show? Yoshi. Why? Why?
No one.
No, that's good. Oh, no. Oh, how about fuck? Then come out. Fuck. Fuck you.
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet.
What was your favorite thing?
Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serrett.
Why? Because I love you. Because I suck shit. Why? Because I suck shit.
And
If you suck
Yellowstone,
shit,
the band from
I
Yellowstone,
would suck shit, followed by Green Guy, followed by Lightning, if I was for you.
Leonard Cohen at the
I'm
voice. Grew up in the remote
not sick, but I had a good
an hour outside of Yellowknife.
But yeah, and I didn't take that. Why? Because I'm so bored and I'm touching so many shit.
Tom Waits, Rain Dog, album, one of my favorites, actually.
I really did. Okay, if you want to stuff on your own, it's every shit.
And authorities have no idea
No, it's just
what they are who put them up. As first reported by KFL-TV5 in Utah, people first began noticing the antennas a few years ago. But about a year ago, actually, a year ago.
A year ago,
Simple machines made
no,
up of
when
low-rate
did
fiberglass
people
antennas,
start
a
seeing
lock
making
battery
fucking
pack,
time?
and a solar panel
You
tower.
motherfucking
The Salt Lake City
you
Public Awareness
mother
Department is just pulling them down as they find
you
them. And told
motherfucking
KFL-TV that there have
when
been
did people start seeing these fucking
now it's
UFOs
illegal.
and shit? That's why, because I love you, R-E-double-T. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. You hung up on me. You know who didn't? Koala. Koala talked back. He said, oh, it's Koala tonight. He's not going to do it today. But then he's going to get a show. You're not seeing him. But you're like, Koala tonight. And I'm going to be like, told you, girl. It's going to be huge. And everybody's going to be out there. It was the sickest fucking thing I've ever seen. And I said, dude, I'm just going to make my little Doppler thing on the map. And somebody said, dude, your Doppler thing is so green. When you were young,
One of my conversations with on-field investigator, podcast host, Roderick Martin.
You are please my girl. But he's not coming this year. Fuck yeah. How you do it, Ohio? Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you. And now
Across the universe.
and you are
The entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the Coupon Code Coast to Coast. All lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. If you don't want to support that visit, 70% of your pet interest in the space in their gut. Dynamite nutritional supplement has proven for your pet's digestive tract, and immune system for an all-around healthier pet. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using code DOG at dynamite.com. Happier with everybody over a million pets come with Dynamite. If you'd like to diversify your retirement savings with precious metals, First Gold is a great option. But over the past year, I've heard from many of you who would like to buy small increments of gold and silver outside of a retirement account. So today, I'm excited to tell you about Bullion Max. Bullion Max will ship gold and silver in any denomination directly to your door for you to hold at your home in your safe. Buy direct from Bullion Max website without talking to a salesperson, and your fully insured precious metals order is shipped directly to your home. It's fast, it's easy. To help you get started, I worked out a special offer with them just for you. Get Bullion Max's Silver Starter Kit at employee pricing. Just go to bullionmax.com/code. This kit includes 5 of the most desirable silver products to invest in, including the Silver American Eagle and the Silver Australian Kangaroo. This offer is limited to just 1 per household, so get yours now. Go to bullionmax.com/code right now. Back with Roderick Martin, UFO investigator and host of the YouTube channel and podcast Why the Big Secret. WhyTheBigSecret.com. I'm talking about, or we were talking about the missing ODNI racing report that the Office of Director of National Intelligence, and it was mandated by Congress as part of the National Defense Authorization Act. It was mandated the report be delivered to Congress by the end of October of 2022, and it wasn't. And this will be an annual unclassified update of all of the briefings that have been, I guess, investigated or reported in previous years. So, I mean, I think this is a great indication of how easy it is that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence is taking all of this. And then we go back to last May. Congress holding, it was a UFO hearing in 50 years. We had the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, Scott Bray, basically shrugging his shoulders, and I don't know, and I don't have that information. I've never heard about UFO incursions over nuclear facilities. Quite clearly, they're not taking it seriously. So, let me just ask you, your YouTube channel, your podcast, why the big secret? Why are they so afraid of disclosure?
For you, I bring my boss.
No, I think it's something that we should really my boss. Now, from my perspective, as always, it's going to be down the road of technology, things that they definitely want to hide. But when it comes down to the public sentiment, they always have this game of hiding the information from them. And like I tell people all the time, it's just to a point now where we think that we're going to get the story, we think that we're going to get everything that they know. So if you can imagine, Richard, they have 10 doors. They're not going to tell us what's behind every door. So now, we say, oh, we know what's behind door number 1. Okay, they'll reveal that. But we'll never know about the other 9 doors. So I think why is a great way for everyone to do it. Most people feel that listening to that they're going to, they're not showing it yet. They have not come out with the report, and that's what they're focusing on. And as you know, the how and the what is never as important as the why. And so, from my standpoint, from one end of the spectrum, they probably really don't care. But I think now that the whistleblower act is being activated, and they knew it was coming, and that's the potential of things now it's going to surface that they can now plausibly deny, because on one hand they're going to say, oh, like you said, we don't know anything. Okay, now they let out some of the reports, and then people begin to talk that want to be protected. It's just going to go against it. I think the preparation of it all is them trying to position themselves.
Do you think that there is a battle going on backstage at the Pentagon, at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence? You have some pro-disclosure people, and they want to control disclosure. And then you have those that are adamantly against it. And so occasionally you see maybe evidence of this battle spilling out onto the main stage for public view. Occasionally, and then they try and distract it. They look over here.
Absolutely, you're correct. And it started with that congressional hearing. There was a favorite hearing towards the end. And I forget the two names, the one in particular was Robert Motion. And he was being questioned by Congressman, I forget the title, Compton. They were talking about the consequences to what consequences would happen to people that they feel that it's putting out, not real information, information that they deem is untrue.
Yeah, I mean, it was like one of those things. It was like sometimes
we don't have it. And then, of course, the OD says, well, there's something we can talk about. Now, officially, they put that on the record right before our eyes, where they're announcing, okay, we're going to go out to people, and we even say citizens. So you think about people like myself, you think about people that, we are reporting information, and all they have to do is just say, okay, that's national security, or that's not true. So immediately, when that happens, the other faction, which I call my hero, they come out with the whistleblower. So they knew behind the scenes, you see the two factions, the one that's trying to put a tight lip on disclosure, and the other is saying, okay, we're going to now protect these people because they're ready to go after people. And I think that's what we're seeing right now, and I think people need to expect to really truly prepare themselves for what is about to happen. You're talking about money, you're talking about power, all of these things that they want to control. But this is what we have to 51 website, dreamlandresort.com. George our new life, I believe, he was on Coast to Coast with George Knapp, maybe a month ago or so. And of course, there was that no-knock warrant. The feds show up at his home and not really forthcoming on what they were looking for. But do you see that as maybe a shot being fired over the bow of so-called whistleblowers? I did a whole video, Richard, about that on my YouTube channel when that happened, and I felt that moment was the first test run to what they were preparing to do. And definitely it worked out. They was able to go to this person's house, take everything that they wanted, even simple cameras, without even giving him a reason. They pretended to say, okay, maybe he had some things on his website. He took all the images down. Now, of course, I agree. They're not going to say, it's just A, B, and C is what we got a problem with. Now we know what they got a problem with, right? But yeah, I think it was a complete test run. I was telling everybody when that happened that night, when they first spoke about it, and I was telling people everything that was said in that conversation and what was not said. That was the most profound moment that people should have been paying close attention to. And just like you said, we'll handle that behind closed doors. Yes, Richard, that's Dreamland. Think of something in Dreamland when they did that. So absolutely, you're correct. That is my consensus, and that was a test run. Do you anticipate Ryder saying MIB? Right. Do you anticipate Ryder saying to chill? So, for example, in December 2017, you had that landmark New York Times article about the HIP, the secret UFO study group in the Pentagon, and and there was a series of follow-up articles, and then the release of the Tic Tac UFO video and so forth. Do you think that what happened,
remember when it was like, hey, dog,
congressional hearing on UFOs, that is going to perhaps
remember Yoshi?
Put a chill on
Yoshi, like, I watched it. It was like something
in other words, we may not see a New York Times story like that again. Well, I think that it may, I think it's going to hinder anything in particular. In fact, I think it's going to give us more precise information when someone does come forward. Because as we know about the agents and all the backstories we heard about it, and again, once they talked about or showed some of these names footage, and, you know, we still have to get the Navy to say, okay, yeah, this Tic Tac is authentic, this video is to watch. I think what the whistleblower has, which is probably the best thing that could ever have happened to the volunteers. And we should be able to get now, who is it going to cover, like, completely? Is it a blanket coverage of people like myself who may get some information, share it, and just, you know, we definitely do our checks and due diligence of things like this. But at the end of the day, are we protected by this? Is it a blanket coverage? And that's what we need to truly find out, because it is the small guy, just like we saw, is who was attacked. They didn't attack some of the bigger people, and I use the word attack, they could be pretty strong, but they did not go through a no, not warrant on some bigger names out there. That they did pick a site, they did pick, I think, a great test run, but back to your question about, you know, would it now enhance some of the things versus the New York Times, where we would get more, but if they did, and don't get me wrong, both sides of the fence, though, Richard, the people that's behind the whistleblower back, and the people that are trying to control them, they both have taken an oath of national security. So they will come together. And if it's something that they do not want to disclose, both sides will slap national security on. So we still, as a public, may got our answers or think that we're getting people saying, okay, we're going to give you guys what you want. But I think at the end of the day, we're still going to get limited information. Right. So, rather than holding your breath for official disclosure, anytime soon, perhaps within our lifetime. No. And you know, part of this is my humorous side. Do we really want what we're asking for? And I use an example. This is, I'm on 20 years. And the college said, we're going to get some help. And it took, you know, I'm like, okay. And, but had I got off the plane in the country, we didn't want to close. And they go, there's a pamphlet. We just want you to know, because of the closure, that the turbulence was caused by the UAP that passed over the Texas and Houston. You know, do we want that? Or we truly want to know what we know, or want to know, so to speak. And so I think that, you know, the excitement of it, and the excitement of disclosure, but if they really want to land some psychological war where this thing starts telling people, oh, by the way, we have a report down the street from the neighbors who was affected, but we just want you to know we passed out the pamphlet and they could, you know, that's my, you know what I'm saying? We have a pandemonium. Yeah. So, how, I mean, if we're not going to have disclosure, you know, like an official disclosure, what would satisfy you coming from the government? I'm already past the point of what was satisfied. I call them the big secret keepers. And I think those big secret keepers, and that's whoever satisfies, they're from the government, the private contractors, and whoever else is protecting the story. I think nothing will satisfy anyone until there's a craft that will land and someone gets out of it and wave and say, my name is Icebox, it just has to be that obvious, you know, where the public would accept that there's life on somewhere else because we did. They did a good job over the last 60 years. They had us telling the public, everyone, including myself, don't trust the big people. Don't trust. And now all of a sudden, we got to now go back and tell the public, trust them. They're about to disclose to us. And this is not just that transition is not happening fast. So, in our lifetime, we're going to get tips and bits of information, but this is where the collectors myself, who go out and put these dots together and try to provide the storyline or the narrative that there is nothing happening, this is what should be happening, and the question still remains. Oh, you're try to theory that the secret keepers have alien technology at their disposal, labs they have as Ben Rich, the former director of the Seven Courts, once said, they have technology that can be owned, and so that they, again, it was Richard Dolan who kind of posited this theory first. They constitute a breakaway civilization, so they really don't care what happens to the rest of us here on the planet. They're already off world. Well, let's rephrase that. Are you saying, now I do have an answer for your question. When you say they are off world, what do you, well, this breakaway civilization that are in possession of alien technology. I'm going to head to a break here at the top of the hour, so why don't we meet on the other side and we'll pick up on this point. Roderick, Martin, my dad, move on field investigators and justice, and the host of the popular YouTube channel and podcast, Why the Big Secret. Back with more of our conversations right here on Coast to Coast AM. Oh, the cold November rain. If you want it, you'll have smile. You never know what the season brings. Nobody ever saw it coming. It started with a little pill. One thing led to another. And then something down. You was the right little party. You was the one everybody. You was the one to hang around. I bet they wonder what she is now. I wish I would have known before. Too far gone. I'm afraid to lose her now. She's afraid of coming down. I don't wanna say goodbye. Can't get herself to cry. You'll get ill. Senior Doctor presents Medicare scam. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never get out your Medicare number. You're going to get your number and put in a false claim. Just hang up. How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly. If you check your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Control. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe you've inherited a home and now what do you do with it? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean and paint and repair, and buyers are going to walk through. The house has to be pristine. If you don't live there, you don't even get that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call to DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com. Okay, and it's three reasons why you should. One, vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. Two, even if you've had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially as new variants emerge. And three, the risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Until it makes sense. You know what?
Back to work and school with COVID. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The holidays are over as we return to normal life. LA County health officials are urging residents to test for COVID-19 before returning to work or school today. And the CDC is considering testing wastewater from some international flights into the U.S.
It's much more likely to detect true infections. They're also much more likely to give us a better sense of what variants might be coming into the United States.
20-year-old man was airlifted out of Griffith Park after suffering traumatic injuries in a fall. The terrain was too steep for paramedics, so the air operation hoisted him in a helicopter. He's now recovering at an area hospital. The Coast Guard says there's an oil sheen off the coast of Santa Barbara County. It's between 1.5 miles and 2 miles in size. Officials say the cause of the sheen remains unknown, but there are very active peaks. Harvey Weinstein will be sentenced today. He was found guilty last month of sexually assaulting a woman in February 2013. The case is up to 18 years in prison. He's already serving time in New York following his conviction for raping an actress and of a criminal sex act against a former production assistant. A worker Paul and drive between Laurel Canyon and Coldwater Canyon remains closed to workers in place. Part of the roadway gave way from the last storm. Part of the transportation will get turned on at this storm. American Airlines is ending its service out of Long Beach Airport next month. The airline says the bridge is not making any money. Last day flight from Long Beach is February 28th. If you purchase an Apple MacBook laptop between 2015 and 2019, you might be eligible for a payment of up to $395. With all notification class action settlement, go to keyboardsettlement.com. Stop on weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with showers today, rain by afternoon. Right now it's 51 in Mission Viejo, Brea reports 54, 57 in Baldwin Park, and 50 in Santa Clarita. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Tuxtare, there is a work zone. This is off the 5 northbound from Newport Avenue to the 55. Carpool and 2 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 4. You're seeing delays in that area. Bell Gardens, this is on the 710 northbound at Florence. We have crews from an earlier crash. They're blocking the off-ramp here drive. They're pushing up into approach. Upland, there's a work zone heading south from Mountain to 4th Street. 3 lanes going to be shut down for road work. KFI and Sky Help get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. Chlorinated water is for drinking, not drinking, and what you know about chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to a Light Source water system? A Light Source system filters your water from every tap, reducing the hard taste and feel of chlorine. Your body gets better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. This is Ambassador of the Turn County.
New details into what was uncovered of the gruesome crime scenes in Pike County.
No Wagner family DNA was found at a crime scene. Will he face the death penalty or will he walk free? Listen to the Pike Master Season 4 trial on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Attention Southern California. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. The benefits are about to change. Time is running out, but it's not too late. You can go solar right now with Zephyr Solaris with no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. Imagine having no electric bill and bill payments for all of next year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Zephyr Solaris. Protect your family from skyrocketing electric bills. You must act today to lock in your savings. Call 877-211-5591. That's 877-211-5591. Zephyr Solaris is local and veteran-owned, so they'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit, $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and Listeners budget. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Expired 1/31/2023. CSW number 97815. When you use a way to protect your portfolio against the volatility of the stock market, invest in commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate, featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and many others. FNRP is one of the largest indicators of grocery-anchored private equity real estate in the U.S. Build your portfolio today with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or get started at fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Call or visit us to see what annual returns and quarterly cash distribution our investors are earning. 888-301-9010 or fnrpradio.com. Results are not guaranteed with risk of losing your principal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representations as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflect our belief in such outcomes and may or may not be realized. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at fnrpradio.com. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. And the music from the theater rings just across the town. And the stars are heaven high above, forever looking down. And I'm standing, looking upward, and I'm listening to the sound of the village and the lonely winter. And the lights above the theater rings illuminate the scene. And now you know it's getting soon. That's where we're being. And Johnny's breath hangs motionless and lovers might be dead. Up on his head in the winter. Are you done? Dr. Richard Sherry. Call the Wildfire line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East to the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett. Hey, welcome back. David Rescue and Speeding Wing. Oh, there's a topic near and dear to my heart.
Oh my God!
One of Canada's finest Juno Award-winning Carpenter-turned-songwriter. Was born in Ayrshire, Scotland, and moved to Canada with his family. Well, he now lives with his wife in Elson, in the Lanark Highlands area of Southern Ontario. Of course, our backyard ranger, Hill, ready for action. Weather for the All right, we will be back to my conversation with Roderick Martin in just a few moments. But I also wanted to draw your attention to an interesting story on the Coast website. His 2,867 flight hours, much of it in combat and distinguished flying cross, and 4 air medals, weren't enough to avoid a fatal crash near a Franklin, Kentucky farm exactly 75 years later. Now, Captain Thomas Mantell's life that afternoon still remains shrouded in mystery. Mantell died while pursuing a UFO that was seen in the sky over Godman Army Airfield by countless people filtering in surrounding Fort Knox. You can read more of the story about the questions that remain 75 years after the mysterious Fort Knox UFO and a down pilot happened in the news section at coasttocoastam.com. ParanormalBiz.com is an online dating site where genuine singles meet and form relationships. So just fuck it being single. If you're fed up, waking up alone on a Sunday morning, you come to the right place. Paranormal Biz has thousands of members just like you who are looking for fun, friendship, romance, and have special long-term relationships. If you want to join Paranormal Days, you can add your photo and create your own personal profile. It costs you nothing to send a link. So you can start contacting people to do thank you straight away. And search by location to find other singles in your area. So, what are you waiting for? Join Paranormal Days today and start meeting other singles straight away. ParanormalDays.com. Remember, you are not alone. All right, your questions and comments for Roderick Martin, host of Why the Big Secret, right here on Coast to Coast AM. Marvelous Entertainment and also Marvelous Sunderland have released the newest specifically deals with the question, are we all in the this action-packed drama includes a seven-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of starring journeys across the universe. The 25th of the entire seven-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEUS.com. I didn't think it was possible to move someone like this. We can express after realizing that each have a strong sense of business and share the same core values in life.
After taking our advanced personality test, many are choosing Match from Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want. Sign up today at silversingles.com/love. That's silversingles.com/love.
Eight actors representing true customer testimonials, meaning to big things. If you'd like to diversify your retirement savings with precious metals, First Gold is a great option. But over the past year, I've heard from many of you who would like to buy small increments of gold and silver outside of a retirement account. So today, I'm excited to tell you about Bullion Max. Bullion Max will ship gold and silver in any denomination directly to your door for you to hold at your home in your safe. Buy direct from Bullion Max website without talking to a salesperson, and your fully insured precious metals order is shipped directly to your home. It's fast, it's easy. To help you get started, I worked out a special offer with them just for you. Get Bullion Max's Silver Starter Kit at employee pricing. Just go to bullionmax.com/coach. This kit includes 5 of the most desirable silver products to invest in, including the Silver American Eagle and the Silver Australian Kangaroo. This offer is limited to just one per household, so get yours now. Go to bullionmax.com/coach right now.
What? Move. Everybody move.
And we're back with Roderick Martin, host of Why the Big Secret, the YouTube channel and the podcast. Become certified MUFON field investigator in Texas. Roderick, before the break, I asked you to allow us to lose the question about whether part of the reason for you have to do with what Richard Dolan is called breakaway civilization, that the keepers of the big secret have their disposal alien technology, advanced technology, and this was hinted at by the late Benedict with Skunk today. We have the technology at home. We have things out there in the desert and hangers that are 50 years beyond your wildest imagination. Is that perhaps the reason that they're dragging their heels? They don't care about much of anything, really. They have all the toys. We don't. They're not about to give them up. You know, I'm sure we've learned a thing or two about the technology used by extraterrestrials, but, you know, whether or not the big keepers are abandoning Earth or not, you know, I think it would all depend on what they believe and what they believe the intentions of these ETs. Now, I would say if they truly believe the ETs are a threat, and there was no way out of here, sure, I can see them leaving. On the other hand, if they know the ETs are not a threat, then maybe the plan is to stay here and continue enjoying the money and power that they get from this technology. But either way, if they leave, I hope they leave the keys under the doormat so that we can move into the big house. I like that. I like that. Let's dive into the call. Let's see. Let's begin with Justin in Boulder, Colorado on the wild card line. Justin, good evening. Welcome to Coach. You're on the line with Roderick Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? I'm well, thank you. Doing great. All right. So I just wanted, so I worked as a PMC for a little period of time early on in my career, and I was just curious about, these, a lot of these things that were put forward by Congress, said that they would be brought to light, etc., such things, these big tax. Now, I just wanted to put some thought process into this. I mean, not that you guys have been incredibly interesting the whole evening, but can you imagine if you were the first one to see the C2 stealth bomber fly over? And I just always think about that kind of concept and how far ahead, particularly our military has been, and also now we have a near peer or a peer adversary in China that is developing products that is very, very much dangerous to our security as a nation. And I was very, very much curious to ask the question, do you believe that many of these sightings that have been occurred that people have seen could possibly have been just military aircraft or military equipment that was being tested out in the world at that time? Great question, Justin. And I've said for many years, I think the vast majority of sightings are advanced military weaponry and so forth, made in the good old USA. Roderick, what say you? I agree with you. I agree with you both that we, are experiencing sightings of advanced military technology. I also believe that it's not China or somebody that is, having these drones that can fly from coast to coast within seconds. Because, I do believe in our military might, that we are probably have one of the most fierce militaries on this planet. And if there's any other country out there that could have something that can go coast to coast and that can put a weapon on it, it would change our way of life. And so, both sides will probably disclaim their technology, but I will never rule out that some of these anomalous UAPs that we see in the skies are of extraterrestrial force because they are. So it's easy for the big keepers to kind of keep us, keep the public, wondering, and by literally probably on purpose, displaying some of these unusual looking craft to get the conversation started.
I have to learn all about what is really happening. What's fried chicken, dog?
All right, Justin, great call. Thank you for that. Let's see. Let's go to Kathleen in east of the Rockies, Scranton, Pennsylvania. Kathleen, good evening, good morning, welcome to Coach.
Hi, Richard. And hi, Rob. What I'd like to ask you, Rob, with all these people that have been missing, like with Politis writing that 411 book and coming on, perhaps they're taking them, and perhaps they are living here amongst us on this earth with their own underground way. They live underground and then they come up either out of the ocean or out of caves or out of mountains. And therefore, they go on, they're always detected when they come out in their flight. And perhaps what happens is they take people and they use people to, experiment on them medically and also to produce, to genetically engineer them. And perhaps that's a reason too. And if our government knows about it, they're not going to tell us ever. Because why would they? If they're already censoring us through Google and all this other stuff, and they're sitting in the offices of Google and all these other things, why wouldn't they be hiding that dark secret too? And in the Bible it does say in Obadiah, the book of Obadiah, on the 4th verse, God does reveal that you made your nest in the stars, and like you see them like they're below the heavens, and then he goes on to the ninth verse and calls them old tenements. So he's speaking to one of them in Obadiah, the book of Obadiah.
All right, Captain, a lot of great points raised there. Roderick, where do you want to start? Missing people being taken by ET.
Well, David Slotty has done a lot of work on that for what's happening in our national forest. And, of course, we've always had these stories of abduction over the years. It's not undocumented that these things are happening. Whether or not they live beneath the earth, within the earth, we do know the water has a high level of UFO activity, activity. And number one, because, the earth is 73% water, and mankind is just only explored maybe 3 or 4% of our oceans, and we don't have the technology, and they know that, or been there, or done that, and so therefore, it's a perfect place for them to have a civilization to go unnoticed and to monitor our civilization. But once again, biblically, yes, there's a lot of things that talks about extraterrestrials in the Bible, and depending on a person's religion and how they see through their cultural lens, is how they're going to perceive those stories. But as we go back to what you were saying, I in my personal belief, I think they're here. They've been here. Now, as far as abducting us, for whatever nefarious reason, it's only, we have to look back at some of these stories of some of these abductees and how they describe their experience.
All right, great call, Captain. Thank you for that. Well, even though my one where your mind is not with these alien abduction phenomena because you have sort of these two camps. One camp is to welcome us into the Galactic Federation I don't see they're these nefarious entities that are hoping and kidnapping I never in one place. I've gone from town to town. And when she asked me, just wanna love her best. I said, well, number one. You'll be on. I've learned over the years how to talk to Captain Robert Bell, who was one of the Minutemen at the man from Airport when he comes off on the West. And one of the things he taught me was that you just got to trust with witness. And so therefore you're going to get witnesses that are going to tell you, like Witness Krieger in the book, they told you, basically, when it gets down to that other thing, they're coming to me, they want to summon them up. I take those stories totally differently because they're just Rosie on Monday because I'm about the first. And they feel a little different about the outcome. Once again, look at that. There it is. But I think it'll all change if bomb landed and affected all those people who were sitting there with coming them up. And, so I just have a little more humor with it and think about it, but in the middle is where I think. And so both sides have a legitimate heart of what they think. All right, let's say hi to Howard. West to the Rockies, Vancouver, Washington. Welcome to Coach Howard. Good morning.
Hello, Richard and Roderick. I've been following the UFO subject for quite a few years, and I've come to think that the greatest fear our government has is not so much of the aliens, but the idea of having Now, with that in mind, the past week, there have been several reports about UFOs being shot down over southern Russia. I was wondering if Mufon had any additional information about that.
Yeah, it's a great story. I did it on Coach last night.
I haven't got any, I've gotten personal texts from people that say, look at this clip, care about this, all the time. And if you even are into, oh, well, the UFOs or the ETs are keeping them using their nuclear weapons, which is happening in the other countries. And so it just haunts into so many things. But the story that they shot down something probably, you know, could have happened, and we won't know because again, it's going to be kept a big secret until we get some footage from people or some boots on the ground that actually saw some things. So, but as far as Lupon's concerned, it is probably surfacing, or moving about our organization. For me personally, I get a lot of personal texts and emails from my followers that talk about this story. But I haven't done any total investigation.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it was a girl or something, but as you say, there hasn't been a lot of information coming out of the initial report, which was about 5 days ago. I think last Tuesday it came out. So let's see how it takes the call. Appreciate that. Let's see. Let's say hi to Charles in Old California. Charles, welcome to Coast. John, I was Robert Mark.
Hi there, Danny. Hi, Robert. I like my phone. So I've been following UFO things for many, many years. But here's the one I want to ask about. In the recent correctional hearing, where they were supposed to be looking at examples of, say, the TikTok wildlife and some other examples, what you see was an extremely brief, like a couple of seconds, of one of the TikToks flying by. And that's all it didn't bother to tell about multiple radar stations tracking the same objects, multiple pilots seeing the same objects over electric time. The fact that these things had gone from 50,000 feet down to ocean level, in fact, and back up again, there's a lot of evidence that is probably not even talked about at all, which was really discomforting. So my thought was, I wonder how many of the Congress people who were there realized that maybe there was more to it, or if they just said there's a little bit else, there's nothing international, and kind of walked away. I wonder what's happening after now. What up, sir?
Great question. Is that for you? Is that for you? Or do you want me?
I'm in it. I'm in it, baby.
Great question. Great observation. I think
I'm in on this day.
they're all on the same
Yo,
team.
girl. I did good.
Congress. They have to be. They took an oath to protect and serve people of the United States and the best interest. So, although they have to give us something,
baby.
you have to look at the undercurrent of conversations when it comes down to what they display. For example, when we first saw the TikTok videos, when they played the recording, what did we hear?
Feeling like
you hear
no,
yay,
like my telling, I'm sorry.
But when 60 Minutes interviewed them, they were a little nervous. They were feared. There was a lot of things. So that's something you don't want out in the public, that our military or fearing something we can't defend ourselves from. So those narratives change. So when they decided to do this congressional hearing, they knew all they had to do was flash the circuit. But if you looked at the camera angles that they were showing, there was a lot of empty scenes that people wasn't really taking it seriously because they probably knew they were just going to show us some little leaks of things. And then you have people saying, oh, I didn't know, I never heard of it.
Ain't not gonna hurt. Ain't not gonna hurt. That ain't not gonna hurt.
System that they have is there.
That ain't not gonna hurt.
The people.
That ain't not gonna hurt. That ain't not gonna hurt.
We'll have these conversations, and we just gotta hope that more and more younger people that begin to get into politics, go in and replace, and this is what's happening in England, and begin to replace some of these people that have been there for 20, 30 years.
I used to do this
a big secret too.
on YouTube.
And that's how we gotta approach.
All right, brother, we'll take another time up. Bottom of the hour, back with more calls, more of our conversation. Here's Kevin Morgan taking us into the break. Beautiful Strangers, singer-songwriter born in Lubbock, Texas. It's a bit of a Texas teen show tonight. Back with more right here on Coast to Coast AM. I've been searching for something, and that something is you. There is something in a place from darling. I'm Bree Patterson at KFI 24-hour newsroom. Residents in Long Beach are preparing for the next round of rain. City's giving out free sandbags. They came up on the foot. Definitely got one that's going to hit ever gets down, so there's another one coming in. National Weather Service says we should expect 1 to 2 inches from this storm. Both of the rain coming tonight and Tuesday. You can attend the final farewell of Mountain Line 222. There's a public memorial plan for the theater February 4th. And you get a ticket. You can get that ticket at Ticketmaster starting at 9 a.m. By the way, they're free. Governor's trying to work out some sort of recapture for all this rainwater we're getting. As it relates to dealing with these extremes and capturing more of the flood flow during times like this. Back on weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with showers now, rain by afternoon, right now 57 in Fullerton. Lake Forest is 55, Santa Monica reports 54, and it's 51 in Valencia. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Patterson. In Bell Garden, this is on the 710 northbound at Florence Avenue. Clear through from an earlier crash, blocking the off-ramp. Watch for delays as you approach this area. West Covina, we have good news. Earlier crash on the 10 westbound at Via Verde has been cleared for lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. Justin, there is a work zone. This is on the 5 northbound from Newport Avenue to 55. Purple is 2 left lane should be stepped down for road work. Oh, cool guys. On the podcast, that's the 90s called David Lawson. Oh, everyone hates it. Stars of the co-traffic show. We're going to pay you as our jumping off point, but we are going to unpack and dive back into the decade of the 90s. We lived it, and now we're calling our all of our friends to come back and relive it. Listen to the 90s calls on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification. So they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or said. We love cars inside and out. Chevrolet? Yeah. Check engine light on? Yeah. For free. 100% Medicare scam. If you get a phone call, do not talk to this person. Never get out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number, put in a false claim. Just hang up. How do you get past Medicare fraud? Just like I get my credit card statement, I get my Medicare statement monthly. If your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Control. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. The boat show is back at the Fairplex in Pomona, January 20th through the 22nd. Friday through Sunday at the Fairplex in Pomona. It's Barnhold's Boat Show. Get all the information at hallshadows.com. hallshadows.com. KFI, AM 640. I know people clutch their pearls when you throw any shade at the center of the election, but it is a shoddy business. Votes get lost. Votes don't get counted. Votes appear out of nowhere. We like to assume that elections are this absolutely run mechanism. The idea that there wouldn't be problems is betting on a miracle. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East to the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. Coast to Coast AM. With your guest host, Richard Serrett. Welcome back. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serrett. The website stream planet.ca. Now, I know the bumper music is important to many of you, and it's important to me. And some of you are keeping the score at home, writing down the names of the artists in the song, titles, and so forth. And I got my bumper music notes and stuff, so this is Kevin Moore, and he's a singer-songwriter born in Northern Texas. And prior to that, going to the last break, we have Stephen Ryan. The song was called Something. And I messed that up because Stephen Ryan is from a small village just outside of my hometown of Brantford, Ontario, called St. George. So Stephen Ryan and Something, that was the previous bumper music. All right. A little separate comment could be visible to the naked eye as it has first and the sun in the coming weeks for the first time.
Oh, Jason. Oh, I'll let you go and do it. After, oh, I said the news for the
celestial bodies.
Just take off all your clothes. I want to be my clothes off. She'll get in her baby.
Last year, after traveling from icy beaches and remote systems, we'll come close to the sun on Jan 12th
What's the fuck
and back nearest to Earth on February the 1st.
That was a hit, Sean.
With a good pair of binoculars and likely even with the naked eye. Provided the sky is not illuminated by city lights or
fuck your couch.
More about the comics.
Hey Siri, fuck your couch.
Of the coast-to-coast-am.com. Hey, would you like to hear from me tonight, this morning? You want to know more? You can visit my recently revamped, redesigned website, Strange Planet.
Got that shirt out.
Strange Planet.
Fuck again.
Where you can stream and subscribe to my podcast, Richard Serrett Strange Planet. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Richard Serrett Strange Planet. And if you want to get deeper into Strange Planet, you might want to think about a premium subscription. There are 3 subscriber tiers to choose from. You get access to my back catalog, commercial-free listening,
Lady,
free subscription to my monthly newsletter,
shut up, lady.
merchandise, and even an exclusive monthly
Shut the
over to Strange Planet.
I like the glass.
The one-stop shop,
Wow.
Planet.
Okay, yo, what are you talking about?
.ca.
It was like a thing where you
All
go
right,
here,
back to
and then
more of
here,
your
and
calls
then
for
to
Roderick Martin.
and I'm like,
So,
thing,
why
it
the
was
big
this
secret
one.
right here on Coast to Coast AM?
Oh my God, how many people are there, dog?
Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece,
Yo, dog.
comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant West. Wagon's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. If you have 1 in 4 tech visits in both skin and territory, 70% of the best immune system is based in their gut. Dynamite nutritional supplement has key nutrients for your pet's digestive tract, skin and toes, and the nervous system for an all-around healthier pet. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using code DOG at Dynamite.com. Happier with every bite. Over a million pets help with Dynamite. Real people, real food. And a coffee choice of 24 hours a day. That's even rough parts my floor without literally pumping until I was gas. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists and they do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that
Dynamite or whatever. I bet it's for like. Also, it just sounds like something beyond dinosaurs.
My coffee
Somebody
since I picked in the carnivore. Everyone that was coming
carnivore is
food place. Why do you not coffee? I told them what I'm doing, and he said, well,
what about
Dynamite?
Dynamite?
Stop that coffee. And I said, I can't answer that. It just stopped it. 866-836-8735. Visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
Now you got like ship lighters. This is the fucking carnivore and ship lighters. It's like a kind of like all that is shipping nice.
And with that, was Robert Clark, certified unbond field investigator and the host of Why the Big Secret on YouTube and the podcast as well. Back to the phones we go, and let's see. Paul is in Buffalo, New York. Paul, welcome to Coast. Good morning. Good morning, Richard. Good morning, Robert. And my call is, I guess it's the basic skeptic call. We're now 75 years from the alleged incident at Roswell, and yet we're still not an intergalactic society. None of these miracle technologies have manifested, and we're supposed to believe that for 75 years, the United States government, the former Soviet government, now Russian government, have almost, I guess you'd say, omnipotently kept this secret from the world. Meanwhile, we can't even withdraw from Afghanistan, and they can't prosecute a war against Ukraine without looking like idiots. I find the whole idea of a vast conspiracy by our inept government laughable, frankly. All right. Excellent point. Paul,
You mean to tell me that you think that yours just having a soccer team?
Well, I think
a little happier with that every night.
You know,
the
75-year time frame is definitely by design.
Fuck your house, you
keeping things a secret from us and keeping it all mystical, and so that we really don't know what's really happening. At the same time, we still have things that are happening in society in real time with all these other countries, with things are changing. But you better believe that this particular secret disclosure is a global work of all these people working together. Not just the United States that wants to keep it a secret. It's Russia, it's China, it's all these countries, because it all boils down to the technology. And whoever gets it is not going to tell the other country. But we know we have a lot of it because we can see the remnants in some of the aircraft that we design and some of the weaponry that we use. And so it's just the beginning. 75 years is just the beginning. It's just going to continue to play out on a global side of things. And then it's going to come down to, our countries individually and how we all approach it.
Well, look at the thing.
And then Paul's point, all it gets if they had the technology, if the United States had the technology, surely they would have used it by now. But, if you see the ineptness, if you take it with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, and our adversaries clearly are not using it,
If nobody's using it, then does anybody have it?
I think you need more than.
Yeah, I mean, we are using it. The technology exists in our everyday life, from whether it's microchips or whether it's things that are happening, in real time with everyday technology. And as far as in military concern, yeah, we don't have to display future alien tech when our current tech the aliens is already working today. There's no chance that what's happening over there in other countries and how they're able to withstand themselves from Russia, is based on some of our technology that we've used, or helped or aided, so to speak, in a lot of our technology, which is how we're using old technology, is probably from reverse engineering over the years. So we have the tech. It's there. We use it. It's our secret. It's what's keeping us in power. It's what keeps us safe from other countries that don't have that information. And that's what it's happening.
Mikey,
Great call.
you know,
Carl is in Boston. Carl,
it's not
one looking call.
It's not.
I was just,
Mikey, do you know what green is?
anyway, I had a comment, but earlier,
Buddy.
or a woman had mentioned it, but I guess I tend to agree. I don't think that there's. I mean, I'm on the side of the fence that I don't think they're nefarious. I think they're here to help us. The innocent good things. I see things all over, and I guess my question is when do you think they're going to touch down? Because it's all over social media that they're coming down soon, and stuff like that. So, what is your best hypothesis? Or have they already done that? I heard there was, a touchdown on the White House lawn back in the 40s or 50s. And, I just want to start that. So,
all right. He's looking for a mass UFO invasion at a time frame.
It's a month.
Well, there was a time, I don't know if you remember, Richard, there was the Israeli Prime Minister, I think, or wherever he was over the UFO program, he predicted that it's coming because the extraterrestrials think it's time to reveal themselves. But if you think about what we say about ET, that they are higher intelligence, they have all of this higher technology. And one thing's for sure, they already know the implications of our social, statute if they were to show up today, and how religion and all of these things would take place. And so therefore, I don't think if they are BT, they're not going to come and rattle the ship like that. And so therefore, that's one perspective that I have. But on the other side of the fence, it's the stories of truth that they're working with the people that have power. And once again, the system is going to go as far as it can go. But we also, as I conclude here quickly, is that just like the human race, we have different races of people, and all over the world, then there's different species of extraterrestrials, and they all could have a different perspective on what's happening with Earth and what they want to do with humans or explore or all of these different things. And so we just don't really know who's behind it all. Dorothy, we just pull back the curtain. All right, yeah, you mentioned the Israeli, I think that was the retired state chief, and this was a couple of years ago. He made this remark about teaching already being there and as you say, working with governments and so forth, and then, we haven't heard from him in a while. Hayden said, I think his name was, he just kind of, I don't know, vanished off the face of the earth. Unless I missed something. I haven't heard anything from him recently, but that was a pretty momentous statement. Right up there with Canada's former defense minister Paul Hillier talking about UFOs, and then you had this former Israeli state chief saying something pretty sensational, and then
I hate how he talks like that. We're all stuck on it.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah,
at least I am.
And that's just what the
They're stuck on the moment.
That's the remnants.
You know what green is?
They just appear.
hi to, we're going to go to Randy in Chatsworth, California. Randy, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
I wanted to share some information I gleaned from Stu Webb at StuWebb.com. He's a very high-level whistleblower from the CIA. And he befriended the son of Learjet, and the son told him that the government contacted his dad to build some 150 anti-gravity aircraft. So I have always thought since I heard that many of these UFO spotting, it's coincidental that they have the red and blue lights just like our aircraft do. You think that extraterrestrial green aircraft are these really government aircraft? I believe they're government aircraft, so I believe that they have a purpose. And like your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Don. Well, I agree with you, Randy. I think we discussed earlier with another caller about this. The idea that they're probably, the vast majority of UAPs are military aircraft. Robert, did you want to add anything to that?
Well, I think that, yes, when you think about the traditional lights that we see or the color schemes that they're using, but then again, like I said before, we're talking about, intelligent life forms. We're talking about that they're trying to blend in within our society when they're flying over. They could easily use colors and things that are familiar and work with the narrative of, they're not seeing us, they're seeing our stuff, but I'm going to call it, a lot of these things are going to be government aircraft. And at the same time, our government understands that whatever we see in the sky, and I tell everybody, whatever in the sky that's unidentified is a UFO, no matter what it is. So if we don't know what it is, it's an unidentified flying object. So definitely when we see craft of unknown origin, or new technology that we have not seen in the past, then we're going to call it a UFO.
All right, I think we can squeeze in Ben is in Augusta, Maine. Ben, welcome to Coast. Hello, Ben. Hi, Ben. You're on the air with Robert Martin. Go ahead.
Thanks for taking my call. I wonder how realistic a scenario could be that maybe, like, if we ever develop time travel and, maybe this is us coming back and, this is why, they're coming at us in a different way that, that we actually got some strong future that is like, like a just, and then they're two people on the planet. What are any different ones?
No, it's a great question. I mean, that's the time traveler hypothesis. It's been discussed on Coast many times. I've discussed it on my podcast. Have you ever gotten into that subject matter, Roderick? That the pilots of these craft are basically our they're us in the future.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot. I did a show, a YouTube video or live stream about time travel this past week, and we talked about that. And I think that, it's possible that it could be us coming back from the future, but if it is, then it'll be like that we are experiencing that. Because I heard a story of someone said, well, there was a time travel picture that I saw that the person was coming back to view some event in the past. And I'm like, okay, that's great. But at the end of the day, if they are time travelers from our future and it is us, then it will be a lot easier for them to present themselves because we won't be startled by what we see versus anything else.
All right, I'm going to try and squeeze Glenn in here from La Junta, Colorado. First-time caller, Glenn, welcome aboard. You're on the line with Robert Martin. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I read a while back, I'm not sure just when or where, but that the were deluded
with our government, and then it was at their request that this stuff was to be kept secret. They wanted to communicate with our government only, and that's why they wanted to work with this planet, all government. They would figured it was a lot safer, probably for them as well as us, to not have communication with the public. They were better off communicating, relating with our government, because there's a lot less individuals in the government than there is the general public.
Right. Cut out the middleman. Glenn, great call. Thank you for calling, and welcome aboard. You're now officially registered as a Coast to Coast AM caller. Roderick, how do we subscribe to the YouTube channel, the podcast? Why the big secret?
Well, basically, go to the YouTube channel, just do a search, Roderick Martin, then why the big secret. The channel should come up. You can definitely subscribe it. Just subscribe to YouTube. The podcast, of course, is anywhere where you hear, listen to your podcast. The website, whythebigsecret.com, is a great way to make contact. There's a contact form if you have stories or things that you want to share, especially in the African American community. We're really, truly searching and really trying to put together a past timeline of some of these events. And so whether you're young, whether you're not black, that's fine. We all work together as one. There's a collective of ufology. You may have African American friends that may have some stories. Just send them my way. I'm really painting a picture and really trying to do that. So that's what I can find.
What up?
Go to the website, wildbitsecret.com.
Roderick, what a great pleasure. Thank you so much for hanging out for 2 hours. I enjoyed it. I hope you did.
Oh my God, yeah, it was great. Anytime, and just, again, I really appreciate you having me.
Roderick Martin. All right. Hour 2. Lost Secrets of Asian America sports team taking us into the break with the drop. Most of the members of the London, England-based band met at the University of Cambridge. Stay tuned. More to come on Coast to Coast AM. Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow. At a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. From yourself, dial pound 250 and say keywords.
It was just on yourself website and forget that you were using one.
Hi, I'm Joe.
And I'm Kathleen, and we are owners of American Vision Windows.
Happy New Year, Southern California. Right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever for you to afford custom-made, beautiful new windows for your home with 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months, plus free expert installation. Ordered by January 31st. I've been in the construction trade for 35 years. The level of quality of products that they use for their prep work was top-notch.
With a great experience. I couldn't ask for anything better. And yet, I've got these guys.
Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Justin and I are so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows, and especially for you, our customers.
Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows.
For all offers, call or see website for details. Offers 101-31-2023. CSLB number 778-226.
Massacre returns to Pike County.
New details into what was uncovered at the gruesome crime scenes in Pike County.
Accused murderer George Wagner faces the judge and jury.
No Wagner
style of a crime scene. Will he face the death penalty or will he walk free?
Basically, got a whole lot of
Listen to the Pike's Master Season 4 trials begin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
More stimulating talk. No login required.
You know what the HQ?
Los Angeles, Bonnie County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. There was another catfish victim. I'm Drew Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The former Virginia police officer who catfished the girl in Riverside groomed another underage victim. The woman claims Austin Edwards harassed her when he was 20 and she was just 13. Edwards did the same to a 15-year-old girl before driving to Riverside in November, killing 3 of her family members and kidnapping her before killing himself. An investigation continues after Tustin police officers shot and killed a man armed with a knife. Witnesses called police reporting a man was holding a large knife and his hands and clothes were covered in blood. Police say the man was walking through traffic and was shot after suddenly advancing towards officers. Oxnard has approved an ordinance banning polystyrene plastics, that's foam plates, cups, takeaway containers, and packaging materials. The ordinance goes for a final vote January 17th if passed. The ban will go into effect in 30 days. American Airlines will end all service out of Long Beach Airport next month. The airline says the route is just not making any money. Last day to fly is February 28th. The airline also recently pulled out of San Francisco. Harvey Weinstein will be sentenced today. He was found guilty last month of sexually assaulting a woman in February 2013. He faces up to 18 years in prison. Buffalo Bill safety Damar Hamlin is now selling T-shirts to benefit first responders and the University of Cincinnati Medical Center. There are 3 shirts with Hamlin's hand forming a heart and Did We Win in big print. In addition, Hamlin's GoFundMe charity page has raised over $8.5 million. Governor Newsom asking the White House for federal aid as the rain continues to fall.
We will be reaching out formally requesting of an emergency declaration to get the full support of the federal government.
Southside weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with showers now, rain by afternoon. Right now it's 54 in Westminster, Stanton at 53, 52 in Malibu, and 54 in Pasadena. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
It's downtown LA. This is only 101 southbound connected to the Denny's bound. We have a transit emergency crew blocking that transition road. You're seeing some stoppage of traffic from Nixon Road. No Gardens. This is on the 710 northbound at Florence. FEMA crews from an earlier crash blocking the off-ramp block for the way that you approach. And in Upland, there is a foot zone on the Denny's south from Mountain Avenue to 4th Street. 3 right lanes should be shut down for road work. KFI is a sky. Don't get to there fast. There are Brian's there. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got involved in. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer.
It's a lane, man.
You get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Andy helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policy, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Andy, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. So, Bambi, that's Bam, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Before I started Rooter Hill Plumbing, I was angry one night. Hello, I'm John Coyan, founder of Rooter Hill Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17
any other fucking
and left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends, and because I had to drop out of high school. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that helped me to shape my life. Dad said, be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. It was something I lost, but we captured along the way. And he taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. We keep these values at Rooter Hill Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Rooter Hill business card. You can also reach us at RooterHill.com. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe you've inherited a home, now what do you do with it? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're cleaning, repair, the walk through, the house has to be pristine.
Oh my God!
Don't
Get out of here!
How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com.
Yoshi, who is your favorite of all the people in the world?
I love the way
I was number one.
Now, there are a lot of sluts out there in this business. Calls to DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL. 844-242-SELL. DirectBuyers.com. I don't mind if it's not happening. First of all, it's not organic. They put the celery from the $1.29 bin into the $2.99 bin. You think the guy goes, hey, is this organic? There's never been an organic piece of fruit or vegetable in any market. Just can't cuddle it to yourself. They're just crazy people trying to make that. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, it's 24 KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serra. Coming to you live from my home studio in Old Thornhill, just north of Toronto. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serra. The website again is StrangePlanet.ca.
That's why we said that RETHSCHILD.
And the song is Madness. Matt Dillon is the lead singer and guitarist for the Grammy Award-winning English band that hails from Mount Devon. And he wrote the song as kind of a personal reflection after a fight with his then girlfriend, Kate Hudson. All right, coming up on Coast to Coast AM. Advanced civilization in pre-Columbian America, giants, stargates, and more. With researcher, filmmaker Josh Reed. That's next on Coast to Coast AM. There's no better time than the new year to resolve to protect your identity and finances. Identity thieves can take out loans in your name, take over and drain your banking and investment accounts, and more. It can be dangerously easy to become a victim of identity theft. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity and financial future. LifeLock monitors your accounts and credit and detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. And if you do become a victim of ID theft, and your safe restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But like Lock by Norton is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Join today and save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com, promo code George to save 25% off. lifelock.com, promo code George. lifelock.com. If you'd like to diversify your retirement savings with precious metals, first gold is a great option. But over the past year, I've heard from many of you who would like to buy small increments of gold and silver outside of a retirement account. So today, I'm excited to tell you about Bullion Max. Bullion Max will ship gold and silver in any denomination directly to your door for you to hold at your home and your safe. Buy direct from Bullion Max website without talking to a salesperson, and your fully insured precious metals order is shipped directly to your home. It's fast, it's easy. To help you get started, I worked out a special offer with them just for you. Get Bullion Max's Silver Starter Kit at employee pricing. Just go to bullionmax.com/code. This kit includes 5 of the most desirable silver products to invest in, including the Silver American Eagle and the Silver Australian Kangaroo. This offer is limited to just 1 per household, so get yours now. Go to bullionmax.com/code right now. Josh Reed is a Dallas, Texas-based researcher, filmmaker, radio talk show host who first learned of government crimes in the 1990s by reading Jim Marrs' Crossfire, which led him to start investigating black operations and secret societies. He gives his commentary and original point of view on news and current events, as well as information about chemtrails, secret agent societies, bloodlines, hidden technology, Freemasons, and the overall plan of the global elite. Host of the Global Reality Channel on YouTube, and he's just released Volume 3 of Lost Secrets of Ancient America documentary series. Josh, welcome back to Coast to Coast. How are you?
Oh, very quick to with you.
I mentioned Crossfire, but you and I have talked before. So then we said, was it Crossfire, or was it Alien Agenda, or was it Rule by Secrecy by Jim Marrs, or was it all 3 of them?
Well, that's a great question. Well, you got it right before. Actually, what got me into this stuff was originally Crossfire. But how I got into the Lost Secrets in America was led me to researching the Rockwell, and ultimately led to this entire trilogy of film series was the book Rule by Secrecy, where he mentioned in there that one day we'll have answers to all the questions that we see. Maybe we'll have answers to things like the mysterious Rockwall and Rockwall, Texas. And I grew up around the area of Rockwall, Texas, and pretty strange things around that area my whole life. So that's what ultimately led me to investigating Rockwall and ultimately all of these wicked secrets of America. So here we are.
Jim also lived in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Before we get into the mysterious rock wall in Rockwall, did I hear this correctly? You started actually kind of researching unexplained mysteries all the way back in the 3rd grade.
Absolutely, that's correct. I saw a documentary on HBO when I was in 3rd grade on UFOs. And at school, I was doing actually about books on UFOs and the time. Well, that's what led me to it. And it ultimately just stayed with me my entire life and grew into what it is now.
All right, so the rock wall, which I think is primarily the subject matter that we tackled in Volume 1 of Lost Secrets of Ancient America, it might even be the first sort of documentary treatment of the rock wall. So let's get into it. The rock wall that was unearthed in Dallas County. Just kind of give us all of the important data regarding the rock wall. What is it? Where is it? What does it look like, and so forth?
Well, fascinating subject. It's buried under the town of Rockwall that takes its name from this structure. When the settlers first moved to the area and began to kind of see water wells to get groundwater, they just hit in some sort of rock, and now it's no natural recurring rock in that area. So they were perplexed. And once the excavations began, and what they were doing was to find masonry walls that actually were stones, flooded stones, that was exactly how the masons would build walls. And everyone in the town was arguing over whether or not they were going to be able to name the town after themselves. And local Freemasons who had just moved to town from Tennessee came and looked at the walls and noticed the work, noticed that it was had buckets and all these techniques that a Freemason would use. And he told them immediately, well, none of you get to name the town after yourself. We have to call this town Rockwall because someone was here long before modern humans were. So the main thing of it is that people always ask me, how can I see it? Well, you can, unfortunately. It's very into the town of Rockwall. But that's really the main goal of all this, eventually have my own village and be able to document all the things that people have seen in other cities that they have had. The main thing about this is that they have all of these structural engineering materials built into it. They're specifically designed for structural engineering. And that's how we know we want to tell without not a natural formation because you have something like the element called niobium. And niobium is used in reinforcing pipelines, settings, and rock engines. And the only way to get niobium is by transferring it from an element called columbite. Well, that process was unknown to humans for 800. So how there's niobium in these stones with absolutely no columbite is a mystery. The other thing about it is you have stones like titanite, bauxite, starlight. You have tunneling with this resistance to high and low frequencies that will be applied to, and I'll tell you why that's important. Because that all these materials that are made, normally when you would take these materials and mix them together, their molecular structures would just bond together. Somehow, in a process unknown to men, the individual component materials in a rock wall stone remain independent, in situ, in the stone. This is a process we can't even replicate modern technology. There's no idea how this is done. And when the people conducted there in 1999, we found that when a digger or an excavator was actually placed on top of the wall, that the low frequency vibration from the engine of the excavator caused the wall to shake and vibrate and produce electrical energy. So one of the functions of this wall can not only substitute a few walls as well, because substitutes were found embedded in the wall, it also served as some sort of energy generation. 20 miles in diameter, which is about 8 feet down to the bedrock, on limestone bedrock, and the amount of sheer weird happenings that I experienced around this area as a young person growing up. I experienced missing time events around the area. I experienced all kinds of strange sightings, UFO sightings around the area. So when I read some more School by Secret People, heard this mention of this off wall, and immediately, this was in 2004, immediately the light bulb went off, and I went, that's it. I just knew it was that's it. That's what I've been looking for. That's why there's all these crazy happenings. There's things of weird things around the area because there's something there, and it's something in the neighborhood of like 400,000 years old. That's like a baby. So it's just an amazing anomalous thing, and the cover-up of it has been ongoing since the day. So it's what do we call it? Piezoelectric qualities. That's what. And what do you define the purpose of this wall? Was it a fortress? Were you making a seawall? Was to prevent whatever was inside the wall from being flooded? What do you think the wall was for exactly? Well, at the time when it was constructed, you know that the city, the inland sea came all the way up to the location that is now Rockwall, just outside of Texas, outside of Dallas, where I am. And so initially, I think it was meant to both serve as a seawall. I think it was also it was a structure. And again, as I said, it's ability for it to basically produce infinite free energy is amazing. And uses sound to do it. That's why you would want an element like tunneling inside of the stone. Someone put that material, not even sort of that's anywhere near here in the area of North Texas at all. So you would want tunneling in there, tunneling can resist high frequency direct sound waves without scattering. We're the only person that can do that. So whoever built this thing absolutely has a knowledge of engineering. The sound so that it goes down and built with a bucketing effect that it can hold live loads. So one of my estimations too, and I know while it sounds, one of my theories about the rock wall has been that it could have been some sort of an ancient extraterrestrial launching pad because it's built to withstand hundreds of thousands of tons of pressure on top of it. So it's built to produce energy. So it may have been something where they were actually launching crafts and ships off of this thing. Hundreds of thousands of years. It's so fascinating.
And are portions of the wall exposed above ground, or is it all below ground?
So it's all below ground. The only thing that you can really see are stones that have been excavated and put on display. The rest of it is all underground. And the hard part of trying to do a dig out there is trying to find a piece of property or someone has a piece of property where we can actually conduct and do a dig at. And with property values continuing to rise and being built about here, eventually, in not to get the future, it's going to be impossible to conduct a dig there. So I'm hoping that in the future we'll be able to actually do some LiDAR scans on the see if you can get an underground picture, much like what they've done in the Amazon jungle finding different structures. I'm hoping that at some point we can have some LiDAR data and actually get to see a 3D underground topographic image.
Tell me about your missing time episode in the vicinity of the rock wall.
It was very interesting. I was about 15 years old. A friend of mine and I were going to work in Dallas, and right when we crossed this specific point where I now know part of the rock wall sits underneath, we stopped to get gas, and we left home about 12 o'clock. When we were at the gas station, we had only been gone about 20, 30 minutes, and we noticed it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And we called home, and we were like, what time did we leave home? They were like, are you crazy? You left at 12. We should have gone, wait, how did that happen? How did we experience 5 hours missing time? And then another time, I was out there 5 years right near the area where part of the rock wall merged into what is now Lake Ray Hubbard. And we experienced some sort of, I don't know what you would call it. It was almost like, I don't want to call it like a demon or something. We experienced some sort of a dark energy that you could physically feel in your body in these areas. And I've known people who've seen all sorts of strange cryptozoological creatures near that lake as well. There's all kinds of reports on the internet of it. So there's high strangeness and high weirdness all around this area, Richard. And it never really made sense to me. Once I started to find out about the rock wall and how they had found, these giant skeletons there back in the 1800s and had been reported in the local news media and everything, and then summarily they disappeared very shortly after that. I just wanted to begin to say, okay, well, there was something here that's far more advanced than there's something that's trying humans to do.
So let's talk about the nature then of the cover-up, which began, I guess, around 1927, entered the Smithsonian.
Well, the thing about this is that time and again, and of course, the Smithsonian denies all this, but where did these reports initially came from? They initially came from people who were finding giant skeletons and then reporting them to the Smithsonian, and then once the Smithsonian would show up and examine them, they would never hear anything back. The skeletons would disappear, and there would never be anything else about it again. And I had my own experience. Some of this stuff you wonder, should it be true because you're saying this, but I actually had my own experience with this when I was making volume 1 of the series. There was a coin that was found in a strata of soil in an old water well up in Illinois that had a woman holding, almost like a statue, a woman holding a flame torch, and had writing on it that matched identically with a 2.5-ton garnet stone that had been found in Rockwall, and then it was stolen out of the old Rockwall courthouse by someone named Congressman Ralph Hall, who's now since passed away. But it was witnessed by multiple inmates that were they keep the inmates in the top part of the old courthouse in Rockwell, where now they have parts of stones there where you can go see. And all these things have some garnished stone there with these petroglyphs found that have never been identified as any other writing of any other civilization ever. And then this coin was found in this water well in Illinois with these exact engravings on it. And the Smithsonian, when I contacted them, the Smithsonian said they did have this coin. They were willing to let me examine it, take pictures of it, and everything else. And then when the day came for me to go and do that, it mysteriously came up missing records on the day that I was set to go and examine the thing. So that's when I started to say, okay, you know what, maybe there is something to these stories about the Smithsonian dumping large pools of artifacts into the ocean and disappearing giant skeletons. Because if you really do that on something just like this and this coin, what I experienced, it doesn't tell me what else.
Who is or was Count Byron Who the Pro Rock?
Count Byron the Pro Rock? That was a gentleman who, you're really pushing my memory here. This is 10 years ago. I had figured that information. But Count Byron the Pro Rock, I think
What? There's something about when you get like an amateur archaeologist, and he was Hungarian American or something, but there's something to do with he looked at the rock wall and he traveled the world.
Absolutely. Well, the two events were gone in this construction of Carthage, and what is, according to him, what he saw in Carthage matched the same building style and structures of what he saw in the rock wall. And that led him to believe that whoever these people were in the ancient past built the structures of Carthage and also built the ones in the rock wall.
Wow. And of course, geography lesson for people maybe who have forgotten Carthage was, led by Hannibal in Rome, in a war against ancient Rome, riding the elephants to the Alps down to invade the Roman Empire. But this wall was certainly predate ancient Rome, right? 400,000 years old, perhaps.
Absolutely. And that's the Dr. Pro. He was actually one of the first people to lead the excavation of that part. So he definitely had a knowledge of this. But that's when we started, when I started to think about the fact that it's possible that whoever these people were that were getting the structures to build these structures, they were getting them from a much older source, also from the source that has been here for a long time.
Unbelievable. Now this rock wall would it be considered a suburb of Dallas? It's about 25 miles away from Dallas. Is it considered a suburb?
Yes, absolutely. It's a suburb of Dallas. It used to be more rural than it is now. It's grown up a lot. It's a lot closer of the suburbs and places. A lot of these areas that would be prime places for a gym have been built on top of now. So time is of the essence. I'm really hoping to at some point be able to do a gig there, but it's just going to be all depending on whether or not we can find a spot to do it.
We're approaching the break at the bottom of the hour here, but there's so many people living virtually on top of this mysterious rock wall with all of these, electrical qualities and things, time distortions and so forth. That must just be like, international world headquarters for high strangeness. Like, are other people reporting missing time who live there?
That I don't know. I know that a lot of people, there's a lot of old timers, and there's a lot of people that have go back to the old days of Rockwell who still kind of are in charge and run things there, and they really don't like people talking about it. They really don't like people doing excavations and stuff like that. They really just want to keep the thing kind of covered up and not talked about. But I've talked to people who live there, and they tell me all kinds of strange stories of things they experiences and things too. And again, once you add all those stuff, it's just can't be a coincidence when you have so many people experiencing such high strangeness and weirdness around the area. In fact, those folks cave near the rock wall that when you try to
hard. Graveyard Coast to Coast AM.
I'm Bree Pennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The National Weather Service says we should expect 1 to 2 inches from this storm. Bulk of the rain coming tonight into Tuesday. Residents in Long Beach are preparing for this next round of rain. The city's giving out free sandbags.
We got one that's good hit if it gets down, because there's another one coming in. So
You can attend the final farewell to Mountain Lion P22. There's a public memorial plan for the Greek Theater in February. It's on the 4th. You need a ticket. You can get that free ticket at Ticketmaster starting at 9 a.m. today. The governor is now requesting financial aid for the entire state of California direct from Washington.
we will be reaching out, requesting of the White House. We have all the confidence that we'll receive on the conversation.
Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy. Showers now, rain by afternoon. Right now it's 56 in Huntington Beach. Lakewood reports 57. Hidden Hills checks in at 51 and it's 56 in Beverly Hills. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pennis.
Chile Tito is on the 101 southbound at Havenhurst. We have a big rig on fire. That's south range and along the right shoulder. Emergency crew picking up the right lane. Watch for some stop-and-go traffic from Balboa. Bell Garden 7 heading northbound at Florence Avenue. Clean up crews from an earlier crash, blocking the off-ramp to the tune delays at Close. And in Valencia, this is on the 5 northbound at McKinney Parkway. Fondo car taking up the right lane. Watch for delays. KFI on the Sky Hill, getting there faster. I'm Brian Van. This is the year you finally demand the best for yourself and the best for your life. This is the year you call 4M Dental Implant Day and finally get the beautiful and confident smile you've always wanted. The most important moments of your life begin and end with your smile. Every laugh and every photograph. 4M is the best in permanent teeth-in-one-day procedures and the only source for a new and natural smile that will last a lifetime. Call now and get a consultation, x-ray, and a CAT scan for free. Easy financing, and we'll even pay your interest for 1 full year. 4M Dental Implant Clinic for the life and smile you deserve. 4M. Call 800-4M Dental today and start your new year with a smile.
I'm Dr. Erica Kahn with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you have positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH. On the podcast, Hey Dude, the 90s called, David Lasser and Christine Taylor, stars of the cult classic show Hey Dude, bringing back to the days of foot dresses and zipper necklaces.
We're going to use Hey Dude as our jumping off point, but we are going to unpack and dive back into the decade of the 90s.
We lived it, and now we're calling on all of our friends to come back and relive it. Listen to Hey Dude, the 90s called on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
KFI, AM 640. Forget about civil rights. Forget about that gay people should have the same rights as the rest of us. How about we care? Like the couple next door you and Danny, that's horrible. They're great wrestlers. Bill handle. I was intimidated because they went out there for Saturday. Of course. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Premier Network presents Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett. Welcome back. Tony Joe White, the late great Tony Joe White, he's going down this time. They called him the Swamp Fox. And the late singer-songwriter guitarist. He grew up in a coffee farm near Oak Grove, Louisiana, best known for the song Hope Salad Annie, of course, recorded by the King, Elvis Presley, and Rainy Night in Georgia, which he also wrote. Tony Joe White. For years, archaeologists have worked to understand the hidden meanings of the thousands of examples of prehistoric art found on cave walls across Europe. These artistic works often feature animals, bison, fish, reindeer, and the now extinct aurochs. But some of them also included a sequence of dots and marks that seem to be some form of writing system, one which experts at long struggled to fully interpret. Now, a new collaboration between researchers Ed Bacon and experts from the Durham University, a university college London, has finally lifted the lid on exactly what these symbols meant. It turns out the marks were actually part of an ancient writing system in the lunar calendar, which was used to document the timing of the reproductive cycles of the animals. So you can find out more about this enigmatic writing system, I create cave art, in the news section of the Coast to Coast AM.com. And coming up tonight on Coast to Coast AM, that's Monday night and it's Tuesday morning, federal civil rights attorney Daniel Sheehan, who graduated from Harvard Law School, where he co-founded Harvard Civil Rights Law Review, and later returned to undertake graduate studies at Harvard Divinity School. He'll update George Norrie on his work on examining the compelling evidence that the U.S. military and Defense Department has recovered more than one cracked UFO, which they've been deconstructing the technology to back engineer it. In the second half, a doctor of clinical psychology as well as an intuitive medium and divine channel, Lori Ann Perlman, has been helping people overcome negativity and dark energy for over 30 years. She'll discuss with George the history of exorcism and how to tackle demons, dark energies, saboteurs, and how to avoid future assaults. George Norrie giving air care tonight on Coast to Coast AM. Back to more of my conversation with filmmaker, radio host, researcher, Josh Reed, right here on Coast to Coast AM. Did former President Trump really run against the president or should Florida Governor Ron DeSantis? Newsmax wants to know what you think about Trump and DeSantis. Vote in the Newsmax poll just text the word river to 39747. That's River, the 39747. It just takes seconds to vote. That's River, the 39747. Newsmax is news you can trust. Watch Newsmax today. Texting enrolled for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply. I didn't think it was possible to meet someone like Susan. We just clicked after realizing we each have a strong sense of self and share the same core values in life.
After taking our advanced personality test, Daniel and Susan matched on Silver Singles, with secure dating sites for 50 plus singles who know what they want. Sign up today at silversingles.com/love. That's silversingles.com/love.
Great actors representing two customer testimonials need to continue. Are you more than 10,000 in debt? Feel like you're on a never-ending treadmill, staying in one place and never getting ahead with those minimum payments? You feel like there's no way out? Get off the endless debt treadmill and start saving money each month. There are programs in place to help you get free of your debt, and you don't have to pay the entire amount you owe. The program is Total Financial Freedom to help you get debt-free in months instead of decades. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and even timeshare. Call now at 800-832-2366 for free information. For over 15 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. They're rated by the Better Business Bureau, too. Get off the inward cycle without having to declare bankruptcy. You'll have the right to get your debt resolved for a mere fraction of what you owe. Call Total Financial now at 800-832-2366. That's 800-832-2366. 800-832-2366. And we're back with researcher, filmmaker, talk show host Josh Reed, based in Dallas, Texas. And we're talking about Lost Secrets in America. Volume 3 just out now, and we will get to that in just a moment. I just wanted to finish up with the rock wall in Texas. And I was asking you about some other incidents of high strangeness associated with the rock wall. You began to tell us about this cave.
Yes, absolutely. There's a report that I received from some people who had a cave on their property not far from the rock wall, and they told me that if you try to take cameras or cell phones or anything, any kind of batteries near this thing, they immediately drain and it's basically zapping the electronics that go near it. So again, there's no way to tell whether this has something directly to do with the rock wall, but I couldn't think that it being in such close proximity to it, that there absolutely has to be something to that. But again, there's always been a lot of weirdness and high strangeness around this area, and it also lies directly on the 33rd degree parallel, which is also where Roswell sits on top of as well. So there's all kinds of weirdness and strangeness surrounding this thing. And the fact that it's aligned to the equinoxes and the solstices, just as a lot of the other ancient sites like Serpent Mountain, Ohio are, we start to see that there's something very, very technologically advanced about this thing. Again, eyewitness abounds all over.
So let's talk about Volume 3. A bit of a gap. I think Volume 1 came out in 2013, Volume 2, 2014, and then an 8-year gap before Volume 3 came out. What happened?
Well, we just didn't have the funding because I don't have backing from, I'm not rich. I don't have backing of big multinational corporations or studios or TV shows or anything like that. I'm just completely self-funded. We're funded by the support of my audience. So we just ran out of funding to finish Volume 3, and finally I was able to get it done and get it released a few months ago. And that's why it's finally important to, Coast to End is real easy for people to find how to buy my series. All you do is go to coasttocoasttoend.com and go to the search tab and type Josh anything, and it brings you up to a profile page of me, and there's a link there. And Coast to Coast End listeners can get a discount and get the entire trilogy for only $35 in one download collection. So that will really help us do more work, hopefully get a rock wall series going at some point, which was the ultimate goal, because as I said, when the people was conducted in 1999, we saw all these anomalous things like the bulldozer shaking and the thing producing this. None of this stuff was documented. So it's my goal to have another one of these gigs and then have all this stuff that you've heard about the trustees embedded into its high-field exploration production. I want to document all this, have it all on film, show it to people, because that wasn't done the last time there was a did. So I think if we get some actual documented evidence of these things occurring, get it on film and get it out there to people, we can have a real chance of getting some interest in this thing beyond just what has been out there up to this point.
Well, Volume 3, after the huge undertaking, am I correct in saying that you visited or toured 12 different states for Volume 3?
Not for Volume 3, but in Volume 1. In Volume 3, we went to Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, Arizona. So that was really just the full corners region, and that had come from where I had established in Volume 2. And just looking at all of these different civilizations and all of these different artifacts and areas that seem to have building styles and building techniques that were well beyond what the natives would have had any kind of access of knowledge to do. So that's really what the whole Rockwall thing started with this whole series, called Lost Civilization in America, was if there's something to this, if this is what we think it is, then there must be other things across the United States like this, and that's really sitting down the rabbit hole, trying to travel to all these different places, get footage, and see if I can find things that matched up and connected, and certainly I did.
Did you visit the Hoover Dam in Volume 2?
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. I did. The reason that I visited that was because I heard these stories, heard this stuff that started. One of the things came up in the earlier work, and Volume 1 and Volume 2, were the idea of these basic stargates and the representations of the dirt sculptures and statues we have within in Dallas, Texas, called Thanksgiving Square, and it's this slaying piece of artwork. It's a stargate that's made everyone's like that across the United States. So I've heard these stories about an ancient stargate being hidden inside the Hoover Dam. And when I had conducted my research into Colorado and the Nikola Tesla in Colorado Springs and this signal that's being decoded that had a star map and showing these star systems encoded in it, it really led me to looking into the idea that this might be possible. But when I got to the Hoover Dam, when I saw all of these, the first thing I see are these two cherubim statues that are identical to the statues that are seen on the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant is said to be the countdown in the community text being this power supply, the power supply for the bond between heaven and earth, which is some sort of stargate. So immediately I started to see this iconography that I had seen in the past, and stuff like the Ark of the Covenant, the song stuff. It was all littered around the Hoover Dam. So it was a real fascinating inspiration for me.
So, let me see now. The dam was built in the 1930s, wasn't it? Was it completed in the 30s?
Yeah.
So, I mean, how did they build this huge undertaking, this architectural engineering marvel right under our nose, and conceal the fact that it's some kind of a stargate?
Well, it seems that they found this thing buried out there or something. And as far as I know, it's really sketchy, but as far as I've been able to put together, and I talk about this in Lost Information America Volume 2, because in the area of what is now known as Area 51, that area, Groom Lake, there was the whole base was built into a mountain that was allegedly, supposedly, this habitat of an ancient extraterrestrial race called the Have-Machines. It was found to be in this box, so they went essentially the only way they could find to cover it up was to build a military base into it. Of course, they have the world-long runway there. So there seems to be, especially in the bottom, because in Volume 2 I also traveled to Lovelock Cave where they have found the skeletons of these giants there as well. So all across the bottom there seems to be a lot of information pertaining to extraterrestrial being in the far distant past, and as well as high technology being utilized. And much of what we see today, I believe, from Area 51 and all that stuff is just this old stuff that they found and slowly tried to turn into modern technology throughout the years.
What else did you uncover during Volume 3?
Well, as I said, trying to figure out how a lot of these ancient civilizations had gotten access to some of the knowledge that they had to build this stuff, just like I found in Volume 2 when I went to the Ohio Valley and started to find stuff like the hexadecimal Babylonian numerical system and the structures there. I started to find things that seemed like you had modern humans constructing them, but operating from a playbook from someone's higher advanced technology. And that's the same thing I believe is a law form as well. So in Volume 3, when I started researching all of the stuff I found in Colorado Springs, I started researching, like I mentioned before, this mysterious signal that Nikola Tesla had decoded there. And I found this place right there where the Pikes Peak mountain is called America the Beautiful Park. And America the Beautiful Park is another one of those stargates located again. I thought, wow, this is interesting. It's got all these obelisks that I talked about in Volume 2, which relate, as we were mentioning earlier, with Carthage and whatnot, these ancient builders and the Amorites and whatnot who were obelisk builders. This American Beautiful Park has a stargate. It has these obelisks, and when you take a sky view image of this park and mirror puts around, you can see that in Washington, American Volume 3, you see where I go there. You see what appears to be, it looks like a spacecraft. It looks like either a model or a plant or something or built into this site in Colorado. It looks something like some sort of spacecraft. So I started to wonder if there's that signal, which was supposed to be a map of the epsilon of the two star system home to this supposed race of extraterrestrials called Arcturians. And that's when I started to say, okay, it's possible that these people, these ancient people, may have gotten a lot of this knowledge, a lot of this information to build these tiny data structures from this race of extraterrestrials that come down and are said to be able to have to take on different forms. And that's when I started to shift my focus away from the idea that we were just dealing with just giants, as I had thought before. Because one of the things about the Arcturians is that they can appear to people as giants, they appear as angels, they appear as great alien beings. So it certainly makes me consider the fact that what we've been dealing with are just is this one group of extraterrestrials who've been taking on a different form throughout the centuries and coming down and attempting to do things.
During the making of Volume, right, and during the filming of Volume 3, Lost Secrets of Ancient America, did you speak with, interview any of I guess the Pueblos, and do they have ancient stories about star people that sort of fit into all of this?
Well, they're kind of tasty about it. They do, but they're real hesitant to talk to anybody about that kind of stuff. Like, it's just, and what's the reason? They just don't seem to trust anybody. I have a lot of pushback from some of the Native Americans that I tried to talk to, stuff like the Pyramid Lake in Nevada, which is this lake that has this, what's supposedly a natural structure, but it seems to be some sort of pyramid structure that's built many years in the past. And I was just trying to keep some tiny beings there and information to film it, and they wanted $1,000 just to talk to me and just to be able to film the rock structure there. They wanted control of the content of my movie and whatnot. So it was really, really great trying to have communication and have a dialogue with the Native people because they're very guarded. Again, with good reason, they're very guarded about their ancient traditions in the past, but there seems to be a lot of belief that the people who seeded their tribe and the people who gave them knowledge of the tribal structures of the natives came from the stars in their opinion.
Came from the stars, right? And the idea that these ancient civilizations, advanced technological advanced civilizations, existed, hundreds of thousands of years ago, is that received perhaps as a threat as opposed to the narrative that the indigenous people have always been in North America?
I don't know if it's necessarily a threat to it. I think that they're very guarded because there's been so much controversy. The original scientifically held belief in academia was that aside from Native Americans, there was a separate culture called the Mounders. It was a separate group of builders that were responsible for these surfboards. And then after the Trail of Tears and after a lot of the insurance started to be taken away from the indigenous populations, then the narrative and the story changed, and that got done away with, and then all of these infrastructures all got associated strictly with Native Americans, when even a lot of Native Americans have said, this stuff's older than us, this was here before us, things of that nature. And the thing that's been said with a lot of the Native American tribes with the giant state, one of the things they found in Ohio was what they described as a giant graveyard. And when a local Native American was interviewed in a local Ohio newspaper, he told the newspaper that these people were here long before the Redskins. So I think you can have both. I mean, I think both can be simultaneously true without negating one or the other.
All right, Josh, we're going to roll into the top of the hour here. We're going to open up the phone line and take questions and comments. Josh Reed, researcher, filmmaker, talk radio host, and taking us into by Bruce Springsteen, working on a detail picture the box and a YouTube band, performing the Grammy Award-winning song at Super Bowl. What was that, 18? Back in, sorry, not 18, 43. Gotta work on my Roman numerals here. So it was at Tampa Bay. The last game, the feature stage commentator, the late John Madden. All right, back with more of our conversation and your calls right here on Coast to Coast AM. I'm working on a dream. And the skies have drawn to the hands taking my back in. I'm working on a dream. I'm working on a dream. I'm working on a dream. Sometimes it feels so far away. I'm working on a dream. I will find someday. Rainbow down with my hands are up from working on a dream. From working on a dream. I'm working on a dream. Something all can feel like it's here. I'm working on a They always keep you sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know. Duffy's Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for power in the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power's going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com, that's DUCHIE Power.com.
This is the Titan Massacre returns to Titan. New details into what was uncovered at the gruesome crime scenes in Pike County.
Accused murderer George Wagner is judged and jury.
No Wagner family DNA was found at the crime scene.
Will he face the death penalty or will he walk free?
Basically done for a lot of
Listen to the Titan Massacre Season 4 trials begin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Seriously, Mike, here is this justice for transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Remember when you used to have to have a radio to listen to AFI? AFI, it's Monday, and it's time to rise and shine. Here's Jennifer Jones with your morning wake-up call.
Or KFIAM640.com and listen live. But my neighbor Cupcake, the guy who I told you, I told the guy who's missing the Cupcake. He's listening on the regular old radio in his car. He even sent me a picture. Well, snapshot 640. That's right, Cupcake. Wake up call is your literal wake up call if you drive to Venice and work out and stay in the fall. As I sit on my butt and drink coffee this morning. You ever wake up on a Monday and you're surprisingly in a good mood? I told Tyler I was in a good mood this morning, and Tyler, what was your response when I said, hey Tyler, I'm in a good mood this morning? Oh no. Exactly. That tone, everything. I was feeling my, Mother Nature's about to rain on my good mood parade. Yeah, they did that. National Weather Service meteorologist David Sweet is going to join us. We got another wave of strong storms that are forecast to hit California. Already, Governor Newsom has said, excuse me, federal government, can we have a little money over here? We're asking for a state of emergency already. We're declaring a state of emergency. Just because if you think about it, we are still rain-soaked. I know, and it seems strange to be like, wow, we're in such trouble with the rain. But the ground is so saturated right now that we have this new round of storms coming in, and that's what has a lot of people concerned. This was a sad one after Adam Ritz, who starred on the hit series David Enough, died over the weekend at the age of 54. And, of course, I can't wait to tell you about this new smart collar for dogs that can help extend a pet's life by offering precise health updates and sending them to the pet owner's phone. So I've got a ton of stuff to let you in on, so let's get right to it. Another wave of strong storms has been forecast to hit us here in California. Already you have thousands of people still without power in the Sacramento area. So Governor Newsom asked the Biden administration to declare a state of emergency.
The Stafford asked requesting of the White House approving two monthly and 9 of an emergency declaration.
Now, that declaration allows the federal government to help coordinate the emergency response. A man who was holding a large knife has been shot and killed by officers in Tustin. We say the officers responded to reports of a guy holding a knife with blood on his hands and his clothing yesterday morning. But when officers got there, he moved toward them in what they call a threatening way. Now, the officers shot and killed the man who was pronounced dead at the scene. We've also in San Bernardino County had an officer-involved incident. This one was a man who was shot by cops near Ukipa City Hall. Witnesses told police the man got into a minor car accident yesterday morning, and after the crash, he got out of his car and started walking around with a handgun. Investigators say the man refused to put the gun down and was shot after he pointed it at the deputies. He's in the hospital in stable condition. A man was airlifted out of Griffith Park yesterday after he was badly hurt in a fall. The LA Fire Department rescued the 20-year-old who had been hiking in the area of Observatory Road yesterday afternoon. I've often wondered, I've hiked around Griffith Park a million times, but there are some areas that are a little, wiggity, and I've often wondered why we don't hear more, stories about that kind of thing. No, those are the exciting thoughts that go through my life, in my head. Yeah. Woman's been stabbed to death in Cascade Canyon. LA County Sheriff's deputies say the stabbing happened about 1:15 yesterday. A few hours later, deputies shot and killed a guy in the same place. The LA County Sheriff's Department has not said if the stabbing and that shooting could be related. Remember the Virginia cop who drove across the country to Riverside and killed the 3 relatives of that 15-year-old girl that he catfished online? Well, they say that he was a involved in previous online relationships with a minor. That woman, who is now 21, says she recognized the face of Austin Edwards after he was shot by deputies. He says they had a relationship on Skype when he was 20 and she was 13. All right, when we come back, we are going to talk with National Weather Service meteorologist David Sweet all about this new round of storms that's hitting California. How bad is it expected to get? Where are we as far as rainfall totals? All of that, I'll get into it with him in just a couple of minutes. Nick Palliotini, good morning to you. Hope you had a wonderful weekend.
I want to say on the track first thing this morning, you're supposed to make your way through the South Line. And some of the pulling downtown to get yourself on keywords and it's hit by traffic. Actually, it's going to be kind of business as usual. If you will, as you make your way west along the 91 coming out of the Riverside to Corona. Happy ways here overall, and to make your way from downtown to Riverside to Teenager and the Fullerton to 5. Looks to be about 18 to 22 minutes to drive overall. As you're coming out of the Dynamo area, it's up on side of 67, and it's kind of passing for you here and there. Light delays, fairly there. They're starting up for your morning drive. It's somewhere from the 57, continuing through a Fullerton to the 91. This is up beyond that. Further south on the 57, so you can explore if you want. But for the 557 and 22 come together, so to find the sky helps get there faster. I'm just calling it, Steve.
506 on your wake-up call. National Weather Service meteorologist David Sweet. I don't think we've had the pleasure of talking with you before. Welcome to Wake Up Call.
Well, thank you. It's good to be with you.
So tell us about this new round of storms hitting California.
Well, we've got another major winter storm with an atmospheric river and a very energetic, vigorous system coming in. On the energy will boost our rainfall totals with this storm. Rainfall totals are expected to be anywhere from 3 to 4 inches in the coastal valley areas and 4 to 8 inches of rain in the mountains with some localized heavier amounts.
So this one sounds actually even bigger than the one that we had last week, because last week's storm sort of fell short, I guess, of some predictions.
It was a little short. It's about an inch less than we had expected, but still a very persistent storm. But yes, you're correct. This storm is expected to be stronger, producing more rain, and just as much wind as well. We're expecting winds of 30 to 45 miles an hour with just the 60 or 70 up in the mountains. These factors will lead to many impacts with the storm, including the possibility of flooding and damage related to the strong gusty winds, the down trees, down power lines. So a lot of things to think about for the next couple of days.
Are the down power lines and down trees, is that because you guys think that, we're already so saturated and this storm coming in is such a, I love your word, energetic one, that could be some of the ramifications that we see from it?
Yes, absolutely. All of the rainfall has fallen loose in the soil, and strong winds could more easily topple trees that way. And as far as the flooding is concerned, yes, we're approaching severe saturation. So not only are we expecting urban and small stream flooding, but there's also the possibility of some flooding on some of the main stem rivers as well.
And I'm sure in the burn areas that's a concern.
Yes, we're concerned about rainfall rates approaching 1 inch per hour, which will be a threat for most recent burn areas, such as the Fish Burn Star in Duarte and the Lake Burn Star near Lake View.
Okay, so let's talk about the timing now of all this. When should we start to really see it hit Southern California? Because I know Northern California is already getting battered.
Right. We're expecting the rain to move in today, and the heaviest rain is expected to hit tonight into tomorrow for LA County. So late tonight, early tomorrow should be the peak of the rainfall for LA County when we're expecting the heaviest amount. And like I said, all this rain, all of this wind, those really have to stop it.
So it sounds like this is going to be another fast-moving storm like the last one was, but just maybe
hitting storm at the same time.
Yeah, it's probably going to be moving fairly quickly, but maybe not as quickly as the last one. This one might linger a little bit more. And not only that, but we're expecting the possibility of thunderstorms for Tuesday, and rainfall rates and a thunderstorm are always going to be quite intense, maybe over an inch per hour.
Wow, okay, so is this expected then by Tuesday to dissipate and get out of here, or how long should we expect the storm system to stay with us?
Yes, by late Tuesday afternoon into Tuesday night, we can see the rainfall start to taper off and storm move off the beach.
How are we doing now as far as rainfall totals go? I would expect we're in decent condition anyway.
Yes, last night, yes, we were very close to normal at downtown Los Angeles, but we may have gotten even more to where, since, yeah, we're actually at 6.74 inches since October 1st, and the normal value is only 4.76. So we're roughly about 2 inches above normal right now.
Look at us. This is impressive for Southern California. I like it. When you look into your crystal ball for the forecast for the upcoming say week, or I know you guys don't go much past that, how are we looking at any more rain in that forecast?
It does look like there's another possibly significant storm coming into the area for the weekend. So this coming weekend, Saturday and Sunday, we may be looking at even more rainfall.
Wow, are you guys surprised by this? I have to ask.
Well, yeah, August is a lot meaner here, and we don't typically expect really large storms like this during a long year. But I think after 30 years of forecasting the weather, I tend not to be surprised about anything.
Hey, you and I are on the same boat, or in the same boat, because you've been doing this for 30 years, I've been doing this for 30 years, and I agree with you. Sometimes stuff happens in the news, and I'm like, well, it's just Thursday. Means nothing. It doesn't surprise me. Anyway, thank you so much. It's a pleasure chatting with you this morning, and I appreciate all the updates on everything, and good luck to you guys. It sounds like it's going to be about a wild 36 hours or so.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Take care. See you later. That is National Weather Service meteorologist David Sweet. Nice guy. I like anybody who's been in their business as long as I have. Where you just decided, you know what, gonna hunker down in this. And I super tangent here. But I started talking to somebody recently about, oh, what would you do if you got out of the news business? I said, well, first of all, I would have to go to a professional to write my resume. Because if you were to look at what has Benny done her whole life, he was a line cook at La Comida. He gave voice lessons and dance lessons and guitar lessons. That was when she was 17. She doesn't know anything other than how to clap her gums for a living. Literally, that would be my right. And then we went, you know, you should just say it. That's okay. Authorities have reestablished control of the Brazilian government buildings in the capital after supporters of the former president Bolsonaro stormed Congress, the Supreme Court, and the presidential palace. Bolsonaro's supporters were protesting yesterday because they refused to accept his electoral defeat. The violence came a week after the inauguration of his leftist rival. We're going to talk more about this coming up at 5:35 with ABC's Inez de la Cuchera. So I want to get a little deeper into what exactly happened, how much damage was done, because I understand that this was not, you know, something where they just stormed the streets and carried signs and yelled a little bit. They got pretty airy there for a while. So again, that's coming up at 5:35. The husband of a missing woman in Massachusetts has been arrested for misleading a police investigation. The 39-year-old woman has not been seen since New Year's Day in her home. Now, state and local police took Brian Walsh into custody yesterday. Anna Walsh was scheduled to board a flight on New Year's Day but never got on the plane.
Her friends say she's really active on social media, but all of a sudden her accounts have been silenced. The couple has 3 boys. Immediately, when I heard that the husband, the husband's always the first suspect. And for cops, the husband's always the first suspect, even if it doesn't look like the husband actually did anything. They'll have to start at the heart of who was the closest to the husband. Okay, we start there. It's any investigation. But then, when he was arrested for misleading cops in an investigation, that's what it was. Does this mean that they're just trying to get him in on something, and then they can grow their case against him, but at least they have him in custody, so he doesn't bail? So, therein lies my investigative task. Went on, and we'll see if I can. After Adam Richter died, the child star in the hit TV series 8 is Enough died Saturday at his home in L.A. Police say a friend apparently found him dead when going to his home to check on him. The LA County Medical Examiner coroner has not listed the cause of death. Adam Richter played the youngest son on the 8 is Enough TV series. He was just 54. You may not know his name, but if you loved American movies in the 70s, you knew his work.
Cinematographer Owen Royceman was nominated for Oscars for his work on The French Connection, The Exorcist, Network, Lucy, and Wyatt Earp, then given an honorary Academy Award in 2017. He was also nominated for an Emmy for filming Liza Minnelli's 1972 special Liza with a Z. Royceman's work with Exorcist director William Friedkin also included The French Connection and its legendary car chase. The American Society of Cinematographers announced Royceman died following a long illness. He was at his home in Encino. Royceman was 86. Mark Ron, KFI News.
All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with ABC's Karen Travers. The president is at the border. Some say it was a fact-finding mission. Others say that was nothing more than political theater. But whatever the case, the fact is the president went to El Paso yesterday. We'll find out why, what he learned, and I want to talk about the timing. Why now? Why did he choose to go down there? We'll get into all of that with Karen in just a couple of minutes. Let's get into your drive now with Nick on the 110.
This is a traffic alert here in the Saco Lane area, northbound California from Adams. This is a transition on the 10 East Santa Monica Freeway. It's going to be a bit busy for you, and that's due to an overturn of big rig at 10 East past the 110. That's been put to the right shoulder. First, this amount of time is back at around 4:37 was reported already overturned and off on the right shoulder. Definitely see those right again, 110 northbound. Adams making the transition onto the 10 East of Santa Monica Freeway, coming off the 110 northbound. Also got a really busy one for you. It's making into the Zuta out of the Irwindale area. These fronts have the 210 around Barnes, and it looks like it's a crash. Everything appears to be at the center divider, but slow going for you off the 605. Okay, find the sale to the faster. I'm the Collier team. If you've been thinking about selling your home, the real estate market is changing. But before you call an agent, call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is focused on the seller's needs. They'll make you a competitive cash offer, and they can close in days. No agents, no commission. Getting your home ready to list can be expensive, complicated, and you may not want people coming in and out of your house. Oh, that's true. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy, so that the sellers walk away happy. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. There's no obligation offer at 888-302-AS-IS, 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 sellersadvantage.com. Sellers Advantage will buy your home, make it easy, so that you don't have to worry. Sell happy with Sellers Advantage. CRE number 0196165. This report is sponsored by Cal Recycle. Californians are recycling smarter to help save our planet. Check out your items before putting them in your bin to make sure they get recycled. For more tips on proper recycling, visit iRecycleSmart.com. Do your part. Recycle smart. It's Rob Tucker. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings.
The NFL playoff picture is set. The wild card weekend kicks off Saturday when the Chargers take on the Jaguars. The Bolts were edged by the Broncos to wrap up the regular season. The Rams couldn't beat the Seahawks in overtime. The Clippers took out the starting lineup but fell to the Hawks, and SoFi Stadium hosts today's national championship game between number 1 Georgia and number 3 TCU. I just see Jordan.
Hey, it's Rob Tucker. If you like to make games a little more interesting, download this to the newest episode of the Even Money Podcast with DraftKings, releasing every Tuesday. Available wherever you listen to podcasts. Football and betting. and not germs. As soon as you feel symptoms, test it, treat it, you can beat it. COVID medications like the Paxlovid pill can help you test negative sooner. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to find free treatment today. Again, that's 833-422-4255. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Here are some facts about water softeners. Softeners add sodium without filtering water. Old-fashioned, costly, maintenance heavy. So there's a better solution. A light-stored, salt-free water system. Light-stored systems provide filtered, delicious, obviously safe water from every tap without the filters or maintenance. And if you live in an area that bans water softeners, Light Source is the perfect choice. Call 800-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep. LightSourceWater.com. Light Source tastes and feels the difference.
Consistent high-quality sleep is important to help reduce stress. Some tips include going to sleep and waking up at the same time every day, or creating a complex sleep that is cold, quiet, and free of distractions. Your Cal Helpful Moments is brought to you by CalHelp.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHelp can help. Contact CalHelp free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at CalHelp.org.
Contractor license 104771. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix to go. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 clinical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-call unit drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain snake. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice, I bet it's fun. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. TRILLIONAIRE.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
We have a senior Conscious Presents Medicare scam. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the nurse. Never give out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number, put in a false claim.
Just for luck.
How do you get checked for Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080.
William Shatner, my honor to have him back on the Mo Kelly show. What would you like your legacy to be?
Cremate me and put my ashes in the ground and put a tree over me. And the tree will be nursed by my having been on Earth.
Mo Kelly.
And you can sit underneath my shade and that'll be enough for me.
Now live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, I don't want to compare myself to William Shatner, but here I go. I've always said that. Please cremate me and plant a tree. Because I thought that would be a cool way to sort of, I don't know, after to after, give back, tree grows, birds come along, cat feeds the birds, I don't know. Somehow there's some sort of, I'm giving back, letting life come from my back. Isn't that creepy? But then when William Shatner said it too, I'm like, I'm not crazy. We're crazy together. I'm okay with that. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. Coming up a little bit later in the show, we're going to talk about all of the protesters that stormed the Brazilian, they hit everything. They hit the presidential palace, they hit the Supreme Court, Brazilian Congress, all because they refused to accept the defeat of former President Bolsonaro in the recent election. So we'll get into that at 5:35. A little bit later this morning, we're going to talk with ABC's Eric Kersey about the first federal death penalty trial in the Biden administration. I'll tell you who that is and what they're up for. Also, a couple of kind of cool stories. One involves pet adoption. Of course it does. But this one is for you to adopt a kitty and get free airline vouchers on top of it. And would you like to drive the Wienermobile? I really would. I'll tell you how we can have that possibility coming up. Some of our big stories this morning, as you just heard from National Weather Service meteorologist David Tweed. We've got another round of big, heavy rain and strong wind coming to Southern California, and this time around, looks like it's even going to be harder than our most recent storm. 2 to 4 inches of rain is expected today and tomorrow, with the heaviest rain coming tonight into tomorrow morning. Now, the rain has prompted a flood watch to be issued for most of LA and Orange counties. Wind gusts could be 65 to 70 miles an hour in the mountains and the high desert. So just a heads up, sounds like another one of those situations. If you're driving at this hour, when you are somebody who either commutes at this time, or you're coming home from work at this time, or maybe you go to the gym at this time, whatever the case is, if you cannot do that tomorrow morning, it sounds like that's when the bulk of the storm is going to hit us. So try and work from home or whatever, but try and get out of it if you can. Super sad story out of Virginia. A first grade teacher at a school has been shot by one of her students. Police say Abby Warner is a 25-year-old teacher who was shot by the 6-year-old student Friday. The teacher has life-threatening injuries, but as of right now is in stable condition. Police say the shooting was not accidental. The little boy has been taken into custody. Let's say good morning now to ABC's Karen Travers. So Karen, tell us all about the president's first trip to the border. Yeah, the president spent about 4 hours on the ground in El Paso, Texas yesterday. He toured a U.S. Customs and Border Protection facility on that city's busiest crossing. How do they sense of their warfare, testing, and drug trafficking? He made an unannounced stop at a section of the border wall and also visited the Migrant Resource Center to see how they're dealing with a historic rise in migration. The city has really been inundated with people trying to get there. Motivated, President didn't meet with any migrants there at the facility or any time while he was on the ground there. Constantly, he didn't see anybody. And this is, of course, despite that things really being overwhelmed. People are living on the streets. The mayor has declared a state of emergency. The president was asked what he learned by seeing the border firsthand, speaking with law enforcement officers who work along it. And the president said they need a lot of resources. We're going to get it for them. I guess then you're going to have the critics who say, well, wait a minute, just because you talked to law enforcement officials, you could have made a phone call for that. You were there. Why didn't you talk to anybody? Yeah, I mean, in the White House will say, a lot of this is going down and seeing and hearing it from them directly. And they'll say, you have talked to them on the phone. We've been doing that for the last 2 years. And they just did a chance to then put things out there and get a feel for what it's like down there. I think, the White House has certainly said he's been criticized for not going, that he'd be criticized for whatever he did while he was there, but then it was important for him to make this stop on his way down to Mexico. He's now here in Mexico City for this 2-day summit with the president of Mexico and the prime minister of Canada. Why did it take him so long to go to the border? I guess the question would be asked. The White House has never really given an explicit answer. Just, I think when we've asked it, because it's come up a lot, it has been, there's no reason why he wasn't going. It wasn't anything specific beyond that there were a lot of other issues that they were working on. Ukraine has been the big dominant foreign policy issue, of course, for the past year for them. They've had a lot of other things that they've been doing in terms of domestic agenda, and that they have felt that he has talked to officials down there. They said Kamala Harris, they said the DHS secretary more than 2 dozen times, and that it was something that they were doing with the president in a different way. All right, Karen, thank you so much, and safe travels. Have a great day. Thank you too. See you later. That's ABC's Karen Travers. I just feel like she's absolutely right. It didn't matter as far as whether he went or whether he didn't go. The critics are going to find something to pick apart. But the fact that he went down there and then did not meet with any migrants or did not get into any of those facilities to see firsthand what was happening, especially after you had the calls from the mayor, please help me. My city's being inundated and we're not able to deal with the capacity of migrants crossing the border and dealing with them effectively. And not even from the city standpoint, but from a human aspect of it. We can't give them what they need because we don't have the resources. There's too many people. And so the president, I know, is going to get nailed for not meeting with those people. I mean, if I'm questioning it and I'm just in a fact-finding role, that the critics are going to have a heyday with that one. All right, let's get back to some of these other stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. We do have a response from Texas after the president went to Mexico. Before he got to Mexico City, though, when he made this first border trip, This is Justin Finch, also an ABC reporter, who talked about the president going to El Paso.
The Governor Greg Abbott hand delivered a letter to Biden telling him his visit is 2 years too late.
Now, during Biden's visit, he did not visit any migrants, as he said, and I'm sure that even Governor Abbott, who is a strong critic of President Biden, though, is going to use that as as a headline, as a staple going forward of how the Biden administration is not appropriately helping, states, border states like Texas. You mark my words on this. All right, let's get back to some of these other stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. This is kind of an interesting one. Opening statements have been scheduled for the trial of a former Columbia University gynecologist accused of sexually abusing patients. Aaron Kaspersky says Dr. Robert Haddon pleaded not guilty to abuse at his medical office.
Evelyn Yang, the wife of former presidential candidate Andrew Yang, has said she was one of the victims and she praised federal prosecutors here in New York for bringing the case.
Also, so we'll watch that trial. Another ship has gotten stuck in the Suez Canal. ABC's Inez de la Cruzera says this time around it took less time to get this one free. A cargo ship carrying corn getting stuck in a single-lane stretch of the Suez Canal, according to the Suez Canal Authority. 3 canal tugboats working to get it back on track. It was unclear what first caused the ship to run aground. In March of 2021, the colossal Ever Given, remember that one, crashed into the bank on another single-lane stretch of the waterway. It was stuck there for 6 days. Remember, it was almost, at some point, it kind of looked like it was side to side in the canal. It was like, oh my gosh, how in the world are they going to get this thing turned around into a position that can get it out of there? But it took them 6 days, but they did it. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with ABC's Inez de la Cruzera. I want to talk about just the craziness that happened in Brazil, where you have those protesters storm the Brazilian Congress, Supreme Court, presidential palace. They were all going after the issue. Tell me if you've heard this one before. They were all upset and would not accept the defeat of former President Bolsonaro in the most recent election. What's the fact sound like? We'll get into that in just a second. But first, let's get back to your drive, Miss Hallie. This time around, where you heading?
Heading to the Azusa area. I mean, sometimes the 210 before Azusa Avenue has been burning. It is a crash regularly off the right road, but definitely seeing a slow going drive through leading Irwindale Avenue as you make your way eastbound on the 210 toward Azusa Avenue. The westbound 210 not looking all that hot for you either right now. They're going to go from before Grand as you continue back towards Irwindale Avenue, almost to 605. That problem's pretty clear-ish from lanes on the westbound side of the 10 as you make your way to the El Monte area, right around San Diego Avenue, as you know, right off on the right shoulder. What's the car fight? So a lot of cleanup work underway for your drive right there. Now we're still going for the drive on the westbound side of the 10 San Bernardino Freeway, off of 605 as you're making your way into the El Monte area. Can't find the sky helps get you there faster. I'm just telling you, they're now arriving daily. The rugged Toyota trucks and versatile SUVs you've been waiting for. All with legendary Toyota quality, durability, and value. Come and check out tough new Tacomas, spacious new Highlanders, even powerful new 4Runners. There's sure to be a Toyota truck or SUV you've been thinking about that will fit your lifestyle. We make it easy. To see all offers, stop by your Toyota dealer today or visit Toyota.com.
It's easy to buy or lease any new Toyota, and easy to own one. Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care no-cost maintenance. You're covered for all normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles. Whichever comes first. Performed by certified technicians using genuine Toyota parts. See your dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska. Toyota, let's go places. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got another humdinger of a storm on the way, and it's going to hit us today. So we're going to start to see some sprinkles. We could see them actually, before noonish today. But really, the heaviest of this rain is going to start to pick up later this afternoon, overnight into tomorrow morning. Should all taper off by tomorrow afternoon, but as we talked with the National Weather Service earlier, meteorologist David Sweet said we could see 2 to 4 inches of rain from this storm. This is another one of those that could have thunderstorms with it, and that always brings heavy rain at the time with a thunderstorm. He says that we could see up to 1 inch an hour in some spots with this storm. So again, 2 to 4 inches if you are along the coast, 4 to 8 inches if you're in the mountains. So that's why this one could be so significant. There are concerns of flooding once again, especially in the burn zones. He talked about areas in Gordy and around Lake Hughes specifically that they're concerned about. And he said that already we are almost at saturation as far as the ground goes. So they're looking for down power lines, down trees, just because the ground is so wet that, nothing can stay held into it because of the saturation. So we got that in the forecast, then it should taper off, and I asked him, I said, hey, is there any more rain on the way? And he said, well, it looks like we've got another significant storm that could hit us this weekend. So we are in for quite a roller coaster as far as these storms go. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee.
Hi, I'm Joe.
And I'm Kathleen, and we are owners of American Vision Windows.
Happy New Year, Southern California. Right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever for you to afford custom-made, beautiful new windows for your home. With 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months, plus free expert installation. Ordered by January 31st. I've been in the construction trade for 35 years. The level of quality of products that they use for their prep work was top-notch.
With a great experience, I couldn't have asked for anything better. And that's how I love these guys.
Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. TRUMAN is so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows, and especially for you, our customers.
Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows. That's the vision. That's the vision. American Vision Windows.
For all offers, call or see website for details. Offer expires on 1/31/2023. CSLB number 778-326.
Confused about recycling? Californians are recycling smarter together. Visit iRecycleSmart.com for tips to help keep your recycling out of the trash. That's iRecycleSmart.com. Do your part. Recycle smart.
Are you the next accident lawyer millionaire client? Live today is the way to go. Call 800-920-0810. There you go. See the same results. There you go, guarantee.
AI is the transmission fluid. Seriously? Sure to just touch the bridge.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. Believe that engine light is limited. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
This is Jacob Enron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
News updates, candle lamps, dog videos, we send them all. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. Some places are already reporting some sprinkles, and it looks like those sprinkles are going to turn into heavy rain later today in Southern California. Now, this winter storm in Northern California has knocked down trees and power lines, left more than 300,000 people in the dark. That storm moved into the Sacramento area Saturday night into early Sunday morning, and we've got this other storm that's kind of going to hit the entire state now over the next 2 days. And as I mentioned earlier, the heaviest of the rain is expected tonight and tomorrow. We've got a wind advisory in effect, and a flood watch is in effect until tomorrow as well. Governor Newsom has already requested assistance from the federal government to help deal with the effects of these dangerous storms that move through the state. And remember that Virginia cop who drove across the country to Riverside and killed 3 relatives of that 15-year-old girl that he catfished online? He was involved in a previous online relationship with a minor. That woman's now 21 and says she recognized the face of Austin Edwards after he was shot to death by deputies. He says they had a relationship on site when he was 20 and she was 13. Let's take it morning now to ABC's Inez de la Crucera. Honestly, Inez, the minute that I saw these supporters of former Brazilian President Bolsonaro refusing to accept his electoral defeat, storming the streets of Brazil, heading the Brazilian Congress, the Supreme Court, and Presidential Palace, I cannot be the only person who was taken back immediately to the January 6th incident at the Capitol. Good morning, Rabbi. Yeah, I feel like things are really in ways. So you're right. There's very shocking images coming out of Brazil today of Brazilian supporters of former President Bolsonaro dressed in yellow or green, storming the Congress, storming the Supreme Court, and the presidential palace, temporarily occupying those buildings, and really trashing the Dominican high seats of power. So we saw them breaking windows, toppling furniture, throwing computers and printers to the ground. They punctured one massive painting in 5 places. They ripped the door off one of the justice's office. They vandalized the statue that was outside the Supreme Court. And they even overturned the big table where the Supreme Court justices typically sit when the court is in session. The situation now is under control, so officials have arrested over 300 protesters, and they are, it's definitely reached the election more. They've launched an investigation. They're looking at things like fingerprints and images circulating on social media. So similar to the work we saw U.S. officials doing in the aftermath of the January 6th insurrection. Interesting to note in this case that these protesters were they were supporters of former President Bolsonaro. They were seeking military intervention to either restore Bolsonaro to power or to oust the newly inaugurated President Lula da Silva. So based on speaking news, they're asking for military intervention. And this comes, of course, as Bolsonaro has called into question the election results. He never conceded the election. He, insinuated that there was, or fully, came out to say that the election had been rigged. Called into question the election results. So, yeah, very similar to what we saw coming out of this. Is there any concrete evidence to say that something might have been rigged? Is there any sort of smoking gun that Bolsonaro's team is pointing to say that's why we have concerns? There is not. So similar to what we saw playing out in the U.S., no concrete evidence. These are baseless claims that are being made. In this case, the election was very, very close, and the closest it's been in decades. So the race was very close, and I think that's why Bolsonaro and his supporters are refusing to accept it and calling into question the results. So yeah, no evidence of any kind of voter fraud. If you can note that some of Bolsonaro's advisors actually met with advisors for President Trump recently, so that certainly sounding off some alarms there. And that Bolsonaro is actually in Florida currently, so he 2 days after his term ended, took a flight to Florida. He's in Orlando. He's been there ever since. So there are now calls for President Biden to do something about this to get Bolsonaro out of the U.S. Some lawmakers calling for Biden to do something because the U.S. shouldn't be harboring someone who's responsible for, calling into question the results of the election in Brazil. A lot of Brazilian officials calling this domestic terrorism, and they are certainly pointing the finger at Bolsonaro for stoking this atmosphere. All right. Thank you so much, Inez. I appreciate it. Thank you. See you later. That's ABC's Inez de la Cruzera. And no matter what you feel about the situation, it's either the copy and paste of January 6th, 2021. It's crazy how parallel these two stories. Get back to some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I was excited to tell you about this story last night. There is a new smart pet collar for dogs that can help extend the pet's life by offering precise health updates and sending them to the owner's phone, or pet parent, as I like to call them. The device is made by the South Korean company called Cotton's AI. It uses artificial intelligence software to report negative or positive trends in the pet's health. So if there's any big change in their health, you're going to get an alert on your phone. And what I like about this is, even if, and I immediately go to, well, what happens if it's not accurate? That's okay. Because even if something wasn't accurate, or maybe it was just a blip in your pet's health, wouldn't you want to know? And wouldn't that be something that you're like, I'm just going to keep an eye on that? But it would just give you a heads up and possibly prevent something further from happening to your pet. I like it. I like it a lot. I don't know why this makes me want to talk about the Wienermobile. I'm supposed to segue from story to story. So let's go from dogs to hot dogs. True hot dog fanatics can apply to be a Wienermobile driver. Ostermeyer is currently recruiting its next class of drivers for the Wienermobile. Now you are called, did you get this, a hot dogger, and it's only available to recent college grads. Each driver will visit over 20 states in this hot dog-based vehicle, travel more than 200,000 miles, and serve as an Ostermeyer spokesperson at over 200 events per year. And then your job will be to document your journey on social media. There are a total of 12 Wienermobile driver positions, hot dogger positions, I should say, available for 2023. And honestly, the competition is fierce. Last year, less than 1% of the applicants were selected. So it sounds fun. It sounds like this probably is
Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, question for you. Does that mean there's 12 mobiles, or does that mean there's 12 positions?
You know what? I don't know if it's the same car because I'm guessing not. You imagine those?
Well, I mean, just like, isn't there 8 packs in the 8 hot dogs in the pack?
Oh, there's the point.
Should there be 12 hot dogs running around the, at least North America?
With hot doggers driving around?
Yeah.
You would be ideal for this gig.
If I'm doing it, you're coming with me, and we're only doing it for 30 days. I do love a good tubular meat pie.
Well, I mean, now who doesn't, right?
Who doesn't? That's what, especially here in Southern California, we love them bacon wraps, and you get them outside every concert and every sporting event you go to.
Oh, that is my weakness. Like when you do the game and you've got the vendors out there and they've got their grills and all the smell gets, oh my gosh.
No, so, I want a candle that smells like that. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's not be made out of bacon grease for all I care.
You got one? You know, if you want. Hello, thank you. Okay,
got it.
Here's what the candidate has to be. Outgoing, you. Creative, you. Friendly, you. Enthusiastic, you plus. And here's the part that cuts us out. Graduating college senior.
Oh yeah, no.
No. But you just have to have, I like this, an appetite for adventure, and you're willing to see the country through the windshield of the Ostermeyer Wienermobile. Now, when it said that, I had to look at the windshield. The windshield, if you can imagine, it's more like a cockpit. So it's got the front that sort of bows around you, and then the sides, or it almost looks like you're driving an RV.
It really, not to interrupt you, but I've been in the Wienermobile before. I strangely in Seattle and Seatac, so that's the story for another day. But I was going to say, it looks, if you've ever been to the Disneyland Resort, it very much looks like everything in that cockpit. It is like being in the monorail. So it's very similar in nature to being in the cockpit or the front seat of the monorail at Disneyland. It's very, very similar. Not quite like the Vegas monorail if you've been on that one, but definitely like the one at Disney.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Okay, that's a great description. And this video is so long that I almost wonder if you have to go get an additional class on your license. Yeah, because I don't understand how you could drive this with just a regular old license like you and I have. I would want extra training if I drove this one. Anyway, so many questions.
Well, yeah, and the best part of it is, though, it does play the Wienermobile, or the Ostermeyer when you honk the horn. Okay. Like that thing, it totally does it. It's the best ever.
Oh, Tyler, please cut and save that for later, because that was awesome. And finally, Frontier Airlines is offering free flights to adopters of adorable kitties from Las Vegas. It's a new best offer for cat lovers. Adopt a cat, get a free flight. So Frontier is offering free flight vouchers for people who adopt one of 3 kittens from the Las Vegas Animal Foundation. The cats are named Delta and Spirit. So if you take home Delta or Spirit, you get 2 vouchers worth $250, a total of $500 per pet parent. But if you take home the kitten named Frontier, you get 4 flight vouchers, and that is worth $1,000. The kittens are not available yet, but they will be once they hit 6 weeks old and at least 1.5 pounds. Right now, I've seen pictures of them. They don't even have their eyes open. They've got the little pink paws and whatever. But anyway, it's a great idea just to raise awareness from Frontier and Delta and Spirit and all that. So I just think it was funny, though, that Frontier is like, yeah, we'll give you $1,000. And then Delta and Sierra, they're like, I'm only gonna pop for 250, a total of 500 for that bag. Yeah, it is. All right, we come back. We are going to talk with ABC's Eric Kirsty. This will be the first federal death penalty trial of the Biden administration that opens today in New York City. We'll get into who it is, what this person is accused of doing, and have Eric sort of detail what's expected out of this trial. So that's all coming up in just a second. The karaoke, please start the next report with
Continuous drive right now to South LA. So guys, kind of major age problems for the drive. One thing North transitions to the 10 East St. Monica Freeway. Got a wreck involving an overturn at intersection. Now that is at the end of the transition road, 110 North connected to the 10 East. So you're seeing the joy is heaviest through South LA as you're coming from the top. As far back as at least Floss, and it's not as you're coming from Florence, but even seeing a few delays from as far back as Manchester heading northbound on the 110. Westbound side of the St. Monica Freeway through downtown, that's now coming out the 16th. So the 110 really still going as well for a quickie boost delay. Stay up on the sign up, get there faster. I'm the Collier team. Attention Southern California. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. The benefits are about to change. Time is running out, but it's not too late. You can go solar right now with Semper Solaris with no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. Imagine having no electric bill and bill payments for all of next year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Semper Solaris. Protect your family from skyrocketing electric bills. You must act today to lock in your savings. Call 877-211-5591. That's 877-211-5591. Semper Solaris is local and veteran-owned, so they'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit, $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Expired 1/31/2023. PSW number 978152. This report is sponsored by 1-800-NO-COP. Criminal defense. With Trinity Dairy Capanoke, it's 1-800-NO-COP. Should drinking coffee will sober you up to drive? Don't be stony stupid. Call 1-800-NO-COP. Because no one looks good in handcuffs unless they're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. This is the Bowl champion Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz. The NFL playoff picture is set. Their wild card weekend kicks off Saturday when the Chargers take on the Jaguars. The Bolts were edged by the Broncos to wrap up the regular season. The Rams couldn't beat the Seahawks in overtime. The Clippers took up the starting lineup but fell to the Hawks, and SoFi Stadium hosts today's national championship game between number 1 Georgia and number 3 TCU. I just Jordan. They say good things come to those who wait. The Mercedes-Benz SUV family proves otherwise. It takes no time at all to set up a test drive at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Learn more at mbUSA.com. I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID boosters and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPA.
If your business has 5 or more employees and manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. So that's real money. Not alone either, a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands on it. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it can probably help you too. No charge up front, and share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you have increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com. This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly, I cried. Hello, I'm John Okoyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. I was named Ogame after my grandfather.
But as a kid, I was teased for having that name, so I changed it to John. John is the English version of Ogana, and it maintains the honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me, so staying true to myself and Rooter Hero Plumbing are important. Staying true to Rooter Hero Plumbing means being true to you and delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Rooter Hero Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-377 and we'll cable your line for $77. That's 866-377. Thank you. CL 102.8886. The music you listen to all year long. The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2022. And the stars who made the songs we love. What all being celebrated. Live from Los Angeles on Fox. March 27th. Let's get it started. Be here at this year's nominees are unveiled. Wednesday, 9 a.m. Eastern, so visit the portions of the following program will be recorded. One year was actually a human cannonball. They shot someone out of the cannon on the floor. And then, of course, that went over the neck. What? No, you didn't. Oh, my God. It's not. It's just how it's going to be all year. It'll handle. So when you see for the last 30 years, for God's sake. And now, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. I'm Jennifer Jones. Reading some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom has declared or requested, I should say, a federal state of emergency as the storm continues to cause heavy rain and strong winds. In Northern California already has knocked down trees and power lines, left more than 300,000 people without power. We'll be keeping an eye on the storm. Now, the bulk of this storm is supposed to hit Southern California later this afternoon, overnight into tomorrow, although I know we've already got rain all over Southern California being reported, but the heaviest of it should come in later in the day. In fact, we have been tentatively scheduled now for Harvey Weinstein. The former film producer was convicted of sexually assaulting a woman in the LA area 10 years ago. Weinstein was extradited from New York, where he's serving time for rape. He faces up to 18 years in prison in this LA case. Okay, good morning now to ABC's Aaron Tursky. I'm sorry, we'll do that in just a second. Tyler, I apologize. I know you pulled me down the line and it clicked. So I'm sorry, I just went with, okay, I know what he said. So Justin Turner officially left us over the weekend. And he wrote this beautiful letter, though, I have to say, to LA. And I want to give you a little bit of it just because a lot of times I feel like when players leave a place, we're like, well, they went somewhere else for more money. They didn't really care about this place. I didn't get that feeling from Justin Turner after I read this open letter. And he posted it on Twitter, which is where I'm getting it right now. And I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's quite long, but it starts, Dear LA, 9 years ago I made a decision to come back home, back to LA, and try to keep my career alive as a utility infielder for the Dodgers. I was so excited for so many reasons. Joining a historic franchise that saw players like Jackie, Koufax, Fernando, Drysdale, and Newcomb, legends like Lasorda, Daly, Vince Scully, and goes on to talk about the other greats that he not only had played with, but that were already playing now. He says to say that my life is a turn for the better the day that I put on a Dodger uniform is an understatement. I had no idea the opportunity I was going to have to leave my mark on this storied franchise. I grew from a 25th man doing everyday third baseman to a two-time All-Star. Thanks to you, the fans, to a World Series champion, and the biggest accomplishment of all, the Roberto Clemente Award winner. I married my amazing wife, Courtney, with a little help from Reverend Oral Hershiser. I did not know that was the case, by the way. And I finished just with the last part of this, which I thought was so awesome. He says, there aren't enough things in a lifetime to express how grateful I am to every single person who was part of making this chapter so special. And then at the end, he says, thank
most importantly, thank you. Thank you for embracing sport, and I thank you for your unconditional love, and thank you for making this post so incredibly difficult to write. Until next time, thank you. Class act to the end. Let's say good morning now to ABC's Aaron Sikorsky. So Aaron, tell us a little bit about this first federal death penalty trial of the Biden administration. Even just that first line, I thought, wait, we haven't had one in 2 years, but I guess not.
No, in fact, there's been something of a moratorium on the death penalty, except in the case of Nicholas Saipov, who drove a rented truck down the West Side Highway biking to Epstein Pass adjacent to the Hudson River back on Halloween 2017. It killed 8 people, including several tourists from Argentina and Belgium and 2 local men. And the attack is the worst act of terrorism in New York since the September 11th attack. The prosecutor said Saipov was inspired by all these ISIS videos that he was consuming.
Now, this guy in particular, what has he said? Has he admitted to anybody that he did it? He pleaded not guilty, I assume?
He did, although he offered to plead guilty if the prosecution would take the death penalty off the table, which they would not do under the Trump administration. And again, declined under the Biden administration. So his guilt really isn't in doubt this then. It's up for the defense to try to spare his life. I'm not sure that he will necessarily admit that he did it on a witness stand or formal like that. But there's almost no doubt that it's him who committed the act. The defense is really focused on trying to get a life sentence as opposed to execute it on federal death row.
And how might they do that? What is the argument do they have?
Well, I think they're going to try and spin it as best they can to talk about the circumstances and perhaps why he shouldn't die, but there's no, what specific argument they're prepared to offer. They haven't really tipped their hand. They will undoubtedly talk about his upbringing, his immigration from Uzbekistan, sort of journeyman life in Ohio, Florida, New Jersey, before carrying out the act here in New York.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I know this was such a horrific case, and it had, I don't think any of us can forget the images from that day. So I know that this one has definitely national attention on it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
See you later. This is KFI KOMCHD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. Getting back to your drive with Nick this morning, and we're finding out why it's slow on the 105 in Linwood.
It's really quite a bit heavier than usual westbound side, coming away from the 710. 105 westbound is going to be heavy. Stretch to the front break to make way for a front double wide. And 91 west is all due to the Allen County area right now. Now it's not looking so hot for you. So before the 710, it stretches for Dixie and the 110. And that's either something slowing you downtown to keep yourself on. Keyword is saved by traffic. Still dealing with issues that are affecting the end of the transition road. 110 north connected to the 10 east is Monica Freeway to make way out of South LA into downtown. That will be a mixture down the 110 northbound right now from before Slauson. Also, lots of liquid floating for you on the westbound side of the 10 state of Monica Freeway. Off the 60 back toward the 110, 5 northbound. Looking pretty slow going for your drive right now. Nothing reported in lanes, but overall. So before the 65 out of Norwalk and Santa Fe Springs area, and stretches of 2045 northbound towards downtown LA and the 101. And the 101 north coming off the 5, that's already heavy for you. As you make way for back Alameda, looks like lanes being held there to get something clear to the right shoulder. Delays do continue for you though, past that toward the 110. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm Nick Poliosi. Chlorinated water is for swimming, not drinking and bathing. Chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to the Light Source water system? Light Source system filters your water from every step, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine. Your body does better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stool? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be PCI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. PCI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't use enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But PCI can be managed. Use the symptom center on identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by ROTHSCHILD.
Buy the Tesla Model 3 for just $450 a month and only $3,000 down. It's the cheapest price anywhere, guaranteed. I'm Scott Pacer, CEO and founder of the company, where you can subscribe to an EV like the Tesla Model 3 for less than the cost of a lease and with no
right. You think they heard? They think the OPO win. So got weather from KSI. We've got a rainy day ahead already. We've got plenty of rain out there being reported. Lots of people texting me and emailing me and hitting me up on Twitter, JJLKSI, if you ever want to let me know stuff like that. Also, it looks like the heaviest subject storm that we've got coming in is going to be later today and into tomorrow, right about this time, right for our early morning commute. Temperatures go really mild for the next couple of days, just in the low 60s. We News Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee. This has been your wake-up call. Handle on the news starts right now. Hold on a minute. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle. And good morning, everybody. January 9th on a Monday. Rain coming in today. A little bit of drizzle coming into the station. Coming into the station today. And is I think the big ones that are coming. We're going to talk about that in a moment. The crowd. Jennifer, good morning. Hey, good morning, Handle. Did you have a good weekend? No. Alex, good morning. Morning. Wayne, good morning. Good morning. I know better than to ask. Tyler, good morning. Hey, good morning. All right. Great promo. Me grunting. Sounds like the interview I did with Rodney King. And it's the only interview I have ever done where the interviewee, in this case Rodney King, grunted the entire interview. He did not say a word. His attorney was there talking, and I go, so, Rodney, what is it? Well, this happened to you, and you're now a poster child, how are you handling that? It's one of my better interviews. Was he not supposed to say anything? So he just kept his mouth shut? No, I think otherwise his attorney wouldn't have let him come on the air. Just not a man of many words. For the most part, yeah. No. Who's that player who a lineman who at the Super Bowl literally grunted through everything because per the contract of the NFL, if you make it to the Super Bowl, every Super Bowl player has to be interviewed by the media. I mean, of course, the quarterbacks are insane. They line up, but then they go to the linemen, then they go to the Gatorade, little cups that they give the ball players, and then they go to the bat boys, if you will. I don't think they have bad boys in football, do they? No, probably not. So he wouldn't talk. He fulfilled his contract in front of the cameras. No. And then they answered that, hey, I'm fulfilling my contract. I just don't like to talk to the press. There's no Marshawn Lynch. So anyway, maybe Marshawn Lynch. I have no idea who he is. Buffalo Bills game yesterday. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. God, I love that. Everybody with a heart, number 3, was kind of neat. And then that first play, receiving at kickoff, and it's a 94-yard kind of neat. I like it. And then the team, my favorite team, the Packers, lost. So there you go. That was a football weekend, if nothing else. Mr. Couch Potatoes at work. All right, guys, are you ready to do it? Let's do it. Let's do it. Handle on the news on a Monday morning, and it is Jennifer, Wayne, and me, Lee Story. We are expecting another storm coming in. National Weather Service says it will be a, quote, strong Pacific storm. And of course, I immediately defer to our weather girl, although I can't say that. That's somehow sexist. You can't say weather girl, can you? I'm a girl and I'm about to give you the weather. Yeah, but if you can't say that, it's a little bit too much. Weather woman is it? Weather woman, weather person. How about I'm just going to give you a forecast? Weather correspondent, yeah. Someone who is weathered and has gotten relatively old. You watch it. Hey! Okay, let's do it. Okay, what's going on? So we've got now what the National Weather Service described to me this morning as an energetic storm. That's not one I've heard. So this big storm is actually supposed to be bigger than the one that we had last week. Last week's storm brought us 1 to 3 inches of rain. This one, 2 to 4 inches along the coast. We could see 4 to 8 inches in the mountains. And here's the problem. We're already almost at saturation. So they are expecting down trees, down power lines, and of course in those burn areas, and they specifically talked about the burn areas around Lake Hughes and Gordy, so the fish fire area. Those are the places that they say they are most concerned about having mudslides and debris flow from those burn areas. The interesting part of this storm is it's going to just be in the very low 60s, so much warmer than the storm that we had last week. But the bulk of it, lucky us, will be right when we're driving to work tomorrow. So the heaviest of the storm is supposed to be overnight into tomorrow morning.
Yeah, lovely. You know, those burn areas, people that live in those areas get the double whammy. And it's really unfortunate. I mean, the answer clearly is move someplace else. There you go. Now you're done. Boy, it's, how's that for like? Well, if you move, all right, move out of burn areas, move out of earthquake zones, move out of flood zones, and if you're talking nationally, don't live in hurricane country or tornado country. Where do you live? Manitoba, Canada. And that's it. That's it. Boy. Oh boy. It's a little cool, granted. 40 degrees below zero in the winter, but then, you know what? That's why God invented warm clothing. Right?
All right. Oh my gosh. 15 rounds of voting, but finally we have a House Speaker, and it is Kevin McCarthy. So it took forever to get to the stick until late Friday night. Finally, though, and the big question really is what happens now, and what deals had to be cut in order for that to happen?
Yeah,
15 rounds. Somebody was holding out for something, and I can't wait to find out what that something was and who finally got that concession.
Yeah, that's coming up at 7:30. I'm going to dive into that a little bit deeper. But basically, 4 or 5 Congress people control Congress, and it's not the Speaker. And so we'll talk about that. This is the most contentious fight for speakership since 1857 was the last time this went. But it went on for a long, long time. It came down after 14 votes, so that's relatively a small number of votes and days when you talk about what happened in the 1800s. Go ahead and take a break. We will come back. We'll quickly handle on the news, brought to you by the Lemon Law Experts at Night Law Group. If you think your car might be a lemon, call 844-43-LEMON. And let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The House is gearing up to debate a new rules package today now that, as they mentioned, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is now the new House Speaker. Roughly a third of Americans have stopped going to church, according to a new study on how the COVID pandemic lockdowns impacted the attendance of religious services across the U.S. And Prince Harry says he had to fly alone to Scotland to have a Queen Elizabeth's guest because the royal family didn't invite him. He also noted by the time he did arrive, his grandmother had already passed away. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky in the 405 in just a moment.
If you're looking to sell your house finally, you've been waiting because, of course, property prices were going through the roof. Well, now it's time maybe to pull the trigger. And so, which way do you do it? A couple ways of doing it that I know of. Actually, several ways. One, just list it on the internet, and there you go. And a little difficult. Also, you can hire a real estate broker, much more professional. Like you're paying 6%, and just the paint, clean, repair, prospective buyers come through the house. You can't be there. That's an hassle. Here's the way to do it, which is easy for you. DirectBuyers.com. They'll buy your house. And none of that hassle. No painting, no cleaning. You can be there, no buyers walking through. That's DirectBuyers.com. You'll get a fair price, certainly competitive price, and honest, no obligation offer. Even a $15,000 cash advance before closing, they'll never lowball you to pay you cash within 10 days. DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL. DirectBuyers.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Extremely rainy and windy today with highs just in the low to mid 60s. Let's get a look at your drive from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places like the 405.
Around with the second in the valley or through it as you're leaving Mission Hills and Devonshire. Back in the lake for you into the
Truman Oaks area. 405 southbound. Getting applicable possible problem for you around Ventura Boulevard. Everything appears to be on the right shoulder from the southbound cam, but definitely seeing a heavier than usual drive there. And then so do stick around for you for the southbound on the 405 and the west LA towards Sunset. Your return trip on the northbound side of the 405. Track you overall on the south bay, leaving Carson and Florence off the 110 as you continue back toward the 10 into west LA. And also, I'm usually headed for you on the southbound 405. The 10 is to make way toward at least Culver. So if you have an update, keep this on your cell phone. Keywords, stay by traffic, whatever, slowing down those or slowing down that drive. Stay behind the skyhook, get there faster. I'm Miss Polly of Phoenix.
Take It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at TakeItUp.org.
This report is sponsored by iAccidentLawyers.com. I accident lawyer action will find. I was hit on a motorcycle by a truck resulting in serious leg injury. My first lawyer found for you then called iAccidentLawyers.com. They got me $8 million on my first home cash and got savings for the rest of my life. Thank you, iAccidentLawyers.com. Attorney Robert Tony is so fair, not a guarantee. I accident lawyer action will find. I was hit on a motorcycle by a truck resulting in serious leg injury. My first lawyer found for you then called iAccidentLawyers.com. They got me $8 million on my first home cash and I got savings for the rest of my life. Thank you, iAccidentLawyer.com. Attorney Robert Tony was so fair, not a guarantee. Wondering if you should get the updated COVID-19 booster? Here's 3 reasons why you should. 1, vaccines and boosters provide better protection from COVID-19. 2, even if you had COVID-19 before, boosters are recommended to keep your immunity strong, especially if new variants emerge. And 3, the risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 goes up with age, and boosters can help lower the chance of hospitalization and death. Find a booster near you at myturn.ca.gov. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
John here. You've heard me talk for years about Southern Dental, Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the all-on-4 teeth-in-a-day procedure, but they can handle all your dental needs, from bridges to braces, fillings, cleaning, root canals, cosmetic dentistry, and more. If you're scared of the dentist like I was, don't worry. Southern Dental can put you in a dental twilight sleep or full anesthesia. I've been going for over 20 years. Call now for free exam and x-rays, 888-640-SMILE, 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply.
At Takeout, we know news doesn't happen in a newsroom. It happens where you live, the same places we live, with a region as large and diverse as ours. It takes one of LA's largest news teams to cover it right. Takeout 9 is now Takeout News Los Angeles. Takeout putting the more in morning. More local news. Now, 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Takeout News Los Angeles. Covering your mornings.
Always wonder if a story like this shakes people up enough that says that it's absolutely nothing can shake people up.
No, used to be one terrible phase with a sympathetic system, and that would be it.
Nothing now. Nothing. Digestion's face eaten off, its skull's exposed.
John and Ken could make any difference.
Now live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640, Monday, January 9th. Candles here. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Expecting some rain. Another one coming in. But before we go on with more handle on the news, your chance to win $1,000. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keyword on our website, Bills. That's Bills, BILLS.
Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/app.
Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney.
Never an accident. Winning is everything.
Call the winning attorneys at Sweet Games.
800-500-5200.
That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. And if you win, well, I'm telling you, you don't text the keyword. You have to enter the keyword online on our website, KFIAM640.com/chat. And so winners, if you're one, you're notified by email only. So keep your eye out. You want to also check your spam or junk folder to see if you've won. And we do this every hour. Your next canceling next hour, every hour, 6A to 6P, Monday through Friday. And we go back to handle on the news. Jennifer, Wayne, and me. And Biden at the border, his first trip as president, he went to El Paso. He had the head of Homeland Security with him. He had some Texas state representatives with him. He had the mayor of El Paso with him. And he took a tour. He looked at that Bridge of the Americas port of entry that's going to get $600 million to
migrant services center, and all of this is happening at the same time that the administration is actually increasing their expulsion of migrants at the border under that Title 42 public health order that's in limbo. Yeah, it is a mess that Biden has. It is a lose proposition. He met with Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, very contentious. They don't like each other. Abbott is not impressed with Joe Biden. It's not a sycophantic, well, Mr. President, thank you for coming. Here's the I thought he was going to run his wheelchair into Biden's skin. Wow. By the way, Greg Abbott, much like FDR, is in a wheelchair. And that's not even part and parcel of his administration. No one takes attention to that. Very different than FDR, where FDR did extensively things, even though he didn't deny he was in a wheelchair, and he was effectively, well, he couldn't walk, and his legs were gone due to polio he had as a young man. But different world today. And so I'm impressed with that. I just started watching the show, what is this, Superstore, very, very funny. About a sort of Walmart-ish store, I think it's on Netflix. Oh, right. Cloud9 is the store, and there's a guy there who's in a wheelchair, one of the principal actors, and so I'm assuming the actor is handicapped, but nobody cares. It's just one of those things. I know, just going back to Greg Abbott, one of the things that he said was 2 years too little, too late. Oh, yeah. To Biden. Oh, yeah. And I think that, Biden's going to get nailed for not seeing those migrants, because they're going to say, if you went all the way down there and you didn't actually see any of the migrants, but you talked to the law enforcement officials, you could have talked to them by phone. I'm just saying, this is such an easy, this is low-hanging fruit for the critics. Because he did not have the one-on-one with the migrant. But what did he do if he meets with a migrant? He's pandering to, he can't win. That's exactly. And if he doesn't go, he can't win. Yep. So, yeah, I'm not saying he'll decide on what to do. It's easy to predict what the critics are going to say. And at the same time, he's expanding Title 42, and he says, I hate Title 42. It really is a loser. But he's also, if you don't talk about who you're talking about, you know what I'm saying? If you strip out the party affiliations and all of it, and all you say is, the president has announced a policy that people who come over the border illegally are going to be kicked out right away, and they're going to expand the path for people to come here through the legal channel. How is that a controversial move? Only because of the numbers people coming illegally, and you incentivize people to do it the right way. Except the difference is, if you do it legally, which is they come across, they get arrested by the Border Patrol, they turn themselves in, they claim asylum, and they get given a hearing. And they get it by the hundreds of thousands or the millions. They're going to lose the hearing, but they're released in the United States. And that is a huge problem. I'm going to do more about that in 7 a.m. because there are a lot of movie pieces there. All right, so it looks like then that the pro-Bolsonaro protesters did kind of a copy and paste of what we saw in January 6, 2021. It was them storming the streets, them storming Congress, the Supreme Court, the Presidential Palace, all to protest the recent election where Bolsonaro lost to De Silva. And they did all kinds of things. They broke roofs, they climbed barriers, they broke windows, they climbed barriers, they climbed on roofs, all of that. I understand that they destroyed paintings and statues and all of it. Now, they've had 300 arrests so far, more are expected, and they say that things are back to normal at this point. However, I thought this was super interesting, that apparently Bolsonaro is in very close contact with President Trump, and he's here. He's in Florida right now. Yeah, I don't know if he's at Mar-a-Lago, I don't think so, but he's not. Yeah. But the fact that he is in the U.S. and that people say that he's getting advice, maybe, from President Trump. He is from Bannon, and he is from other pro-Trump
accomplish, so these advisors, and I'm going to do more about this coming up at 7:20. There are two things. The comparison between January 6th and today's January 9th study. The only thing missing is actually this is 3 days later or 2 days later. That's really the difference. I'll talk to you about it. It is stunning how the two are absolutely similar. There's an answer to this, by the way. I'm just letting you know. And I think I have the answer legitimately. And I'll explain coming up at 7:20. The teacher who was shot by a 6-year-old at an elementary school in Virginia is now in stable condition, thank goodness. And we know who she is. And she is an extremely well-respected teacher named Abby Warner, 25 years old, gets shot by this kid. Everybody says she loves the kid, she does a great job. And now the authorities are wrestling with the question of, what do you do with a 6-year-old? You do nothing. He's not sick. Well, you do nothing other than don't let him go home, maybe to his parents. Child Protective Services take him. The big issue is not that the kid shot the teacher, unfortunately. The kid probably didn't even know, or did. Certainly doesn't know the wherewithal to parent. And how did that kid get the gun? That's the liability. Right. And what do you do with a 6-year-old? Well, you can't tie him as an adult. No, I would. You cannot in Virginia. And also, he's too young to go into the juvenile court system as well. Yeah. So you literally, in terms of the criminal justice system, there is nothing here. Nothing. Except if I ran it, I'd give him life. But did you go into like a mental health system? No, I don't think so. There's really no avenue. There isn't. The only issue is if you go home or not. And I think the authorities may have a problem with it going home, take them away from the parents possibly, and put them in the foster. I think that maybe I think that's the way to go, at least for a period of time. The police are saying this was not an accident, or that it was intentional and part of an altercation. All right, take a break. Come back. We have more handle on the news. Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A man who was holding a large knife has been shot and killed by police in Tustin. Police said officers responded to reports of a man holding a knife with blood on his hands and clothing yesterday morning. When officers approached the man, he moved toward them in a threatening way. The officers shot and killed him. He was pronounced dead at the scene. The average price of a gallon of regular gas in LA County has not changed, and it stays at $4.51. The price has dropped for 3 straight days before that. In Orange County, the average price has dropped by less than half a cent to $4.42. That's the 5th consecutive day of falling prices. A car crashed into an exotic pet store in Lomita. The car went all the way into the store and created a huge mess Saturday night. No one was hurt. The co-owner of the store said the exotic birds and reptiles all appeared to be okay. A team of 3 men has robbed an armored truck in Brooklyn. Cops in New York say 2 of the men asked the driver Friday for directions, and while he was distracted, an accomplice got into the truck and stole a bag containing $300,000 in cash. Police say those men are still at large. And another ship has gotten stuck in the Suez Canal. ABC's Inez de la Cuchera says this time it took less time to get it free. A cargo ship carrying corn getting stuck in a single-lane stretch of the Suez Canal, according to the Suez Canal Authority. 3 canal tugboats working to get it back on track. It was unclear what first caused the ship to run aground. In March 2021, the colossal Ever Given crashed into a bank on another single-lane stretch of the waterway. It was stuck there for 3 days. We're going to look at your drive with BKFI in the sky. Jeff Law coming up in just a moment. But first, it's Sports with Wayne. The Rams lost to the Seattle Seahawks 19-16 in overtime to finish the season with a 5-12 record. Here's Coach Sean McVay. Tough game today. I thought the guys battled. There was a lot of really good bright spots, a lot of chances for us to be able to come away with the result that we were hunting up, but we just came up short. The Chargers fell the Broncos 31-28. Their playoff journey begins Saturday with a wild card round game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. In basketball, the Clippers lost to the Atlanta Hawks 112-108. The Lakers will be looking to make it 6 wins in a row when they visit the Denver Nuggets at 6. I'm Wayne Mesnick, KFI Sports. SoCal weather from KFI, very windy, and it looks like we've got rain that's already starting in Southern California, but the heaviest of this big storm that we've got coming in should be later tonight into tomorrow morning. We could see 2 to 4 inches of rain along the coast, 4 to 8 inches of rain in the mountains, but this is a warmer storm, as we'll just be in the low to mid 60s, but we do have concerns about flooding, debris flow, mudslides, all of that, especially in the burn areas around Lake Hughes and Gordy. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. Jeff Bond, good morning to you. Let's start with the San Fernando Valley.
You guys are good questions, Jen. And good morning to you. If you're still at home, it's again one of those. It's going to be one of those days this morning. It's dark and wet and dreary and dangerous. So leave a little bit early if you can. We're going to start the South Fall coming out of the valley, a little bit south of the Truman ways where it all starts already. There was a problem around the 101 and up and over the hill, you're okay. But then south around Wilshire, we got a lot of reports of something going on the off-ramp. So again, just be careful. Real quick, while we're in the San Fernando Valley, I want to remind you, this is kind of an ongoing problem, but Mulholland Drive is still closed both directions at Summit Circle. That's kind of east of Coldwater, west of Laurel, kind of right in the middle. And Royal Hills Drive, it's just off over the boulevard. That's over the boulevard route. In Encino Hills going up and over to the tunnel. So just be careful. There might be some activity. Problem at the moment, and this is a big one, getting into downtown Los Angeles, North 110 to the East Fence and an overturned propane tanker. Been there for a long time. They're having a tough time dealing with areas where a lot of flowing on the North 110 coming up from around Manchester. The easy freeway way around this, if you're in Compton or Torrance, just go east on the 91, go north on the 710. It's in much better shape all the way up towards the East LA. And by all means, please stick with us. It's going to be one of those mornings, I'm afraid. AFI in the sky. I hope to get you there faster. I'm Jeff Bond. A government program that's available I'm going to share with you. It has to do with you, your business. And if you've had and do have 5 or more employees and manage to provide COVID with them, there's a government program that rebates up to $26,000 per employee. Now we're talking some money, aren't we? Not alone, it's a refund of your taxes, but getting through the red tape is this. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've returned $1 billion to businesses so far. And another program they handle, they got My Business, a 6-figure refund. That's impressive. No charge up front. They share a percentage of the cash they get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify. You need to get PPP money, nonprofits, increases in sales. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com. Click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, getrefunds.com. The Attorney Darren Cavanaugh gets 1-800-NO-COP. Think drinking coffee will sober you up to drive? Don't be felony stupid. Call 1-800-NO-COP. Because no one looks good in handcuffs unless they're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. Want to know one of the most successful investment opportunities during both a recession and an economic boom? It's where you shop every day. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate, featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and many others. See what over 2,000 investors are earning on annual returns and quarterly cash distribution checks from professionally vetted commercial real estate investment. Speak with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or visit fnrbradio.com. That's fnrbradio.com. Results are not guaranteed with risk of losing your principal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representations as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflect our belief in such outcomes and may or may not be realized. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at fnrbradio.com.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. With experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
I never write reviews, but Navarre is so amazing, I had to leave one. Nothing's ever cleared out my sinuses as well. I'm blown away by how Navarre works. That's a review from Terry, and it's one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising Navarre. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navarre nasal care, and I've talked about flushing out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. How Navarre's powered suction can help you breathe better, and how your nose is the body's air filter, and Navarre will clean it out.
But don't take my word for it. What do people like Chad say, who wrote, Navajas help clear out my nasal passages every single night. My wife says my snoring has gone way down. Northwest's gone, unquote. Navage is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers to help you breathe better, breathe deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. For official rules and more information about contents on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI AM 640.
And iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. KFI AM 640 handle here on a Monday morning, January 9th. Hey, coming up at 8 o'clock, Brad Belcher is joining us. Brad, I do too. Written a bunch of books. His latest book is The Nazi Conspiracy. Any book that has the word Nazi on the cover, you know I'm going for it. And it is, I'm going to compare what happened to this modern day. I mean, it's a stunning comparison. Also, a bit of history. It has to do with Churchill and Stalin and Roosevelt in Tehran in 1943. That's really interesting. Yes.
I have handled history for you. Do you know what happened on this day in 2007? On this day in 2007, the world was introduced to a piece of technology that many people will say changed the world forever. No, but that's a good one. Yes, Wayne, iPhone. Oh, the job at Macworld in San Francisco introduced the iPhone.
I did not know that. I kind of rambled January 9th, 2007, what happened, and didn't put that together.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Just adding to handle history.
Oh, good for you.
Well, murder mystery in Massachusetts. So there's this woman who oftentimes works in the D.C. area. In fact, she has a place there. On New Year's Day, this woman was supposed to board a flight, and she was supposed to head to Washington, D.C. to do some work. She never got there. Her husband reports her missing. Her employer reports her missing. Her name is Anna Walsh. Since then, her credit cards, her cell phone, her debit cards have been inactive since that day, and her friends say she's extremely active on social media. So for her to go quiet is kind of unheard of. The husband now has been arrested for misleading cops in this investigation, according to authorities.
Think he's a person of interest at this point?
Yeah. Do they do this? Do they arrest him on something like this, misleading investigation,
Sure.
just so that they can get more against him, but to make sure he doesn't run? They need to do that.
Yeah. I think so. They must be pretty certain
that he should die.
Yeah, I say that because, the flip side of, hey, let's arrest him so he can't run is we should not arrest him because we don't want to tip him off. We're looking at him. So they're past the point of being concerned that they're going to tip him off. Maybe he's a prime suspect. That much like the suspect in the Idaho murder case, where they wouldn't release any information until they got him and arrested him, and then it came to benefit forward to the public. All right, the trial for a terrorism suspect is underway in New York City. He is the guy who drove a rental truck into people along the West Side Highway in Lower Manhattan, Halloween 2017, killed 8 people in that attack. That truck that he rented, he decorated with an ISIS flag, and he is looking at potentially the death penalty. You would think so. And that is, you think he's going to be charged with terrorism? ISIS flag, ISIS videos he looked at, radicalization, screaming Allah Akbar as he hits those people. Now, in New York, this is a little bit of history. This is fascinating. The last time that anybody was executed in New York, Julius Rosenberg, 1957, accused and convicted of selling or actually giving atomic bomb secrets to the Soviets. And that story is challenging. How he probably didn't know much about it. He was less culpable than anybody in that entire group, and they all lost. And he got nailed. Seriously. So they were electrocuted. They had to electrocute her twice. He went immediately. Her, it took two jolts. And the kids, I could spend an hour on that. Wow. Yeah, literally an hour. The kids changed their name because they couldn't use Rosenberg anymore because their parents, during the Cold War. By the way, quick handle history, anybody have to know what the name was? Because they changed their name to? No. Yeah. Leopold. Wow. You ever get out on Jeopardy, you know the answer. Okay, let's move on.
All right, so the newly elected mayor of Long Beach is expected to ask for a state of emergency on homelessness, which should come before tomorrow's State of the City address. And it's Mayor Rex Richardson who says this will be similar to the one that was issued by LA Mayor Sharon Bass.
You think it's going to happen with mayors all over Southern California, all over the Texas border, all over Florida? I'll bet you it is. Yeah, and then you have to deal with it somehow. Homelessness is more and more and more of a problem. But we've talked about that a lot before. Will Harvey Weinstein be sentenced today? Maybe. The judge is not sure. He might be. He might not be. It depends on what the judge decides about some procedural problems, since he was not convicted of all the counts against him, and there is this issue of separating the counts he was convicted of from the counts that he was not, with pending a decision from the district attorney's office about whether to try him on those counts where the jury could not reach a decision. And so, personally, I would say let's just get all that sorted out. Also, there's appeals that will be pending. I'd probably let some of this get sorted out procedurally before I tried to sentence the guy, because you're just going to throw sentencing appeals on top of these trial appeals. And to your point that you had brought over and over again, because we often ask, he's already been convicted in New York. He's gotten 20-something years. Why would he even be tried? Because that case in New York, the Supreme Court of New York has agreed to hear it. And there are some issues there. And all of a sudden, that could be overturned in New York, a la Bill Cosby, where he just walked because of their procedural error in his trial. But then he brought his sweater with him in the Jello office to celebrate. We'll be back. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Reed live in the CFI 24-hour newsroom.
Goldman Sachs will reportedly start cutting up to 3,200 jobs this week. It's the latest big Wall Street firm that's trimming costs in response to a slowdown in investment banking. Right after Salesforce announced it was cutting 10% of its workforce, more cuts may be coming. CEO Mark Benioff prepared employees for the possibility of additional layoffs. And today is National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. So kind of like if you see something, say something, but in this case today, people are encouraged to thank a police officer if you see a police officer. Still got weather from KFI. Looks like we've got a just gray, messy day ahead. Temperatures are going to be today just in the low to mid 60s, but it looks like the bulk of our rain today is going to start later this afternoon and overnight into tomorrow morning. Temperatures again are just going to be though in the low to mid 60s, so this could be a warm storm. This report is brought to you by 1-800-NO-COST. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky, and we're taking out the 105.
Hotness used to be imposed just this morning. It's the wetness. It really is. If you're still at home, leave as early as you can, because it's getting more dismal as the minutes tick by. Going to LA, it's getting slower. Westbound 105, a Crenshaw, earlier class over to the shoulder. But a lot of activity. The bus, cars, CHP, it's getting slow from Wilmington all the way across. And that's not too bad yet. You should be able to stay on schedule. Downtown Los Angeles, a huge problem. You're going to be there for a while. North 110 to the East 10, shut down. You can get to the West 10. It's no return propane tank, so that means it's going to be there for a long time. Even Gardena, Thompson, East 91 to the North 710. It's
still in pretty good shape. Also affected now is lead selling interchange. Anything coming into the interchange that leads you to the west end, it's all open to everybody's looking. There's lights and cameras and the wall you name it. Be careful going through, please. AFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jeff Bond.
The Train Gary Cabanoti from 1-800-NO-COP. Think drinking coffee will sober you up to drive? Don't be so stupid. Call 1-800-NO-COP. Because no one looks good handcuffed unless they're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP.
This recording is sponsored by 1-800-NO-COP Criminal Defense.
The Train Gary Cabanoti from 1-800-NO-COP. Think drinking coffee will sober you up to drive? Don't be so stupid. Call 1-800-NO-COP. Because no one looks good handcuffed unless they're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. Here are some facts about water softeners. Softeners add sodium without filtering water. Old-fashioned, costly, maintenance-heavy. So there's a better solution. A light-source, salt-free water system. Light-source systems provide filtered, delicious, obviously safe water from every tap without the filters or maintenance. And if you live in an area that bans water softeners, LightSource is the perfect choice. Call 800-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep. LightSourceWater.com. LightSource tastes and feels the difference.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health. This winter, remember to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you test positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing this for years. Now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you're sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics. 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. The California Department of Public Health has this important message for you. They're reminding you this winter to protect yourself against COVID-19 and other winter viruses by getting your flu shot and COVID booster, testing for COVID if you feel sick, contacting your doctor about treatment if you test positive for COVID, and considering masking up in indoor public places. Do something good for yourself this winter. Get protected, and if you have to, get tested. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. That's covid19.ca.gov. Car prices at an all-time high. Our donors are now getting highest for these sellers. Donate to carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. Chris Harry, the guy made a $50 million deal with Netflix, and all he does is complain that they are victims. These people are not victims. Victimhood sells in the United States. For King Carlos Jr. sells. Tell us exactly what people say in the royal family and how you are heard, or get off the throne. Now live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Joe Handel here on a Monday morning, January 9th. And let's go ahead and finish up Handel on the news. Jennifer Wayne News.
All right, so Elon Musk, he does not want the trial that's upcoming for him in California because he's afraid that there's local negativity for him. So he and other current and former board members are facing a jury in a shareholder class action suit where it claims that Musk manipulated the Tesla stock in 2018. Remember when he said that he was going to consider taking the electric car company private, and that he had secured the funding to do so, and then that trading halted, and the shares were volatile for a couple of weeks after that. That's the trial that we're talking about. Instead, he wants to take it to tax state, where that he figures things aren't so negative against it. I don't get that.
Why he would make that move. First of all, Tesla shareholders are all over the world. I mean,
Well,
that's California.
No, it's not localized to California.
Texas is more pro-business than California ever is. So, well, maybe Texas would give the shareholders more of more attention. On the other hand, would they give Elon Musk more of attention? I guess he sat down with lawyers and said, here you go. But I'll bet you another group of lawyers would have gone the other way.
Look, the real issue here is he thinks that his terrible reputation and the animus against him is somehow localized to San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, please.
He doesn't understand that he could try to move the trial to Botswana, and still people are going to think he's a right royal jerk.
Yeah.
He is correct. This is one of those situations where he is correct. People hate him. And probably you will have trouble getting a jury panel where somebody doesn't have it in for him. The problem is, though, you can't cure that by moving the trial. It's like the OJ trial. It didn't matter if you moved it. They wanted to move the OJ trial, and it doesn't matter. The case is too notorious. He's too notorious as a jerk. So it doesn't matter where you move it.
Although the OJ trial, there was an argument to move it. Because there was no delay, and chances were, just statistically speaking, demographically speaking, there would be much more of a chance to have African-American jurors on that jury. And if you look at any of the surveys, the number of African-Americans who thought he was innocent was overwhelming relative to the white. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why he lost.
I think the big difference in these two cases, though, is how Elon Musk is universally not loved.
Right,
And
across the board.
It has kind of a 50-50.
Yeah, across the board. Good point.
Well, Damar Hamlin plays for the Buffalo Bills, but he is a Pittsburgh native and a Pittsburgh man, and it is Pittsburgh that is a community that he's not that he doesn't want Buffalo fight. It is Pittsburgh where he has put his efforts to do good in the community and help people. So, the Steelers decided to get involved and help him out with his project, and a bunch of Steelers players showed up at the daycare that Damar Hamlin basically adopted, if you will, as a project to help when he was playing at Pitt. And they showed up at Mina's daycare with all kinds of everything, with toys and educational supplies and you name it. It was very heartwarming. Yeah, I'll tell you what happened. He got injured in such a horrific way. And you see all the tribalism of team sports melt away.
Yeah, I want to bring a couple of points to the table here. First of all, the kind of guy he is. He started to get involved in adopting of that charity, getting the kids toys, while he was in college. While he was a college ball player, and how often you see that. The other thing is, when you look at the outpouring of love and attention, you kind of make a full recovery. And how about, and it's a different place, different world. There are people that have their ball players that have been paralyzed for the rest of their lives and are in wheelchairs and can't move, and they don't get anywhere near the kind of attention that he did. That's all I'm saying. It's an interesting juxtaposition where if today the ball player were to be paralyzed, for example, would he get the same attention? And I don't know the answer. I think so. One of the things that's changed is the league and even players and coaches were more inured to injuries before. In the early days of football, I know you know this, players died on the field regularly. Yesterday, I said, or Friday, between 1900 and 1906, the early days of the NFL, 45 players died. Whereas it was it's become more of an issue that people are sensitive to, and I do think if another player got injured in a game and was paralyzed, you'd see the same kind of response.
One of the other responses actually comes from Fanatics. And at this point now, what they're doing, because the DeMar Hamlin jersey sales shot through the roof as soon as he was injured, Fanatics now says that it's going to take all the proceeds from all of these jersey sales and put it toward his charity, so toward the Jason M. Foundation. And I think this is great. I mean, Fanatics, I don't mean to rip on him, but I've not heard Fanatics ever take this charity standpoint before. And maybe that's just because I don't know that they've done it. But I think this is pretty good from a company that honestly has the opportunity to capitalize on this with the sales of this jersey. They could have kept all that money coming in, and instead they're doing the right thing with it, which I think is pretty awesome.
8 is enough after Adam Rich is dead at 64. He played the youngest of those 8 children on that ABC series. And police are not saying too much about what happened, except that it appears to be a natural death, no foul play suspected. There will be an autopsy. And we may likely find out that he had any number of just medical issues that people have. Well, it's just been reported he's experienced problems with drug use in 1991 arrest for breaking into a pharmacy. Well, yeah, I remember when that was in the news, but that was a while ago. And this is, I think it points to child actors who are usually successful and they have a tough time afterwards. You spend a lifetime saying, I was, and as a kid, and then you can't get worse. And that's pretty depressing to be at the top of the heap and to go into not being at the top of the heap.
So, and with Bartholomew, number 16.
Sure, it's not just dogs.
No, why emotional support? How about boa constrictors? This time, the TSA says a traveler tried to bring an emotional support pet boa constrictor through security in Florida.
Of course it's good.
A TSA spokesperson tweeted Friday that Bartholomew is the name of the boa constrictor. I thought, which was a very royal name, very regal. A female passenger tried to bring on her carry-on bag. They called him the slithery stowaway, was detected as the bag went through and
with their clever little thing. Yeah.
They also said that the officers found it to be scary.
Oh, boy. And by the way, that doesn't work anymore, bringing aboard supporting animals. Now, service animals you can bring aboard. That's different. Canine chickens, for example. You absolutely can bring them aboard because they are certified, but no. I got to call an handle on the law. An emotional support cat that a woman got who was in the apartment that said no pet. And got a letter from her choice that it didn't work. No one, you can have emotional support anything. Well, all right, we're going to come back. Guns, drugs, migrants, fly meet in Mexico. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Talk without the tilt.
KFI.
KOST 82.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Here we go again. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Another powerful storm is headed for Southern California. KFI's Lake Crowley reports flooding and mudslides could come with it.
Many parts of Southern California, the storm is expected to move into SoCal later tonight into tomorrow morning. Forecasters are projecting 2 to 4 inches of rain in lower elevations of LA County and 4 to 8 inches in the mountains. Rainfall rates at times could reach up to 1 inch per hour. And with that, there are fears of mudslides and flash flooding, especially in those burn scar areas. High winds are also expected, which could lead to power outages. Winds could reach up to 45 miles an hour in lower elevations and up to 75 miles an hour in the mountains. Now, the fact that we are coming off a recent heavy storm could also mean saturation issues. The National Weather Service says specifically around the Sepulveda Basin, which could lead to a higher chance of flooding there. Once again, with this storm, drivers have been cautioned of dangerous conditions on the roadways. Reporting live, Lake Crowley, KFI News.
Governor Newsom has requested assistance from the federal government to help deal with the effects of dangerous storms that have already moved through the state. The governor has advised people to prepare and plan to deal with an emergency. Newsom also said yesterday he plans to set aside $202 million for flood safety investments in his upcoming budget proposal. A man has been shot by San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies near Ukipa City Hall. Witnesses told cops the man man got into a minor crash yesterday. After he got out of the car in the crash, he then started walking around with a handgun. Investigators say the man refused to put the gun down and was shot after pointing it at deputies. He's in the hospital in stable condition. The newly elected mayor of Long Beach is expected to call for a state of emergency on homelessness. The announcement may come before tomorrow's State of the City address. The emergency declaration by Mayor Rex Richardson would be similar to the one issued by LA Mayor Karen Bass. It would have to be approved by the Long Beach City Council. Remember the Virginia cop who drove across the country to Riverside and killed 3 relatives of a 15-year-old girl he catfished online? Apparently he was involved in a previous online relationship with a minor. The woman, who is now 21, says she recognized the face of Austin Edwards after he was shot to death by deputies. She says they had a relationship on Skype when he was 20 and she was just 13. And a former top Wells Fargo executive has been arrested for urinating on another passenger on an Air India flight. The man was vice president of the Indian subsidiary of Wells Fargo and was fired. Police in India have taken the man into custody. Apparently, during this flight from New York to New Delhi in November, the man was allegedly drunk and urinated on the woman sitting in the seat in front of him. The woman claims she was denied a seat in first class after the incident and was forced to sit in a crew seat for 2 hours while the crew tried to clean her seat. We'll get a look at your drive on the 110 in just a moment, but first get sports with Wayne. The Rams closed their disappointing season with a 19-16 overtime loss to Seattle Seahawks and a 5-12 record. Chargers coach Brandon Staley's being criticized for playing starters against the Broncos yesterday. Even though the team's playoff spot was already set before kickoff, he begs to differ.
This is a preseason where you have 90 guys to choose from. You only have 48 players to choose from. And so we did it the best we could. We wanted to play well in the game, and then we wanted to be safe for next week, and that's what we did.
LA lost that game by the score of 31-28. And the college football championship happens today at SoFi Stadium. Number 1 Georgia will battle number 3 TCU. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. If you're living with decayed, missing, loose, crooked teeth, you don't have to. Dental implants can literally change your life. I've seen it over and over again. Dr. Mizarkani and a team of specialists at LA Dentist Group treated thousands of people. He's my dentist. He's my daughter's dentist, Pamela. He has some really serious issues. He is really good. Straighten those out. And whether you need one tooth or several missing teeth replaced, LA Dentist Group team of specialists will restore your smile in one day while you sleep. Now, if you already have implants that have gone south or complications from another dentist, Dr. Mizarkani can fix those problems too. That's what happened to my daughter. You'll smile again, keep the food you've missed, look in the mirror, see how you look. It'll all change. Now, pound 250 on the cell and say dentist. Pound 250 on the cell, say dentist. Schedule a free exam, including x-rays and CT scans. Certain restrictions apply. Go to ladentistgroup.com, ladentistgroup.com. Checking your KFI financial report right now, the Dow is up 138, S&P is up 37, NASDAQ is up 178, and the average price for the gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.43 unchanged from Friday. SoCal weather from KFI, a pretty crazy forecast that I've got for you. So temperatures today are just going to be in the low to mid 60s, but we've already had rain reported in many parts of Southern California. That rain is just going to get heavier as the day goes on, with the heaviest of the rain coming in later tonight into tomorrow morning. We could see 2 to 4 inches along the coast and as many as 4 to 8 inches actually in the mountains. Also, we've got gusty winds coming along with this storm, and the concern from the National Weather Service is that our burn areas, specifically the ones around Lake Hughes and Duarte, that those areas could see mudslides and debris slides. They're also expecting localized flooding because they say we're already saturated around much of Southern California. Right now, it is 55 in Dana Point, 50 in Santa Clarita, 55 in Downey as well. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. We're checking out the 110.
Good morning. Boy, I really hope that Jen and Blake's report you used there got your attention. The storms and drought in LA did not go well. Now, if you're heading into downtown Los Angeles, northbound 110, the Harbor Freeway, the transition to the East 10 has been shut down for a long time. Overturned tankers going to be there for a while. The North 110, excuse me,
Just really close, just a little bit north of Manchester. That's the expressway. They're still in pretty good shape. But if that's where you are and you needed that transition, get off anywhere. Go east over to Main, San Pedro, any of those, or if you're in Compton, East 91 North 710. That's getting busy, but still better than sitting on the 110, that's for sure. Leaving Orange County now, Winter Park up towards East LA, north of Valley View, that's north of 91. There was a problem that's over to the shoulder, but still causing slowing. After that, you'll be okay. San Fernando Valley now, iconic Mulholland Drive, still shut down. It's actually in both directions, in between Coldwater and Laurel. That's the non-residents, of course, people that live there have your IDs ready. And then going to Encino Hills, Royal Hills Drive. There's a tree down that's just barely off the culvert. So watch yourself on the uphill side. Hey, a fire in the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Jeff This hour of the Bill Handel Show brought to you by Jacoby and Meyer. If you get hurt in an accident, choose the law firm with the experience to wear. Choose Jacoby and Meyer.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding food due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stool? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or extrapancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't use enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the Symptom Center on identifyutis.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyutis.com. Sponsored by Abby. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Cal Hope can help. Access Cal Hope free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KSI.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
Today, reporter Bill Handel will be played by Bill Handel. I think it's very quick to myself. Nope, just Handel. And now, here's Bill Handel. Good morning, Bill Handel here. It is going to rain Monday, especially tonight on, January 9th. We'll talk about January 9th in a minute. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And actually, yesterday, January 8th, was actually January 6th, a couple of years ago. And, comparisons are studied. I'll do that later on. And President Biden is in Mexico right now. And we have a new speaker. So there's a lot to talk about. So President Biden is in Mexico. And he went to the border yesterday, and the whole world did that. He went to see the border patrol, and see the wall, and he went to see he didn't go to see any migrants. He wouldn't do that. He was supposed to, or he said he would have gone to a center. That's what his spokesperson said, but there weren't any migrants there. Guess what? There were over 1,000. That thing got caught in outright bias. For the political reasons, he just could not go there. So it's a lose-lose proposition. There's a lot of politics involved. But I want to talk about this meeting in Mexico City, because what it is really is a meeting of the leaders of Canada, Mexico, and the United States, Justin Trudeau, Obrador of Mexico. And it is called the Three Amigos Summit, informally done. Now, this is the year that all of a sudden it was supposed to be non-contentious. Remember that President Trump ended the trade agreement, and it got to be, and he talked about when he ran for president, that Mexicans were racist, the murderers, and he called Trudeau not smart, evil guy, really crazy stuff. So let's go back to where we were before, is what the leaders of these countries are saying. Because former President Trump took his leadership to a very different level, as no doubt you know. Some hated it, some loved it. Well, this is about trade practices, among other things. And it's about crime. And it's about China. And it's about the cartel. And it's about guns going over the border from the United States into Mexico. And it's about the migrants sitting at the border. I mean, there's not going to be a whole lot of consensus. They're going to try to hash out the grievances, but
There's a lot of tension to unpack. That's a quote from one of the people being there. The Biden administration is pressing Obrador to crack down on the drug cartels. The fentanyl is coming over, killing 72,000 people just from fentanyl in the United States. Mexico has that gun-related homicide surge. Tells the United States, you're sending the guns down into Mexico. The worsening migration problem. And that also has to be with the Biden's weird, I guess, some compromise policy at the border, which there is no such thing. Title 42 is saying, wait, he's expanding Title 42. That here's how we're going to handle it. We're going to take 30,000 Venezuelans and Cubans and Nicaraguans, and we'll bring them back over to Mexico or the Mexico border where they can wait. They can apply legally, but they can wait there. Mexico's saying, how the hell do we do that? Do you think we have the resources for that? They are going to try to knock that one out. The other bit of contention is, and this is where Mexico and the United States have a problem, and that's Biden's Buy America message. He said, I don't sign anything that Congress passes unless it's buying it's something American. And the other two leaders say, wait, that's protectionism. That's not free trade. So look at all of the problems. Just to let you know, in terms of the contention, any country can file with the WTO disputes. They can file disputes. Well, 17 have been recently filed, the U.S. filing the most, 9 against Mexico, 2 against Canada, over the door and called for the banning of imports of genetically modified corn. Tens of thousands of jobs depend on exports of yellow corn to Mexico. GMO corn is basically it here in the United States. And as I said, the municipalities on the other side of the border don't have the money to take care of the migrants that the U.S. is tossing back over the border. And the United States is not giving Mexico a pile of money or any money. So look at the mess that's going on. And so when we talk about the migration problem, the migrant problem, it's not just the United States. It's not just Texas and Grand Abbott. And it's not just DeSantis in Florida and California looking at it 2 different ways, obviously. It's about all of these issues. We think, hey, welcome to the modern world. And frankly, former President Trump, I gotta tell you, he had a fairly easy answer. He was excluded everybody. It worked for a lot of people. And now we're back to what normally happens between leaders in countries. Brazil. January 6th all over again, except it's in Brazil, and comparisons are simply stunning, and I'll bring that up when we return. Let's get in with Jennifer Jones, Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
President Biden's in Mexico for the first time since taking office. He's in Mexico City to talk about migration issues with Mexico's president and Canada's president at the North American Leaders Summit. The trial is set today for a man accused of killing 8 people by allegedly ramming them with a rental van along New York City's bike path in 2017. And today is the anniversary of when the world was introduced to the iPhone. Then Apple CEO Steve Jobs unveiled the device at Macworld 2007 in San Francisco. We've got to look at your drive on the 101 in just a moment.
Good night's sleep is critical, more than ever. Stress, craziness going out there. So let me share with you a good night's sleep. Sleep number 360 Smart, proven quality sleep. And it is designed to and makes a difference in your health and wellness, certainly in my case. You customize and adjust each side of the bed to your ideal firmness and comfort and support to help you sleep. That firmness level is your sleep number. Mine happens to be 100. I like a pretty firm mattress, to say the least. The Queen Sleep Number 360 C2 Smart Bed, only $899. You save $200 through the 16th. Or free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. That sale ends today. Now, only at Sleep Number stores where you get the bed, or at sleepnumber.com. 30 locations in Southern California, including Brea, Long Beach, San Diego, Moreno Valley, Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the Los Angeles Rams. Visit sleepnumber.com.
SoCal weather from KFI, very rainy with gusty winds. The bulk of our storm should be, though, later this evening, overnight into tomorrow morning. Definitely are expecting to see highs just in the low to mid 60s, but that rain could be 2 to 4 inches along the coast, 4 to 8 inches in the mountain, and sometimes we could see up to an inch an hour falling. This report is brought to you by Vanguard University in Orange County. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky. This time we're checking out the 101.
Now, this sends down the valley of South Snow, that's the general direction, west or north 101, if you will. But it says so. It's been a crash that's been all over the freeway, from the center divider over to the right shoulder, and it's almost full speed approaching, so please do be careful. Now, the other way around, the eastbound from Calabasas over to Encino on the 405, it's been as slow as Topanga, but not too bad yet. Newhall Fast took a beating early this morning. South 14 from San, really, from around San Canyon towards Newhall Avenue. Nothing's going through. And just a reminder, I'll go into this in detail. Headed to downtown Los Angeles, North 110 to the East 10, shut down, overturned truck, any surface street, or use the 710. Stay up high in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Jeff Fox.
Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit vanguard.edu to learn more. This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Print and Marketing is committed to quality and printing perfect every time. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more. Offer ends 2/11. See staples.com/store/printing for details. Try Staples, receive the difference.
Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our team review the nation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more unclogged unit drains for just $80 for the 30-foot drain cleaner. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. ViralRabbi.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. At the big house, the news doesn't happen in a news. It happens where you live, the same places we live, where the region is large and diverse as ours. It takes one of LA's largest news teams to cover it right. Takedown 9, now Takedown News Los Angeles. Takedown putting the more in morning. More local news. Now 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Takedown News Los Angeles. Covering your morning. I never read reviews, but Navage is so amazing I had to leave it. Nothing's ever cleared out my sinuses as well. I'm blown away by how Navage works. That's a review from Terry, and it's one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising Navage. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage nasal care, and I talk about flushing out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. How Navage's powered suction can help you breathe better, and how your nose is the body's air filter, and Navage will clean it out. But don't take my word for it. What do people like Chad say, who wrote, Navage has helped clear out my nasal passages every single night. My wife says my snoring is going way down. Your best is gone, unquote. Navage is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Are you looking for more reasons to download our free iHeartRadio app? How about this one? It's the only app where you can listen to your favorite iHeartRadio station anytime, anywhere. Plus, the free iHeartRadio app gives you access to all the music you love and the podcasts you want. And the best part is, it's all free, along with exclusive chances to win cash, once-in-a-lifetime artist experiences, and more. Open the App Store and search iHeartRadio to download the free iHeartRadio app today. This is supposed to be a La Nina winter with things drier than usual. Don't listen to what they say, they don't know. They don't know. Short term, long term, 100 years from now, they don't know anything. What's going to happen is going to happen. John and Ken, you're not going to predict it either. Find the school now live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI! AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. to be rainy. And before we continue with the program, your chance to win $1,000. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website, CASH. That's CASH, C-A-S-H. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/CASH. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. If you've ever been an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. And do not text the keyword. You have to enter the keyword online at our website, KFIAM640.com/cash. Winners are notified by email, so keep your eye out. You also want to check your spam or junk folder to see if you won. Continue listening for your next chance to win, which is every hour, 6A to 6P, Monday through Friday. And some of the big stories that we are covering and are trending, especially here in Southern California, the rain, Pacific storm, strong Pacific storm is what the National Weather Service said. And Kevin McCarthy, hey, we finally have a brand new speaker for this, a mess there. Okay, a story I want to share with you that is international in nature. And it's January 6th. No, it's actually January 8th, but it's actually January 6th. And this is the assault on the presidential palace in Brazil, the capital of Brazil. And this is a group of, quote, protesters who stormed the Capitol instead of one Capitol building. They stormed the Supreme Court, the presidential palace, their White House, as well as Capitol Hill, their Capitol Hill, the congressional building, for exactly the same reasons that the Americans, the insurrectionists, I think it's fair to call them, stormed the Capitol on January 6th. And that is a rigged election. Democracy has to be maintained and cannot have a rigged election. So you had previous president Jair Bolsonaro, who called himself the Trump of South America, who viewed Trump as his hero, and prior to the election said, if I lose, it will be a rigged election. He lost. He lost to Lula da Silva, and that is a whole interesting thing. The Silva's previous president went to prison for corruption. The Supreme Court overturned the conviction after he'd been in prison for, 2-3 years. He runs again because he's no longer convicted. It was overturned, and he wins. And he is a staunch socialist, almost communist. He had third-grade education, and he went up through the labor ranks. Very interesting guy to say. So you have these protesters that came into Brazil with buses that have been chartered. Stories looking at Facebook buses right now. They came in by the thousands. Fireworks were set off from the roof of Congress, their Congress, after Congress had been stormed. Yellow and green jersey of the national soccer team. That is now the symbol of the far right. That's their version of the MAGA red hat. It's the symbol, it's the jersey of the Brazilian team. And you have thousands that were milling about the square mall, similar to the National Mall, and they're waving Brazilian flags and chanting, God, fatherland, family, and liberty. If that doesn't scare the hell out of you for Brazilians, matter of fact, I did call family members today in Sao Paulo and see what the hell is going on. So security forces fired tear gas to those on the plaza. 5 hours of rioting, very similar to our situation. The attackers were cleared from the government buildings and they had just been destroyed. One of the things about the Congress Capitol, it was not destroyed particularly. I mean, this one, it was trashed. And a reporter, Washington Post reporter, was assaulted. She was attacked, beat up. Union of Professional Journalists in Brazil, and 8 journalists were attacked. And this all had to do with, of course, the the supporters of Bolsonaro, who is hard right-wing. I mean, it couldn't be different. A labor leader on the left, Lula is still known as Lula, right? There, and Bolsonaro, hard right, in the company. And actually farther than Trump to the right. And it breaks down. Those that attack the Capitol thought that the army would turn around and be on their side, and there are plenty of people, officers and enlisted people in the army that are hard right. One of the things about Bolsonaro, one of the things about Lula is he is very left wing. It's thought a lot easier to hate someone radically left wing. He's not Biden. He's known as a liberal moderate. He's not quite there or even close to that, no matter what it is. So it's out of his mind going there. And the comparisons are stunning to what happened here in the United States. So now, I'll tell you there's an answer. The authorities knew this was coming. They had access to the internet. They knew this was going to come. They just didn't have enough army. It took them, as far as the authorities concerned, it took them hours to bring enough people into the Capitol. Sound familiar? So here is what I think is the answer. First and foremost, Congress passed a law, Brazilian Congress passed a federal law, making it not only illegal to trespass and attack any governmental building, but with severe consequences. I mean, years in prison. And then, whenever this kind of thing is buzzing about, they have the intelligence, they know, you don't do this just out of the blue. You bring thousands of armed personnel, and you encircle and you arrest and you haul them away in buses, and they are charged with a serious federal crime, interfering with the business, the governmental business of Brazil. I mean, that's pretty serious stuff. Stopping the government from functioning. Certainly a crime here. You've got a ton of people that have been arrested for that. You're looking at a ton of people, and including former President Trump, who are looking at charges. Will he be charged? I don't think so. Looking at charges, interference with governmental business, interference with the ongoing business of the United States. I'm hoping they do that. I'm hoping they take heed to how serious this is, because they really screwed the pooch here. They really did. Much like the lack of preparation and lack of the authorities being able to act. So what's going to happen with President Trump, but there were underlings that could have done something far greater to stop him. He was not going to order that the army pull back. That wasn't going to happen. So, answer, I think so. That's certainly what I would have done. Okay, new rules. McCarthy is now our new speaker, but the speaker who has very little power. I'll share that with you coming up. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Jennifer Jones Lee live on KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Burlington storm in Northern California has knocked down trees and power lines and left more than 300,000 people without power. The storm moved into the Sacramento area Saturday night and early Sunday morning. Now another storm is expected to hit the state over the next 2 days. The heaviest rain and winds are expected in Southern California tonight and tomorrow. KFI's Blake Crowley will have an in-depth report coming up at 8 o'clock. A woman has been stabbed to death in Passaic Canyon. LA County Sheriff's deputies say the stabbing happened about 1:15 yesterday morning. 2 hours later, deputies shot and killed a man in that same place. The LA County Sheriff's Department has not said if the stabbing and the shooting are related. A man's been airlifted out of Griffith Park after he was badly hurt in a fall. The LA Fire Department rescued the 20-year-old man who's been hiking in the area of Observatory Road yesterday afternoon. Opening statements have been scheduled for the trial of a former Columbia University gynecologist accused of sexually abusing patients. Aaron Kaczynski says Dr. Robert Haddon pleaded not guilty to sexual abuse at his medical office.
Evelyn Yang, the wife of former presidential candidate Andrew Yang, has said she was one of the victims, and she praised federal prosecutors here in New York for bringing the case.
Each of the federal charges carries a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. And you may not have known his name, but if you watched American cinema of the 70s, you knew his work.
Cinematographer Owen Roytman was nominated for Oscars for his work on The French Connection, The Exorcist, Network, Lucy, and Wyatt Earp, then given an honorary Academy Award in 2017. He was also nominated for an Emmy for filming Liza Minnelli's 1972 special Liza with a Z. Roytman's work with Exorcist director William Friedkin also included The French Connection and its legendary car chase. The American Society of Cinematographers announced Roytman died following a long illness. He was at his home in Encino. Roytman was 86. Mark Ross, KFI News.
We're going to look at a drive on the 5, but first it's sports with Wayne.
The Rams lost to the Seattle Seahawks 19-16 in overtime to finish their season with a 5-12 record. Here's coach Sean McVay. Tough game today. I thought the guys battled. There was a lot of really good bright spots, a lot of chances for us to be able to come away with the result that we were hunting up, but we just came up short. The Chargers fell to the Broncos 31-28. Their playoff journey begins Saturday with a wild card round game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. In basketball, the Clippers lost to the Atlanta Hawks 112-108. The Lakers will be looking to make it 6 wins in a row when they visit the Denver Nuggets at 6. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
SoCal weather from KFI. Very gray, windy day ahead. Temperatures are just going to be in the low to mid 60s, but it's the rain. It's already started. It's just going to get heavier as the day goes on. In fact, the heaviest of the rain should happen later this evening through tomorrow morning. That's when we could see 2 to 4 inches of rain totals along the coast. And it looks like, though, in the mountains, those rain totals could be in the 4 to 8 inch region. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. We got your drive on the 5 and 02.
Well, we sure do. I just wanted to get a little heads up if you're south on the 5, now maybe south of the 91 headed down. There's a problem south side at the 55. It's starting to ease up a little bit, but still a little slow going through, so please do be careful. Also, an okay drive, really, for this, all things considered there this morning. South 57 leaving the 60, and down in Varro all the way down to the 91. You'll be in that on there. But it's just kind of slow going all the way down. The South 605, about the same. Still a little slow at Washington, down to the 105. Now, here's the problem, and they're big ones, especially trying to get to downtown Los Angeles. North 110 to the east end is shut down. You can get to the west end, but not to the east. North 110 is the east a little bit, but now it's getting busy again. Still just before 12, where everything stops. The express lanes are still looking good. If you're on the North 110, get off as soon as you can. Any streets to the east side, the right side of the freeway, Main, San Pedro, gets up to the Santa Monica Freeway, and away you go. And again, if you're still in Compton, that route east 91 to the North 710 is still getting slow, but I think it's still better than sitting on that northbound 110. Very top of the Hollywood Hills. This is important. Mulholland Drive is shut down both directions in between Laurel and Coldwater to non-residents. You just can't drive through. Tough one there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jeff Fox. Welcome to the CPAP Games live from the Hates bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is, Ron. Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with his CPAP. His wife, Michelle, is as tense as a fiddle string trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. Here he goes, and the mask is off. Oh my, the glory. Michelle throws at elbow. Now a shove. And she's leaving for the couch. Taking her place is Behavior's 100-pound laugh. Fast in that dog track, too. With all this struggle, you should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. That's right, a button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hose. Just sleep. Learn more at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
Inspire. Sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joint and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing this for years. Now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN.
TAIN at 213-997. Attention Southern California. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. The benefits are about to change. Time is running out, but it's not too late. You can go solar right now with Semper Solaris with no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. Imagine having no electric bill and bill payment for all of next year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Semper Solaris. Protect your family from skyrocketing electric bills. You must act today to lock in your savings. Call 877-211-5591. That's 877-211-5591. Semper Solaris is local and veteran owned, so they'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit, $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Expired 1/31/2023. CSW number 97152.
KSI.
AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. Bill Handle here on a Monday morning, January 9th. A lot going on. There's a big storm coming in. Another one coming in tonight and tomorrow. President Biden is in Mexico right now, but it's a it's three countries getting together, Canada, Mexico, and the United States, in what is called the Three Amigos Summit. We talked about that just the last couple of segments. And if you want to hear it or any part of this show or any show that's here on KFI, it's on demand. So just go to the iHeartRadio app. We're all on demand, any part of our show. Okay, the other story is, as you know, Kevin McCarthy got the speakership. Boy, did he have to scramble, did he have to sell it himself. Do I want to use the word political war on this? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But damn close as to what he had to do. First of all, Kevin McCarthy, on a political level, of course, has his issues. He is too far right for some Congress people and electors and voters. He's too far left for hardliners on the right. I mean, you can't get anywhere near a consensus anymore. So he becomes the speaker. Now, he was a minority leader for a bunch of years, and minority leaders are automatically the speaker when their party comes into power. Not this time around. Last time there was a fight was 1923. The number of ballots that go around, and they vote over and over and over again until somehow consensus is reached. A lot of negotiating, a lot of horse trading. As many ballots as was 1857, 3 years before Abraham Lincoln was elected president. So history was made. A lot of history being made the last 10, 12 years. So what are some of the new rules? Well, some of the big rules are, and this is to appease the hardliners, there were 5 of them that stopped everything cold and have enormous power. That's like Senator Sinema of Arizona, and Joe Manchin of West Virginia or Virginia. I was getting too confused of what he is the senator of. And these are conservative Democrats that just hold and can do immense power. And that's what these 5 Congress people, very hard-line, very right-wing hardliners have. And they think, you want us to vote for you? Because without us, you're not getting the speakership. Here's what we want. And he gave them that. One of them being that one vote, one congressperson could put on the floor a motion to remove the speaker. 435 Congress people. How many of them don't like McCarthy? Well, you have a lot of Democrats. 212, I think. Any one of them can put forward. Maybe it could be a Republican. Maybe it could be one of the hardliners that don't like what he's doing. Out. And then the vote happens. And they can do it over and over and over again. Also, the way that these hardliners are now going to be represented on committees. One of the concessions is, okay, you're going to get some very powerful committees, which they probably wouldn't get but for Representative Gates, who is one of the hardliners, probably the most contentious of all. He went to McCarthy, according to reports, and said, okay, I'll vote for you if you put me as one of the ranking or one of the leadership members of the House Rules Committee, an immensely powerful committee, who we probably wouldn't be able to have or get because he's such a new congressperson. Well, it's being reported that McCarthy, to his credit, said, I'm not selling this. That's not what the speakership is about. So he becomes speaker. He puts on this spin that we want this kind of infighting before I become speaker, and it shows what a democracy is like. That we should have all kinds of dissension, and we should have debate. And then they make fun of the hardliners and McCarthy, make fun of the Democrats, who unanimously elected Hakeem Jeffries as the leader, the minority leader. And if the Democrats take the House the next election, 2024, then he is going to be the speaker, and the rules will change again. But a lot of people don't know, every time a new Congress is put into place, that's every 2 years. Whichever is the presiding party, whichever is the party in control, and the speaker, they can come up with any new rules they want. Any new rules they want. And they can establish procedural rules. For example, in 2011, they got rid of amendments. You know, the Fourth Amendment couldn't do this. Adding just amendments to any bill, well, that came back. And now, as one Politico says, you have 435 members of Congress, you're going to have 435 amendments thrown into the mix. Which is why omnibus bills get passed. What are omnibus bills? Well, they happen about 2 minutes before the end of the fiscal year, when the government's going to run out of money. And finally, everybody realizes the government's going to run out of money, so let's pass this spending bill that we have to, and it's less than the total budget, but it's enormous, like the last bill that was passed, the omnibus bill. Welcome to politics, right? $7 a dozen. Why are eggs across the country so damn expensive and hard to find, too? That's coming up. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
California will get federal help as it deals with the impact of these deadly storms. That's because President Biden approved the state's emergency declaration. Colorado's governor is agreeing to stop sending migrants to Chicago and New York City. And Apple says it will not announce the sale of its mixed reality headset until spring at the earliest because of delays caused by software development issues and mechanical drop testing. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a very gray day ahead. We've already had rain reported in many places, drizzle in others. But the heaviest of the rain is expected to come later this afternoon, overnight into tomorrow. Definitely could see 2 to 4 inches of rain along the coast and 4 to 8 inches in the mountains. This report is brought to you by your Staples stores. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got a crash now on the 210.
Well, sure, that's really good heads up there from Jen, too. If you're still at home, get going early again because most of our freeways are really, really slow. We've got a few problems there. Here comes one. This is the Verdugo Pass coming out of the San Fernando Valley towards the Rose Bowl and all that. Eastbound Lieutenant Lowell, it's on the downhill side. Boy, driving left the freeway, up and over and down the right side. There's a lot of activity. I think everybody's okay, but fire department, police, everybody's there. So it is causing a little bit of slowing. The other way around now, going from, say, Pasadena, Rose Bowl, into the San Fernando Valley, that's okay. Not okay. Still, getting into downtown Los Angeles, you just noticed it's going on over more than a couple hours. North 110 to the east 10, step down over through Tanker. You can go to the west 10. North 710 got very, very busy. I wouldn't call it a good alternate now. It is an alternate, but not a good one, that's for sure. But if you can get off that North 110, any surface street to the right, any 10 feet or any of those, gets up to the Santa Monica Freeway. A lot more of this coming up. A tough morning. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jeff Fox.
Staples helps you start the new year off right with big savings on everything you need for your business. Now, Staples Reward members get $30 back in a Staples Store bonus when they spend $100. Rewards member bonus, store bonus redeemable in store only. Offer ends 1/21. Stay visit Staples. This report is sponsored by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Attention I-10 freeway drivers. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lane project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit GoFCCCA.com. That's GoFCCCA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lane project.
Termites in Southern California are here year-round. They'll happily eat your house, and they don't stop when they infest your home. Call Pacific Coast Termites for a free inspection before the termites start doing their damage. Now, certain restrictions apply, but the vast majority of people get that inspection. And you're probably stuck in your house anyway, so choose a company that can treat your home while you're there. There's no tenting, there's no double bagging your food, no pet sitting. The technicians are up to date on the latest safety precautions. Maintain a safe distance when they inspect your home, and, of course, wearing protective gear when inside. Mention KFI, get 10% off the no shrinking termite treatment, 2-year guarantee. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com, 800-PACIFIC.
Pacific Coast Termite, feels so nice.
The clean, friendly way. Tesla reinvented electric cars. At Autonomy, we've invented a new way to get them. Subscription. Drive a Tesla Model 3 for as little as $450 a month. No long-term commitment or debt. And currently, no wait time. I'm Scott Pacer, CEO and founder of Autonomy. And our EV subscriptions are the cheapest, fastest, and easiest way to get a Tesla Model 3. Get details at autonomy.com. After 12 months, purchase of $1,000 per month. 28 days notice does not include access fees or work-based office. Limited offer, not eligible for
Hey, it's Steve Sharp. Now is the perfect time for that new dream kitchen, because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having its big sale. The Kitchen Store is right off the 405 in Culver City with 12-month famous cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, a totally free in-showroom consult with an expert kitchen designer, and happening right now, the big sale. So start your new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen, and find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
I'm Dr. Erica Pond with the California Department of Public Health, reminding you of ways to help stop the spread of COVID and other viruses this winter. Boost your immunity by staying up to date with COVID research and flu shots. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. And protect others by staying home and testing for COVID when sick. More tips at covid19.ca.gov. Brought to you by CDPH.
Looks like we're getting some rain this week, which means slicker roads and less visibility out there, so please drive safely. Out in the streets and the freeways, close to your home and far away from it, sometimes, no matter how careful you are, accidents happen. And if it happens to you and you get injured, you've got to call our guy. You know who I'm talking about. Sweet James Bergener, the accident attorney that we recommend. Sweet James at 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200. Don't take it on alone. But Sweet James Accident Attorneys help you get the medical care you need to get your life back together, get your vehicle fixed, and maximize your compensation. So if you're hurt, call the attorney that we recommend. Get feared of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
At Hilltop, we know the news doesn't happen in a newsroom. It happens where you live, the same places we live, with a region as large and diverse as ours. It takes one of LA's largest news teams to cover it right. Takedown 9 is now. Takedown News Los Angeles. Takedown putting the more in morning. More local news. Now, 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Takedown News Los Angeles. Covering your mornings. The music we listen to all year long. The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2022. And the stars who made the songs we love. Will all be celebrated.
Live from Los Angeles on Fox.
March 27th.
Let's get it started. Each year, as this year's nominees are unveiled. Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific.
50 different
naive. Then they get in the position and realize that bureaucracy precludes certain things from getting done. Low Kelly with Mayor Karen Bass. Can't create ignorance. Now live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 Bill Handle here on a Monday morning, January 9th. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Be prepared for a strong Pacific storm coming in, according to National Weather Service. Another big one, that's what we need. Kevin McCarthy, the new speaker, and I just did a segment on that. With real limited power. Probably going to be the weakest speaker in a very long time. Moving over to AIDS. How do we go from the speakership to AIDS? Well, I'll figure out some segue here that makes sense. No, I won't. And have you noticed, of course you have, if you have been shopping for eggs, we're selling out some big prices for eggs. And it's not just inflation, too. I mean, inflation already hit for staples. Eggs, butter, milk, flour, that's all going up. But eggs have exploded. Why? Because there is the bird flu. It's killed millions of hens and have left local grocers struggling to simply comply with California law, because on top of the fact that birds are dead because of the avian flu all over the place, I mean, seriously dead, you got California Prop 12 that said hens have to be cage-free. You can't put them in those cages. There has to be X number of square feet per hen. Egg-laying hens also, I think, that is chicken that is used for Kentucky Fried Chicken, taken home and making shredded chicken tacos out of, whatever. Anyway, egg cases are bare across LA County this week. The retail price for a dozen large eggs is now $7.37 in California this week at the beginning of December. Okay, we're talking basically a month ago, $4.83 like gasoline. $2.35 this time last year, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Can you imagine that? It's basically tripled from this time last year. And it's because of the avian flu. So tens of millions of egg layers across the country, millions of cage-free hens in California because of Prop 12. It's the 218 Animal Welfare Initiative kicked in last year. And so it's shortages and price increase. And as you imagine, the poorest California is hit hard. And you go to food banks where a lot of them go, and eggs were simply a staple. They are rationed if they have them at all. And there's a couple of things about eggs. Well, if you talk about the number of chickens that have been killed, have died, chickens and turkeys, 57 million of them have been culled or have outright died, including close to 4 million egg-laying hens. In just December, 40 million hens lost nationwide. The only place where you're going to be able to actually find chickens is your key sales at Kentucky Fried Chicken, because they're picking up all of these dead chickens. And there's there's a lot of them. By the way, I'm not serious at all. Before the emails come, thank you very much. USDA says the current outbreak has impacted all types of farms, regardless of size or production size. I mean, across the board, up and down. You got farmers that believe not only in cage-free, but free-range chickens. Throw them in these large cages they can run around and outside they can do whatever they want. Those have been hit also very, very hard. And so what's going on? Well, you've got poor Californians who go to food banks anyway because the cost of food is so extraordinary. And because of inflation, and you got the lower socioeconomic levels of society that just don't have the money. They're eating up inventory at food banks and families to rely on federal programs. And the reason they can't get aid is because federal programs are so strict that the price of certain items cannot go above X dollars. And therefore, eggs are off the table because the eggs are no longer within the guidelines, and there are so few So these food banks are rationing eggs. They're like a shopping center or like a shopping mart, the supermarket. You go and there's all the food on display, and you take what you need. And people are pretty good about that. They don't like fill up their carts so the person next to them doesn't get enough food. But when it comes to eggs, which used to be available, if they have them at all, they're given one carton of eggs. And since Proposition 12 passed, of course, California being ahead of all the other states when it comes to social programs, 6 other states have voted to prohibit the sale of conventional eggs. That is, eggs that are not free-range eggs. Matter of fact, if you go to the supermarkets, which I do, and there's the eggs, I always go say, I think, okay, I'm not going to, all right, okay, I will admit right now, I've been convinced to buy free-range eggs, and I know, I can't even admit that I do that. And they are, and there's a carton that says happy eggs. Free-range eggs, I guess the eggs are happy or the chickens are happy just before they kill them or whatever. Yeah, handle buying happy eggs. Good God. You know, I'm a big fan of, the more an animal is stressed, the better it tastes, but not when it comes to eggs. Glenn Corrado, founder of the World Food Bank, says all of a sudden eggs are out, just out. And more families are coming to the food bank. It's been crazy. Basic grocery staples, as I said earlier, milk and flour already is failing poor people and has for months. But the egg shortage, that has really been nailing people because there are usually there's plenty, now there isn't. So the way a lot of these food banks work, and the federal government pays for a lot of this. For example, there's a governmental program, WIC, it's a SNAP program. It's basically a food stamp program for women, infants, and children. And they are really restricted in size and brand restrictions that bar recipients from buying products that are not according to governmental guidelines. Price and the size of eggs, for example. And now the experts fear those limitations. By the way, this program pays for 50% of the baby formula sold in the U.S. for people who obviously can't afford full price. It's hugely expensive for baby formula. And the experts fear exactly the same thing that's starting to happen with eggs. And I'm a fan of eggs. I like eggs. You know, over medium, a little bit of sausage, English muffins, hash brown potatoes, well done. Coming up, Brad Meltzer, the Nazi conspiracy. How can I not talk about Nazis? And on a serious note, how it really relates to us. And this is World War II, and Brad and I will explain that to you. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Whether you love it, hate it, or haven't made up your mind, we're glad you're here. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Ready for another hit? I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. SoCal is about to get hit with another powerful storm. KFI's Blake Crowley reports live. This storm could bring hazards across the region.
The storm, which is moving in tonight, could lead to flooding, mudslides, and power outages. The most intense rainfall is expected tomorrow morning. The National Weather Service says for LA County, the storm could dump up to 4 inches of rain in lower elevations and up to 8 inches of rain in the mountains. Flood watches are in effect for much of Southern California. Strong, gusty winds could knock over power lines and topple trees. High surface also expected, and those big waves can stick around all week. Now we're coming off a recent heavy storm, and the National Weather Service says saturation issues could come with that and lead to flooding as a result of that, specifically in the Ventura River and the Sepulveda Basin. Drivers are being warned of dangerous road conditions across Southern California, and the whole state is dealing with these storms. Governor Newsom says 12 people across California have died in the last 10 days because of weather. He's urging people to stay home. Reporting live, Blake Crowley, KFI News.
Now, the governor asked the Biden administration and was granted a federal emergency declaration.
The Stafford Act requesting of the White House approval to be denied of an emergency declaration.
Now, the approval allows the federal government to help coordinate an emergency response. The newly elected mayor of Long Beach is expected to call for a state of emergency on homelessness. The announcement may come before tomorrow's State of the City address. The emergency declaration by Mayor Rex Richardson is similar to one issued by LA Mayor Karen Bass. It would have to be approved by the Long Beach City Council. Sentencing has tentatively been scheduled for Harvey Weinstein. The former film producer was convicted of sexually assaulting a woman in the LA area 10 years ago. Weinstein was extradited from New York, where he's serving time for rape. He faces 18 years in prison in the LA case. University of Idaho students are returning to campus as classes prepare to begin this week. Students say they feel more secure now that a man has been arrested in connection with the November stabbing death of 4 college students.
The school is also promising new security measures, including more officers on campus and increased police patrols in neighborhoods near the university.
ABC's Christy Oletto says there's still no word on a motive for the killings. The college students were found stabbed to death in a home off campus in November. The man arrested last month is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder. Authorities have re-established control of Brazilian government buildings in the capital after supporters of the former President Bolsonaro stormed Congress, the Supreme Court, and presidential palace. Bolsonaro's supporters were protesting yesterday because they refused to accept his electoral defeat. The violence came a week after the inauguration of his leftist rival, De Silva. And Iran has sentenced more anti-government protesters to death on charges of waging war on God. Iran hung 2 other men on Saturday night. Them who were convicted of allegedly killing a military volunteer during a demonstration. 4 known men have been executed since the demonstrations against Iran's morality police started in September. Activists say at least 16 people have been sentenced to death in closed-door hearings over charges linked to those protests. We'll get a look at your drive with DJFI in the sky and the 118 in just a moment.
The Rams closed their disappointing season with a 19-16 overtime loss to the Seattle Seahawks and a 5-12 record. Chargers coach Brandon Staley's getting criticized for playing starters against the Broncos yesterday, even though the team's playoff spot was already set before kickoff, thus risking unnecessary injuries. He begs to differ.
This is a preseason. We have 90 guys to choose from. You only have 48 players to choose from. And so we did it the best we could. We wanted to play well in the game, and then we wanted to be safe for next week, and that's what we did.
LA lost that game by a score of 31-28. And the college football championship happens today at SoFi Stadium. Number 1 Georgia will battle number 3 TCU. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. Yeah, so you're looking to bail out of your house. You decided to sell your house. You didn't because prices were going up through the roof. I wouldn't have. So what do? Well, okay, pull the trigger. You can list your house with a real estate broker, and you're going to take 6% of the sale. And you're going to clean and paint repairs. If the house has to be spotless, and some buyer's block, you can't be there. Then you have negotiations and the escrow, and escrow is dropping out. Well, let me tell you a different way of doing it, and that's directbuyers.com. With directbuyers.com, you can get a fair price without any of that hassle, and it's going to happen fairly quickly. You can get cash within 10 days or less, and no one walks through your house, and you don't do a thing, just live there until the house is sold. That's what directbuyers.com does. Fair price, they'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing, and they'll never lowball you. Directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com.
Checking your KFI financial report, the Dow is up 265, S&P is up 49, NASDAQ gaining 208, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is the same as it was Friday, $4.43. SoCal weather from KFI. The rain has started in Southern California, but the bulk of it is going to be later this evening and overnight. Temperatures are going to stay pretty mild. We'll be in the low to mid-60s, but our rainfall totals, as Blake was mentioning, should be up to 4 inches along the coast and up to 8 inches in the mountains. Gusty winds are already expected, and the saturation level is what has forecasters concerned about mudslides, about debris flows, trees falling, power lines going down. But again, highs are just going to stay in the low to mid 60s, so it doesn't look like snow is a problem. But now it's 55 in Dana Point, 52 in Fullerton, Pacoima, and in Pasadena. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the skies. This time we're checking out a crash on the 118.
Good morning, whether you're driving or still at home. It's really getting driving, man, and dangerous, so please be careful. Just started on Chatsworth, Border Ranch, eastbound 118 DeSoto, coming off the North Bango. Somebody lost control, up and over and down the right side. Locking out of Footbridge, eastbound 210 at Lowell, from the downhill side. Somebody lost control, up and over and down the embankment. I hope you get the idea here. It's really tricky driving. You gotta watch transitions and off. That's always where we have the problem. And Hollywood, real quick, if you coming through the Coin Fest, you need Franklin and Gower, not far from Capitol Records, but there's something that happened there. Just be heads up, I'll try and follow up on it for you. Orange County, the South 5 and the 55, you just be getting slow and slow, especially the 55 getting down through the 5, but after that you're going to be okay. Now, the problem of the morning, getting into downtown Los Angeles from South LA, northbound 110 to the east end is shut down. You can get to the westbound and overturn rig, a propane rig, and working on it for hours and hours and hours. Now, the backup is like the tide, it kind of comes and goes, but now it's pretty much all the way back to Manchester again. Get off East End Street. In San Pedro, get it off to the east end. If you're in Compton, you can go east 91 and north 710. 710's getting slow up through Florence, but I still think better than the northbound 110. Really tough morning. KFI in the sky, helps get to that faster. I'm Jeff Paul.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage, and they'll make you a cash offer with no need for repair. With Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. They can close in days, and they buy it cash. And they offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving. Check out their reviews online and call for no obligation offering. 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, and visit sellersadvantage.com. So worry, self-happy with Seller's Advantage. Area number 0961658. American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And iHeart Radio Station.
Today, Puerto Handle will be played by, oh God, Treviso, Jersey Roy, Bill Handle, and out here's Bill Handle. KFI AM 640, Bill Handle here, on a Monday morning, January 9th. We can be heard live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Big storm is coming in. The big rains tonight and tomorrow night. A strong Pacific storm being tried by the National Weather Service. Kevin McCarthy, new speaker, but boy, will he live in his power. And let me go back into history. I think it's important to go back into history. And I want to connect with what's happening in Brazil yesterday and what happened on January 6th here. And a story, and it connects. I'll tell you about that in a minute. How it connects, the story about World War II, and how it connects to all of this. So with us, once again, Brad Meltzer, one of my favorite authors, and this time the book is The Nazi Conspiracy, The Secret Plot to Kill Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill. Now, before, all right, first of all, hello, Brad. How you doing?
Good to hear you, my friend.
Yeah, always fun. And any book that has the word Nazi on the cover, you know I'm going for it. So that is a given. And this is a book, and your co-writer is Josh Nen. And you do history. And this, and I'm going to do the first part, the history part, and then the political part, how it connects the fascinating story of World War II, and how the big powers, the leaders of the big powers, and that is Russia, United States, and Great Britain, got together and how they fought the war. This is the Allies, for the most part, three great powers. And it has to do with the summit between these three leaders, and there were several throughout the war. There was Yalta, Morocco, Potsdam at the very end of the war, and then Tehran. So explain quickly what happened, why Tehran is so important because of this plot.
Yeah, Tehran is basically the first time they all meet face to face, all the three. And the reason it happens in Tehran is because Stalin says, I'm meeting there or nowhere. He has an embassy there, the British have an embassy there, they feel like it'll be protected. And the plan is they got to plan Normandy. They got to get on the same page when it comes to troop movements, to morale, to support, and even just to decide it's going to happen. So the stakes, millions of lives are at stake. And what happens is now here's FDR coming to Tehran for the first time. Everyone's excited to see the president arrive. Everyone's waving at the motorcade. But what no one knows is the person in the president's car is not the president. It's a Secret Service agent acting as a decoy. The real FDR is across the city, just down and hiding in the back of a beat-up sedan because they're worried he's going to be murdered in a triple assassination attempt. And I just ruined chapter 1 of the Nazi conspiracy, but that's basically how it opens. And we kind of dive into the questions of, what would have happened and who was trying to kill him when he arrived in Tehran.
So this was a real viable assassination attempt on three world leaders simultaneously.
Yeah, what happened is over the years, when FDR comes back from the conference, if you're asking me better, like, why do I not know this story? FDR comes back, holds a press conference at the White House, says the conference went well, and the Nazis tried to kill us in a triple assassination attempt. And of course, the phone starts ringing, and everyone wants to know what the story is. But then Normandy happened, and 150,000 men stormed the beaches, and that's a million men standing by for the successive ones, and it becomes obviously the greatest story in modern warfare. And this assassination attempt becomes a footnote to history, and that's why you've never heard the story before.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary story, and I want to point something out. First of all, the subject, Red Rice, is so reasonable. And this is the ultimate spy assassination presidential leader story of all time, and every word of it is true. That's what makes it absolutely extraordinary. Also, the kind of power that Stalin had in terms of negotiating all this, he was the hard guy on this. And why was he allowed to basically say this is where we're going to meet, like Yalta, which happened in the Crimea? And Roosevelt is dying at that point and goes all the way to Yalta. Why did Stalin have that kind of power?
Stalin has the nickname the Man of Steel, and there's a reason. And he just won't budge. Usually when they decide where to meet, they pull out a ruler and they say, let's just measure the goals and figure out what you predicted from the United Kingdom, America, and the Soviet Union. And Stalin says no. And the reason he says no, just to put it in perspective here, he doesn't want to leave home because he's worried about the death and destruction. The United States buried about 421,000 people in World War II. The United Kingdom buried about 450,000. The Soviet Union buried 24 million people. The level of devastation that was going on there was so great, and Stalin just refused to budge and finally said, if you want this to happen, it's going to happen here or it's not happening at all. And I believe the greatest presidents, if you look at George Washington, you look at Abraham Lincoln, it's not because they give the best speeches, it's not because they make the best promises, it's because a disaster happens that no one can anticipate, and they can pivot and adjust to it. And in that moment, FDR is realizing one thing. He's on the Trump offensive, and he feels like he's the guy who can handle Stalin. He's the guy who can bring Churchill to the table. He, doesn't really want to go and invade from the east for the Nazis. And he's absolutely right. He's the man for the job, FDR is.
All right, let's take a break. I want to come back and connect a summit in World War II to today. And I'll explain, and Brad will jump in and really explain. KFI AM 640, let's talk to Jennifer Jones, please, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
House is gearing up to debate a new rules package today now that Republican leader Kevin McCarthy has been sworn in as House Speaker. Roughly a third of Americans have stopped going to church, according to a new study on how COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns impacted the attendance of religious services. And Prince Harry said he had to fly alone to Scotland ahead of Queen Elizabeth's death because the royal family didn't invite him. He also noted by the time he did arrive, his grandmother had already passed away. SoCal weather from KFI, we've got a gray, dusty, windy day today with lots of rain ahead, especially overnight into tomorrow, as we'll just be in the low to mid 60s. This report is brought to you by GiveMeTheBing.com. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky. This time we're updating Mulholland Drive.
Yeah, we're going to give you the scoop here, that's for sure. There's nothing worse than driving into a closure. So listen up, it's the very top of the Hollywood Hills, Mulholland Drive, going right across. It's closed in both directions, in between Laurel and Coldwater. A really busy spot every morning to non-residents. Of course, if you live there, make sure you have your proof ready to show, and away you go. The freeways are a mess. You really got to be careful. Coming through Chatsworth, E22, DeSoto, and Porter Ranch, two separate problems. The drives actually Ontario, Rancho Cucamonga, to the west, they're not all that bad. The 210 and the 60, they're all okay. Be very careful. Now, this is San Fernando Valley out to Calabasas going west. West 101 to Topanga Canyon, we just got work, possibly a jackknife rig. People are spinning out all over the place. Please be careful. I'll follow up on that 101. KFI in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Jeff Fallout.
At GiveMeTheBing.com, it's all digital. We have a 45-second offer online. It's fast, it's easy, we have the best online reviews and appointments. Sell me your car.
Sell us your car. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Chlorinated water is for swimming, not drinking and bathing. Chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to the Light Source water system? Our Light Source system filters your water from every step, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine. Your body does better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Tired of the BS? We set 500,000 at risk. Result $8 million for legacy motorcyclists. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, Jerry and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing this for years. Now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations, Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics. 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN.
At Breakout, we know the news doesn't happen in a newsroom. It happens where you live, the same places we live, where the region's large and diverse. More local news. Now, 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Breakout News Los Angeles. Covering your morning.
Really serious thing. You don't be too fancy. Don't have too much. There's a real scolding that people should know their place. That's faded away with modern culture, but now there's a surgence that is coming from the progressive. Gone again. It's the same sort of scolding that people used to hear in 1800s. Well, you shouldn't have that. Now, live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, Real Handle here, Monday, January 9th. And before we get into the next segment with Brad Meltzer, the Not a Conspiracy, here's a chance to win $1,000. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Credit, that's credit, CREDIT. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorney. If you're in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James.
you do win, you have to, well, everybody has to enter the keyword online. Do not text the keyword. Go to our website, kfiam640.com/chat. Winners are notified by email. So keep your eye out. And you also want to check your spam or junk folder to see if you've won every hour. Your next chance to win next hour, and we do this 6A to 6P, Monday through Friday. Back we go with the author of The Nazi Conspiracy, and it is about this secret, heretofore unknown plot to assassinate Roosevelt. That's exactly right. Okay, so it's a fascinating story. I mean, it's even if you're not a World War II fan, it's well worth reading. It's a spy novel. It is assassination. It's the president, it's world leaders, and every word of it is true. But let's talk about how it connects today. And I am still. Let me give you a quote. I want you to comment on it. Make Germany great again. That was one of the great lines of the propagandist Joseph Goebbels. So let's connect what's happening, and I'm not talking about the Holocaust, I'm not talking about the mass murder, because obviously that's not going on. But let's talk about the politics and the philosophy of Germany then and today.
Yeah, and listen, that line there's a reason why history feels like a repeat. The Holocaust did not start with death camps. The Holocaust starts with slogans and propaganda and rallies and book bans. And then it takes a group of native-born white Germans who love telling a hate-filled story about this minority group that is a threat to their way of life. If that story sounds familiar to you, it's good. And when we were working on the Nazi conspiracy, John kind of always okay, we have this great thing, this titillating story about this profit show, Churchill and Stalin and FDR, but we always say, what's the book about? And we didn't know where the world was going to be, but we knew that anti-Semitism was at a high, authoritarianism was at a high. These stories are here. We didn't just write the book to entertain you and inform you. We wrote it to warn you. Because these stories repeat unless you use your voice and stand up and say no.
And the scary part, you look at the rallies. You look in those days, there was no internet, and of course, in Germany, the control of the media was absolute. So there was no issue. No one had to say, "Don't listen to mainstream media," because there was only one control of the media, and it was by the Nazi government. Under the auspices of Joseph Goebbels, is probably one of the greatest geniuses in terms of propaganda. He invented propaganda, modern day propaganda with radio, print, film. But the philosophy, how much did the German people just buy, and how long did it take for everybody across the country to just buy into it? And these are smart people. This was a sophisticated society.
Yeah, let's two things that you vital mentioned there. One of them is the Wannsee Conference, and we put this in the book, but it's a boring, mundane conference that takes place outside Berlin. It's a government meeting, they hand out folders, and everyone gets their own pencil. And you think they were discussing things like paving roads and chopping down which trees we should chop down. But what they're doing is they're checking Jewish populations and who they're going to murder. And we always want to blame everything on just Hitler, but we forget there's an entire governmental organization, all these bureaucrats are in this meeting, and none of them say no. And it's not just in Berlin. We found a rally in the United States, a Nazi rally that takes place in Madison Square Garden. In the heart of New York City, 20,000 Nazis show up in New York, and the first speaker, there's a giant picture of George Washington with swastikas next to him. The first speaker says if George Washington was alive today, he'd be friends with Adolf Hitler. And so we all want to wring our hands when Kanye says what he says, and when so happens, we want to say, oh, I can't believe the Nazis are here in America. It's usually always in Europe. They have been here for years. And celebrities like Henry Ford and these celebrities that do the same venom that you saw Kanye do with. And these stories aren't new. They keep coming over and over. And you've got to tell these stories so we know exactly how to react to them.
Yeah, and also Charles Lindbergh being one of the great anti-Sevites and keep the United States out of foreign wars. And there's all kinds of politics on that, and Pearl Harbor State, everything. But throughout, women throughout, or moved almost everything. White Aryan supremacy, that you have, and no one did anything to stop them.
That's exactly right. And that, when we were writing, we didn't know whether Ukraine would even be able to go that story we're telling, right? Like, how does all the way today just seeing uh, what happened, what the Nazis were doing in Ukraine, seeing Russia today use the exact same move. And as you said, the German bomb had so many people, especially here in the United States, cheering for the Nazis. We love to tell the story that the United States punched the Nazis in the jaw and saved the day. We didn't want to fight the Nazis. In World War One, we lost so many people. We didn't want to get in another fight. When the stock market crashed, we didn't want to be. We had enough headache to deal with FDR was elected because we want to save the country from ruin. It's only because Pearl Harbor happened that we finally get involved with the war. But again, we must, when we see justice, when we see that anti-Semitic hatred, use your voice and say no, say enough. That's the only way to fight back.
Okay, the book is called The Nazi Conspiracy, The Secret Plan to Kill Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill. And it is a page turner. You can't turn this thing down or not stop reading it. I just love the way you write. Now, real quickly, this is book number what for you?
So this is the third nonfiction book we've done, and the 12th. I've done 12 thrillers, 3 nonfiction books, and a load of kids books that we've talked about. We have Iron Job Lewis coming out next week. So, and we're working on the next nonfiction one now. I love doing this real history. I love showing people how the war can almost switch in a moment in ways you never realize.
And I'm assuming as part of the kids' books, you keep Nazis out of it. Is that fair?
We do not do the I Am Adolf Hitler book. We decided to go with John Lewis and Temple Grandin.
Well, there you go. What can I tell you? Okay, Brad, thank you. The Nazi Conspiracy, The Secret Plot to Kill Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill by Brad Meltzer and John Mix. Take care, Brad. We'll do this again, I'm sure.
Family.
You have a good one. All right, coming up, do they have a case with Wayne? And that's how we end the show on Monday, January 9th. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Forecasters say Southern California will get another round of heavy rain and strong winds. 2 to 4 inches of rain is expected today and tomorrow. This rain has prompted a flood watch to be issued for most of LA and Orange County. Wind gusts could reach 65 to 70 miles an hour in the mountains and the high desert. A car crashed into an exotic pet store in Lomita. The car went all the way into the store and created a huge mess Saturday night. No one was hurt. The co-owner of the store said the exotic birds and reptiles appeared to be okay. After Adam died, the child star on the hit TV series Aiden Enough died at his home in LA on Saturday. Police say a friend apparently found him dead when he went to his home to check on him. The LA County Medical Examiner coroner has not listed the cause of death. Adam Rich played the youngest son in the TV series. He was 54. Well, there is a special grand jury now investigating whether former President Trump and his allies violated their law in their efforts to overturn the 2020 election work in Georgia. And that special grand jury has apparently completed its work. It says, given the special purpose grand jury's delivery of its final report and the Superior Bench Court's order, it is the order of this court. The special purpose grand jury now stands dissolved. So we'll get some more information on that as soon as we can dissect it. As many as 7,000 nurses have walked out of 2 hospitals in New York City. The New York State Nurses Association says the workers are being forced to take drastic steps because of chronic understaffing that leaves them caring for too many patients. The strike comes after a weekend of negotiations over pay and staffing levels that did not result in a new deal for a new contract. Prince Harry says the royal family is complicit in his wife's pain claims have leaked their private conversations to the media. He said yesterday that there was concern in the royal family about his unborn child's skin color after he married biracial actress Meghan Markle.
The story doesn't it? The ball isn't that cool. There's a lot to be discussed, and I really hope that they'll with you to sit down and talk about it.
Harry says he hasn't spoken with his father or brother in a while and hopes to find peace with them. He says they've shown no willingness to reconcile since they split from the royal family in early 2020. We'll get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky, and we'll check it with Jeff Law coming up. We've got a class on the 101. First, it's Sports this way. The Rams lost to the Seattle Seahawks 19-16 in overtime to finish their season with a 5-12 record. Here's Coach Sean McVay.
Tough game today. I thought the guys battled. There was a lot of really good bright spots, a lot of chances for us to be able to come away with the result that we were hunting up, but we just came up short.
The Chargers fell to the Broncos 31-28. Their playoff journey begins Saturday with a wild card round game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. In NBA action, the Clippers lost to the Atlanta Hawks 112-108, and the Lakers will be looking to make it 6 wins in a row when they visit the Denver Nuggets at 6. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
I've been a business person virtually my entire adult life, and like most small and medium-sized business owners, I can never afford an HR person. I needed one. Here's the answer: Bambi.com. You get a dedicated HR person to help you with all of your HR issues, starting at only $99 per month. Too good to be true. Sounds that way, but this is legit. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down. When you sign up, I get the credit. Thank you. Bambi.com. That's Bambee. Bambi.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. It looks like a really messy day. We've got gusty rain forecast, but the big story will be the rain. We could see 2 to 4 inches at the coast, 4 to 8 inches in the mountain. This storm is actually going to be bigger than the one that we had last week. Also, we've got saturation levels that have the National Weather Service very worried about any trees that might come down power lines. Also, the concern of flooding in the burn area. Specifically, they're looking at the Duarte area and the Lake Hughes area, but also temperatures are just going to be in the low to mid-60s, so it doesn't look like there's any chance of a real threat of snow. Right now, it's 54 in Orange and in...
Oh, my goodness. You might want to split with the West Sound 101 there. I know it says north, but we're talking West 101 Science Canyon. That's the west end of the San Fernando Valley. A truck, possibly a trailer, actually the truck really not clear, but we do know a bunch of the right lanes are blocked now. The West 101's been slow and slow from the 405, and actually comes to a real stop even before you get out towards Topanga. West Sound Ventura Boulevard, 405 at Topanga, still in fairly good shape. Of course, there's things we'll have to deal with, but it wouldn't be too bad. The very top of the Hollywood Hills, again on and on, if you missed our earlier report, the Hollywood Hills, Mulholland Drive is still shut down both directions between Laurel and Coldwater. That's non-residents only. Now, most of our LA and even Orange County freeways are in pretty slow state there, that's for sure. For an ongoing problem coming out of South LA, northbound 110 to the east 10, North Harbor to the east Santa Monica, shut down. Overturned right there. The North 110 still just a crawl coming up from Manchester, east to busy, but better than the 110. And the 710, now coming up from the 405, it's just getting slower and slower. I think a lot of drivers are going over there up to East LA. And real quick, South 605 is a street boy, believe it or not, coming down from the 210, it's still slow to Washington. Now it's too bad. KFI in the sky. Up, get you there faster. I'm Jeff Foss.
Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit Vanguard.edu to learn more.
Looking for a way to protect your portfolio against the volatility of the stock market? Invest in commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate, featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and many others. FNRP is one of the largest indicators of grocery-anchored private equity real estate in the U.S. Build your portfolio today with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or get started at fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Call or visit us to see what annual returns and quarterly cash distribution our investors are earning. 888-301-9010 or fnrpradio.com. Results are not guaranteed with risk, conclusion, or principal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representations as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflect ongoing business outcomes and may or may not be realized. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at fnrpradio.com. If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage, and they'll make you a cash offer with no need for repair. With Seller's Advantage, there are no $10,000 advance to help with moving. Check out their reviews online and call for no obligation offer at 888-888-3188, 888-821-2747, and visit sellersadvantage.com. Don't worry, self-happy with Seller's Advantage.
attorney Darren Cavanosi, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. 1-800-NO-COP.
Holiday spending leaving your bank account on empty. All those bad decisions you made trying to buy the love and affection of your family means bills. KFI wants to give you a cash refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keywords, then enter it at KFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on KFI AM 640 for stimulating talk. Find everywhere in the IRA. On demand. It's whatever you want. Yeah, cut your timing. When you've been doing it as long as I have, doing this show as long as I have, you sort of, you get the timing just perfectly. You notice that? That's funny. All right, wait. Do you have a case? Brought to you by the Lemon Law experts at Night Laundry. If you think your car might be a lemon, call 844-43-LEMON, and as you call, don't interrupt them. Timing. Remember that. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna milk that one for all it's worth, aren't I? Yes. All right, well, good. Yeah, because I'll join you in milking the timing thing with this first case. Okay. You want to explain the rules? Let me explain the rules, as always. Timing, let's pretty good. As always, the rules are the same. Wayne researches the various cases that are out there and then brings them to the table. And the phrase, case of first impression, is when the court has never heard a case like this or a policy issue like this. Same thing with us. It's the case of first impression for us. We have not yet heard the case. Usually it's an appellate decision. And let's go for it, Wayne. All right, so timing, here's the way timing works with this case. Tomorrow, the Golden Globe Awards are happening. And here, we have a case right out of Southern California where two journalists sued the Golden Globe for violating antitrust laws. These are two journalists, one from Spain, one from Scandinavia somewhere. And they said, hey, we can't get into the Hollywood Foreign Press Agency, or is it association? Whatever, I think association. Okay, we can't get in. It's too exclusive. They only have, at the time, now some things have changed, there was a lot of controversy about the lack of diversity and stuff, so to get into this thing, and if we can't get into this thing, we can't really work as entertainment journalists because they control all of the access to the studios and the stars, and they have agreed to basically act as what they call a group boycott. We'll get into that in a minute. To divide up the market. And both of those things are violations of antitrust law. Now, what is true is that at the time, if you wanted to get into the Hollywood Foreign Press Association, you had to do all of the following. You had to get 2 letters of sponsorship from active members. You had to give 24 articles that you have written in the last 3 years. You have to show them that you are currently a member of the Motion Picture Association of America, and then they put it to a vote, the members, and you have to get a majority vote of the existing active members, plus some other requirements. In 2018, the Hollywood Foreign Press Association